Chapter 1621 Male Pet Competition. Su Maoyang didn't bother to be polite with him, and directly put the teleportation array into the space. After all, this trip was dangerous, and it was good to have a treasure to save his life. Thank you, Master. I don't know how long I will be delayed in Fengqi Empire this time. I am grateful for your care of the Dongfang family. Master, don't worry. No matter where you go, no matter when, my Dongfang family will be your strong backing. As long as the Master says a word, we are ready to fight for you at any time. Dongfang Yanqing promised resolutely. Su Maoyang was grateful when he heard it, and nodded slightly. Okay. It's late. You are tired all day. Go back and rest quickly. Master will leave early tomorrow morning. So rest early. I'll take my leave. Dongfang Yanqing nodded, clasped his fists and left. 5 days later. Fengqi Kyoto. The sun sets. The lights come on. And the colorful lanterns hanging in the streets and alleys are scattered in the capital like night pearls, making the whole capital seem to be immersed in the ocean of light, releasing colorful and dazzling light, and shining on the passers-by as if they were covered with beautiful colorful clothes. A round of moon that has been called for a long time finally appears, and it is still half covered by the lute. It shyly pokes out half of its head from the clouds, hanging high in the night sky, and sprinkles bright moonlight, as if covering the earth with a layer of white mist, and even sets off a hazy beauty in the colorful capital. The streets are full of dazzling commodities, which are dazzling and overwhelming. The hawking sounds one after another are endless, and the aroma of food is floating in the endless stream of people, causing pedestrians to look sideways frequently. At this time, the 3 handsome young men in the crowd were no exception. They all looked towards a restaurant on the left-hand side in front of them. They saw a huge plaque hanging above the gate with 3 gold-plated characters 500 written on it. It's getting late now. Let's find a restaurant to stay in temporarily. One of the young men, who was petite and had delicate features, suggested. The man standing next to him looked down at the young man, frowned slightly, and spoke in a cold voice. But he couldn't hide his concern. You should eat something. You are as thin as a chicken. You will cry out in pain if you are touched. You must eat more. But what surprised people was that the man who spoke, although tall and handsome, had a face full of pockmarks, a big nose and small eyes. Although he was not extremely ugly, he was very ordinary, and you couldn't find him even if he fell into a crowd. However, outsiders didn't know that this ordinary-looking man who didn't arouse people's interest was the emperor of the dark domain of Yunlu, and the young man next to him was his imperial concubine, Su Maoyang. Because the journey was long, the two of them spent 5 days on the journey before they reached the most prosperous capital of Fengqi Empire. However, when they arrived, it was already night, and they needed to find a place to stay temporarily before making plans. Hearing the emperor's words, Shinua, who was also wearing men's clothes and had changed her appearance, followed Su Maoyang and immediately clasped her fists. I will go and prepare a room and dinner for the master. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. We don't want a private room. Just arrange it in the hall. A seat by the window will be okay. Although Shinua is from Fengqi Empire, she has been away for so long after all, and she probably doesn't know much about what happened recently. So they just arrived, and they still need to understand the current situation of Fengqi Empire before making the next plan. And places like restaurants are places where there are many people, and the news is the most well-informed. Eating with these people, you will definitely hear about what happened in Kyoto recently. Shinua is a smart person, who understands everything at once. She nodded and walked into Faihangju quickly to find the waiter to give instructions. When Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong walked into the restaurant, Shinua had already asked the waiter to prepare a seat by the window, and she led them to sit down directly. Master, what do you want to eat? Shinua asked. Whatever, as long as it can fill your stomach. Su Maoyang came to do business, not to enjoy, so there is no need to be so particular. Jun Haotsong frowned in disapproval, blurting out a series of dish names. Flour mushroom duck feet, ginger fish fillet, sweet and sour lotus root, prawns, almond Buddha's hand, candied longan, plus their signature dishes and tonics. Shinua was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes, obviously not expecting that Yunlu Emperor, a person who had never touched the spring water, actually knew so many dish names. However, she didn't know that these were all Su Maoyang's favorite dishes. When Jun Haotsong took care of her in the dark area of Yunlu, He secretly memorized them, and still remembered them clearly. Why don't you go? Jun Haotsong saw that Shinua was standing there, and didn't respond for a while, and couldn't help but remind her. Hearing this, Shinua nodded stiffly, and turned around to tell the waiter. This restaurant was quite quick. Not long after Su Maoyong sat down, the delicious food and wine were served. So, while they were eating delicious food, they observed the surroundings, and listened to their discussions. Seeing the men and women sitting in the hall, talking and laughing, Su Maoyong had decided that the Fengchi Empire was indeed much more open than several other countries. However, just as Su Maoyong was sighing, he suddenly saw someone running in from outside, waving and shouting at the men and women at a table. The male pet competition held by Princess Ninglan has already started, and you are still eating here. If you are a step later, there will be nothing to see. Why don't you go and watch it? Upon hearing this, not only the guests at the table who were called, but also the other people in the hall were excited, and then quickly stood up, quickly paid the bill, and then rushed out of the restaurant, as if to watch something exciting. Although Su Maoyong didn't quite understand what Princess Ninglan said, she caught a few words. She was startled and looked at Shinua. What is the male favorite competition? Shinua was also confused. She had been away for a while, and was a little out of touch. She couldn't help but shake her head blankly. I'm not sure. Su Maoyong saw that she didn't know, so he had to call the waiter to ask. Waiter, where are they going? When the waiter heard that she didn't even know this, he immediately laughed. The young master should be from another place. They are here. We are going to the Golden Phoenix Tower to watch the male favorite competition. This male favorite competition is very famous in our Kyoto. Speaking of which, this competition is held by Princess Ninglan. Princess Ninglan has always liked to collect male favorites. She holds a male favorite competition almost every month to select talented and handsome male favorites from all over the country. As long as you catch Princess Ninglan's eye, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory. Of course, if you make Princess Ninglan unhappy, it will be a capital crime. At the end, the waiter's expression was a little solemn, and his voice couldn't help but sink. Chapter 1622. Let's go and see the fun. Su Maoyong was still a little confused after hearing this, and continued to ask, what is the Golden Phoenix Tower you are talking about? The Golden Phoenix Tower is the most famous brothel here, because it is the property of Princess Ninglan. There are a lot of young men gathered inside. Each of them is talented and beautiful, and very popular. Of course, if the young master wants to have fun, there are also many outstanding girls inside, all of whom are beautiful and talented. So, no matter whether you are a young man or a girl, as long as you enter the Golden Phoenix Tower, you will definitely be able to pick one that satisfies you, the waiter said excitedly, and from the tone of his voice, you can tell that the Golden Phoenix Tower is very famous in the Fengchi Empire, and is very popular. Su Maoyong nodded in understanding and told Shinua, pay the bill for the food, and we'll go take a look. Shinua didn't expect Su Maoyong to go to the brothel, and was shocked for a moment. Master, since we've encountered such a grand event, we have to join in the fun, and see the rumored Princess Ninglan. Su Maoyong interrupted her with a smile, and there was an imperceptible gleam in his eyes. Jun Haotsong frowned in disapproval, and refused coldly. No, I won't allow it. How can you go to such a dirty place? That kind of place of fireworks. How can a woman like her go in and out casually? I said it before. If you want to come out with me, you have to listen to my arrangements. If you don't listen, then I'll have to trouble you to go back home. Su Maoyong heard him disagreeing in this way and that way, and immediately got angry, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture to drive him away, with a very firm attitude. Seeing the two young masters quarreling, the waiter smiled and tried to smooth things over. Ha! Young master. Although the Golden Phoenix Tower is a place of fireworks that is difficult to talk about, it is a gathering of heroes, not to mention men. Even many women are having fun in it. So this is not an embarrassing thing in our Fengchi Empire. Don't control your brothers too much. Men always have some needs. As he said, the waiter winked at Jun Haotsong with a very understanding expression. Jun Haotsong received this look. Goosebumps fell all over the floor, and his expression became even uglier. But facing Su Maoyong's strong attitude, Jun Haotsong couldn't resist her, and had to admit it, thinking that she was wearing men's clothes anyway. Even if she went to that smoky place, she would attract women. Besides, he was still with her. And he knew that Su Maoyang would not dare to flirt with other men in front of him. Perhaps he had figured it out. Jun Haotsong gave Shinua a look. And Shinua immediately reacted and quickly settled the bill. After coming out of Faihangju, they saw a lot more people on the street, all swarming forward in groups of 3 or 5. What they were discussing was naturally about Princess Ninglan's male favorite competition. Shinua was embarrassed to hear that everyone in the streets and alleys was talking about such romantic things. And she couldn't help but sneer. She made this absurd thing known to the whole city. And let the whole city laugh at her. She is really getting more and more licentious. Although Mu Qingqing was also a licentious and shameless person in the past, she had not exaggerated to the point of making a sensation in the whole city by collecting male favorites. Besides, Qingqi Empire was never so open to such shameless extent. It can be seen that after Mu Qingwan's regime was stabilized, Mu Qingqing became more and more aggressive in this matter, and even led the whole country's atmosphere astray. Su Maoyang heard Shinua's low curse and understood her hatred and anger. But this was Mu Qingwan and Mu Qingqing's territory after all, so it was better to be careful. So she couldn't help but remind her. Speak softly. It will be terrible if this word gets out. Shinua was told by her, and bowed her head slightly. Master, you are right. It is my subordinate who is too reckless. Su Maoyang knew that she returned to her homeland, and saw that her enemy was living a prosperous life. Naturally, she was very unbalanced in her heart, and it was inevitable that she would be a little emotional. So she didn't blame her. It's okay. Just pay more attention in the future. After that, Su Maoyang and others followed the crowd, and soon came to the legendary Golden Phoenix Tower. Looking up, the attic in front of them had painted buildings with flying clouds, pearl curtains, and rolling rain. And the eaves on all sides looked like a phoenix spreading its wings and flying, which was very magnificent. Just standing at the door, they heard the lewd music coming from inside. The obscene lyrics and songs were heard, accompanied by the rouge, powder and incense that added to the fun, which was really soul-stirring and fascinating. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was worthy of being the most famous brothel in Qingqi Empire. I'm afraid that a lot of money was spent on this decoration alone. But it was understandable. I heard that this was the property of Princess Ninglan. With her status in Qingqi Empire, money was naturally not a problem. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang became more curious about the situation inside, and immediately walked in with the crowd. As soon as he entered the Golden Phoenix Tower, he saw the pink gauze and rose petals fluttering down from the upper floor. Behind the petals, he saw countless beautiful shadows interweaving, with willow-like waists, graceful postures, and various manners. All of this was covered by petals and fragrance. Su Maoyang felt like he was walking into a dream, and he actually had a sense of beauty that seemed real and illusory. Walking forward, there were several bright red flowers embroidered on the golden carpet, which complemented the rose petals that fell on the ground, making the whole attic beautiful and eye-catching without losing romance. It can be seen that Princess Ninglan's pursuit of beauty and the atmosphere of love and romance are quite high. Su Maoyang was looking around, thinking secretly, when he heard the sound of a piano coming from the front. The sound of the piano was gentle and soothing, and it seemed to contain some indescribable tenderness, like a mountain stream, trickling in and flowing into the heart bit by bit, giving people a refreshing beauty. Such a piano sound shocked Su Maoyang and Shinua, and they looked up, only to see a man in white clothes, like snow and elegant temperament sitting on the stage in front of them. He lowered his head slightly, revealing only a sharp-side face. His white jade-like fingers gently stroked the strings in front of him. The gentle movement seemed not to be playing the piano, but to caress his beloved lover, accompanied by the falling petals. It was as beautiful as a painting, making people intoxicated. When he slowly raised his eyes, he saw the pair of dark brown eyes, as crystal clear as beads inlaid on his face. Looking down, and there seemed to be unknown emotion surging inside. Although the man's facial features were not stunning, he was still a handsome man. So even Su Maoyang was stunned for a few seconds. And it was Jun Haotsong next to her, who pinched her hand to wake her up. I said, I shouldn't let you come to this kind of place. Jun Haotsong was so angry that his face turned black, and he gritted his teeth secretly. Chapter 1623 cut off his hands. Su Maoyang saw that he was jealous again, and laughed in his heart. With your peerless beauty, are you afraid that I will be seduced by them? Although the man in white was elegant, his facial features were not even 1/10 of Jun Haotsong's. Su Maoyang was not blind, and he still had some appreciation. But as soon as she said this, several people standing near them looked over, and saw Jun Haotsong's face full of pockmarks, and shuddered with cold. My God, is that person blind? He actually said that the young man with pockmarks on his face has peerless beauty. If there is no problem with his eyes, then there is a problem with his brain. Yes, there are all kinds of weird people in this world. Hearing the discussions of the people around him, Jun Haotsong frowned suddenly, and his eyes shot towards the mocking person like an arrow. Those who laughed at him were surprised by his sharp eyes. Then they calmed down a little and looked back at the people below the stage. The topic of discussion immediately returned from Jun Haotsong to Princess Ninglan. How many young men will Princess Ninglan choose to enter the palace this time? I don't know. I heard that Princess Ninglan only chose one male favorite last time. His talent can be said to be the best among all the other young men. I wonder if there is any young man who is better than the one last time. Alas, it feels difficult. Princess Ninglan has collected too many talented male favorites in her palace, and her taste is getting more and more picky. It's not easy to catch her eye. Hearing these people's discussion, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly and looked over in the direction of their sight. As expected, right in front of the stage, there was a huge and luxurious couch, covered with a layer of snow-white soft mink hair. A woman in a red dress propped up her head and lay on the couch seductively. The collision of red and white made her back catch people's eyes and make people feel amazing. Looking carefully, I found that there were low tables on both sides of her couch. The right side was filled with snacks and fruits, and the left side was a tripod incense burner with golden patterns. There was a strange fragrance wafting out of it, lingering around the woman in red, giving people a strange feeling. There were several young men serving her. Some of them helped her beat her legs, some of them helped her massage her shoulders, and some of them fed her fruits. Su Maoyang couldn't think of anyone else who had such a style except the legendary licentious, cruel and cold-blooded Princess Mu Qingqing. She knew saw this scene and naturally recognized her identity. Her cold expression suddenly became a little darker, and hatred surged in her slightly shrunken pupils. Although her face was calm, her fingers under her sleeves had already curled into fists and sunk into her hands. She would never forget the days when she was imprisoned in the basement by Mu Qingqing and tortured and beaten every day. If she couldn't rush up to take revenge now, she really wanted to cut Mu Qingqing into pieces now. Master, that is Princess Ninglan. She knew tried her best to suppress the hatred in her heart. Stepped forward, and reminded in a low voice. Su Maoyang knew what was going on and nodded. Let's go. Find a seat first. Zino followed the order, looked around at the seats, and finally found a more secluded corner. Master, let's go there. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, dragged Jun Haotsong, who had a sour face, and walked in the direction pointed by Xinua. Soon after they sat down, a servant came over and asked, 3 gentlemen, would you like something to eat or drink? Su Maoyang said casually, let's have your special snacks and drinks. The servant smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll prepare it right away. After saying that, the servant ran away happily. At this time, Su Maoyang looked at the man in white again. His piano music lingered in his ears. His mind seemed to be purified, surprisingly calm, and then he couldn't help but praise. This man's piano skills are quite good. I didn't expect there is such a talented person in this brothel. Zino knew that she didn't understand many things about the Fengqi Empire, and couldn't help but explain. In fact, many of these young men are from poor families. Some of them were sold to brothels, while others came voluntarily. Because for poor families, being a young man to perform is still a good job. Once you please the favor of dignitaries, the reward money is enough for ordinary people to live for a year. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. It is rare for a poor family to have such talent. However, as soon as Su Maoyang finished praising, he heard Princess Ninglan, who was lying on the couch, yelling impatiently, "What a mess of music you played! The music is not a song. The tune is not a tune. You are qualified to play the piano? Come on! Drag him down and cut off his hands." Princess Ninglan ordered loudly. Her tone was as calm as if she was saying to take someone down to eat. Hearing this, everyone held their breath and tensed their nerves. But their expressions did not show any surprise, and there was only fear in their eyes. Obviously, they knew Princess Ninglan's character and were used to such scenes. But Su Maoyang was shocked, and his calm face could not help but change color slightly. This man in white was not only outstanding in temperament, appearance and piano skills, but even Su Maoyang thought he was very good. But he did not expect that he would end up with his hands cut off. A person who plays the piano with both hands cut off, wouldn't that make him a cripple? However, before Su Maoyang could come to his senses, he saw the guards waiting on both sides of the hall, who quickly stepped forward, grabbed the man in white, and dragged him off the stage without saying a word. The man in white looked even paler than the clothes he was wearing. His eyes were filled with fear. He struggled in the guard's hands while begging for mercy from Princess Ninglan. "Princess, spare me. Princess, spare me. I have elderly parents at home who have no money to see a doctor. If I die like this, who will take care of them? I promise that I will practice the piano diligently in the future and never let you down. Please spare me, Princess." Unfortunately, the heart-wrenching plea for mercy did not move the cold-blooded Princess Ninglan. At this time, she did not even raise her head, but just waved her hand lightly. Her attitude was very resolute, and there was no room for negotiation. Seeing this, the guards looked fierce and dragged the man in white away forcibly. Seeing this scene, everyone present was silent, and they dared not breathe, for fear of ending up like the man in white. Seeing this, Xinduo gritted her teeth in anger. Mu Qingqing really hadn't changed at all. He was still as callous, cruel and ruthless as before. However, just when everyone was shocked, Princess Ninglan spoke again as if nothing had happened, and called out softly, "Next." Chapter 1624 Cruel Princess. Hearing Princess Ninglan's words, the old procuress standing at the lower right of the stage suddenly woke up and immediately urged the young man who was about to go on stage. "Are you stupid? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Do you want to upset the princess before you even start performing?" The young procuress, who was waiting to go on stage, was frightened by the white-clothed man's hand-cutting. He suddenly came to his senses after hearing the old procuress's roar. He walked onto the stage quickly with a pale face. However, he kept his head down the whole time and did not dare to meet Princess Ninglan's gaze at all, fearing that a wrong look would bring him death. Standing in the center of the stage, he leaned forward slightly and respectfully saluted. "I will perform a sword dance for the princess." After that, he immediately drew a long sword from his waist. The sword tip was shining with silver light, and he stabbed it into the air with full force. The silver sword light instantly drew an arc in the air, which made everyone's heart tremble. At this time, the music sounded, and he was seen holding the hilt of the sword and dancing quickly with the rhythm. The sword body turned faster and faster. After a while, the silver light flashed, like countless lightnings breaking through the air, forming a dazzling arc in the air. He seemed to be integrated with the sword light in his blue clothes, and his whole body exuded a sword-like sharp sword energy. The rapid pipes and strings, the drums, the blue-clothed man was agile, soaring up, and quickly flipped to the left side of the stage. The silver sword in his hand bloomed countless sword lights in the air, with the arc of his body soaring. His heart moved with the music. His sword swung with his heart. His body danced with the sword. His shadow floated with his body. And soon the sword energy filled the air, instantly enveloping him. It really fulfilled the saying that he was as swift as he shooting down the 9 suns, and as agile as the emperors riding dragons. Su Maoyang had seen women's sword dances before, but rarely men's sword dances. The sword dance of this man in blue was different from the softness of women. It was obviously more masculine and powerful, but it had a unique flavor and could be regarded as a very outstanding talent show. But just when Su Maoyang nodded slightly in appreciation, Princess Ninglan on the couch yelled angrily, "What kind of broken sword dance is this? It makes my eyes dizzy." Hearing Princess Ninglan's anger, the man in blue immediately stopped his movements and stood there at a loss, his head almost falling to the ground, showing how afraid he was of the princess in front of him. Princess Ninglan was quite dissatisfied with his performance, and her cold tone was mixed with anger. "Raise your head." Hearing the order, the man in blue raised his head tremblingly, but he did not dare to meet Princess Ninglan's gaze. He kept staring at the ground, hiding his panic in his heart. Princess Ninglan frowned slightly when she saw this. Her eyes narrowed into a line, and a fierce light leaked out from inside. "Why don't you look at me? Do you hate my appearance so much?" The man in blue was so frightened when he heard this that he immediately knelt down. "Princess, you misunderstood. I just don't dare to blaspheme your beauty. Not that I hate you. Humph! Blaspheme? Then why are you trembling? I see that you are obviously afraid of me. Since you don't dare to look, then don't look at it forever. Come here. Dig out his eyeballs for me. After a cold snort, Princess Ninglan shouted again, and the words she spit out were as cruel and cold as ever. Hearing that he was going to dig out his eyes, the man in blue was even more frightened and trembled, and cowed out in fear and begged for mercy. Princess, please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again, and I will never be afraid again. Please forgive me. Princess. The man in blue said he was no longer afraid, but his body was honest, shaking like a sieve, which made Princess Ninglan disgusted and shouted impatiently, "Hurry up and do it!" The guards waiting on both sides were frightened by her arrogance and hurried forward to capture the man in blue. One of the guards ignored the man's struggle and begging for mercy, and directly stretched out 2 fingers and pressed them into his eyes. Everyone saw 2 bloody eyeballs rolling to the ground, and they all gasped in fear. Then a scream rose to the sky and echoed in the whole hall. Everyone was heartbroken when they heard it, and they avoided their sight, and couldn't bear to see the miserable state of the man in blue. Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat when she saw the scene, and she couldn't help but open her eyes wide. In her opinion, the dance of the man in blue just now was really good, but she didn't expect that he would end up with the same fate as the man in white before. I really don't know what kind of male favorite, and what kind of talent show can catch the eye of Princess Ninglan. Just when Su Maoyang was shocked, a righteous man in the hall, dissatisfied with Princess Ninglan's cruelty, stood up and loudly accused. Princess Ninglan, you are really too much. These are the people of Fengqi Empire. As a princess, you treat human lives as worthless. Are you still worthy of being a princess? No one expected that someone would be so bold and dare to openly accuse Princess Ninglan in front of her. This person is really tired of living. Hearing these shocking words, everyone was scared and cast horrified eyes at the person who spoke. The man who accused the princess was a young man, about 30 years old, with strong features and a stern expression. He was an upright man. He couldn't stand Princess Ninglan's oppression of the people, so he couldn't help but stand up to fight for justice. But who is Princess Ninglan? She is ignorant, and has a bad character. If she had a little bit of cultivation and conscience, she would not do such a thing. So the young man's accusation could not shake her nature at all. After all, she has long been notorious. So why would she care about this stigma? Sure enough, the next second, Princess Ninglan turned her head leisurely and looked at the young man. At this time, Su Maoyang, who was at the back, saw Princess Ninglan's stunning face clearly. She has a delicate and exquisite oval face, goose-feather eyebrows, a straight nose, rose-petal-like fresh and bright red lips, jade-like skin, as delicate as a freshly peeled egg, a pair of amber-like beautiful eyes, very similar to Mu Qingwan, and black hair scattered on a pair of slender shoulders, which makes her charming and indescribably charming. Although Mu Qingqing is very similar to Mu Qingwan, she is different from Mu Qingwan in beauty. Mu Qingwan is stunningly beautiful and dignified, while this Mu Qingqing is simply an evil goblin. At this time, she only saw her red lips move slightly, and snorted coldly. When did this princess treat human life as worthless? I just cut off their hands and dug out their eyes, and I haven't killed them yet. How can you treat human life as worthless? You framed this princess and insulted this princess in public. According to the laws of Fengqi Empire, it is a capital crime punishable by death. Chapter 1625, I'll take their place on the stage. She emphasized the word death penalty a little too much, and when everyone heard it, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. The young man didn't expect her to be so unreasonable, and then he wanted to quibble, but who knew that the guards around Princess Ninglan had already rushed over, ready to capture him and kill him on the spot. This young man seemed to have some kung fu skills. Seeing that he was captured, he immediately burst out with spiritual power to resist. Fortunately, he was quite powerful, and was an early post-heavenly monarch spiritual master. Facing the attack of a group of guards, he was no problem, so he fought back a wave in a few seconds. With such fighting power, no wonder he had the confidence to accuse Princess Ninglan. But Princess Ninglan was not a pushover. Although she was a straw bag and had poor strength, her personal guard was a master. At this time, seeing that the young man dared to attack her guards, Princess Ninglan narrowed her eyes in anger and called out to an old man in a black robe next to her. Ghost Leopard, kill him! After giving the order, the old man in black flashed out like a rainbow of light, and a black shadow flashed across the sky in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the old man was already in front of the young man, and suddenly raised his hand full of spiritual power, pinched his neck fiercely, and then twisted the man's head with force. Seeing the head rolling out, the people around were all scattered in fear. Each of them was trembling with fear, and their expressions were very ugly. Although Princess Ninglan was also very cruel in the past, these performances were barely acceptable to her. Now seeing this style, you know that her vision is getting higher and higher, more and more demanding, and more picky. The old man in black who broke the woman's neck took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and walked back to Princess Ninglan's side, as if nothing had happened. He had no expression from beginning to end, and was as cold as an ice sculpture. I didn't expect that Princess Ninglan actually had a master of the late Xiantian Junling Shi by her side. Su Maoyang saw it clearly just now. The spiritual power fluctuating on the old man in black belonged to the level of the late Xiantian Junling Shi. His strength was quite good. No wonder Princess Ninglan was so arrogant. It turned out that there was such a powerful guard to escort her. Yes, I know this guard. His name is Ghost Leopard. He is very powerful. He has been with Princess Ninglan for a long time. He is loyal, and has done a lot of unscrupulous things for her. Shi Nua heard the words, nodded solemnly, and introduced in a low voice. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding, then glanced at Ghost Leopard, and had an idea in his mind. However, just as Su Maoyang was thinking, Princess Ninglan called out again. Next one. The madam standing on the right side of the stage had already been frightened and at a loss. Now she was even more frightened when she heard her call out again. She kept wiping the cold sweat from her forehead and waved to the young male who was about to go on stage. Why are you still cold? Hurry up and go on stage. The remaining young males didn't dare to stand up and die. They all stepped back in fear, and some directly fled to the backstage. The madam saw that no one dared to perform, and her face flushed with anxiety. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing? Do you want me to use force? Xionyang, you'd better kill me with a knife. Even if I die, I don't want to go up and suffer such torture." One of the young males was trembling with fear and begged bitterly. Yes, you should kill us. The princess's blow is too painful. It's better to kill us with one blow. The other young men begged for mercy miserably. They were desperate to enter the Golden Phoenix Tower. They wanted to make a living. But now they have to suffer such a crime. It's better to die. The madam stamped her feet in anxiety when she saw that everyone would rather die than go on stage, thinking that the princess would blame her. She also trembled. You bastards. We usually provide you with good food and wine. It's time for you to perform. None of you can be used. What's the point of raising you? At this time, Su Maoyang saw that no one had come on stage for a long time, and couldn't help looking to the right side of the stage. She saw that several young men were reluctant to retreat. Although she was a little far away from the stage, and couldn't hear clearly, she could conclude that the group of young men were scared by the princess's cruelty, and dared not go on stage. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with a dark and obscure look. Then she straightened her clothes, stood up, and walked towards the stage. Seeing this, Jun Haocang quickly grabbed her and said, "Where are you going?" Su Maoyang smiled back at him and said calmly, "Of course, I'm going to perform on stage." Shi Nua, who was sitting next to him, was so scared that he stood up directly and whispered in shock, "Master, you are crazy. Mu Qingqing is cruel. Aren't you courting death by performing on stage?" Su Maoyang didn't care, with a faint smile on his face. "That's not necessarily true. Master, you have to think clearly. Those two talents were so outstanding just now, but they were made useless by her words. If you go, won't you still be a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth?" Su Maoyang smiled, raised his eyebrows and glanced at Princess Ninglan lying on the couch, with a light in his eyes. "Didn't you say she was a fool? If she was a fool, she would not appreciate these elegant talents. Besides, she has collected so many male favorites, and she must have been tired of these ordinary talents. So she is so disdainful. But if she is given a unique talent, will she feel refreshed?" Shi Nua widened her eyes in shock. Unique talent? Even if the master has a different talent, there is no need to risk his life to save those young men. Shi Nua didn't understand, and really couldn't figure out Su Maoyang's thoughts. Su Maoyang smiled and asked, "Who said I was helping those young men?" "I'm just helping ourselves." Help ourselves? Shi Nuo was even more confused when he heard this. But Su Maoyang didn't plan to explain too much. She just patted Jun Haotsong's hand and comforted him. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to me. Besides, aren't you here? Why are you afraid of Princess Ninglan? Jun Haotsong gradually loosened his hand after hearing this and said, Be careful. Su Maoyang nodded slightly and turned to the right side of the stage. At this time, the madam was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Since she couldn't find anyone to perform on the stage, she had to prepare to report to the princess and accept the punishment. Who knew that at this moment? A crisp voice suddenly came from behind. I will go on stage for them. The madam heard the words. As if she had heard a great happy event. She immediately turned her head in surprise, and saw that the person who spoke was a handsome young man. In terms of figure, he was not as tall as the two young men who had just performed on the stage. In terms of appearance, he was not as beautiful as the other young men. The young man in front of me can be described as handsome at best, and his body is thin and small, like a child who has not grown up. Can such a person please Princess Ninglan? Chapter 1626 Make the princess happy. Worried that he would anger the princess again, the madam frowned and asked uncertainly, Young master, performing for the princess is no joke. If you are not careful, you will lose your head. Can you do this? As she spoke, the madam pointed at Su Maoyang's body with a look of disdain, obviously not optimistic about her. In this situation, do you have any other choice? I believe you are not stupid enough to tell the princess that the young men are afraid of the princess and refuse to perform on stage. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, almost sure that the madam would agree. Hearing this, the young man standing next to him turned pale with fear and immediately persuaded. Xionyang, just let him go. If we don't let him go, the princess will use us as a scapegoat. The old woman called Xionyang seemed to have no other choice but to bite the bullet and nodded. Okay. You go. Be smart and don't make any mistakes. Su Maoyang saw that she agreed, and her expression eased a little, compared with the anxiety of the old procuress. She said lightly, In order to avoid mistakes, I need to prepare. I can only trouble Xionyang to ask Princess Ninglan to wait for me. What? You asked the princess to wait for you. Do you know what you are saying? Xionyang couldn't believe that he would say such a thing, and was shocked on the spot. If you can't do it, don't get involved. Xionyang just thought he was whimsical and angrily scolded. Of course I know what I'm saying. But if you want to satisfy the princess and stop killing people, you'd better do as I say. Otherwise, you and your group of young prostitutes will not escape death, Su Maoyang said in a firm tone. Seeing her serious look, Xionyang was slightly shocked and looked at her half-believingly. At this time, Princess Ninglan had already roared impatiently. Why don't you go on stage? Are they all dead? Xionyang saw Princess Ninglan getting angry, and knew that this was a matter of urgency. Finally, she made up her mind and stepped forward, nervously reporting, Princess, calm down. The young man who will go on stage next said that he needs to prepare. So he wants the princess to wait. What? This princess time is so precious. He dared to let this princess wait for him. He is so brave. Princess Ninglan heard the words. A look of surprise flashed across her eyes, and she raised her eyebrows in an instant, and scolded angrily. Xionyang was trembling with fear at the roar. Princess, calm down. It's really him who insisted. I have no choice. Who is so brave to let him come out to see this princess? Princess Ninglan snorted coldly and ordered loudly. Su Maoyang heard this, and without waiting for Xionyang to call her, she took the initiative to walk out, came to the center of the stage, and saluted to the princess. I pay my respects to the princess. Princess Ninglan saw her appear, raised her eyebrows slightly, looked up at Su Maoyang, and saw that he was a thin and small man, with a little more disgust and contempt in her eyes, and her tone was like ice chips. It's you who made me wait? Princess. It's me. Su Maoyang bowed his hands and admitted frankly. Now, face to face with Princess Ninglan, Su Maoyang was surprised to find that this woman was indeed a beauty. Although her facial features were not as delicate as Mu Qingwan, she was more coquettish and charming overall. If she was not a cruel person and a fool without any knowledge, she would probably attract many men. Unfortunately, the one in front of him is a monster who kills without blinking an eye. At this moment, when Su Maoyang said this, everyone present was stunned and worried for her. I really don't know where this thin and weak man got the courage to let the princess wait for him. Didn't he see the fate of the two young men just now? Of course, not only the people present were surprised, but even Princess Ninglan seemed a little surprised and sneered. You are straightforward. Aren't you afraid that this princess will kill you? Su Maoyong raised his eyes to meet Mu Qingqing's amber eyes, smiled, and calmly answered, I am afraid. Of course I am afraid. But to make the princess smile, even if I risk my life, I am willing to give it a try. Mu Qingqing raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this, but she was a little surprised by Su Maoyong's attitude. The man in front of her, although thin, dared to look directly into her eyes. Although he said he was afraid, there was no fear in his eyes. He spoke in an orderly and generous manner, which made Princess Ninglan a little interested. She sneered and said, Humph. This princess sees that you are not afraid at all. Then tell me, should those two people just now be punished? Give me a reasonable reason. If you can't, this princess will tear your mouth apart. As soon as Princess Ninglan finished speaking, the faces of the people in the audience changed immediately. Everyone had seen the performance of the two young men just now. Although it was not a stunning work, it was also very good. Princess Ninglan was obviously nitpicking and unreasonable. She ruined others based on her mood. Now she wanted this young man to give some reasons for her unreasonable and violent behavior. Isn't this asking too much? Thinking of this, everyone began to sympathize with Su Maoyong. After all, Princess Ninglan was a person who acted according to her temper. If she didn't do what she wanted, she would die. It would be harder than climbing to the sky to survive from her. Zino couldn't sit still when she saw this. She was originally a cold person, but she was scared by Su Maoyong, and her face turned pale. Jun Haotsong seemed calmer. In his opinion, if Su Maoyong admitted to being second in these things of talking, no one dared to admit that he was first. Sure enough, Su Maoyong, who was being made difficult, was particularly calm at this time. He kept a slight smile on his lips and answered calmly, Punishment. Of course, he should be punished. As the saying goes, anger hurts the body. They made the princess angry, which hurt the princess's body. If the princess is angry, what is the difference between them and murdering the princess? So, in this way, they are clearly guilty of capital crimes. But the princess only punished them, not taking their lives. It's already considered letting them go. Princess Ninglan didn't expect Su Maoyong to say this. A gleam flashed in her amber eyes. Her expression froze for a few seconds. Then she looked up and laughed. Ha ha ha. You are quite good at talking. Since you know that if you don't perform well and make me angry, it's a capital crime, then aren't you afraid that I will punish you too? Ha ha. For me, as long as I can make the princess smile and make her happy, it's worth it even if I risk my life. Su Maoyong smiled lightly and clasped his hands. With some sincerity, Princess Ninglan was somewhat happy with his few words. Her expression was obviously much softer than before, and her eyes were filled with expectations that she didn't have before. Okay. I want to see how you can make me happy. Go down and get ready. Chapter 1627, Be Prepared. Su Maoyong finally breathed a sigh of relief after getting her approval. After bowing respectfully, he walked off the stage and said to the stunned Shinua, Xiao Nua, come and help. Shinua had never expected that Princess Ninglan would actually agree. She was still surprised when Su Maoyong suddenly called her name. She didn't react for a while. She stood up immediately after a few seconds of shock. Come! Come! Jun Haotsong saw Shinua going, and he was unwilling to be left behind. He stood up and said, I'm going too. Su Maoyong saw Jun Haotsong walking towards her with a cold face. Suddenly, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really wouldn't let her out of his sight for a moment. Knowing what he was thinking, Su Maoyong didn't bother to argue with him. It was better for him to watch it with his own eyes, so that he wouldn't get jealous and get angry again. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong turned to look at the madam. Xiaonyang, please take me to the backstage. I need you to help me prepare some things. Xiaonyang had just seen Su Maoyong's skill in talking, and she had more expectations for her. After all, those who can remain calm in the face of Princess Ninglan's difficulties and escape from danger are better than ordinary people. Then, she put on a flattering smile, nodded and led the way. Okay. I'll take you there now. Just tell us what you want us to prepare, and what you want us to help with. As long as they can make Princess Ninglan happy, their lives will be saved, and everything else will be easy to say. Su Maoyang nodded. Took Xinu and Jun Haotsong to the backstage with Qianyang. Su Maoyang saw a lot of young men standing backstage. All of them were anxiously waiting for her instructions. Su Maoyang was not polite and spoke directly. Go find a lot of white paper now. The more the better. And then cut the white paper into thumb-sized heart shapes. Write the 3 words Mu Qingqing on them. And then dye the paper red. When Qianyang heard that she was so bold as to write the princess's name, she was shocked. Young master, this is not appropriate. How dare we write the princess's name? If the princess finds out, she will punish us for being disrespectful, and we will not be able to survive. Su Maoyang knew their concerns and nodded in understanding. If the princess really wants to blame me, I will say that I wrote all of this, and I will take the responsibility alone. This Qianyang was still not at ease, and her expression was a little embarrassed. Qianyang, you must know that wealth and honor are sought in danger. Not to mention that you are not seeking wealth now, but survival. Su Maoyang persuaded patiently. Qianyang was so shocked by her, and knew that they had no way out. She made up her mind and shouted loudly. Hurry up. Do what this young master said and find some white paper. Several young men heard this and nodded quickly, turning around to prepare. Young master, do you need anything else? Qianyang asked again. I also need a fan, a porcelain plate, flower balls, 2 cups of water, an egg, a stick of incense, and some candles. Oh, yes. I also need saltpeter, sulfuric acid, charcoal powder, and sulfur. Su Maoyang counted them one by one, and soon he reported a series of names. Everyone was confused and bewildered. Qianyang frowned and asked stutteringly. You said that saltpeter? And what acid thing? What is it? Su Maoyang knew that the ancient people naturally did not understand these chemical raw materials, so he had to explain it in another way. You just need to go to the kitchen, find some soil, put it in a big pot, keep adding water and boil it, and a layer of white particles will appear on the edge of the pot. That is the saltpeter I need. Then break those white particles, grind them into fine powder, pack them, and give them to me. As for sulfuric acid, Xinu, you should go to the pharmacy right now and buy 2 medicinal materials. One is green vitriol and the other is sulfur. Understand? There is no ready-made sulfuric acid here, so she can only make simple sulfuric acid by herself. The oldest and simplest way to make sulfuric acid is to use green vitriol. Green vitriol is a traditional Chinese medicine, which has the effects of nourishing blood and eliminating accumulation, detoxifying and healing sores, and drying dampness and killing insects. So pharmacies generally have this medicinal material. Sure enough, Xinu nodded in understanding after hearing green vitriol and sulfur. She did not dare to delay at all. She clasped her fists and left the backstage quickly. As for other things, Su Maoyang knew that everyone could not remember them for a while, so she had to ask. Bring paper and pen. I will write down everything I need, and you can prepare it accordingly. I hope everyone can move faster, and don't keep the princess waiting for a long time. Hearing this, Qianyang nodded like pounding garlic. Quick! Quick! Get the pen and ink ready. After a while, Su Maoyang wrote down the things he needed and handed them to Qianyang. Although Qianyang and the young men didn't understand why Su Maoyang had to prepare so many things, all of which were strange and bizarre. Time was running out, and they couldn't ask more questions. They had to start busying themselves according to what was written on the paper. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. After a while, everyone gathered together what Su Maoyang needed. Fortunately, what she needed were some worthless things that could be found everywhere in life, so it was not too difficult to prepare. Seeing that everything was ready, Su Maoyang began to do the final finishing work, burning green alum with water at high temperature, filtering out the liquid, and then stacking all the cut red hearts together and tying them up with paper strips. After completing a series of preparations, an hour had passed unknowingly, and Princess Ninglan in the hall had already become impatient. When Qianyang heard the news from the hall, her heart was in turmoil and almost jumped out of her throat. My little ancestor, how long do you have? Princess Ninglan has been waiting for you until now. You are the first person in history. Su Maoyang smiled and straightened his clothes after hearing this, and ordered, Okay, I'll go on stage first, and then you have someone bring me the things I prepared in order and put them on the table. Okay. hearing that she was finally going to go on stage. Qiu Nyang was undoubtedly relieved. Seeing that Qiu Nyang understood, Su Maoyang walked out quickly and came to the stage. Princess Ninglan thought she was scared when she saw her delay. Now she saw her and shouted coldly, "You are really brave. You dare to make me wait for you for so long. Come on! Drag me out and behead me." Everyone gasped in fear when they heard this. But Su Maoyang was calm and discussed. "Princess, since you have waited for so long, why don't you watch my performance? If you kill me like this, wouldn't it be a waste of time? If you insist on killing me, it's not too late to kill me after watching the performance." Chapter 1628 Fried Eggs with Water. Su Maoyang guessed that the reason why she got so angry before was that she hadn't seen a satisfactory performance for a long time, and hadn't met a male favorite who interested her for a long time. So, even if she was irritable, she was willing to wait for a performance that would make her happy. Giving her this opportunity meant that Princess Ninglan still had some expectations and curiosity in her heart. Now, seeing that she was a little shaken by what he said, Su Maoyang added fuel to the fire again and explained, "The reason why I prepared for so long is that I want to give the princess a unique performance. And I don't want to be perfunctory and fool the princess." "Unique? Do you mean that you want to perform a talent that this princess and everyone else have never seen before?" Mu Qingqing narrowed her eyes and snorted coldly. Su Maoyang clasped her fists and answered, "Yes, because the princess is unique in the world. And only this unique performance is worthy of the princess's status." "Humph. Stop talking to me. I have seen countless people. And I know countless talent performances. There is no talent that I don't know yet. So, I have to say this in advance. If I have seen your talent, I will cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Princess Ninglan's eyes were fierce, and she roared angrily, which immediately frightened the people around her. Su Maoyang's words seemed to be trying to please the princess, but there was a provocative meaning in them. Because everyone knows that Princess Ninglan has always liked to collect male favorites, and often lingers in the red light district. As she is in a high position, she has naturally seen all kinds of talents. Moreover, the male favorites tried their best to please her in order to survive. But Su Maoyang said that her performance was unique, and even Princess Ninglan had never seen it. This undoubtedly meant that Princess Ninglan was ignorant and shallow. So the proud Princess Ninglan was unwilling to accept this, and had to see with her own eyes what kind of talent she was performing. Su Maoyang's move clearly grasped Princess Ninglan's proud nature, and deliberately provoked her. As expected, this trick worked very well. Su Maoyang followed suit and said, "If the princess has never seen it, and can't name this talent, can you let me go?" Princess Ninglan was very confident in herself and agreed without thinking. "Okay. If even this princess can't name the talent you perform, then I'll let you go." When everyone heard this, they all shook their heads and sighed, feeling that this young man was still inexperienced and too arrogant. If he could perform a talent that Princess Ninglan had never seen, there wouldn't be so many young men dying in the Golden Phoenix Tower. This shows how difficult it is. Su Maoyang reached an agreement with Princess Ninglan, and then waved to the right side of the stage. "Bring the things up." After saying that, Shi Nual brought the first thing he had prepared to the table on the stage. Then, Su Maoyang pointed at the things on the table and introduced them one by one. "Princess, as you can see, there is a raw egg, a porcelain plate, a cup of water, and a pile of dough." Princess Ninglan glanced at the things on the table. Her face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out. "You just show me these broken things?" "Princess, please be patient. I will not only show you these, but I will also use these to fry a poached egg for you," Su Maoyang explained with a smile. It would have been fine if she hadn't said it. Once she said this, Mu Qingqing was even more furious. "What? You want to perform frying eggs for me? Are you looking for death?" Everyone laughed even more. They had never seen anyone perform cooking as a talent. So this is what she called unique. But it was too unique. Facing Princess Ninglan's anger, Su Maoyang remained calm and replied calmly, "Yes, I am going to perform frying eggs, but they are not ordinary eggs. Everyone knows that frying eggs requires fire. But I only use this cup of water." Everyone present was laughing at Su Maoyang for performing such a low-profile thing as a talent. Who knew that they would suddenly hear such incredible words? The smiles on everyone's faces froze, and their pupils gradually showed surprise. After a few seconds of silence, they began to make noise. "Did I hear wrongly?" He just said that he only needed a cup of water to fry eggs? I just heard it too. Is she crazy? How can a cup of water fry eggs? Although there were many rich boys and daughters present, they knew that frying eggs required fire. No matter what. This was a matter of common sense. Although they were pampered, they at least had some brains, and were not so stupid as to not even know this. Therefore, for Su Maoyang's proposal, which was against common sense, everyone naturally refused to believe it. Of course, Princess Ninglan was not so easy to fool. After hearing Su Maoyang's nonsense, her anger rose even more. She shouted angrily, "How dare you tease me in public? Princess, I want to live a few more years, so I won't joke with my life. If you don't believe me, I can show you how to fry a poached egg with a cup of water." Su Maoyang picked up the raw egg and the cup, handed them to Xinhua, and ordered, "Let the princess check it herself." Hearing this, Xinhua took the cup and the egg, endured the hatred in his heart, stepped forward quickly, and presented them with both hands. "Princess, please take a look." Seeing this, Princess Ninglan glanced at the personal maid next to her. The maid nodded in understanding, and immediately took the egg and the cup. After checking them carefully, she replied to Mu Qingqing, "Princess, it is indeed raw eggs and drinking water." Princess Ninglan frowned slightly when she heard this, and her doubts in her heart became even worse. She looked at Su Maoyang deeply, and then she said, "Give it to her." The maid received the order and handed the egg and cup back to Xinhua. Xinhua returned to the original way and put the things back in front of Su Maoyang again. Seeing this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly, picked up a dough, took a small part, kneaded it into 2 thick and long noodles, and arranged it into a heart-shaped pattern on the porcelain plate, dipped the tails in water, and stuck them together tightly. Just when everyone was looking at it inexplicably, Su Maoyang had already picked up the raw egg, showed it in front of everyone, and then knocked it hard on the table, breaking the eggshell immediately. Then everyone saw that the egg yolk and egg white inside were poured into the porcelain plate by her. Seeing this scene, everyone was basically certain that what Su Maoyang was holding was indeed a raw egg. However, they couldn't figure out how she could fry it into a cooked egg with a cup of water. Chapter 1629, Lighting Candles with Fingers. Thinking of this, everyone held their breath and stared at the eggs in the porcelain plate, not even daring to blink. At this time, Su Maoyang picked up the water cup beside him and poured it into the porcelain plate under everyone's curious eyes. At this time, before everyone could react, they heard a crackling sound coming from the plate. They only saw the eggs in the plate gradually expand, and countless small bubbles instantly boiled around them. The effect was clearly no different from frying eggs on the fire. Just like that, before everyone was shocked and had no time to think about how Su Maoyang did it, the eggs in the porcelain plate had been fried golden yellow and exuded a strong egg fragrance. Cooked. Really cooked. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked and stood still. This was definitely the first time they had seen someone fry an egg with a cup of water. This was too amazing. Not only the audience present, but even Princess Ninglan, who had seen many talents, was shocked by this scene and frowned, with surprise and confusion in her pupils. At this time, Su Maoyang ignored the exclamations around him, picked up the heart-shaped noodles, put them aside, and handed the porcelain plate directly to Xinhua, explaining to Princess Ninglan, "This is my sincere heart for the princess. I hope the princess likes it." Princess Ninglan took a deep look at the porcelain plate that Xinhua placed on her table, and found that there was actually a heart-shaped egg inside, with hot smoke coming out of it, and it was just out of the pot. Seeing this, Princess Ninglan seemed to be deeply touched. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she was silent for a long time before she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "How did you do it?" Su Maoyang smiled. "I said this is my sincere love for the princess. Of course I did it with my heart. Stop talking nonsense to this princess." Mu Qingqing cursed angrily. Although she cursed, she was very happy with such sweet words in her heart, because most of her male favorites were afraid of her, and few of them could say a few sweet words. Even if they did, they were some clumsy love words, and she was tired of hearing them. And the man in front of her fried an egg that looked like a heart for her with almost magical means, and he kept saying that this was done with his heart. No matter how cruel Mu Qingqing was, she was still a woman. How could she withstand such a confession that she had never experienced before? However, she didn't know that this was actually just a chemical reaction. Su Maoyong had smeared sulfuric acid extracted from green alum on the porcelain plate in advance, and then fixed the flour strips into a heart shape, and then poured the egg into it. At this time, all he needed to do was add water, because when water and sulfuric acid meet, a lot of heat will be released, which will directly turn raw eggs into cooked eggs. However, Mu Qingqing didn't know these principles. She just felt incredible, and became very interested in Su Maoyong. While Su Maoyong was still not recovered from the magic just now, he waved his hand and asked someone to bring the second prop. Princess, I not only have a heart made of fried eggs, but also a heart made of candles lit by hands. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and suddenly frowned, asking in confusion, light the candle with your fingers? Yes. I don't need any fire starters. I can light this heart for the princess with my hands. Su Maoyong waved at Shinua. Shinua nodded in understanding, and quickly brought the plate in her hand over and placed it in front of Mu Qingqing's table. Mu Qingqing saw a heart made of several candles on the plate, with the candlelight flickering and shining, making her beautiful face rosy, which was very beautiful. Then, she raised her head and asked in confusion, these candles have been lit. How do you light them with your fingers? Ordinary candles cannot be lit with fingers. Only candles blown by the princess can be used. So, these candles need to be blown out by the princess. Su Maoyong explained with a smile. Mu Qingqing looked even more puzzled. It can only be blown out by this princess. Why? Because the princess blows out the fairy air, Su Maoyong said seriously. Mu Qingqing had never expected such an answer. Her expression froze, and then she raised her head and laughed. Ha ha! Fairy spirit? Ha ha ha! Your little mouth is quite good at talking. This princess has never seen anyone as eloquent as you. Princess, you look like a fairy. And in my mind, there is no difference between you and a fairy. So, for me, the breath you exhale is naturally fairy spirit. I am just saying what I think in my heart. Su Maoyong had a faint smile on his lips, staring at Mu Qingqing with burning eyes, and there seemed to be true feelings in his eyes. Hearing these touching love words, Mu Qingqing felt like honey in her heart, and even her face was faintly flushed. At this moment, she laughed even more happily. Ha ha ha! This princess can't argue with your mouth. Since you want my fairy spirit, then this princess will fulfill your wish. As she said, Mu Qingqing leaned over slightly and blew out all the candles. At this time, Su Maoyong had already walked up quickly, and in front of Mu Qingqing, he spread out the candles to show everyone, without holding anything in his hand. And then he personally placed his fingers on the extinguished candles one by one. Everyone only saw that Su Maoyong's fingers just lightly touched, without any use, and without any signs. The candles that had just been blown out actually rekindled one by one. Seeing this scene, everyone present was frightened and gasped, and their minds went blank with a bang. At this moment, the whole audience was silent, and their eyes were bulging and staring at the rekindled candles, and they couldn't recover for a long time. After a long silence, the people on the scene looked at each other in surprise and exclaimed in disbelief. Did I see it right? He lit the candle with his fingers? This is too magical. How did he do it? Yes, not only can he fry eggs with water, but he can also light candles with his fingers. This is probably a witchcraft. Mu Qingqing heard everyone's whispers and had many doubts. But these candles were right in front of her. She saw Su Maoyong light the candles with his fingers in front of her out of thin air. Could this be fake? However, Mu Qingqing had the same question as everyone else. How did he do it? I don't believe it. Do it again. Mu Qingqing was scared and blew out all the candles in front of her, asking Su Maoyong to perform again. Su Maoyong knew that she was shocked, and as she wished, he used his fingers to light the candles again. At this time, the candles that were already smoking actually lit up again. Seeing this scene, Mu Qingqing was frightened again, and her face changed drastically, looking at Su Maoyong in shock. Chapter 1630. Write the name of the beloved. Could this man in front of me be an alchemist? But thinking about it carefully, it's not quite right. Alchemists need to use mental power to light fires. When the mental power is brewing to a certain degree, flames will appear on the fingertips. But the man in front of me clearly did not use anything, and there was no flame on his fingertips. He could light the candle with just a finger. This doesn't seem like an alchemist. Although Mu Qingqing didn't know how this was done, she guessed one thing correctly, that Su Maoyong did not use mental power, because, with so many people present, There was no guarantee that there was an alchemist present, and she was not stupid enough to use mental power to light the candle. If she was discovered, she would be guilty of deceiving the princess and must not do such a risky thing. So, she asked people to prepare saltpeter and sulfur, grind them into powder, and apply them on her fingers, because after the candle is blown out, the wick still has heat. At this time, you only need to shake the wick with your fingers dipped in powder, and the saltpeter will release oxygen when heated. In addition, sulfur is flammable, and with the help of oxygen, it will soon burn, because the two powders are flammable and explosive. Su Maoyang didn't dare to touch too much, and only took a small part. In addition, these powders are very fine, and the color is not very obvious. The audience is a distance away from Su Maoyang, so they can't see clearly, and didn't find the mystery on Su Maoyang's fingers. Therefore, when they saw the scene in front of them, everyone felt incredible, and they were even more surprised by Su Maoyang. Of course, even if they saw the powder, they couldn't understand, let alone imagine that saltpeter and sulfur would burn when heated. After all, these are all chemical principles. How could they, a group of ancient people, know these? Mu Qingqing, who claims to have seen many talents, has never seen such a magical thing. At this time, she stared at Su Maoyang with sharp eyes, as if she wanted to see through her. What tricks are you playing? I said. This is my sincere heart for the princess. Su Maoyang kept a faint smile on her lips and answered calmly. Humph. Don't fool this princess. Although Mu Qingqing is a fool, she also knows that this person must have played some tricks that she doesn't know. Su Maoyang smiled and waved to the right side of the stage again. Since the princess doesn't believe in my sincerity, I can only use fire to prove myself. Hearing this, and seeing she knew I'll bring another plate of food, Mu Qingqing's pupils flashed a trace of doubt again, and Su Maoyang easily aroused her curiosity. What do you want to do now? Su Maoyang picked up the white paper on the plate, unfolded it, and explained to Mu Qingqing. I once heard a Taoist monk say that if you really like someone, you just need to silently say that person in your heart. Write the name of the person you love the most, and then light the white paper with incense. The flame will automatically write the name of the person you love the most on the white paper. However, the enlightened monk once told me that this is a Buddhist fate that only happens once in a person's life, and some people don't even have such a Buddhist fate. So after using it, you don't need to use it again. However, for Princess Ningguan, I am willing to dedicate this only Buddhist fate to the princess. Hearing such a strange and mysterious thing, everyone's expression froze, and they were stunned like half a wooden man. However, the hall soon began to make a commotion. Everyone looked at each other in shock, shaking their heads in disbelief. After all, it was too absurd to let the flame automatically write words on white paper. Mu Qingqing didn't quite believe it when she heard this, and looked at Su Maoyang with suspicion, and then ordered the maid next to her. Bring it here. This princess wants to take a look personally. The maid nodded slightly after receiving the order, walked quickly to the stage, and brought the paper and incense on the plate to Princess Ningguan. Mu Qingqing picked up the white paper and incense, checked them carefully, and didn't find any clues, so she returned them to the maid. Okay. This princess wants to see how you write with incense. When Su Maoyang saw the maid returning the white paper, he ordered Shinua to unfold the white paper and hold it in front of everyone. And then he lit a stick of incense, held it in his hand, closed his eyes devoutly, and began to silently recite the name of his beloved. When everyone saw this, they all widened their eyes unconsciously, their faces full of curiosity, because Su Maoyang succeeded the previous 2 times. This time, everyone was obviously more expectant. Of course, Mu Qingqing, as the person involved, was no exception. Her body leaned forward uncontrollably, her pupils opened wide, and began to flash with excitement that she herself did not even notice. At this time, Su Maoyang opened his eyes in the expectation of everyone, and then poked the incense with sparks on the white paper. At this time, everyone saw that the sparks instantly ignited the white paper, starting from the point where Su Maoyang poked, and spread out very regularly, just like someone holding a pen and writing on paper. And the sparks automatically outlined the strokes on the paper. The sparks burned all the way, and soon burned 3 hollow characters on the paper, Mu Qingqing. When everyone saw the scene, they were all so shocked that they were speechless, and their voices suddenly choked in their throats, unable to utter a word. Some still rubbed their eyes in disbelief. thinking that they were dazzled. But no matter how they couldn't believe it. How unwilling they were to accept it. The three characters of Mu Qingqing burned by incense were really in front of them. My God. Incense can really write by itself. It's incredible. This is the first time I've seen incense write. It's really a great monk. Yes. It seems that this young man is really infatuated with Princess Ninglan. That's right. Knowing that his life is in danger, he still stands up to make the princess happy, with his courage to put life and death aside. No one can compare. Seeing this scene, everyone seemed to have believed in Su Maoyang's sincerity and sighed. When the others heard this, they thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. Yes, risking his life just to win the princess's smile. Such an infatuated person is really rare. At this time, Mu Qingqing was also stunned by the name on the white paper. She stared at the three hollowed-out characters with sparks in disbelief, and was shocked. Although she had been mentally prepared before, she couldn't control her excitement when she saw the flames automatically write her name on the paper. It was all too real. So real that she couldn't help but want to believe it. Su Maoyang saw that Mu Qingqing was stunned. She thought that she was a little confused by the scene in front of her, and couldn't tell the truth from the false. In this way, she had already succeeded for more than half. Chapter 1631. My name is Peng Yuyin. Su Maoyang saw that she had not recovered yet, and knew that now was a good time to strike while the iron was hot, and immediately ordered to Shinua, bring up the last prop. Shinua nodded and walked down quickly. At this time, Su Maoyang looked at Mu Qingqing, who was still a little stunned, and said, I just gave the princess 2 hearts, but my love for the princess is far from being expressed by 2 hearts. So, I want to give the princess a gift. I hope the princess likes it. After saying that, Shinua came up with a plate, and put it in front of Su Maoyang's table again. There were 3 things on it. A red fan, a glass of water, and a piece of paper. Just when Mu Qingqing came back to her senses and began to look at the 3 things, Su Maoyang began to introduce. Princess, the next gift requires you to blow a breath of fairy air, so that I can make it. As she said, Su Maoyang put the white paper next to her into the water cup and soaked it in water. Then, she handed the water cup to Shinua, who took the water cup and walked quickly towards Princess Ninglan. Princess Ninglan was particularly curious about her gift, so she asked her to blow a breath of fairy air, without any hesitation, and blew a breath into the water cup decisively. Seeing that Mu Qingqing had basically believed Su Maoyang, Shinua felt amused and took back the water cup and handed it to Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang took the water cup, fished out the wet white paper, and showed it to everyone. This is a piece of paper that Princess Lan has blown into a fairy spirit. Next, I will turn this piece of paper into my heart. After that, Su Maoyang put the white paper in his left hand, picked up the red folding fan with his right hand, and opened it with a strong swing. At this time, she raised her left hand holding the white paper and rubbed it vigorously for a few times. Then picked up the folding fan and fanned her left hand vigorously. The next second, everyone saw countless red paper scraps floating out of Su Maoyang's left hand, falling down like petals, covering the people in front of the hall. Everyone felt as if they were caught in a romantic rain of petals. Only after a careful inspection, everyone found that it was not petals that were falling, but countless small red hearts. The maid standing next to Mu Qingqing was surprised to reach out and hold a bunch of small red hearts. Seeing the words written on them, she shouted in surprise, Princess, look! Look! There is your name in these red hearts. Mu Qingqing was still immersed in the romance of this red heart rain, and before she came back to her senses, she heard the maid scream, and then quickly reached out to catch the falling red hearts. After a closer look, it was indeed. My name is written in every heart. Mu Qingqing has lived for more than 20 years. This is the first time she has seen such a magical talent show. The first time she has encountered such an ingenious confession. The first time she has felt such touching love. And the first time she has met such a unique person. Thinking of this, Mu Qingqing suddenly raised her head and asked, Why haven't I seen you before? Are you new here? Su Maoyang smiled and explained, replying to the princess, I am not a young man in the Golden Phoenix Tower. I just heard that the princess was here, so I couldn't help but come in. Seeing that the princess was angry, I thought about doing my part for the princess and hoped that the princess would be happy. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing's face suddenly showed surprise. She really didn't expect that this person was not from the Golden Phoenix Tower. Now, in connection with everyone's discussion. Mu Qingqing was even more moved. He was not from the Golden Phoenix Tower, and had no obligation to perform for her. But he risked his life to make her smile. This sincerity and courage are indeed precious. Although Mu Qingqing likes to collect male favorites, she rarely feels true love from them. So everything in front of her is particularly precious to her. Now facing such a surprise, even if Mu Qingqing is a heart of stone, she can't help but be overjoyed. Because it's not easy not to be moved by the red hearts flying all over the sky. Thinking of this, Mu Qingqing has made a decision in her heart and asked again, "What's your name and where do you live?" Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment when she suddenly asked his name. And then he suddenly had an idea and reported a name randomly. "My name is Peng Yuyin." Because tonight's event was too sudden, Su Maoyang came to join in the fun without any preparation. So he hadn't discussed with Jun Haocong and others what name to call. Now that he was asked, he had to blurt out the name that came up subconsciously. Eddie Peng? Well, what a good name. Mu Qingqing nodded in appreciation when she heard it, and looked at Su Maoyang with a very satisfied look, and then continued, "This princess has taken a fancy to you, and you will be this princess's male favorite in the future. As long as you serve this princess well, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future." Hearing her praise of this name, Su Maoyang felt funny in his heart, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. How could it not be a good name? I wonder how many people think of this male god. But seeing that she finally gave in, Su Maoyang was still relieved in his heart, and saluted with gratitude. "Thank you, princess, for your appreciation. Okay, it's getting late. Hurry up and serve this princess back to the mansion." As she said that, Mu Qingqing propped herself up and planned to go back home. Seeing that she was going to take her back tonight, Su Maoyang hurriedly discussed, "Princess, I have a brother at home. Can I say goodbye to my brother for one night, and then go to the princess's mansion to serve the princess tomorrow?" Mu Qingqing was in a good mood today, and agreed without thinking. "Okay, the princess will send someone to pick you up tomorrow." After saying that, Mu Qingqing left the Golden Phoenix Tower in a grand manner, under the service of everyone. Seeing Princess Ninglan leave, the madam and a group of young men immediately swarmed onto the stage and surrounded Su Maoyang. "Mr. Peng, you are really amazing. I am so short-sighted that I didn't realize that you are the noble of our Jifeng Tower. Yes, you are not only our noble, but also our lifesaver. It's all thanks to you that you coaxed the princess. Otherwise, we would not be able to escape death today." Su Maoyang waved his hand modestly. "I am just lucky. If I am unlucky, I will die." "Haha. Mr. Peng is too modest. A smart person like you will definitely be a big hit in front of the princess in the future. In the future, my Jifeng Tower will have to rely on you to say a few good words for me." Qiao Nyang has lived to this age, and is already a shrewd person. After seeing Su Maoyang's methods today, she knows that this person is not an ordinary person, and will definitely be very successful in the future. So, take advantage of now, and quickly build a relationship. Anyway, saying nice things will not lose a piece of meat. However, when Jun Haocong saw Su Maoyang surrounded by a group of men, and having the best of both worlds, he was furious. He walked over quickly, pushed aside Qiao Nyang and the young men, grabbed Su Maoyang's hand, and lifted her thin body onto his body. He suppressed his anger and snorted heavily. "I'll settle the score with you when I get back." Chapter 1632 Convincing the Jealous. Back at Feihong residence, Su Maoyang was thrown into the room by Jun Haocong. She knew that the two of them had something to say, so she waited at the door tactfully, not letting anyone disturb her. Jun Haocong was upset about Su Maoyang's presumptuous performance on stage, and he was holding his breath. Later, when he saw her show off her skills in front of everyone and was very popular, he felt even worse. So his tone was inevitably a little harsh. "You are getting bolder and bolder. You actually became the princess's male favorite without discussing it with me." He underestimated her. Not only did she have endless means, but her mouth was like honey, coaxing Princess Ninglan to be overjoyed. He had never seen those performances, and had never enjoyed such treatment. He didn't expect that Mu Qingqing would get ahead of him. Of course, in addition to this imbalance in his heart, Jun Haocong cared most about her entering the princess's mansion, but leaving him behind. Su Maoyang knew that he was very angry, and explained helplessly, "I didn't expect that we would catch up with the male favorite competition tonight. Since it happened suddenly, I thought the opportunity was rare. If I missed this time, I didn't know when I would be able to get close to the princess next time. So I took the initiative to perform on the stage. Humph. I think you had planned it long ago. You planned to leave me and live with that princess. However, the most unexpected thing is that you are so good at making people happy. Why didn't I see you make me happy before? Jun Haotsong glared at her angrily. His face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Every time he was with her, she not only didn't make herself happy, but also made herself angry. This difference in treatment is too big. Su Maoyang saw that he was jealous of the princess and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You know clearly that my performance and love words are fake and I deliberately deceived Mu Qingqing. But you still said such angry words. Do you like this kind of hypocrisy? Humph. I think it's true. Let Hu Miao write and spread red hearts. Not to mention Mu Qingqing. Even I almost believe it. Jun Haotsong snorted coldly, obviously not believing her words. Su Maoyang held her forehead and explained quickly. They are all fake. You saw it backstage just now. I used the solution filtered from the incense ash to write the words on the paper in advance. Because the place where the incense ash solution was written has a lower ignition point and is easy to burn. So Mu Qingqing's name was burned out. As for the little red hearts all over the sky, they were also prepared early and hidden in the folding fan. I just used a few fake moves to replace the soaked paper with the tied red hearts. These are all fake. How can you take them seriously? Although Jun Haotsong didn't understand what the ignition point was, he saw that she had prepared so much in the backstage. So he naturally knew that these hidden mysteries should not be taken seriously. But he was still very surprised to see her performance with his own eyes. And even a little jealous. In his eyes, Su Maoyang was too beautiful and too charming. He wanted to hide her and appreciate her slowly by himself. As a result, so many people saw her beauty, and he was naturally a little unhappy. Besides, he finally stayed with her, and was separated by the princess again. How could he bear it? Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong gritted his teeth in anger, but he couldn't do anything about her. He couldn't help but reach out and hold her in his arms, wishing he could rub her into his body, burying his head in her neck, and said sullenly, "You are mine. Me and me alone." Su Maoyang was amused by him and hugged him. Well, the whole Nine Nether Realm knows that I, Su Maoyang, belong to you, Jun Haotsong. No one can snatch me away. And no one dares to snatch me away. You can rest assured. However, now that I have the opportunity to enter the princess's mansion, I will not refuse Mu Qingqing and let the matter fall through. Besides, according to Mu Qingqing's personality, if I really refuse her, she will definitely not let me go. We have finally come to Fengqi Empire. If we don't accomplish anything and just run away, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Su Maoyang persuaded earnestly. Jun Haotsong was angry, but he knew what she was thinking and didn't want to embarrass her. I know. My master helped you time and again and saved your life. You remembered it in your heart. You can't just sit back and watch his wishes. As for Shinua, he has been with you these days and served you meticulously. I'm afraid he has developed some feelings for you, and he can't just sit back and watch. The death of the Blood Battle Group and the Golden Lion King dealt her a great blow, and the appearance of the Dongfang family, the Xiaohou brothers and sisters, and Shinua made her feel the warmth of the Blood Battle Group when they were alive. So she cherished them especially. However, she didn't know that when she felt sorry for others, he felt sorry for her. Because for Jun Haotsong, whether other people were alive or dead, demons or monsters, he didn't care. He only cared about Su Maoyang and hoped that she would be fine. However, he knew that if he stopped, Su Maoyang would be sad and upset. After all, those people had a heavy weight in her heart. He couldn't selfishly erase the status of others in her heart. The only thing he could do was to fulfill her and protect her. Su Maoyang was touched when she heard these words, and hugged him tighter. You always understand me. You know every little thought of mine, and understand every idea of mine. Hearing this, Jun Haotsong sighed and compromised. Forget it. Do whatever you want to do. Even if you break the sky, I will help you from behind. Su Maoyang was overjoyed when he heard him give in. Since you agree, I will call Shinua in to discuss the next plan. She will enter the princess's mansion tomorrow. There are many people and many spies inside, so it is not a good place to talk and communicate. Therefore, before entering, everyone should discuss it well, so as not to reveal their feet in front of Mu Qingqing. Seeing her happy face, Jun Haotsong couldn't bear to spoil her fun. So he just nodded and agreed. Then, Shinua, who heard the call, walked in quickly and waited respectfully for Su Maoyang's instructions. Zino, I will enter the princess's mansion tomorrow. As my servant, you will go in with me. In order to conceal your identity, you will have the same surname as me, Peng Nua. And I will call you Xiao Nwozi. My name is Peng Yuyan, and I am the master you have served since childhood. Because my family fell into poverty, I came to Kyoto to make a living. Do you understand? Zino heard this and immediately clasped his fists to accept the order. Yes, I understand. Jun Haotsong was a little curious. Why are you called Peng Yuyan? Because it's handsome. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed cunning, and she felt funny in her heart. And she couldn't help but raise an ambiguous smile at the corner of her mouth. It's just a name. What's so handsome about it? Jun Haotsong stared at her inexplicably. You don't understand this. Su Maoyang smiled and shook her head. Looking mysterious, Jun Haotsong didn't understand. So he didn't bother to argue with her, and asked directly, What's my name? Chapter 1633. She's not going to be a male concubine. Su Maoyang heard this, and began to help remember, since she told the princess that she had a brother. Then Jun Haotsong, as the brother, had to follow her surname Peng. But what name would be better? Just then, Su Maoyang suddenly had an idea, and couldn't help laughing out loud. He suggested excitedly, Why don't you just call yourself Peng Yuan? Seeing her cunning smile, Jun Haotsong knew there must be something fishy about it. He frowned suspiciously. Peng Yuan? Why is it called this? What's the meaning? No, I just think it sounds nice. Su Maoyang coughed a few times, and tried his best to hold back his laughter. How can it sound nice? It's sissy. Jun Haotsong was not so easy to fool. Although he didn't know what she was laughing at, he knew it was definitely not a good name. Su Maoyang thought that he was dressed as a man, and being with him was like being gay. This name was perfect, and he immediately decided with a smile. You don't know how to appreciate it. From now on, you will be my brother. Call Peng Yuan. Our family has fallen into poverty, and the elders in the family have passed away one after another, leaving only the two of us brothers to depend on each other and go to Kyoto to make a living. Jun Haotsong felt uncomfortable when he heard Peng Yuan, with a dark face and a look of rejection. I don't want it. Su Maoyang ignored his rejection, pinched his dark and smelly face, and said with a smile, TSK. You are in a bad mood again. Why do you like to get angry so much? Frowning and glaring. No wonder people around you are so afraid of you. Speaking of which, before meeting Su Maoyang, Jun Haotsong was rarely angry, and even had few emotions and expressions. He was always cold, but his aura was too strong, and he was intimidating without anger, which made many people afraid of him. But since he met Su Maoyang, his emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were all aroused by her. And even Jun Haotsong had to admire Su Maoyang's ability. If you don't deliberately make me angry, how can I be angry? Jun Haotsong opened her unbridled hands and glared at her speechlessly. Seeing this, Shinua also suppressed a smile and lowered her head. She had heard of the reputation of Emperor Yunlu before, but she never thought that the powerful emperor would be a wife's slave, allowing her master to rub and squeeze her, and still couldn't get angry. Okay. Wait until I finish dealing with the affairs of Fengchi Empire. I will coax you every day like I coaxed Mu Qingqing. Su Maoyang softened his voice and flattered him. Jun Haotsong has always been unable to resist her temptation, and he has no ambition in front of her. Listening to her coaxing him with soft words, how can he still be angry? He just wished she could say a few more nice words. However, seeing Jun Haotsong's anger gradually subsided, Su Maoyang looked at Shinua and said seriously, Shinua, this time we are going in as male concubines and servants. You must not call the wrong name, say the wrong words, or reveal your identity. Understand? Shinua is a sensible person. She knows the danger of going deep into the enemy camp. She nodded solemnly. Yes, I know. Then, she raised her head and asked with a puzzled face. But, I still have one thing I don't understand. The master entered the princess's mansion as a male concubine, but there is no way to sneak into the imperial mausoleum. No matter how ridiculous Mu Qingqing is, she wouldn't be so ridiculous as to bring a male concubine to the imperial mausoleum. She knew that Su Maoyang was going to perform on stage tonight, and deliberately seduced Mu Qingqing in order to get close to her. But the identity of a male concubine was too humble. He could only stay in the princess's mansion for people's entertainment, and could not do anything. Even if he entered the princess's mansion, it would be useless. Jun Haotsong snorted coldly when he heard this. She is not going to be a male concubine. She clearly wants to replace Mu Qingqing and become Princess Ninglan. When Su Maoyang decided to go on stage to perform, Jun Haotsong saw through her thoughts at a glance. It was because he thought that she would be surrounded by male concubines in the future that he was very dissatisfied. Su Maoyang knew that Jun Haotsong was a smart man, and these little thoughts must not be hidden from him. Seeing that he looked unhappy, he tried to please him again. Don't worry. When I get familiar with the princess's mansion and replace Mu Qingqing, I will take you to the mansion as a male concubine. Isn't it okay to let you follow me every day? What? You actually let me be your male concubine? Are you mistaken? Jun Haotsong, the king of a country, has fallen to the point of being a male concubine. If this gets out, will he still have the face to live in the Nine Netherworld in the future? Su Maoyang knew that he was too proud to lose face, so she could only follow his words and said, Okay. I won't be a male concubine. Jun Haotsong was unwilling to hear this. Not letting me be a male concubine is just what you want, so you can have a good time with those male concubines. Right. Su Maoyang was made to laugh and cry. I let you be a male concubine, but you can't lose face. If I don't let you be a male concubine, you frame me. What should I do with you? Hurry up. Don't make me wait too long. Jun Haotsong saw that she was in a dilemma, so he said unhappily, Huh? Su Maoyang didn't react for a while. Seeing her bewildered face, Jun Haotsong had to explain again. I said, take me to the mansion quickly. Don't make me wait too long. Su Maoyang suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this, and nodded repeatedly with a smile on her face. Okay. I'll try my best. After getting Su Maoyang's promise, Jun Haotsong stopped making trouble. But she knew was frightened by Su Maoyang's bold decision. Master, you want to replace Mu Qingqing? Is this okay? If you are discovered, it will be terrible. She knew felt that it was too risky, and was not at ease. Su Maoyang had his own ideas. So, we have to enter the princess's mansion. Get familiar with the environment first. Inquire about the news, and wait for the right time to replace her. Su Maoyang never fights a battle without confidence, so it is impossible for her to replace rashly. She must be well prepared and think carefully. This is why she wants to go in as a male concubine. Hearing Su Maoyang's words, Shi Nuo was slightly relieved. Okay. Shi Nuo will do whatever the master tells you. The next day, when it was bright, a carriage came to the door of Fai Hongju. Hearing the knock on the door, someone outside called him Master Peng. Su Maoyang knew that the princess's people had arrived, and immediately kissed Jun Haotsong deeply as a farewell. I'll have to keep you here for now. Wait for my good news. After that, Su Maoyang quickly came to the door and opened it. Standing at the door was a guard. Su Maoyang had seen this man in the Golden Phoenix Tower yesterday and had some impression of him. He immediately clasped his fists and saluted. Thank you, sir. The guard saw that she was so polite and waved his hand quickly. Ha! Master Peng is too polite. You are now a favorite of the princess. The princess has been talking about you since early in the morning and is looking forward to your entry into the palace. So, I guess we will have to rely on Master Peng to say a few more good words in front of the princess in the future. Chapter 1630 for the princess's consort. Su Maoyang saw that the other party was trying to please him, so he was not stupid enough to refuse. He smiled modestly. What are you talking about? Sir? I am a newcomer who has just entered the princess's mansion and knows nothing. How can I compare to you, who have been working for the princess for so long? However, as long as you can use me, I will do my best. Hearing this, the sir had to admit that this man was indeed good at talking. No wonder he could make the princess so happy. Ha! Mr. Peng, you are too polite. As long as Mr. Peng is successful and doesn't forget me, I will be satisfied. By the way, the princess is waiting at the mansion. Mr. Peng, please get on the carriage with me and go back to the mansion now, the guard said. And then he extended his hand respectfully and made a gesture of invitation. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. followed him out of Faihangju, got on the carriage, and drove all the way to the princess's mansion. The princess's mansion is not too far from Feihong residence, and it only takes a cup of tea to get there. This is the first time that Su Maoyang has come to the princess's mansion of Fengqi Empire. He had heard that the princess's status was higher than that of the princes and marquises. Now that he saw the building in front of him, he had to sigh that the rumors were true. The courtyard was surrounded by pink walls. The walls were tall, and the golden glazed tiles shone brightly in the sun. A black plaque hung on the top of the vermilion lacquered gate, with 5 large characters Princess Ninglan's mansion inscribed on it in a flamboyant manner. It looked very impressive at first glance. After Su Maoyang followed the guards into the gate, he found that the outside was just the tip of the iceberg. The courtyard inside was magnificent and elegant, and there was no difference from walking in the palace. It can be seen that Princess Ninglan was extremely favored by Mu Qingwan. With this thought in mind, Su Maoyang was led by the guards around the courtyard and corridor and came to the door of the hall. The guard stepped into the hall first, clasped his fists and reported, "I have brought Mr. Peng here. Princess, do you want to see him?" Mu Qingqing, who was sitting on the chair, was delighted when he heard that Su Maoyang was here. He stood up and waved his hands repeatedly. "Why don't you let him in?" The man in blue sitting next to him had a flashing look in his eyes. He looked at Mu Qingqing deeply, and his displeasure was fleeting, so fast that he could not catch it. Then he raised his eyes and looked towards the door. At this time, Su Maoyang walked in and saw 2 people sitting in the hall. One was naturally Mu Qingqing, who was sitting in the upper seat, and the other was a young man in blue sitting below her. This person was extremely beautiful, with eyebrows flying into the temples, eyes like ink paintings, and facial features that seemed to be drawn with a pen. Very delicate. A pair of beautiful black eyes, like 2 ripe black grapes, sparkled with a different kind of brilliance under the thick and long eyelashes. The black and soft black hair draped over the slightly thin and slender back. The whole person exuded a special beauty that was difficult to distinguish between male and female. This was the first time Su Maoyang had seen such a beautiful man since he came to Fengqi Empire. Compared with the male favorites he saw in Jifeng Tower yesterday, he was so much higher. No wonder Mu Qingqing looked down on those male favorites. With such a beautiful man in the mansion, how could those mediocre beauties be in her eyes? I think if she hadn't performed magic, with her current face, she would never be able to sneak into the princess's mansion. However, when Su Maoyang was looking at the man in blue, the other party was also looking at her. Perhaps he didn't expect that this man who made the princess love him so much was actually such an ordinary appearance. A touch of surprise flashed in the eyes of the man in blue. Su Maoyang took in this scene, walked to the center of the hall calmly, and bowed respectfully. "I bow to the princess." Mu Qingqing was already very happy when she saw Su Maoyang. Seeing her bow, she quickly raised her hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite in front of this princess. Take a seat quickly." Su Maoyang nodded slightly, stood up, and sat down at the bottom under the guidance of the maid. However, before she could speak, the blue-clad man opposite her asked with a smile on his face, "Princess, is this the Mr. Peng who can perform magic tricks to make you happy?" Hearing his question, Mu Qingqing burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Yes, he is the Peng Yuyan who can make this princess happy. Your talent performances are all better than his." The blue-clad man was not annoyed when he heard this, but just smiled and nodded, following her words. "Yes, the princess has long been tired of the talents of the servants, and they can't play any new tricks. Unlike Mr. Peng, there are still new things to make the princess happy, which is really enviable. If it were anyone else, it would probably just be that he was praising himself." But Su Maoyang was a person who could immediately hear the blue-clad man's tone. But he was just mocking her. Sooner or later, the princess would get tired of her new tricks, and by then, there might not be a place for her in the princess's mansion. Su Maoyang understood what she said, and couldn't help but smile. She looked up at Mu Qingqing who was sitting above her and asked, "Princess, who is this?" When Mu Qingqing saw her asking, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't introduced him to her yet. So she immediately explained, "This is my princess's husband, Jin Hani. He is in charge of all matters in the princess's mansion." Upon hearing this, Jin Hani smiled and nodded at Su Maoyang. His tone was particularly cordial. "Mr. Peng, you just came to the mansion. There may be many things you are not used to. If you have any needs, just tell me. I will try my best to arrange it." Su Maoyang was immediately grateful after hearing this. You are too polite, my husband. It is my blessing to be able to enter the princess's mansion. I dare not ask for anything else. Haha. Since you are already the princess's person, you have to serve the princess with me. And you don't have to call me so unfamiliar in the future. I came to the mansion before you, and I should be older than you. You can just call me brother, Jin Hani said cordially, as if he really regarded himself as a brother. Su Maoyang would not be so stupid. If he really called him big brother, he would immediately clasp his fists and say, I am terrified. Mu Qingqing knew that Su Maoyang was of low status, and could not call Jin Hani big brother. So she immediately gave her a hint. The consort is the Marquis of Xianping appointed by the Empress. You can call him Marquis. Su Maoyang was not surprised by such an appointment. Since this person was the princess's consort, the Empress must raise his status, and give him some decent appointment to be worthy of the princess's noble status. The only thing that Su Maoyang did not expect was that this person's surname was Jin. So he should be the son of the Jin family. Su Maoyang remembered that the Jin family, the Lu family, and the Ran family were the enemies, whose framed she knew all. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang took a deep look at Jin Hani, and saw that he had a gentle smile on his face. But his black pupils did not show any smile. So he knew that this person was probably not a good person. Chapter 1635, he is a sinister and cunning person. However, just as Su Maoyang was pondering, a guard suddenly came in quickly and reported with a fist. Princess, the queen just sent someone to summon you to the palace. The carriage is waiting at the door. Mu Qingqing straightened her face when she heard the queen's summons and nodded simply. Okay. The princess will be here right away. The guard clasped his fists and accepted the order, turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Mu Qingqing had already stood up and told Jin Hani, this princess has to go to the palace, and she probably won't be back for a while. So I'll leave the affairs of the mansion to you. By the way, Yu Yin has just entered the mansion, and he is not familiar with many places. You take him to get familiar with the environment. Hearing this, Jin Hani hurriedly stood up, with a warm smile on his face, and replied considerately, Yes. I heard last night that Brother Yu Yin would enter the mansion this morning. So I have asked someone to clean up Lanyu Pavilion, and I will take Brother Yu Yin there later. Mu Qingqing heard that he was ready, and nodded with satisfaction. You do things. This princess is always at ease. After that, she turned her head to look at Su Maoyang and told him, If you have any needs, tell Xianping Ho. He will help you take care of it. This princess is busy now. I will summon you another day. After the words fell, Mu Qingqing walked out of the hall quickly, not daring to delay for a moment. Of course, it is understandable. Mu Qingwan is her backer, and she must serve her well on weekdays. Otherwise, how could Mu Qingqing have such a comfortable life now? However, as soon as she left, a servant ran in and bowed respectfully to Jin Hani. My lord, my master has something important to discuss with you. I hope you can come over. Jin Hani was surprised when he heard this, and then he apologized to Su Maoyang. Brother Yu Yin, I'm really sorry. I need to take care of something now, so I have to let my servant take you to Lanyu Pavilion. Su Maoyang was a man with good eyesight. Seeing that he was in a hurry, he naturally would not keep him. He answered considerately, My lord, please go and do your work. Business is more important. I can go around by myself. How can I let you go around by yourself? If the princess hears about it, duly, I'm afraid you will say that I didn't entertain you well enough. Jin Hani smiled and shook his head, then ordered the servant behind him. Yuan Bao, take Master Peng to Lanyu Pavilion and serve him well. Understand? Yuan Bao bowed his head and accepted the order, and replied respectfully with a yes, then walked out and made a gesture of invitation to Su Maoyang. Master Peng, please come this way. Su Maoyang nodded, made a salute to Jin Hani, and then walked out of the hall with Shi Newell and the servant named Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao was very polite along the way, didn't talk much, just led the way, and his expression was particularly indifferent. Su Maoyang knew that although this person was a servant, he was working beside the prince consort, and it was inevitable that he was a little arrogant, so naturally he didn't take him, a male favorite from Jinfeng Tower, seriously. So, Su Maoyang was also very tactful along the way, and didn't bother him too much, and sent him away when he arrived at Lanyu Pavilion. What surprised Su Maoyang was that the location of Lanyu Pavilion was quite good. and the environment was very quiet. It was surrounded by green vines and flowers, and it looked full of vitality under the sunshine. When she walked into the room, she found that it was very spacious. In addition to the hall and the master bedroom, there were several side rooms. Even the decoration and furnishings were very high-end. It could be regarded as a large and luxurious courtyard. Su Maoyong didn't expect Jin Hani to arrange such a good residence for her. Of course, not only Su Maoyong, but even Shi Nuo was a little surprised. Looking around, he couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect Jin Hani to be so generous. Mu Qingqing took a male lover outside, but he was not angry. He also treated us so well. I underestimated him before. Su Maoyong was surprised when he heard this, and asked curiously, "Did you know him before?" More than knowing. He used to be my servant. When he was with me, he was very well behaved and sensible. So I never thought that he would collude with Mu Qingqing to frame me. Shi Nuo thought of the past, and gnashed his teeth in anger. Su Maoyong didn't expect that this Xianping Ho was actually Shi Nuo's man before, and continued to ask, "You mean, this man had an affair with Mu Qingqing, and he framed you with the help of both inside and outside?" "Yes, that's right. You know Mu Qingqing's licentious and immoral nature. For a man, she can do anything. And Jin Hani is a rare handsome man. Mu Qingqing had coveted him long before Jin Hani married me. However, at that time, my status and ability were much stronger than Mu Qingqing. And the Jin family was my supporter. And they wanted to support me to become the empress. So they married Jin Hani to me. But who knew that I was deceived by his considerate and sensible appearance? This man with the ambition of a playboy saw that Mu Qingwan ascended the throne and I was doomed. So he began to seek another way out for his future, and joined hands with several servants in the mansion and the 3 major families to frame me. At this point, Shi Nuo's eyes, which were full of hatred, were red, showing how angry she was. Su Maoyong had heard her say that the 3 great families betrayed her and framed her before, and thought that Shi Nuo's servant must have been behind it. Now that she mentioned it, Su Maoyong nodded in understanding. According to what you said, this Jin Hani should be a scheming person. So it's not a good thing for us to live in Lanyu Pavilion. Shi Nuo was stunned when she heard this, and asked quickly, "What does the master mean?" Although I am not a young man in Jinfeng Tower, I stood out from the male favorite competition of Jinfeng Tower. With such an identity, I am no different from those humble young men in Jinfeng Tower. However, he used such a good courtyard and such a high standard to entertain me. It is hard to guarantee that others will not complain about me. Su Maoyong explained with a solemn face. Everyone knows that there are many male favorites in Princess Ninglan's mansion, including some sons of big families. With so many people serving the princess together, it is inevitable that there will be jealousy and intrigue. As soon as she came in, Jin Hani made her so high profile, which would definitely attract a lot of attention and cause dissatisfaction among many people. Therefore, his moves seemed to be treating her well. But in fact it was just to make her hate him. Just now in the hall, Su Maoyong felt that this person was not simple. Sure enough, he dug a trap for her after just one meeting. And it was so sharp that people could not find any fault. She couldn't blame others for arranging too good a courtyard for her. Zino was immediately reacted by her, and couldn't agree more. Yes, he is such a sinister and cunning person. And he would definitely do such a thing. Chapter 1636, I don't take you seriously. Su Maoyong nodded. It seems that it is not easy to replace Mu Qingqing. You have to be especially careful of these male favorites in the mansion. These male favorites have been with Mu Qingqing for many years, and are very familiar with her. If she replaces her rashly, she may be exposed and be discovered by them. Therefore, this matter cannot be rushed. Shi Nuo's face became more solemn when he heard this, and he nodded seriously. Master, what should we do next? Wait and see for the time being. I have asked Hao Tsong to go collect information about the various families in Fengchi Kyoto. We will make plans after we understand the general situation. After listening to Su Maoyong's idea, Shi Nuo respectfully accepted the order. Yes, everything is arranged by the master. Okay, I have to help the people of King Gaoyang refine the antidote. I can't come out for a while. You go outside and guard first. I will call you if there is anything, since the princess has entered the palace and will not come back in a short time. Su Maoyong can take advantage of this time to help the people of Yuing City refine more pills, which is equivalent to cultivating spiritual power and allowing herself to be promoted to the level of Dan Zun as soon as possible. Because Jun Haotsong and Yushu Tianzun both need her pills. And she is only a mid-stage Dan Sheng now. And there is still a distance from Dan Zun. So she has to continue to work hard. She knew and nodded in understanding, clasped his fists and left the room, closing the door for her. Su Maoyong saw her leave, and then walked into the inner room and concentrated on refining pills. Time passed quickly, and it was already the next morning. Just as the day dawned, many people were already sitting in the wine hall of the princess's mansion. But there were still men walking in one after another, entering the hall of Wayne Palace. Everyone bowed and saluted respectfully to Jean Hani, who was sitting in the upper seat. I pay my respects to the Marquis. Gentlemen, please take your seats quickly. Jean Hani raised his hand generously. His tone was very friendly. After getting his permission, the men stood up and walked towards the seats on both sides. Seeing that everyone was seated, Jean Hani looked around and announced, I believe everyone knows that a new Mr. Peng came to our house yesterday. So I asked everyone to come here today to introduce this Mr. Peng to everyone. As he said, Jean Hani looked around and looked for Su Maoyong's figure. But after searching around and not seeing him, Jean Hani frowned and asked Yuan Bao beside him, Isn't Mr. Peng here? Yuan Bao bowed and replied, Yes, I didn't see Mr. Peng. He should not have come yet. At this time, a handsome man sitting below, wearing a red brocade robe and with a slightly coquettish appearance, couldn't help but curl his lips and sneered. The sun is shining on his buttocks, and he hasn't come to pay his respects to the Marquis. Mr. Peng, who just entered the mansion, is so arrogant. Jean Hani heard him say. He was so angry that he explained for Su Maoyong. I think it's Master Peng. He just came to the mansion and didn't know the rules well, so he missed the time. After saying that, Jean Hani shouted at Yuan Bao, You dog slave. I asked you to tell Master Peng about the rules of our mansion yesterday. But what did you say? Yuan Bao was so frightened when he saw him get angry that his face turned pale, and he knelt down quickly. I told him everything. And I also specifically told him the time to pay his respects, and said that the Marquis wanted him to meet everyone. I don't know why Master Peng didn't come. Hearing this, a brown-dressed man sitting on the left of the red-dressed man kindly helped Yuan Bao out of the predicament. My lord, Yuan Bao has been serving you for many years. You know better than anyone what a reliable person he is. How can you blame him wrongly? I think it was the young man named Peng Yuyin who was spoiled and arrogant. He didn't take my lord and me seriously, so he did such a ridiculous thing. It has nothing to do with Yuan Bao. Hearing this, everyone in the hall nodded in agreement. Isn't it? As soon as he entered the mansion, the princess gave him Lanyu Pavilion. You know, I asked the princess for it before, but the princess didn't give it to me. It can be seen that this Mr. Peng has a special status in the princess's mind, so he naturally has some airs. As soon as the brown-dressed man finished speaking, the white-dressed man sitting opposite him chuckled. However, he seemed to be joking, but the content of his words made everyone very unhappy. Sure enough, the young masters in the hall were talking about it, all expressing their dissatisfaction with the newcomer. The man in brown couldn't help but suggest to Jean Hani, My lord, this newcomer didn't even come to pay his respects when he arrived at the mansion. He really doesn't take you seriously. I think we should send someone to invite him over and set some rules for him. Yes, he's so arrogant when he comes. If it lasts for a long time, he will be arrogant to the sky. The man in white snorted coldly, and his tone was also not very happy. Jean Hani saw that everyone was very dissatisfied with Peng Yuyin's behavior, and he couldn't cover it up. So he had to tell the servant next to him, Yuan Bao, go to Lanyu Pavilion to call him. Hearing this, the man in brown robe immediately interrupted. My lord, why do you need to bother your people to invite a young man from Jifeng Tower? Just let Yoshikawa go. As he said that, the man in brown waved to the servant behind him and gave him a veiled look. Hurry up and call Master Peng. Don't let the Marquis wait anxiously. Each one understood the order and quickly left the hall of Huang Palace and went straight to Lanyu Pavilion. At this time, Su Maoyong was still refining pills in Lanyu Pavilion, because the number of antidotes needed was too large. She couldn't refine them all at once, so she had to divide it into many times. So this refining lasted until morning. She knew that refining pills required high concentration, so she kept guarding the door and didn't dare to disturb her easily. Therefore, when Jichuan arrived, He was stopped by Shinu at the door. Damn slave. I'm a servant next to Master Fan. How dare you block my way? Are you tired of living? Jichuan has been in the princess's mansion for a while, and he can be regarded as an old man in the mansion. Now a servant who just entered the mansion dared to block his way. Naturally, he couldn't swallow this breath, and he roared angrily, seeing that the other party was just a servant. But he was so unkind and arrogant. Shinu also frowned and was very unhappy. However, thinking that they had just arrived at the mansion, they could not offend anyone easily, so they had to suppress their anger and said calmly, "My master is resting. If you have anything, just tell me, and I will tell him for you." In order to conceal Su Maoyang's identity as an alchemist, Shinu had to say that alchemy was resting. But Yoshikawa, who heard this, was shocked and angrily scolded. Rest? What time is it? And he is still resting? It seems that he will not come out if I don't invite him in person. After that, Yoshikawa opened Shinu and insisted on rushing in. Chapter 1637, deliberately making things difficult. Although Shinu didn't dare to offend anyone easily, he wasn't so cowardly that he would let others bully him. Besides, his master was a male concubine sent by the princess herself. Although his status was not very noble, he was at least half a master. But now a servant dared to be so presumptuous. Wouldn't everyone be able to climb over their heads in the future? Thinking of this, Shinu was furious and quickly reached out to grab the servant. Naturally, he was unwilling to let him barge into the master's room. The servant didn't expect that a servant who had just arrived at the mansion would not only not please him, but also dare to attack him. He was also angry and pushed back with his palm. Now Shinu, although his spiritual power has not been fully recovered, his skills have almost recovered. Facing Yoshikawa's three-legged cat kung fu, he just exerted force and knocked him to the ground, making him fall on his back. Extremely embarrassed. You dared to hit me. You are so brave. Yoshikawa never thought that the other party would be so arrogant. He bulged his eyes in shock and roared with pain. You should know that although his master is not as favored as the marquis in front of the princess, he has the support of the Fan family and is a legitimate servant of the king. His status is much higher than that of a prostitute in a brothel. But now, a servant around a prostitute dares to ignore him. It's too much. Seeing that the other party fell hard and had a big cut on his arm, Shinu couldn't help but frown slightly, and her face became a little ugly. To be honest, she didn't want to hurt anyone, but she didn't know that this servant was so useless. She just pushed him to the ground with a light push. She said helplessly, "I didn't want to do it, but you forced me." Humph. Force you? You know I'm Mr. Fan's friend, but you still dare to do it. If you don't take Mr. Fan seriously, who can force you? Yoshikawa gnashed his teeth in anger and immediately accused Shinu of being arrogant. Shinu was speechless for a while, unable to defend himself, and was speechless to the extreme. As soon as this person came, he attacked her, swearing and forcing his way in. When he was stopped, he started beating people. Now he is blaming her for the wrongdoing. It's so ridiculous, since the two of them made quite a noise. Su Maoyang, who was concentrating on refining the elixir in the room, was also alarmed. He immediately put away the evil blood cauldron and pushed the door open to go out. At this time, he saw a person falling on the ground with a grinning expression, very ferocious, and couldn't help asking, "Shaun Wozi, what's going on?" When Shinu saw Su Maoyang appear, he immediately clasped his fists and reported, "Master, this person is the servant of Mr. Fan." He rushed in without saying a word. After I stopped him, he started beating people. I was so angry that I fought back. Don't spit blood here. When did I hit you? It was obviously you who started it first. And you made me fall so hard that my arm was injured. Yoshikawa immediately denied it, and quickly raised his arm, with a scratched skin. Shinu never expected that this person would be so shameless. Not only did he refuse to admit it, but he also falsely accused her of being the first to hit him. This is outrageous. Su Maoyang took a look at the servant in front of him, and nodded knowingly. If my servant hit you, then I apologize to you on her behalf. However, it is really against the rules for you to break into my room without permission. And she is working for me, so it is understandable that she stopped you. So let's make some concessions and show some understanding. Rules? Master Peng, the Marquis specifically told you yesterday to pay respects this morning. But you slept in Lanyu Pavilion. The Marquis couldn't see you. So he sent a servant to invite him. But you refused to let me in, and let me commit crimes. You don't take the Marquis and the rules seriously. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you come to talk to a servant about the rules? Yoshikawa snorted coldly and said sarcastically. Maybe the Marquis is backing him up. Yoshikawa is. He was full of energy, and met Su Maoyang's gaze without fear. Su Maoyang was surprised when he heard this. When did the Marquis ask me to pay my respects? Yesterday. The Marquis had something to do. And he ran away as soon as the princess left. And only sent a servant to take her to Lanyu Pavilion. The servant was aloof. And the words he said along the way could be counted on one hand. He didn't say a word about paying his respects. As he said that, Su Maoyang turned to look at Shinua, who was also confused at this time. I didn't hear it either. When she was a princess in Fengqi Empire, there were no such rules. I think they were set after Mu Qingwan ascended the throne. Besides, she has been away from Fengqi Empire for so many years. She has always been thinking about revenge. Who cares about these rules? But who knew that these people with bad intentions would make a fuss about it? Su Maoyang saw that Shinua was not very clear. So he knew that someone might deliberately make things difficult for him. But he still apologized. I'm really sorry. I didn't know I had to pay my respects to the Marquis this morning. You lead the way quickly. I'll go now. Shouted Wozi. Why don't you help me up? Su Maoyang quickly gave Shinua a look. Yoshikawa had already made enemies with Shinua, and didn't like Shinua's touch at all. He pushed her away, and stood up by himself. No need. I can walk by myself. After saying that, he limped forward and led the way, and soon led them to the hall of Huaying Palace. When Su Maoyang and Shinua arrived, they saw countless dissatisfied eyes in the hall shooting at them. They took the pressure and walked quickly to the center of the hall. Saluted Jin Hani politely. Eddie Peng pays respects to the Marquis. Ha! Mr. Peng, you are a busy man. You don't come even if I invite you left and right. It's really not easy to see you. At this time, the man in red brocade robe and with a charming appearance laughed again. And the meaning of his words made Su Maoyang stiffen. Su Maoyang looked up at him and apologized sincerely. It's my fault for keeping you waiting. I just entered the mansion and didn't know I had to come to pay my respects today. I hope you can forgive me. Hee. You didn't know? Yuabao specifically told you yesterday. You didn't know. Or didn't take the Marquis's instructions seriously. The man in white was speaking at this time. Hearing Su Maoyang's words, he couldn't help but sneered and exposed him without giving him any face. Perhaps it was because he wanted to live in Lanyu Pavilion at the beginning. But the princess didn't agree. But let a brothel boy live there. He was very unhappy, and spoke very sharply. As soon as the man in white finished speaking, the man in brown noticed that Yoshikawa was abnormal, and asked in surprise. Yoshikawa, what's wrong with you? How come you got injured after going to Lanyu Pavilion? Chapter 1638, A Method of Retreating to Advance. When he asked this, everyone present looked at Yoshikawa. Sure enough, he had a cut on his arm, and was covered in dust. As if he had fallen somewhere. Everyone's expressions became curious. Yoshikawa seemed to be waiting for his master to ask. And at this moment, he could not wait to complain. Master, I was ordered to invite Master Peng to come over just now. But not only was he rejected by Master Peng, but he was also beaten by his servants. And now I am in such a terrible state. When they heard this, everyone in the hall was shocked and widened their eyes, and cast surprised glances at Su Maoyang. They really didn't expect that this young Master Peng, who had just entered the mansion, would be so arrogant. He even dared to beat up the popular people around Master Fan. He was really too brave. Haha. I heard that Master Peng is different before. After seeing him today, it is true that his reputation is well deserved. Just talking about his courage, it is not something that ordinary people can compare to. The man in red seemed to be a person who was afraid of chaos in the world. He couldn't help but smile in praise. The man in white also smiled and said gloatingly, Brother Fan, it seems that your servant is not taken seriously at all. If I had known earlier, I should have asked you on Bao, who is beside the Marquis, to invite him, so that Jichuan would not end up in such an embarrassing situation. Hearing these sarcastic and mocking words, Van Yishuan's face gradually sank, and sparks flashed in his pupils. He questioned Su Maoyang. Mr. Peng, I said Jichuan to invite you with good intentions. Not only did you not appreciate it, but you also injured my people. Isn't it too much? Faced with the other party's harsh questioning, Su Maoyong calmly met his gaze and asked coldly, "Mr. Fan, I am deeply sorry that your servant was injured because of me. But he broke into my room without permission. Isn't it wrong?" When Yoshikawa heard this, he quickly explained, "Master, I didn't trespass. It was his servant who stopped me and beat me up after a disagreement." Hearing this, Fan Yishuan frowned and asked angrily, regardless of whether Yoshikawa trespassed, "Can your servant beat him up?" "Beat him up?" Master Fan said so confidently. "Did you see Peng Nuo beating him up with your own eyes?" Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and asked back lightly. Fan Yishuan was stunned by her question. And suddenly he lost some confidence. "I didn't see it. But Yoshikawa's arm was injured. Could it be false?" Su Maoyong laughed when he heard it. "Mr. Fan, since you didn't see the whole thing with your own eyes, how can you make a conclusion so quickly? You didn't even know the truth of the matter. But you just believe the one-sided words of your own servant. If you spread it out, others will probably say that you are biased and deliberately partial. Besides, there are many kinds of injuries, not necessarily being beaten. The injury on your servant's arm was obviously caused by a fall. I think it should be Peng Nuo tried to stop him, but he insisted on going inside. He was pulled by Peng Nuo and accidentally fell to the ground, cutting his arm. If Master Fan doubts my guess, you can ask a doctor to see if your servant was beaten or fell. If he was really beaten, Peng Nuo and I will let Master Fan deal with him. If he was injured by a fall, then your servant is suspected of framing me. You?" Fan Yishuan didn't expect this man to be so eloquent. He defeated him with just a few words, making it impossible for him to continue to make things difficult for him. He was so angry that his face turned black, and he held back a lot of anger. "Okay, even if your servant didn't hit anyone, you didn't come to pay respects and deliberately embarrass the Marquis. How do you explain it?" Fan Yishuan obviously didn't want to let her go. Since he couldn't frame her for hitting someone, he could only make a fuss about paying respects. Su Maoyong heard this, looked up at Jean Hani above, and said with a fist, "Marquis, I really didn't hear about the greetings this morning. I'm deeply sorry for delaying the greetings." "Humph. Didn't hear about it? Do you mean that Yuan Bao, who is beside the Marquis, lied?" Fan Yishuan snorted coldly, not believing her words. Su Maoyong knew that they were deliberately making things difficult for him, but he was not annoyed. He said calmly, "I'm not saying that Yuan Bao was lying. Maybe he forgot to say it. Or maybe I misheard it, which led to such a misunderstanding. So, I didn't mean to embarrass the Marquis. You should all know that I'm not a rich kid, and I don't have any family power behind me. I'm just a commoner. I don't know any rules. This time I participated in the male favorite competition in the Golden Phoenix Tower, and won the princess's favor. However, I didn't expect that there were so many rules in the princess's mansion, and I accidentally offended the Marquis and the young masters. So, a crude person like me knows that I am not worthy of serving the princess. When the princess comes back, I will report to the princess and let me leave. I don't have to make trouble in front of the Marquis and the young masters in the future." Which is annoying. As he said this, Su Maoyong clasped his fists and bowed. His attitude was very sincere, and it didn't seem fake. Hearing this, everyone present changed color slightly, and looked at each other with complicated expressions. Jean Hani, who had been sitting there with a calm expression, couldn't help but show a look of surprise after hearing these words, and looked at Su Maoyong in astonishment. He didn't expect that this person would use the method of retreating to advance to deal with Fan Yishuan's difficulties. Even he had to sigh that this move was really smart, because the princess is now doting on him. If he tells the princess that he wants to leave the princess's mansion, the princess will definitely be furious and ask him the reason. He will definitely tell her about the greeting. But paying respect is not a big deal for the princess. The princess is partial to him, and will definitely think that he and Fan Yishuan and others are jealous of each other and deliberately bully the newcomers and make things difficult for him. By then, the princess would probably be very dissatisfied with herself and Fan Yishuan. In this way, Peng Yuyan not only became a weak person who was bullied, but also won the princess's sympathy, and ruined their image in the princess's mind, and fell into a lot of blame. Thinking of this, Jean Hani suddenly realized that he had underestimated this young prostitute from the brothel. In terms of scheming, Fan Yishuan was no match for him. Sure enough, Fan Yishuan's face turned pale, and his expression was terrified by Su Maoyong's words. I think he also expected the consequences of his resignation from the princess, which would definitely burn the princess's anger on himself. Seeing the situation develop to this point, Jinhani knew that if he continued to pursue the matter, both sides would suffer losses. He had to stop there, and said nice things to ease the atmosphere. Mr. Peng, what are you talking about? Since you have entered the princess's mansion, this is your home. There is no reason for you to leave home. Besides, paying respects is a small matter, but the princess's matter is a big matter. You must not make the princess sad because of a small matter. This time it was just a misunderstanding, since everything has been explained clearly. Mr. Peng does not need to take it to heart. It is understandable that you just entered the mansion and do not know these rules. We all understand. Chapter 1639 The Princess's Servant. After Jinhani finished speaking, he yelled at Yuanbao beside him. You bastard slave. I asked you to inform me of something, but you didn't inform me clearly, which caused a misunderstanding between me and Master Peng. You really deserve to be beaten. Apologize to Master Peng immediately, and then give him 50 slaps. Yuanbao saw his master's attitude and knew that he would not pursue Peng Yuyan's fault anymore. He had no choice but to bow and apologize to Su Maoyang. It's my fault that I didn't explain it clearly to Master Peng. Please forgive me this time. Master Peng. Su Maoyang saw that he apologized in person, so he naturally wouldn't hold on to it. He nodded generously. To be honest, it's all a small matter. I won't take it to heart. Just pay attention next time. After hearing this, Yuanbao retreated to the back and started slapping his face. The crisp and loud slaps echoed in the hall, making people feel painful to hear. Su Maoyang just watched quietly without saying anything, because the incident of paying respects today was clearly ordered by Jinhani to Yuanbao. Although he was doing things according to his master's wishes, he framed her after all, so Su Maoyang naturally didn't want to let him off so easily. This time, slapping him 50 times was also a way to vent his anger. But Su Maoyang had to sigh that this son-in-law was very patient. His servant's mouth was almost swollen, but he didn't change his face and could still smile and say, I think, after today's incident, everyone has already known this Master Peng. However, there are too many masters present, and I can't introduce them to Master Peng one by one. Fortunately, there is a long time in the future, and everyone will get to know each other more if they get to know each other more. Su Maoyang nodded slightly after hearing this, and said, Your Majesty is right. Seeing that Su Maoyang was well behaved, Jinhani nodded with satisfaction, looked at the young masters present, and said, Now that young Master Peng has entered the mansion, he is like a family with us, so don't bully him. In the future, everyone will help each other and serve the princess together. Understand? Hearing the words of the Marquis, everyone responded in unison. Yes. Okay. It's getting late. Let's all go. Seeing that everyone understood, Jinhani didn't keep them. After the words fell, the young masters present stood up and saluted, and walked out of Huayin Hall one after another. After Su Maoyang saluted, he also left with the crowd. After returning to Lanyu Pavilion, Shi Nuo knelt down to apologize. Master, this time it's all because of my impulsiveness that I caused so many troubles and caused you trouble. I beg you to punish me. Su Maoyang helped her up and comforted her. It's not your fault. The servant was obviously deliberately rushing around, clashing with you, deliberately breaking his arm, and framing you. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, you and I didn't know about the greetings. It was a treacherous plan set up by Jinhani early in the morning, and you can't control it. In fact, in my opinion, you are not only right this time, but also did a good job. Shi Nuo opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked in confusion. I have caused the master to fall into trouble. If it weren't for the master's wit, I'm afraid I can't escape the blame today. How can it be called good? Su Maoyang smiled. There are always two sides to things. We just arrived at the princess's mansion, and our status is not high. They will definitely find a way to exclude us. After what happened today, everyone knows that although we are of humble status, we are not soft persimmons that can be squeezed by anyone. Even the Marquis of Xianping didn't get any benefit from us today, so others have to weigh their own weight and see if they have the confidence to attack us. Although we can't avoid being framed by others in the future, we can still save some unnecessary troubles. Hearing Su Maoyang's analysis, Shi Nuo nodded in sudden realization. Yes, the master is still thoughtful. Today, You also saw the princess's male favorites in the hall. Do you know their identities? Su Maoyang didn't have time to slowly contact those people, so he could only learn about them from Shi Nuo. Hearing this, Shi Nuo nodded and explained. I have never seen other male favorites of low status before, but I know several young masters from the 7 major families. The man in red who you saw just now, who is only afraid of chaos in the world, was the 5th son of the Ran family, named Ranning Xuan, because his mother was of low status. He was just a concubine's son. However, even if he was a concubine's son, he was still the nephew of Ran Guijun. In addition, he was naturally unrestrained and had outstanding looks. He was deeply loved by Mu Qingqing, so he was more flamboyant in his behavior and was not a person who could be easily provoked. The man in white who spoke harshly was the 7th son of the Lu family, named Lu Ziyu, and was also a concubine's son. When I was still in Fengqi Empire, he was still in the Lu family and was not taken into the mansion by the princess. But I had heard some rumors about him and knew that his situation at home was not very good. I think he lived a rather depressed life. Growing up in such an environment, he should be quite handy in fighting for power and profit. The master should also be very careful of such a petty person. You should know that Mr. Fan. His name is Fan Yishuan, the 6th son of the Fan family. Although his status in the family is not high, the status of the Fan family in the Fengqi Empire is extremely high, because the Fan family has been a supporter of Mu Qingwan from the beginning. After Mu Qingwan ascended the throne, the Fan family naturally received strong support. So, that Fan Yishuan dared to send people to make things difficult for the master so blatantly. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. No wonder these 3 people are more flamboyant and can say a few words in the hall. It seems that they have a strong backstage. As for the man in blue sitting next to them, he was my former servant, Lu Lingfeng, the 3rd son of the Lu family, and a well-known talent. Although he is not a legitimate son, he is loved by the elders of the Lu family because of his talent and has a very high status in the Lu family. But he is aloof and indifferent. When he married me, he was always cold and indifferent, never flattering or sweet-talking. Later, I was shocked to learn that he became Mu Qingqing's man. Hearing this introduction, Su Maoyang recalled that there seemed to be a man in blue sitting next to Lu Ziyu. But that man didn't speak from beginning to end, and Su Maoyang didn't pay much attention to him, so he didn't have a deep impression. However, according to what Shi Nuo said, this person should be a very cold person, always living in his own world, indifferent to other people's affairs. In addition to these people, there are several servants from the Duan, Ning and Qin families. Most of them are illegitimate children. Although their status is not high, their talents and appearances are very outstanding. Some of them had already married Mu Qingqing before I left Fengqi Empire. I only learned about some of them today, so they must have entered the mansion later. However, I have met them several times in the past, so I have some impression of them. Chapter 1640 Send someone to monitor her. I just counted carefully. There seem to be 8 young masters from the 7 major families. They come from large families, and should all be Mu Qingqing's legitimate servants. As for the other male favorites, there are too many. According to Mu Qingqing's personality, he changes people every now and then, so the faces I see are all new and unfamiliar. I think only those 8 servants have a firm foothold in the princess's mansion. After all, no matter how willful Mu Qingqing is, he will not easily touch them for the sake of the 7 major families. Shi Nuo explained everything he had just seen, and Su Maoyang nodded after pondering. Well, even if Mu Qingqing is a fool, he is not stupid enough to offend the 7 major families. Besides, these servants are all bastards, and their status in the family is not high. So as long as Mu Qingqing does not touch them, no matter how romantic she is outside, no matter how many male favorites she recruits, the 7 major families will just turn a blind eye and say nothing. Well, the master is right. These lowly bastards have no right to ask about the princess's affairs. Shi Nuo nodded in agreement, and wanted to say something, but Su Maoyang held his shoulder and gave him a warning look. Seeing this, Shi Nuo immediately shut up and looked towards the door. Sure enough, he saw a figure floating outside. After waiting for a while, the people outside seemed to be unable to hear the movement inside before shouting. The servant greets Master Peng. Hearing this, Shi Nuo and Su Maoyang looked at each other before pushing the door and walking out. At this time, 2 young servants knelt at the door. Su Maoyang looked at them, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked, What are you doing? Seeing Su Maoyang appear, the two servants immediately explained. Reply to Master Peng. I am the servant sent by the Marquis to serve you. We will take care of your daily life from now on. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with a dark light. And then he politely refused. I like quietness. And I am not used to being surrounded by people. It is enough to have Peng Nuo here to take care of me. You go and tell the Marquis that I thank him for his kindness, and let him not worry so much. The two servants saw that she refused to accept it, and their faces were anxious. He kowtowed twice and begged, Master Peng, please don't chase me away. I am already yours. If you don't want me, I will have no place to stay. If I am sent back, the Marquis will definitely blame me for not being able to serve you and making you angry. I will die. Yes. Yes. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to live. Please give us a way out. The other Shaoxi was also afraid and kowtowed repeatedly, fearing that he would be driven back by Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang sneered in her heart when she heard this pitiful plea. She was not only indifferent, but also angrily blamed. What did you say about the Marquis? A bad guy who kills without blinking an eye? How could you be killed for such a small matter? You slandered the Marquis behind his back, which is simply treasonous. Even if you cut off your heads, you deserve it. The two servants had no idea that their self-torture trick just now not only did not arouse her sympathy, but was accused of treason. They were shocked and their faces turned pale. Su Maoyang's reaction was beyond their expectations, and they were panicked and at a loss for a while. One of the servants, who was dressed in black clothes, seemed to be much calmer and more stable. The panic on his face was fleeting, and he quickly calmed down and said, You may not care whether I live or die. But the Marquis said that since Mr. Peng is already the princess's man, it would be too shabby to have only one servant to serve him. In addition, the young master has just arrived at the mansion, and is not clear about many things and rules. So he sent two servants to help. If you send me back like this, wouldn't it be a waste of the Marquis's kindness? Su Maoyang found it even more ridiculous when he heard this. The Marquis' kindness? If he really had good intentions, he would have sent a servant yesterday. And he wouldn't have sent someone here after the incident of paying respects, and even pretended to help her get familiar with the rules. So, Su Maoyang, who had been through many battles, saw through Jin Hani's mind at a glance. He clearly sent two people to monitor her. Now seeing that the two servants were fighting with her and refused to leave, Su Maoyang knew that if she retreated this time, Jin Hani would probably find an excuse to go to Mu Qingqing to make trouble. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang had to give in. Forget it. Since it is the good intention of the Marquis, then you can stay. However, I don't like too many people to serve me, so you can do rough work in the yard. I will call you when I have something to tell you. The two servants were relieved when they heard that she was willing to take them in, and kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Master Peng. If you have anything in the future, just tell me. Seeing that Su Maoyang kept them, she knew it was a little worried, and couldn't help but step forward and asked, What are your names? Where did you work before? My name is Yong'an. His name is Fei Yuan. They used to work for the Marquis. The black-clothed servant answered quickly. Su Maoyang nodded slightly and told she knew. Find 2 rooms and settle them down. I'm going to rest later. Don't disturb me. She heard this and clasped her fists to accept the order. Yes. After she finished speaking, she called Yong'an and Fei Yuan to go to the wing room elsewhere in the yard. Su Maoyang returned to the room, closed the door, and was about to go to the bedroom to rest. Who knew that as soon as she stepped into the bedroom, she heard a deep and magnetic male voice coming over lightly. You are amazing. You have such a good treatment as soon as you enter the princess's mansion. You are served by Lan Yu Pavilion and servants, and you are surrounded by handsome men early in the morning. You are quite successful as a male favorite. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard the voice. She looked up and saw Jun Haocong lying on her bed, squinting his blue eyes, and staring at her intently. Seeing him actually ran to the princess's mansion. Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly ran over and stretched out her hand to pull him up. You are so brave. Why did you run here? If we are discovered, we can't think of leaving Fengqi Empire alive. Jun Haocong stretched out his hand to hug her waist, pulled her hard, hugged her in his arms, leaned close to her ear, and said with gritted teeth, I'm dying without seeing you, and I don't expect to walk out alive. Su Maoyang was moved by his low and hoarse confession. and punched him in annoyance. It's only been 2 days since we last met. Look how anxious you are. Only 2 days? How long do you want to leave me alone? Jun Haotsong gritted his teeth in anger, buried his head in the crook of Su Maoyang's neck, and bit her punishingly. Chapter 1641. It's like having an affair. Su Maoyang groaned at his bite and pushed him away angrily. You still dare to say that you are being left alone? I see that you can come and go freely, and nothing can stop you. I don't know where I left you alone. Well, you've been seen. So leave quickly. Be careful not to be discovered. They are deep in the enemy camp now, which is already very dangerous. Now they are in Mu Qingqing's princess mansion, where there are spies everywhere. Look, Jean Hani just sent 2 spies to monitor her. If they find out, it will be out of control. Jun Haotsong had just said a few words to her when she drove him away. He was so angry that he turned over and pressed her under him, holding her hands tightly, not allowing her to move. He couldn't bear it anymore and cursed. Damn it! The woman I married formally wants me to meet secretly, making it seem like an affair. I have tolerated all this, but now even an affair is not allowed. Is this reasonable? I really don't know what sin he committed in his previous life to fall into Su Maoyang's hands. Su Maoyang laughed when he heard about the affair, thinking of his current. As a man, he found it even more funny. You are not only having an affair, you are also gay. Jun Haotsong was so angry that his eyebrows stood up when he saw that she could still laugh, and asked in confusion, Gay? What do you mean? Su Maoyang looked down at her clothes and said with a smile, If you don't know, you would think that the dignified emperor of Yunlu likes men. Jun Haotsong immediately understood what she meant, and his face darkened instantly. I haven't seen you for 2 days, and you deserve to be punished? It seems that if I don't punish you today, I will really let down my hard work and come all the way here. As he said that, Jun Haotsong started to make his move. Su Maoyang knew that he was going to torture her again, and she struggled fiercely. You promised me to be obedient before. How can you go back on your word? I have even done shameless things like cheating and liking men. What's the point of going back on your word? Jun Haotsong didn't care about that. In front of Su Maoyang, he had no face and dignity. Facing his rogue, Su Maoyang simply couldn't do anything about him, and threatened with tears and laughter. If you do this again, I will scream. If you don't want the information of the 7 major families, just scream. Let them all see how 2 men are intimate. I believe they should be very interested. Jun Haotsong didn't care at all, and said jokingly with a hook of his lips. When Su Maoyang heard that he had obtained the information of the 7 major families, he immediately opened his eyes in surprise. You got the information so quickly? Don't you even look at who I am? Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows proudly. Quick! Take it out and let me see it. Su Maoyang was a little impatient. Jun Haotsong, however, had a proud face. It's okay to give you the information, but how are you going to compensate me? Can I accompany you every day in the future? Su Maoyang could only try to coax him. Jun Haotsong shook his head dissatisfied. Not enough. Then what do you want? Su Maoyang was speechless. Hearing this, Jun Haotsong's eyes flashed with a sly arc, and then he leaned close to Su Maoyang's ear and whispered ambiguously, Flesh compensation. Su Maoyang was about to explode after hearing this, but who knew that Jun Haotsong stretched out his hand and pulled the quilt over, covering the 2 of them suddenly. Before Su Maoyang could utter a word, he blocked it all in his mouth, leaving only an ambiguous whimper. The next morning, the sun shone in through the window, illuminating the whole room, and Su Maoyang slowly woke up. She just moved her body a little, and she felt a soreness coming. She gasped in pain and cursed him in her heart. She did get the information, but the price was too high. I don't know how many times Jun Haotsong had to toss her last night before letting her go. Now, it was difficult for her to get up and put on her clothes, so she had to call out, Shinua, come in and help me change clothes. Shinua heard the order and ran in hurriedly. When she saw Su Maoyang struggling to get up from the couch, her face jumped with a touch of surprise. She was stunned for a moment before rushing to help her. Master, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Su Maoyang didn't know how to explain, so she just followed her words and said, Well, I don't feel well. Where do you feel uncomfortable? I'll go find a doctor to take a look. As she said that, Shinua was about to run out to find a doctor. Su Maoyang was startled when she saw this, and immediately grabbed her. No, It's just a minor problem. It will be fine in a while. Minor problem? I think you are seriously ill. It's safer to let the doctor take a look. Shinua was worried and frowned in disapproval. Su Maoyang was helpless. Don't forget. I'm an alchemist. Don't worry about my health. Shinua had forgotten this. And she suddenly remembered it after being reminded by her. Then she relaxed a little and picked up the clothes to change her clothes. Only when she saw several red kiss marks on Su Maoyang's neck did she gradually understand. At this time, seeing Su Maoyang's backache, Shinua immediately suppressed a smile and lowered her head. It seems that the emperor came last night. Okay. You go down. I can tidy up by myself. Su Maoyang put on her clothes and waved her hand, letting Shinua leave. Shinua clasped her fists and accepted the order. She was about to leave. But at this moment, she thought of something and suddenly stopped and added, "By the way, Master, Butler Su came this morning and said that the princess had returned to the mansion. He specially sent him to the master to deliver several fine clothes and a lot of expensive rewards. The princess will hold a banquet in the garden tonight to welcome you to the mansion. And she has specially invited a troop to help. So the master must be there." Su Maoyang heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. She didn't expect Mu Qingqing to care about her so much. He prepared so many things for her just after returning to the mansion. It seems that he was really moved by her love words. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang smiled and shook her head. "Well, I know. You go down. The master is going to attend the banquet tonight. Do you want to try the new clothes sent by the princess?" Shinua asked. Su Maoyang waved her hand. "No. The princess has already attracted a lot of hatred for me by doing this. If I wear the new clothes sent by the princess again, it will be too high profile. She couldn't stand the sight of so many male favorites." It was scary to think about it. Shinua heard it and thought it made sense. After nodding, he left the room. Time passed quickly and it was night. Su Maoyang went directly to the garden with Shinua's company. Yandan and Fei Yuan were left in Lanyu Pavilion. The garden of the princess's mansion is very large, surrounded by all kinds of flowers that even Su Maoyang couldn't name. But there is a very spacious area in the middle, which is perfect for banquets. Chapter 1642, a dinner party for her. At this time, the center of the garden was already filled with tables, and the maids came up one after another with snacks and wine. At a glance, the colorful snacks on the table, in harmony with the surrounding flowers, looked particularly beautiful, and just looking at them made people salivate. When Su Maoyang arrived, she saw that many young masters were already sitting in the garden. But everyone was sitting in their seats and didn't talk much. Those who were on good terms could say a few words. But overall, the atmosphere was still very awkward, seeing that a good dinner party was like a meeting, and there was not much joy from the heart on everyone's face. Su Maoyang understood in her heart, because this was a dinner party set up by Princess Ninglan for her. How could the princess's men be happy? In Su Maoyang's opinion, it was already very good that these people could come. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang put away his thoughts and walked over quickly. As the protagonist of the night, she naturally became the focus of everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. But Su Maoyang had long been accustomed to the feeling of being the center of attention. She had never been intimidated by the civil and military officials in the past, not to mention the male favorites in front of her who were not presentable. So, at this moment, she ignored everyone's gazes, walked to the seat indicated by the maid without looking sideways, and sat down. She did not show any embarrassment or helplessness, but was calm and elegant, which made everyone whisper. Even Jin Hani, Renning Xuan and Fan Yishuan, who were present, could not help but cast a hidden look at Su Maoyang. But the deep meaning of it is unknown. At this time, a purple-clothed young man sitting next to Su Maoyang took the initiative to talk to him. "Mr. Peng, you are so lucky. As soon as you arrived at the mansion, the princess held a banquet and invited a troop to welcome you. It shows your status in the princess' heart." Hearing this, Su Maoyang followed his gaze and saw that a huge stage had been set up in front of the banquet. The people in the troop were also busy preparing. Then he smiled and said modestly, "The princess likes lively people. I just got the princess's help." Ha ha ha. Mr. Peng is too modest. Except for a few favored servants, I haven't seen the princess care so much about any young man. So, I think Mr. Peng should be a capable person. There must be a place for the young man in the princess's mansion in the future. The purple-clothed man chuckled twice and praised generously. Su Maoyong heard his tone of praise, with a hint of flattery. So she looked up, and took a serious look at him. She found that although the appearance of the purple-clothed man in front of her was not as exquisite as that of other servants, he was also extremely handsome. Fair skin, bright pupils like black crystal, curved eyebrows, small lips with a faint blush, and facial features without the masculinity of men, but with a bit more feminine beauty. Such a man with a feminine appearance is rare, and Su Maoyong couldn't help but take a few more glances. "Excuse me, sir." Su Maoyong looked at him and asked with a fist. The purple-clothed man knew that Su Maoyong had just arrived at the mansion, and was not familiar with them. So it was not strange. He smiled and replied, "My name is Duan Tianyu, the 8th son of the Duan family." When Su Maoyong heard that he was from the Duan family, information about Duan Tianyu flashed through her mind. Last night, Jun Haotsong specially got her information about the 7 major families, and she learned a little bit. This Duan Gongzi is also a bastard of the Duan family. His mother was born as a maid, and was often bullied by the mistress. So in order to make his mother live a better life, he took great pains to marry into the princess's mansion. Unfortunately, his background was too low. Even if he was a child of the Duan family, he was not qualified to be a servant of the king. Now he is just a male favorite in the mansion. It is said that the princess had intended to promote him to be a servant of the king before, but Jin Hani did not seem to agree. And then, the matter was left unresolved. So, this Duan Gongzi should hate Jin Hani. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong looked at him with deep eyes, smiled and bowed. "It turns out to be Duan Gongzi. Nice to meet you, Mr. Peng. No need to be polite. Just call me brother in the future." Duan Tianyu waved his hand cheerfully. His attitude was very cordial. Su Maoyong could see that this person was trying to win her over. It seemed that he had a humble origin, and it was not easy for him to live in the princess's mansion. Although the other servants were all bastards, they still had a status, and they would definitely look down on him as a male favorite. In addition, there was Jin Hani's pressure from above, so it would be difficult for him to make a name for himself. So he set his sights on himself. Although Su Maoyong had never thought of forming a clique with anyone, it was not a bad thing if someone was willing to befriend her. Thinking of this, the smile on her face deepened a little. "Okay, I'll call you Brother Duan from now on." "Ha! Very good. Very good." Duan Tianyu was in a good mood and nodded repeatedly with a smile. However, just as the two were talking, a notification sounded in the garden. "The princess has arrived." As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw Mu Qingqing's figure slowly approaching, and soon walked to the center of the garden. Seeing this, everyone stood up and saluted, and the loud voice echoed over the garden. Mu Qingqing seemed to be in a good mood, with a smile on her face, waving to everyone. "Today is a family dinner. Everyone doesn't need to be polite. Don't be restrained. Sit down." Hearing the princess' words, everyone sat down again in a proper manner. After everyone sat down, Mu Qingqing began to search for Su Maoyong's figure. At this time, she saw her sitting quietly among the male favorites. Although her posture was low-key, she was neither humble nor arrogant. Compared with other male favorites, her appearance was not stunning, but her eyebrows revealed an extraordinary heroic spirit. Her elegant and cold temperament was pleasing to the eye. Thinking of the several amazing talent performances she saw in the Golden Phoenix Tower that day, Mu Qingqing was moved and couldn't help but be fascinated. "Yu Yan, you just arrived at the mansion. Are you used to it?" Mu Qingqing couldn't help asking as she looked around. Su Maoyong stood up and bowed. "Yesterday, the Marquis asked me to meet the young masters in the mansion, and specially sent 2 servants to serve me. With the princess's love and the Marquis's care, how could I not get used to it?" This princess thought you might feel a little restrained when you left home and went to a strange environment. It seems that this princess is overthinking. Mu Qingqing laughed with satisfaction when she heard this. Su Maoyong followed her words and said, "My family has fallen into poverty, and I have been wandering around. I have no home for a long time. So, for me, a place without a princess is just a place to live, and a place with a princess is my home. Now that the princess is by my side, how can I say I am leaving home?" Hearing this, Mu Qingqing was stunned, and then laughed, with joy in her eyes. "Ha! Your mouth. It's really lovable." Chapter 1643. The princess was assassinated. The male favorites present were shocked to see the princess laughing so hard after hearing such flattering words. They looked at Su Maoyang in surprise. They obviously didn't expect her to have such a skill. It's no wonder that the male favorites were surprised, because they were all very afraid of Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing had a weird personality, and was moody. She would punish people in a perverted way if she was not satisfied with something. And these male favorites whose lives were worse than dogs, even if they were played to death by her, no one would care. Therefore, they were usually trembling with fear when speaking, and they didn't dare to say sweet words to please the princess in public like Su Maoyang did. And the servants present were a little disdainful, thinking that she was just a flatterer. As for Duan Tianyu beside Su Maoyang, when he saw this, a gleam flashed across his eyes. He felt even more deeply that the rumors were true. This man was indeed extraordinary. He could make the princess laugh with just a few words. I'm afraid he was better than the servants present. After all, those servants were men who cared about their reputation and had backbone. Even if they wanted to say love words, they would say them in the dead of night in the bed. They were not like this Mr. Peng who didn't care about other people's eyes. He said it just right, frankly, and naturally. Thinking of this, Duan Tianyu felt very fortunate for his decision to get close to her just now. Okay. Don't stand. Sit down quickly. By the way, this princess specially invited a troupe to help tonight. The play of this troupe is my favorite, but I don't know if it suits your taste. Mu Qingqing was very satisfied with her. Seeing that she was still standing, she waved her hand distressfully, motioning her to sit down. Su Maoyang was grateful when he heard this. As the saying goes, love the house and love the dog. Since the princess likes it, how can I not like it? Ha ha ha. You? Of course. If you want to please Mu Qingqing, you have to know her preferences. Since these are what she likes, Su Maoyang still has to spend time studying them. Thinking like this, unknowingly, the opera has reached the middle stage, and everyone is so moved by the plot that they can't extricate themselves and indulge in it. But at this moment, the actors on the stage suddenly drew out a long sword, flew towards Mu Qingqing below, and stabbed her in the face fiercely. Suddenly seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked, and the maids who served the dishes screamed in horror and fled in all directions. The male favorites present saw that the other party was coming fiercely, each holding a long sword, murderous, and highly skilled in martial arts, and they all instinctively dodged backwards, fearing that the fish pond would be affected. Even several servants were stunned by the sudden assassination. Seeing the long sword about to fall on Mu Qingqing, they suddenly woke up and opened their mouths in horror. However, just when everyone thought that Mu Qingqing was going to die, a blue shadow passed by and suddenly pushed out a palm, instantly repelling the villain who wanted to assassinate Mu Qingqing several steps back, which saved Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing thought she was dead, but she didn't expect that someone would suddenly jump out from her side and hug her waist, and then flash to the side to help her avoid the sword just now. Mu Qingqing, who was still in shock, looked up in shock and found that it was the thin Peng Yuyan who saved her. She never expected that at the critical moment it would be this man who didn't have much killing power who came forward to protect her. The enemy didn't seem to expect Su Maoyang to rush out at this juncture, but they didn't intend to let Mu Qingqing go. So, after they were beaten back by Su Maoyang, another person attacked from the side, with moves as sharp as the wind, too fast for people to dodge. Mu Qingqing was originally a waste, with only a little bit of kung fu. Facing such a strong level of suppression, she had no power to fight back at all, and was forced to retreat repeatedly in an instant. Su Maoyang saw that she was in danger, grabbed her arm, pulled her in his direction, protected her behind him, and went to meet him alone, because the opponent's moves were too fast. Su Maoyang did not dare to expose his strength too much, which would arouse suspicion, so he had to take a palm. Fortunately, she was agile and quickly avoided the important part, but her shoulder was seriously injured, and she was also knocked back a few steps. Mu Qingqing behind her didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so desperate to save her. She was shocked and shouted nervously, "Yu Yan, are you okay?" But Su Maoyang didn't have time to answer her at this time. She saw another sword stabbing from behind her. Her expression suddenly changed and she shouted, "Be careful." After that, Su Maoyang didn't dare to delay and pulled Mu Qingqing to the side, so that she could avoid the vital parts and avoid being killed by the sword. But the sword light was too fast and had already fallen at this moment, and finally left a blood mark on Mu Qingqing's arm. Jin Hani saw Mu Qingqing being hit. His pupils shrank slightly, and he also joined the battle. He quickly killed several actors with his sword. When the other servants saw that the Marquis had joined the battle, they came to their senses and protected the Emperor unwillingly. Fortunately, the Marquis and several servants were good at martial arts and quickly solved the assassins. At this time, Su Maoyang had no time to care about the assassin. Seeing that Mu Qingqing's arm was hit by a sword and black blood was faintly flowing out, he secretly said that it was not good, and quickly took out a life-saving pill and stuffed it into Mu Qingqing's mouth to temporarily keep her alive. Mu Qingqing was poisoned and completely lost her strength. She collapsed in Su Maoyang's arms. Su Maoyang knew that if this continued, Mu Qingqing would not be able to hold on for too long. So he immediately shouted and ordered, "The princess is poisoned. Hurry up and call the doctor. Quick!" Hearing this, Jin Hani was the first to react, and he shouted at Yuan Bao anxiously, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you ask the doctor to come?" Yuan Bao was startled by the shouting, and then nodded repeatedly in panic, and rushed out quickly. Su Maoyang touched Mu Qingqing's cheek and tried to comfort her emotions. "Princess, don't worry. You will be fine. I will help you go back now." Chapter 1644. No life-threatening situation for the time being. Mu Qingqing was weak, but she could still hear Su Maoyang's words clearly. She grabbed her hand as if she had grabbed the last straw. "Save me!" Su Maoyang knew that her situation was not optimistic, and immediately yelled at Shinua. "Peng Nua, come and help!" Shinua was also a little dazed by the scene in front of her. She woke up after hearing Su Maoyang's order, rushed over immediately, and helped Mu Qingqing up. Su Maoyang turned around without saying a word, carried Mu Qingqing on his back, and asked the maid next to him, who was already pale with fear, "Where is the princess's room?" The princess's personal maid was frightened by Su Maoyang's fierce roar, and hurriedly led the way. "Here, here, here." Seeing this, Su Maoyang carried Mu Qingqing on his back and ran quickly towards her residence. For her, Mu Qingqing can't die now that there are so many people present. If she dies, Su Maoyang will not be able to replace her identity and continue to stay in the princess's mansion. It will be difficult to sneak into the imperial mausoleum in the future. Therefore, Su Maoyang plans to wait until the time is right, and then quietly kill Mu Qingqing and replace the princess's identity, so that no one will find out. Therefore, even if Mu Qingqing can't escape death in the end, it will definitely not be now. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang quickened his pace, and soon arrived at Mu Qingqing's Yuling Hall and put her on the bed. At this time, several servants and male favorites also followed in. Seeing the princess lying on the bed, with a pale face and black blood oozing from her arms, everyone was frightened and didn't know what to do for a while. When Jin Hani saw that Mu Qingqing was seriously injured, he immediately ordered the maid to fetch water and medicine. Soon, the entire Yuling Palace was in chaos, and the atmosphere was very tense. The male favorites were also worried when they saw this situation, wondering whether the princess could survive this. Those who wanted to rely on Mu Qingqing were worried, while those who hated Mu Qingqing were full of joy. Although everyone had different thoughts, their eyes were all on Mu Qingqing, waiting for the final result. At this moment, Yuan Bao led the imperial physician in trotting. "Master, Imperial Physician Wang is here." Following closely was a gray-haired old man. When he saw Jin Hani, he was about to salute, but the latter quickly helped him up and urged him. "Physician Wang, don't be so polite. Just hurry up and see the princess." After hearing this, Imperial Physician Wang hurried to the bedside. He was also shocked to see the injury on Mu Qingqing's arm. After a careful examination, he said solemnly, "The princess was poisoned by the blood sea miasma. This poison is extremely strong. Once it touches you, you will die on the spot. However, the princess seems to have taken some kind of life-saving pill, but she didn't die immediately. She is really lucky." Hearing this, Jin Hani and several servants cast a surprised look at Su Maoyang. Just now, they all saw Su Maoyang stuffing something into Mu Qingqing's mouth. They didn't expect it to be a life-saving pill. They were all a little shocked. However, before they could react, Su Maoyang asked, "Although she took the life-saving pill, if the poison is allowed to spread, the princess will surely die. Therefore, the most urgent task is to detoxify her quickly. Does the imperial physician have any method to detoxify her?" Before the imperial physician came, Su Maoyang carefully checked and found that the poison in Mu Qingqing was quite special and could not be detoxified with ordinary pills. At least there was no detoxifying medicine in Su Maoyang's space. So he hoped that the imperial physician would find a way. After all, Wang Tai was an old man in the palace. Since he had identified the poison, he naturally had some ideas. He nodded lightly and took out a pill to feed Mu Qingqing. Well, I have a medicine that can temporarily curb the spread of the poison. After taking it, it can last for about 10 days. But if you want to completely eliminate the poison, you must use human blood as a medicine guide, and take it with the prescription prescribed by this minister. It will take about half a month to completely get the princess out of danger. Hearing that human blood was used, everyone present looked at each other in shock, and their eyes became a little evasive. I think no one is willing to donate their blood for Mu Qingqing. For a woman they don't love at all. Not to mention that they have to donate for half a month. I don't know how weak they will be if they insist on doing so. When Jin Hani heard this, he stood up without hesitation. Dr. Wang, use my blood as a medicine. Just prescribe the prescription. It's important to detoxify the princess. Everyone was relieved when they heard that Jin Hani took the initiative to donate blood. Su Maoyang looked at him with some surprise. From the first time he met Jin Hani, Su Maoyang found that there was no love in his eyes when he looked at Mu Qingqing. On the surface, he seemed very gentle and considerate. But as long as you look closely, you will know that his eyes are full of coldness. It is difficult for a man with a warm appearance and a cold heart to get into his heart, let alone a straw bag like Mu Qingqing. In addition, Su Maoyang heard Shi Nuo say that he had a wolfish ambition. But he was of low status, and was a bastard of the Jin family. It was difficult for him to inherit the Jin family, so he could only climb up in this way. It can be seen that he should not be willing to be the princess's servant. Therefore, Su Maoyang guessed that he not only had no feelings for Mu Qingqing, but also hated her. However, he was able to stand up and donate blood for the princess now. It seems that he is also a person who will do anything to achieve his goals. Thinking of this, Dr. Wang began to write the prescription, and finally handed it to Jin Hani, and seriously instructed, follow this prescription to get the medicine. Boil it with a bowl of blood for half an hour, and then you can take it. Remember to take it every day for half a month. Jin Hani nodded repeatedly when he heard this, and then ordered Yuan Bao beside him. Quick! Now go and get the medicine according to this prescription. Yuan Bao took the prescription and hurriedly left the room again. Dr. Wang took a look at Mu Qingqing's arm, and finally said, the princess's arm is just a skin injury. Apply some medicine and take care of it for a while, and it should be fine. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Ren Xiuan ordered the servant beside him. Xiaoping, send Dr. Wang out. After hearing this, Dr. Wang immediately waved his hand politely. No need. The princess is injured. You guys stay and take care of her. I'll go first. With that, Dr. Wang bowed and left Yuling Hall. Seeing Dr. Wang leave, Jin Hani saw that everyone was standing in the whole room, and there was no fresh air. He immediately waved his hand and ordered, the princess is not in danger for the time being, and you don't have to worry too much. The maid will fetch water and apply medicine for the princess later. You so many people standing here can't help much, but will cause trouble. Let's go back and wait for news. Chapter 1645 The Jealousy of the Male Favorites. When the male favorites heard the Marquis ask them to go back, they were relieved, because they really couldn't help much here. And to detoxify the princess, human blood was needed as a medicine. If they stayed here, if Jin Hani changed his mind and used their blood, it would be more trouble than gain. So, everyone was eager to leave this place as soon as possible. Although the servants were not very reassured, they didn't want to cause trouble here. So they saluted to Jin Hani and left the room. Su Maoyang took advantage of the time when everyone was not paying attention to gently wipe Mu Qingqing's wound with cotton cloth and quietly collected her blood. After Jin Hani instructed the others, he turned around and saw Su Maoyang helping Mu Qingqing with her wounds. A hint of darkness flashed across his eyes, and he said, you were injured just now, so you should go back and have a good rest. I'll take care of you here, now that Mu Qingqing is no longer in danger of life, and she has obtained Mu Qingqing's blood. There is naturally no need to stay here all the time. So Su Maoyang didn't hesitate, nodded readily, and stood up. Then I'll trouble you, Lord. Hearing this, Jin Hani's face involuntarily darkened a little, and his tone seemed a little cold. This is my job. How can I bother with it? Su Maoyong heard that his tone was wrong, and looked at him deeply. Seeing that he had no expression on his face and no emotions, he was too lazy to investigate further. So he just bowed and walked out of the room. Back to Lonnie Pavilion. Shi No whispered uncomfortably. Master, are you sure you can leave Mu Qingqing to him? I'm afraid that this assassination was caused by him. Su Maoyong smiled and interrupted. What's there to worry about? Regardless of who sent this assassination, Dr. Wang has just confirmed in front of so many people that the princess is temporarily out of danger. If he lets Mu Qingqing make a mistake, do you think he can get away with it? Jin Hani is a smart man. He won't do such a risky thing. Hearing this, Shi Nua nodded with relief, and then thought of Su Maoyong's injury, and asked with concern, Master, you were also injured just now. I don't know if it's serious. Let me help you take a look. It's a minor injury. It's okay. I can just apply some medicine myself. Don't let the Emperor know about the injury. Understand? Su Maoyong knew Jun Haotsong's temper. If he knew that she was injured, he would probably pester her for a while. Well, I understand. Shi Nua nodded seriously. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, she had seen that the Emperor was quite scary when he got angry. Okay. You go down first. Keep an eye on the two new servants, and report immediately if there is any movement. Su Maoyong waved his hand a little tiredly, signaling her to leave. Your injury, Shi Nua frowned. Still not at ease. I know my limits. Don't worry. Go down. Su Maoyong waved his hand impatiently. Seeing that she insisted, Shi Nua couldn't say anything. So he clasped his fists and accepted the order, and left the room. Seeing Shi Nua leave, Su Maoyong swallowed a healing pill, applied the medicine and bandaged himself. And after everything was done, he took out Mu Qingqing's blood and prepared to refine the disguise pill. Although this assassination was beyond her expectations, it also helped her a lot. At least she got Mu Qingqing's blood, so she didn't have to worry about the disguise pill. However, since Su Maoyong had been working hard to make pills these 2 days, and this happened again today, she was so sleepy after making the disguise pill that she soon fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Time passed in a flash, and half a month had passed. These days, because of the princess's injury, the entire princess's mansion was shrouded in gloom. Fortunately, the princess was no longer in danger of life and could get out of bed and walk around. The mansion finally cleared up and became lively. Early in the morning of this day, Su Maoyong went to Huayin Hall to pay respects to Jin Hani according to the rules. Jin Hani roughly told the princess's situation. When everyone learned that the princess's body had almost recovered, they had a little more joy on their faces. Duan Tianyu thought of the situation that day, and smiled at Su Maoyong. Flattering. This time, it was all thanks to Master Peng who rescued me. If it weren't for Master Peng, the consequences would be disastrous. Jin Hani heard this, looked at Su Maoyong with deep eyes, and also smiled, nodded, and praised. Yes, Brother Yu Yin has made great contributions this time. Yesterday, the princess said that she would reward you well, but she didn't know what you like, so she asked me to help her with some reference. Hearing this, the other male favorites present changed color slightly. Although they didn't say it, their expressions were a little unhappy, and their eyes staring at Su Maoyong were full of jealousy, because Su Maoyong risked his life that day to save the princess, making her stand out among many male favorites and become the princess's savior. In this way, he is not just a male favorite, and his weight is likely to surpass several famous servants and become the princess's most beloved man. Although they were prepared, they still felt uncomfortable when they heard Jin Hani mention the princess in person. After all, no one would be happy to be robbed of the limelight by a young prostitute who had just entered the mansion. Of course, Duan Tianyu, who decided to win over Su Maoyong, was an exception. Ha ha ha. Mr. Peng, let me tell you, you are a capable person. Sooner or later, you will have a place in this princess's mansion. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Duan congratulates Mr. Peng here, Duan Tianyu said, and then he bowed his hands. The meaning of flattery was obvious, and the other servants and male favorites sneered. TSK TSK TSK. Mr. Duan is so happy. If you don't know, you would think that Mr. Duan saved the princess's life and got a reward. At this time, the harsh-speaking Lu Ziyu couldn't help but chuckle twice and said sarcastically. Ran Yingxuan, a man in red sitting next to him, glanced at Su Maoyong with a smile. and raised a beautiful arc at the corner of his lips. It's still Mr. Peng who is so charming. Not long after entering the mansion, he has a lapdog. Just as Mr. Duan said, he is indeed capable. Although Lu Ziyu spoke harshly, he was not as high profile as Ranning Xuan. He actually called Duan Tianyu a lapdog in front of so many people, without any mercy. Duan Tianyu was so angry that his face turned black on the spot. Eugene Hani, who was sitting above, saw that the proper greetings turned into a quarrel, frowned unhappily, and stopped. It's a good thing that the princess has recovered. What are you quarreling about here? Mr. Peng has made contributions and saved the princess, which is worthy of praise. What is your attitude? If you are dissatisfied with Mr. Peng's rescue, you should have run faster and blocked the princess. Then it's not him who is rewarded now, but you? Chapter 1646, The Reckless Servant. After being reprimanded by the Marquis, everyone calmed down a little. But after hearing such sarcastic words, even if they calmed down on the surface, they were not convinced in their hearts. The outspoken Ranning Xuan snorted bluntly. Marquis, don't be too partial. We have served the princess for so many years. Even if we have no merits, we have worked hard. How can you erase all our good deeds just because we didn't save the princess? Isn't it too unfair for you to say that? Although Ranning Xuan is not a son-in-law, he is a member of the Ran family and has never been afraid of Jin Hani. In fact, to put it bluntly, with his status as Ranning Xuan, he can be on an equal footing with Jin Hani, because Jin Hani's title of consort is just an empty title, and he doesn't have much real power. At most, he can take care of the affairs of the princess's mansion. If there is anything, it depends on who has a stronger backstage. And their Ren family is the family of the Empress's biological father. They have been supporters of the Empress from the beginning and can be regarded as the Empress's confidant. The Jin family is different. They used to be supporters of Princess Ningfu, even if they later made great contributions and showed their loyalty to the Empress. There is always some distance in the Empress's heart. Naturally, they are not as important as their Ren family in the Empress's heart. Therefore, Ranning Xuan is not afraid of Jin Hani at all. In addition, he is an outspoken personality. When faced with such a reprimand, he always fights back without hesitation, because he knows that even if Jin Hani hates him, he dare not do anything to him. Sure enough, in front of him, Jin Hani still had to give him some face. He couldn't help but chuckle twice and said, Brother Sun has been with the princess and served her for so many years, so he must have made great contributions. As for who has made the greatest contribution, it's really not for me to judge. After all, I'm not the princess. Now that Brother Yin has saved the princess, he is very brave, and the princess wants to reward him. I just did what the princess wanted. Brother Sun said that I was biased, which really made me embarrassed. Although Jin Hani did not directly state the meaning, the subtext was to remind Ranning Xuan that they were all the princess's men. Who the princess favored and who had the greatest contribution were all decided by the princess, and no one else could interfere. He was just doing things according to the princess's wishes. But Ranning Xuan said he was partial and unfair. Isn't that the same as accusing the princess of partiality? Although Ranning Xuan was a high-profile person, she was not a fool. After hearing what Jin Hani said, she immediately realized that her attitude just now was a little inappropriate. She restrained herself a little and said coldly, The Marquis is still considerate and understands the princess's mind the most. No wonder the princess usually favors you the most. Haha. I don't expect to be favored by the princess. As long as I serve carefully and don't make the princess angry, I'll be thankful. Jin Hani smiled modestly and waved his hand when he heard this. But the meaning of his words was to mock Ranning Xuan for complaining about Peng Yuyan. If this was heard by the princess, I'm afraid she would be angry. Ranning Xuan was also a smart person, so she naturally understood what he said. She was choked by him, and her face became very ugly. Su Maoyang saw their open and secret struggles and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, in the royal family, as long as it involves interests and status, intrigues are inevitable. Even men are no exception. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang spoke to smooth things over. It is Yu Yan's job to save the princess, and I dare not ask for any reward. I believe that even if Yu Yan didn't rush up, anyone present would rush up to save the princess. It's not a big deal. And Yu Yan dare not take credit. Ha ha ha. Mr. Peng is a sensible person. We really can't catch up. Ranning Xuan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Jean Hani also nodded in appreciation. Mr. Peng is too modest, but I will still give what is due. But since the princess is here in person, I can't do it for her. Let's stop here for today's greetings, and everyone can go. Hearing this, everyone who had been sitting impatiently for a long time quickly stood up and bowed, and left Huayin Hall one after another. But Su Maoyang had just walked out of Huayin Hall not far when she was stopped by a voice behind her. Brother Yin, please stay. Su Maoyang stopped and turned around, seeing that it was Duan Tianyu who had been trying to get close to her during this period. A hint of understanding flashed across her eyes, and she called politely, Brother Duan, what's the matter? Haha. Last time I heard that Brother Yin likes to drink green tea. I happened to come across some good green tea 2 days ago, so I bought some. So I want to invite Brother Yin to my yard to play chess and drink tea together. I wonder if Brother Yin would do me the honor. Duan Tianyu stared at her expectantly, with a warm smile on his lips, making it difficult for Su Maoyang to refuse. Of course, Su Maoyang had a purpose in getting along with him recently. For example, she could get a lot of news about the princess's mansion from him. So every time he invited her, Su Maoyang did not refuse. This time was no exception. Haha. Brother Duan still cares about my preferences. How can I fail Brother Duan's kindness? Su Maoyang nodded gratefully. That's great. Brother Yin, please come this way. Seeing her agree, Duan Tianyu's face lit up, and he quickly extended his hand to lead the way. The two walked through the garden, talking and laughing all the way, and were about to walk to Duan Tianyu's yard. However, at this moment, a servant came out from nowhere and bumped into Su Maoyang without noticing, and immediately fell on his back. The bowl in his hand also broke into pieces with a sound of porcelain, and the blood inside was scattered all over the ground, which looked shocking. Su Maoyang and Duan Tianyu were both shocked to see the blood all over the ground, and then looked at the servant, who fell to the ground with shock, and raised their eyebrows in surprise. Su Maoyang was not familiar with this person, but Duan Tianyu recognized him at a glance and seriously blamed him. Aren't you the stone beside the marquee? Why are you rushing around like this? If you hurt Master Peng, can you bear the responsibility? The servant called Shirtu was so scared that he trembled all over when he heard this. He quickly got up and kowtowed to admit his mistake. Master Peng, spare me. I didn't mean it. I was in a hurry to deliver medicine to the princess, so I didn't pay attention and accidentally bumped into Master Peng. I will never do that again. I dared. Please forgive me. Master Peng. When Su Maoyang heard that medicine was to be delivered to the princess, he could not help but glance at the blood spilled all over the floor, and then nodded in understanding. It's okay. Delivering medicine to the princess is important. But it's a pity to spill such a precious medicine. Before, Jean Hani took the initiative to take the responsibility of donating blood for the princess, and he has been donating until now. I think his body is already very weak. Now it was accidentally spilled by the servant. It seems that he has to prepare a new bowl. When the servant heard this, he looked nervous and said evasively, Yes, it's a pity. I'll go and get another bowl. As he said that, the servant was ready to return to the original path. However, Su Maoyang noticed something was wrong at this time, frowned, and stopped him. Wait! What's wrong with your hand? Chapter 1647 caught the Marquis's handle. Su Maoyang just saw this servant named Shirtu pulling hard on his slightly rolled up sleeves, as if he was trying to hide something. In addition to the fear of bumping into her, he also looked indescribably panicked. Su Maoyang couldn't help but think that if this person was delivering medicine to the princess, he should have done it openly. Why was he so sneaky and bumped into someone rashly? So, Su Maoyang was suspicious and called him. When Shirtu was asked about his arm, his body stiffened, and then he turned around stiffly and replied in a trembling voice. No, nothing. Maybe he fell and got hurt just now. Su Maoyang heard this and raised her eyebrows slightly, and was sure that there must be something fishy, because she hadn't said anything just now. She just asked about his hand, but he immediately answered that he was injured. It seemed that there should be a wound on his arm. Why did he try so hard to cover up the wound? Duan Tianyu, who was standing by, heard Su Maoyang ask this question. Seeing Shitu's nervous and helpless face, he also became suspicious. He frowned and looked at him, then strode over and grabbed his arm. Shirtu never expected Duan Tianyu to do it directly. He was so scared that he struggled to pull his hand back. But Duan Tianyu was a martial artist, and the servant was no match for him. Then he ignored the servant's struggle and lifted his sleeve. At this time, Su Maoyong and Duan Tianyu only saw countless bloodstains on the servant's arm. Some of them had already scarred. Some were only left with cuts. And some were bloody. It was obvious that he had just been scratched not long ago. But they were densely packed and looked extremely scary. Duan Tianyu was frightened by this scene and his eyes widened, almost popping out. After being shocked for a long time, he asked in disbelief, "What's going on?" Shirtu was frightened by his ferocious questioning and trembled. He pulled back his hand and covered the wound. "I just said that I accidentally fell and got hurt." "Humph! Can a fall cause you to have so many scars? At this critical moment, you dare to talk nonsense. You are really brave." Duan Tianyu was completely angry and growled with gnashing teeth. Shirtu was frightened by his anger and turned pale. His legs softened and he knelt down again, cowed out and begged for mercy. "Master Duan, I didn't mean to deceive you. I had no choice. Please don't pursue this matter anymore. Just pretend you didn't see me and don't know about it. Please." Seeing Shirtu begging, it was clear that he had some shameful difficulties. Duan Tianyu confirmed his guess and looked at Su Maoyong, as if asking for Su Maoyong's opinion. Su Maoyong understood what he meant, and then said to Shirtu on the ground, "Forgiving? Forget it. We won't pursue this matter. You should leave quickly. Don't delay the princess from taking medicine." Shirtu was overjoyed to hear that she let him go. He counted a few times in gratitude, then hurriedly got up and ran away. Duan Tianyu didn't expect Su Maoyong to settle the matter peacefully, and asked anxiously, "Brother Yin, why did you let him go? You just saw it with your own eyes. We and the princess were all deceived by Jinhani. It wasn't him who donated blood to the princess. It was clearly his servant who donated blood. He pretended to come forward to donate blood, but he did such a shameful thing behind the scenes, forcing his servant to replace him. He is so hypocritical, so cruel, and so scheming. Don't you want to expose his true face in front of the princess?" Su Maoyong knew that Duan Tianyu and Jinhani had a deep hatred. He probably waited for such an opportunity for a long time before finally catching Jinhani's handle, so he was inevitably a little excited. However, Su Maoyong had other considerations. He could not persuade her with just a few words. He immediately refused tactfully. "I came to the princess's mansion because I really like the princess, not to fight for power. So I don't want to participate in these intrigues and scheming. I also advise Brother Duan that it is best not to meddle in other people's business. The position of the Marquis in the princess's mind cannot be easily shaken. Think twice before you act." Su Maoyong knew that Duan Tianyu said this because he wanted to persuade her to come forward and expose the matter in front of the princess because she was favored by the princess. Because her words now have great weight in front of the princess. So as long as she is willing to come forward, Jinhani will have to lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. Thinking of this, Duan Tianyu was not discouraged and continued to persuade. "Brother Yin, since you like the princess, don't you want to be the princess's exclusive favorite? You also know that Jinhani's position in the princess's heart is extraordinary. Don't you want to replace him?" Su Maoyong was a little annoyed when he saw him entangled like this, and his voice became cold involuntarily. "I like the princess. As long as I stay by her side, I don't ask for anything else. So, I really can't help you with this favor. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. So I can't accompany Brother Duan to play chess and drink tea. So I'll leave first," Su Maoyong said, clasped his fists, and left the place quickly. She made her attitude clear, and she persuaded what she should persuade, which was also considered to be benevolent and righteous. As for whether he can understand her deep meaning, it depends on his luck. After returning to Lanyu Pavilion, Shi Nuo deliberately sent Fei Yuan and Yong'an away, then slipped into the room and curiously asked about what happened today. "Master, with your current position in the princess's mind, you can completely expose Jinhani. Why did you? They now have evidence of the person. As long as they let the princess see the stone's arm, the truth will be revealed. But Su Maoyong intends to keep things quiet and pretend that she doesn't know about this matter. This is not like her usual style." Su Maoyong raised her eyebrows. A gleam flashed in her eyes, and she said meaningfully, "I always feel that things are not that simple. After all, that Jinhani is not a simple person. From previous events, this person should be a person with deep thoughts and steady actions. His servants should not be as reckless as today. So, She always felt that there was an unknown conspiracy here. She knew it didn't know what Su Maoyang was thinking. But when she heard her say this, she knew that she should have other plans. She nodded immediately, didn't ask any more questions, and retreated directly. Duan Tianyu, who returned to his courtyard, was furious. He had never expected that the new male favorite would be so aloof and detached from the world. He was so rare. Did he think that as long as he loved the princess, he could gain a foothold in the princess's mansion and stay there for a long time? He was so naive. Thinking of this, Duan Tianyu spat in disdain. In his opinion, Su Maoyang's idea was extremely stupid. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I finally came across such a good opportunity. If I miss it, I don't know when I will have to wait. Chapter 1648, Revealing the Marquis's Conspiracy. Duan Tianyu has been in the mansion for so long, and has been oppressed by Jin Hani. He will never be able to make a breakthrough. If he continues like this, he will not be able to stay in the princess's mansion, let alone get promoted by the princess. And Jin Hani took the initiative to donate blood for the princess this time, which has captured the princess's heart. If he is not exposed, Jin Hani's status in the princess's mansion will definitely be further improved, and his situation will be even more difficult. Thinking of this, Duan Tianyu had to make up his mind. So the next morning, Duan Tianyu called the servant and asked, "Tokugawa, is the princess in Yuling Palace now?" Tokugawa quickly replied, "Well, I just asked someone to inquire. The princess is taking medicine in Yuling Palace now, and the Marquis and Master Peng are with her." "Master Peng is also there?" Hearing that Peng Yuyan was also present, Duan Tianyu's face jumped with a touch of surprise, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He was worried that he couldn't go to the princess alone to complain, and now Peng Yuyan was there, which was perfect. He believed that as long as he revealed Jin Hani's affairs in front of him, Peng Yuyan would not be able to stay out of these intrigues even if he didn't want to participate in them. After all, he saw Jin Hani's conspiracy with his own eyes. Thinking of this, Duan Tianyu had already made up his mind. And then he hurriedly ordered, "Hurry up and help me change clothes. I want to go to Yuling Palace." Hearing this, Dichuan nodded repeatedly and hurried forward to serve. At this time, Yuling Palace was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious, because Mu Qingqing's wounds had long been healed, and the toxins in her body were almost eliminated. Now there are two men who were most in her heart by her side, so she is naturally in a good mood. At this time, Mu Qingqing restrained her smile when she heard Duan Tianyu asking for a meeting, because after the last assassination, Mu Qingqing had seen through the hearts of the male favorites in the mansion. That day, she was in danger of her life, and all the male favorites present dodged, and no one rushed to save her. It was Peng Yuyan who rushed to protect her first. After being poisoned, human blood was needed as a medicine guide. Everyone else stayed away, and only Jin Hani stepped forward to take the initiative to shed blood. Therefore, in Mu Qingqing's view, except for Peng Yuyan and Jin Hani, who were somewhat sincere, the others were all false. Now when he heard Duan Tianyu asking for a meeting, his expression seemed a little indifferent. "Let him in." Mu Qingqing waved his hand, indicating to let him in. Not long after he finished speaking, Duan Tianyu walked in quickly and bowed to Mu Qingqing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the princess." Mu Qingqing saw him and raised her hand coldly. "Get up. Why did you come here today?" "I am worried about the princess's health, so I want to visit her. I wonder if the princess has recovered." Duan Tianyu's face showed some concern. Mu Qingqing didn't care much about him, and she was even more impatient after hearing these false concerns. With the blood of the prince consort as the medicine guide, and always serving by his side, how can he not recover? Duan Tianyu was surprised when he heard this, and then raised his head to look at Jin Hani. "The blood of the prince consort? Princess, did you make a mistake? The prince consort used the blood of his servant as the medicine guide." Mu Qingqing frowned suddenly when she heard this, and her expression suddenly sank. "Asshole! The prince consort used his own blood to make medicine for this princess. How could this princess be wrong? This princess thinks you have ulterior motives, slandering me." Seeing the princess angry, Duan Tianyu knelt down again and explained in fear. "Princess, I am telling the truth. I dare not lie. Yesterday, I and Master Ping met Shirtu, the servant of the prince consort, and found that his arms were full of cuts and scars, which was very miserable. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the blood used as the medicine is clearly from that servant. And Master Peng can also testify to it. As he said this, Duan Tianyu looked up at Su Maoyang, hoping that she could stand up and say a few words. Mu Qingqing was shocked to see that he was serious, and turned to look at Su Maoyang and asked, Yu Yin, is he telling the truth? Seeing that Duan Tianyu did not listen to her advice and had to come to complain, and also used tricks to calculate her and wanted to drag her into the water, Su Maoyang was extremely disappointed with him. So when the princess asked, she had no choice but to turn her face and deny him. After paying my respects to the Marquis yesterday, I did chat with Master Duan for a few words. But halfway through the journey, I suddenly had something urgent to do and left first. So I didn't see the servant next to the Marquis. Duan Tianyu didn't expect that the upright Peng Yuyan would lie and deny everything he saw yesterday. He was shocked and widened his eyes, and shouted anxiously, Master Peng, how could you lie? You were with me yesterday, met the servant next to the Marquis, and saw the scars on the servant's body with your own eyes. How come you don't admit it in a blink of an eye? These few days, Duan Tianyu and Su Maoyang have been together day and night, and they are very close. Su Maoyang gave him the impression of a person who is not competitive and upright. So when he saw Su Maoyang lying without blushing or panting, he was a little bit unacceptable in his heart. At this time, Su Maoyang did not show any guilt, and replied calmly, maybe just after I left, Master Duan met the servant of the Marquis. So he forgot for a moment, and thought I was there too. Duan Tianyu stared at her in disbelief. His face was very ugly. Mu Qingqing was now doting on Su Maoyang, and because she saved his life, he trusted her very much. So he believed her words without thinking, and glared at Duan Tianyu with a frown. Humph! You didn't even figure out the matter, and you ran to this princess to talk nonsense. Come on! Drag him out and beat him to death. Duan Tianyu didn't expect the princess to beat him to death. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He pointed at the stone behind Jinhani and argued, Princess, I am innocent. I really didn't lie. I really saw the scars on the hands of the Marquis servant. If the princess doesn't believe it, you can check the stone's hands. Arm. Everything will be clear. Jinhani saw that Duan Tianyu's words were righteous and did not seem to be false, and he was shocked. He immediately yelled at the stone behind him. Shirtu, why don't you roll out and explain? What is going on? Shirtu was trembling when he was yelled at, and he knelt in front of the princess and Jinhani, kowtowed and admitted his fault. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I was forced to do nothing. I begged the princess and the Marquis to spare my life. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing raised his eyebrows, and immediately realized that something was wrong, and angrily scolded. Come on! Roll up his sleeves. Chapter 1649, Falling into the Opponent's Trap. After receiving the princess's order, the two maids beside her strode forward, grabbed Shirtu, and rolled up his sleeves. At this time, Shida's arms were covered with scars, which shocked Mu Qingqing and made him open his eyes wide in disbelief. Jinhani also stared at him in shock and shouted, Shirtu, how did you get your hands covered with scars? What's going on? Duan Tianyu saw that Jinhani was still pretending to be dead, and he couldn't help but sneered and said sarcastically, Shirtu is a servant beside the Marquis. He has scars all over his hands. Shouldn't the Marquis know what's going on the most? Now Shida's arm injury is completely exposed. He wants to see how Jinhani will explain it. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing also looked at Jinhani suspiciously, and then shouted at Shirtu, Tell me the truth. Did the Marquis ask you to scratch yourself and use your blood to make medicine for me? If you tell a lie, I will chop you up. Shirtu was frightened by the princess's arrogance and turned pale. He trembled and kowtowed repeatedly. I dare not deceive the princess. But if I tell the truth, I am afraid that my life will be in danger. I am really afraid lose your life? Who dares to threaten you in front of me? I will kill him. Mu Qingqing did not expect that someone would make a small move under her nose, and she immediately roared angrily. If you tell the truth today, I will consider sparing your life. If you refuse to tell, I will drag you out and torture you until you are willing to tell. Hearing this, Shirtu was even more terrified and hurriedly explained. It was not the Marquis who scratched me. The Marquis loves the princess deeply and is loyal to her. Considering the princess's health, he never trusts others to do these things. Please don't blame the Marquis, since it wasn't him who scratched me. Why are there so many knife wounds on your arm? Mu Qingqing asked in disbelief. Jin Hani saw that Mu Qingqing had doubts and looked a little hurt. Does the princess not trust me? This princess only believes what she sees with her own eyes. Although Mu Qingqing is a fool, she grew up in the royal family after all and has always lacked trust in people. Now seeing that Shirtu has so many wounds, she has to be more careful. Seeing Mu Qingqing doubting him, Jin Hani said helplessly, I am upright and have never done such shameful things. Nor am I afraid of being framed by others. Since the princess does not believe me, I can only prove myself with this. As he said this, Jin Hani lifted his sleeves without hesitation and showed the wound on his arm to everyone. At this time, everyone only saw that Jin Hani's arm was even more serious than the wound on Shirtu's arm. Countless scars were all over his arm, each of which was extremely deep, looking shocking and scary. Seeing this scene, Duan Tianyu was immediately shocked and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing that he was dizzy and saw it wrong. He never thought that Jin Hani's arm actually had so many scars. Could it be that it was really Jin Hani who donated blood to the princess? But what about the wound on the servant's arm? Faced with the sudden scene, even Duan Tianyu was confused. Mu Qingqing was also shocked at this time, knowing that he had wrongly blamed Jin Hani, and then looked at Shirtu and questioned, since it was not your master who asked you to cut, then where did these wounds come from? Seeing that the princess was getting to the bottom of it, Shirtu could only pour out his mind. It was Master Duan. He forced me to cut my arm with a knife. Duan Tianyu had been looking forward to Jin Hani's conspiracy being exposed and losing the princess's favor. But he didn't know that Shirtu actually pointed at himself and said that these injuries were forced by him. He was so scared that his face changed. Are you crazy? What nonsense! When did I force you to cut your arm? I kindly helped you to expose the true face of your master. But I didn't expect you to frame me. Do you still have a conscience? Shirtu shrank his head after being yelled at, his face full of fear. He said with grievance, Master Duan, the princess wants to torture me severely. I dare not lie. Please forgive me. When Jin Hani heard this, his face was also filled with anger, and he asked angrily, Shirtu, you can't say that. Why did Master Duan cut your arm for no reason? Shirtu immediately kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Master, I am sorry for you. Master Duan came to me and forced me to cut my arm. Then he planned to report you to the princess, accusing you of deliberately cutting my arm and using my blood to make medicine for the princess, but pretending that it was your own blood to deceive the princess, so that you would completely lose the princess's trust and favor. But all this was not my intention. I didn't really want to frame you. I was forced by Master Duan. Please understand. Duan Tianyu was so angry that he almost fainted after hearing these words. With things developing to this point, he naturally understood everything, but he never expected that he would be tricked by Jin Hani. He thought he had caught Jin Hani's handle, but who knew that this was a trap set by Jin Hani, deliberately luring him into the trap and letting him report him to the princess. And then he let his servants blame him and said that he deliberately framed him. In this way, he became the one with ulterior motives and designed to harm others. Jin Hani is really vicious. Thinking of this, Duan Tianyu gritted his teeth and stared at Jin Hani's eyes, as if he was going to shoot a cold arrow. Jin Hani, you are already a marquis and a son-in-law. Why do you want to harm me like this and kill me? Jin Hani looked innocent. Brother Tianyu, I'm afraid you have some misunderstandings about me. You are just a male favorite, and you are no threat to me. Why should I kill you? You know best why you want to kill me. Duan Tianyu knew that he had been holding a grudge against him because of that incident, but he couldn't tell the princess about it. So he had been swallowing his anger and trying not to conflict with Jin Hani. But in recent years, Jin Hani has been too much of a bully, and he can no longer tolerate it. When Mu Qingqing saw the two quarreling, she thought they were fighting for favor and used some shameful means. And then she angrily scolded, Duan Tianyu, you forced the servants around the marquis to frame the marquis. So bold and dared to quibble. Come on. Drag him out and chop him up and feed him to the dogs. When Duan Tianyu heard the princess's order, all his anger was scared away, and he was so scared that his whole body softened, and he kowtowed heavily in fear. Princess, it's unjust. The servant is wronged. Please spare my life. Princess. Chapter 1650. She is the one who wants to be killed. Humph. You are wronged? Your feet and mouth are on your own body. Is there anyone forcing you to complain to me? Come on. Drag him out quickly, so that he won't be an eyesore in front of me. Mu Qingqing was tired of these intrigues and shouted angrily. Hearing the order, the guards outside the palace ran in immediately, grabbed Duan Tianyu, and carried him out. Duan Tianyu was not willing to risk his life like this. He struggled to break free from the guards and crawled towards Su Maoyang desperately. Master Peng, please save me. For the sake of our daily life, please help me to talk to the princess. Please. I will never forget your kindness. Su Maoyang saw that he was so pitiful and wanted to do him a favor. She immediately said to the princess, Princess, I think he did this because he was confused. Although he used some tricks and means, he did not frame the princess. His crime is not punishable by death. I believe that if he didn't want to, even if he is favored by the princess, he will not do such a ridiculous thing. For the sake of his infatuation with the princess, please forgive him. Mu Qingqing shook her head helplessly after hearing this. You are just too kind. He clearly wanted to drag you into the water just now. But you actually spoke for him. I know whether he is infatuated or not. You don't need to speak well for him. Princess, I just arrived at the mansion. I don't know many people, and I have made even fewer friends. For the sake of me saving you, please do me a favor and let me get along well with the young masters in the mansion. Although Duan Tianyu was a bit stupid, he was not completely useless. It would be a pity if he died like this. So Su Maoyang planned to save his life. Maybe he could be useful in the future. Mu Qingqing heard her say this, so it was difficult to refuse. Then she looked at Duan Tianyu and snorted coldly. Warning. This time Yi Yan pleaded for you. So this princess will spare your life for the time being. But you can escape the death penalty. But you can't escape the living crime. Drag him out and beat him with 100 sticks to set an example. As soon as the words fell, the guard stepped forward again to grab him and drag him out. Hearing that it was just a punishment, Duan Tianyu was relieved and didn't struggle too much. Because although 100 sticks could beat his butt, it was better than losing his life. This was already a special favor for the cruel and cold princess. Seeing Duan Tianyu being dragged out, Mu Qingqing waved her hand in a somewhat upset manner. Okay. You all go back. This princess needs to rest. Su Maoyang and Jin Hani heard this. Both tactfully clasped their fists and bowed, and left the Yuling Hall. After coming out, Jin Hani stopped and smiled at Su Maoyang. Mr. Peng, I made a fool of myself today. But such things happen from time to time. You have been in the princess's mansion for a long time, so you are used to it. But I still have to give you a piece of advice. There are no friends here, let alone sympathy. You sympathize with others, but others may not sympathize with you. And sometimes they may even bite you back. Haha. Does the Marquis mean that you are not satisfied with my pleading for Duan Tianyu? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at him meaningfully. Jin Hani smiled. It's not against Duan Tianyu. Just a reminder to Mr. Peng. Okay. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany Mr. Peng. I'll leave first. Su Maoyang nodded slightly upon hearing this and watched him leave. Then, she also took Shinua back to the direction of Lanyu Pavilion. Shinua still had many doubts about Duan Tianyu, and couldn't help asking, Master, since you didn't want Duan Tianyu to sacrifice in vain from the beginning, why didn't you tell him clearly before? If I had told him clearly earlier, there wouldn't be so many things, and Jin Hani wouldn't have gotten the advantage. Su Maoyang raised his lips slightly, and raised a meaningful smile. If I had told him at the beginning, he might not feel that he owed me a favor, but would think that I had ulterior motives, and I saved his life at the critical moment. And the meaning is different. People don't care much about things that add icing on the cake. Only sending carbon in the snow can make people most grateful. But what if he doesn't appreciate the master's life-saving grace and has other thoughts? Don't forget, his enemy is Jin Hani. Even if he has other thoughts, he has to come to me. After all, at a critical moment, only I can speak for him. Just now is the best example, Su Maoyang said confidently. Today, she wanted Duan Tianyu to see clearly that if he wanted to bring down Jin Hani, he would never be able to do it alone. Only by relying on her would he have a chance of winning. In this way, she would have absolute control. Sure enough, as Su Maoyang said, Duan Tianyu came to visit within 2 days. When Su Maoyang saw him coming, he immediately asked Shinua to prepare tea. Brother Yin, you don't have to be polite. In fact, I came here today just to apologize to Brother Yin. Duan Tianyu felt guilty and apologized. Su Maoyong naturally knew that he was talking about the matter of informing on Jinhani, and immediately waved his hand generously. Brother Duan, don't take it to heart. It's all in the past. Alas, it's all my fault that I was foolish. I didn't listen to your advice that day, so I fell into Jinhani's trap. If I had listened to you, none of these things would have happened. After 2 days of careful consideration, Duan Qianyu naturally figured out everything and regretted it very much. That day, Su Maoyong told him not to meddle in other people's business. I think he had sensed something, but he was blinded by hatred and his mind became unclear. So he did such a stupid thing. But I didn't expect that Jinhani would actually want to kill me. Thinking of Jinhani's viciousness, Duan Tianyu gritted his teeth in hatred. Hearing this, Su Maoyong smiled, slowly sipped a sip of tea, and asked lightly, Brother Duan, do you still think that Jinhani wants to kill you? Isn't it? Duan Tianyu was stunned when he heard this, and there was a bit of doubt in his eyes. Seeing his bewildered face, Su Maoyong couldn't help but laugh. Of course not. Jinhani is the son-in-law of the emperor, and his methods and strategies are better than yours. If he wanted to kill you, he would have killed you long ago. Why wait until now? In fact, he wants to kill me the most. Not you. But I have a grudge against him for a long time. He suppresses me and makes things difficult for me. He has long disliked me. He suppresses you and makes things difficult for you. But he doesn't necessarily want your life. I think people with his temperament should not be willing to kill you, but just want to torture you. After these days of getting along, Su Maoyong roughly understood Jinhani's temper. The man is gentle on the surface, but he is actually very proud in his heart. He may hate Duan Tianyu, but in his opinion, Duan Tianyu may not be worthy of being his opponent. So he just tortures him in his own way to achieve the pleasure of revenge. But she was different. She had won the princess's favor as soon as she arrived at the mansion, and her words and actions were very pleasing. So he must have felt threatened, and that's why he wanted to kill her. Chapter 1651. He already has a crush on someone. Of course, he didn't kill you. In addition to not wanting to do it, I think there must be another very important reason. That reason makes him feel that killing you is too easy for you, and he just wants to torture you severely. Do you think I'm right? Su Maoyong said halfway, and suddenly changed the subject, raised his eyebrows, and stared at Duan Tianyu deeply. Since hearing their conversation that day, Su Maoyong always felt that the grudge between Jinhani and Duan Tianyu was extraordinary, and there must be an unknown secret hidden in it. Duan Tianyu was a little scared by her eyes, and swallowed his saliva with guilt. I don't quite understand. What important reason you are talking about? Haha. Brother Duan knows it very well. Why pretend to be stupid? Su Maoyong raised the corner of his lips slightly, and said meaningfully. Duan Tianyu heard this. His heart skipped a beat. His eyes dodged a little. I really don't understand what Brother Yin meant. Brother Duan, you came to visit me today. Isn't it just to ask me to help you overthrow Jinhani? But you are so evasive, without any sincerity. It's really hard for me to help you. Su Maoyong didn't want to beat around the bush with him, so he simply pointed out his thoughts. Duan Tianyu knew that Peng Yuyin was a smart man, and he naturally couldn't hide these thoughts from him. But he still didn't trust her, and didn't dare to say too much. Usually, he just said that Jinhani couldn't stand him and made things difficult for him everywhere. But he never revealed the real reason why Jinhani made things difficult for him. After all, the matter involved a lot of people. If someone caught the handle and stabbed it in front of the princess, the consequences would be disastrous. Brother Yin, I really don't know what other important reasons there are. I'm stupid, so I hope you can tell me. Duan Tianyu still refused to let go, and was still pretending to be crazy. Su Maoyong shook his head helplessly. As the son-in-law of the emperor, Jinhani always makes things difficult for you. A male favorite who poses no threat. Do you think it is justified without other special reasons? If you are still unwilling to be honest with each other, then we can't cooperate. So, please go back. Hearing the word cooperation, Duan Tianyu's eyes lit up and asked with some expectation. Brother Yin, do you mean to cooperate with me? But didn't you say before that you don't want to get involved in these intrigues? At first, I really didn't want to compete for favor. But Jinhani obviously wanted to kill me. If I hadn't been alert, I would have died long ago. So although I got lucky this time, I'm afraid it won't be so easy next time. I can't just sit there and wait to be bullied. Hearing that she had figured it out. Duan Tianyu, Yu's face was obviously more happy. Yes, Brother Yin. It's great that you can figure it out. You are now deeply loved by the princess, and have already threatened him. In addition, the status of the Jin family in the Fengqi Empire is very embarrassing. And Jin Hani is a humble bastard. He can get to where he is today, all thanks to the princess's favor. If he doesn't even have the princess's favor, then he's finished. Therefore, he must regard you as a thorn in his side, and can't wait to get rid of you. Yes, it's a pity that Jin Hani is a member of the Jin family. Although I have the confidence to make him fall out of favor, I can't make him disappear completely. After all, he still has the support of the Jin family behind him. And I have nothing. If it weren't for Mr. Duan's help, it would not be easy to completely eradicate him. Su Maoyang sighed regretfully and persuaded him. Of course I am willing to help Brother Yin. I can't wait for you to join hands with you to kill Jin Hani. Duan Tianyu was inevitably a little excited when he heard this, and immediately expressed his position. Su Maoyang shook his head with a smile. Brother Duan planned to drag me down last time, and he might do it to me next time. So I can't trust Brother Duan if he can't show his sincerity. Duan Tianyu knew that if Su Maoyang didn't know his secret and didn't catch his handle, he wouldn't help easily. So he couldn't help but feel a little entangled. Su Maoyang saw that he was hesitant and refused to let go, and couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. Brother Duan, what you should be most afraid of now is Jin Hani. Not me. Jin Hani has the Jin family, and I am just a young man who came out of a brothel. No matter how favored I am, I can't become a servant of the king, and I can't pose any threat to you. In addition, the princess has always been fond of the new and tired of the old. My temporary favor now does not mean that I will be favored for a lifetime. In the final analysis, if I want to gain a foothold in the princess's mansion, I have to rely on Brother Duan, and I will never do those stupid things. Su Maoyang's words undoubtedly awakened Duan Tianyu, making him look startled and a little shaken. Yes, Peng Yuyan is just a young prostitute from a brothel, with no background, and only relying on the princess's favor. His humble status makes it impossible for him to become a servant of the king. As long as the princess's favor is over, his situation will definitely be more difficult than his own. So he urgently needs the help of the backstage forces. In this case, how could he be stupid enough to be his enemy? In addition, Duan Tianyu is clear about his situation. It is impossible for him to defeat Jin Hani with his own strength. Today, he even almost died in his hands. If it weren't for Peng Yuyan's intercession, he would not even have the chance to stand here. So, as Peng Yuyan said, he was lucky to survive this time. But there is no guarantee that he will not fall into Jin Hani's hands next time. By then, it will not be so easy to survive. Duan Tianyu understood a lot of things after Su Maoyang said this. He finally hardened his heart and decided to give it a try. Okay, since Brother Yin is willing to help, I will tell you the truth. In fact, Jin Hani already had a crush on someone before marrying Princess Ningfu. That person is my sister, Duan Xuexin. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with surprise. At this moment, he suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Jin Hani had no feelings for Xinuo and Mu Qingqing. It turned out that he had someone else in his heart. Su Maoyang was thinking. Duan Tianyu continued, you should know that my sister Duan Xuexin is a famous talented woman in Fengqi Empire, and her appearance is very outstanding. Even though she is a concubine's daughter of low status, she has attracted many rich sons to come to her house to ask for marriage. Even Ranning, the legitimate son of the Ran family, is no exception. But she didn't like anyone but Jin Hani, who was also of low status. The two of them fell in love with each other, secretly communicated, and had already promised to spend their lives together. Unfortunately, the good times for the two did not last long, and their affair was soon discovered by my father. My father had planned to marry my sister to the Ran family and form an alliance with the Ran family. Naturally, he would not allow this relationship to develop, so he completely cut off their contact and suppressed the matter, not allowing anyone to spread it. Hearing this, Su Maoyang immediately recalled the information Jun Haocong gave her that day. It seemed that there was indeed a person named Duan Xuexin, but she seemed to be the concubine of the legitimate son of the Ran family. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang had a guess, narrowed his eyes, and said, later, you must have used some tricks to force your sister to submit, so that she could marry into the Ran family. Chapter 1652 Jin Hani's Secret. Duan Tianyu once again sighed at Su Maoyang's strength after she revealed it in one word, and shook his head with a smile. Brother Yin is indeed a smart man. He knows everything at once. And I can't hide anything from you. Indeed, my sister refused to marry Ranning Lu as a concubine, and I wanted to enter the princess's mansion at that time. But I had no way. So I had to deceive Duan Xuexin in order to please my father and Ranning Lu, and let Ranning Lu rape her. Perhaps because he felt it was difficult to speak. Duan Tianyu's voice unconsciously suppressed, and it was so low that it was inaudible at the end. But Su Maoyang had extraordinary hearing, so he naturally heard it clearly, although his face was expressionless. A gleam of surprise flashed across his eyes. She didn't expect that Duan Tianyu in front of her would be so cruel for his own future, and actually designed to deceive her sister and give her to another man for rape. No wonder Jin Hani hated him so much. He was really abominable. Hearing this, Su Maoyang basically understood what happened next. Later, it was a done deal. Duan Xuexin had to marry Ranning Lu. Right. Duan Tianyu nodded solemnly. Yes. Yes. Xuexin was raped by Ranning Lu, and felt that she had no face to face Jin Hani. So she completely gave up. And with her father's coercion, she finally had no choice but to compromise and marry into the Ran family. When Su Maoyang learned the truth, he suddenly remembered that Jin Hani had been Shinuo's servant. And later, for his own future, he betrayed Shinuo and became Mu Qingqing's man. Now it seems that he may not only be doing it for his own future, but more importantly, it is probably for revenge. Realizing this, Su Maoyang had a deeper understanding of Jin Hani. Brother Yin, this matter is very serious, and you must not let anyone else know about it, because if this matter gets to the princess's ears, the consequences will be disastrous. How can you imagine that the princess is so petty? How can she allow her husband to have another woman in his heart? According to her cruel and cold-blooded nature, she will definitely find ways to get rid of my sister. Therefore, once the matter is exposed, my father and Ranning Lu will not let me go. Now my secret? No. To be precise, you already know the secret of the Duan family. I hope you don't let me down. Duan Tianyu's voice was very heavy. His eyes were full of hope, and there was a little pleading. He even revealed the secret that the Duan family had kept for so many years. It can be seen that he was forced into a desperate situation by Jin Hani, so he decided to give it a try. Su Maoyang nodded seriously and agreed. Don't worry. This matter involves the princess, the Duan family, and the Ran family. I won't be stupid enough to get involved in these grievances. Well, as long as Brother Yin understands. Now that I have shown my sincerity, Brother Yin is willing to help me get rid of Jin Hani now. Duan Tianyu is most concerned about this issue at the moment. Su Maoyang nodded gently. Of course, it's not easy to eliminate him. It takes some time. But in this process, you must listen to my arrangements. Duan Tianyu certainly knew that this was not easy, and nodded in understanding. Okay, I will do as you say, and you can tell me anything in the future. Well, wait and see now. I will notify you when there is a chance. With Su Maoyang's assurance, Duan Tianyu was slightly relieved, and then stood up and clasped his fists, saying, Okay, then I'll wait for good news from Brother Yin. Goodbye. He came this time to form an alliance with Peng Yuyin and reach a consensus. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to stay for long. After all, there are 2 spies of Jin Hani outside, and it can't be too obvious. Thinking of this, Duan Tianyu walked out of Lanyu Pavilion calmly and disappeared soon. Su Maoyang sent Duan Tianyu away, then lay back on the couch with his eyes closed, carefully sorting out the intricate relationships between several families and the servants in the mansion, thinking about how to go next. But before thinking for long, Shinuo ran in to report. Master Fan is here, in the hall, waiting to see you. When Su Maoyang heard Master Fan, she immediately remembered Fan Yishuan, who had embarrassed her when she first arrived at the mansion. It's just that she had a bad quarrel with that person before, and their relationship was not harmonious. I don't know why he suddenly came here. Shinuo saw Su Maoyang's puzzled expression and added again. He brought a lot of valuable gifts, saying that they were given to you by the princess. The Marquis specially prepared them for you according to the princess's wishes. But the Marquis was busy and couldn't come, so he sent them here for her. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. It turned out that he came to run errands for Jin Hani. Let's go. Go out and take a look. Since he came in person, she would not close the door and see him. Besides, these were gifts from the princess, and the princess's face should still be given. As she said this, Su Maoyang had already stood up, put on her clothes, walked out of the bedroom, and came to the hall. At this time, Fan Yishuan was sitting casually on a chair sipping tea. His leisurely posture did not look like a guest at all, but like the owner of Lan Yu Pavilion. But it is understandable that Fan Yishuan is the princess's servant, with a title and status, and he is also a member of the Fan family, so his behavior is naturally more formal. So, when he saw Su Maoyang coming out, he did not stand up, but just stared at her and chuckled. It seems that I came at the wrong time. I didn't expect that Master Peng was resting. Master Peng will not blame me for disturbing you rashly. Right? Su Maoyang smiled when he heard it, walked up to him, and bowed his hands to make a salute. Master Fan, what are you talking about? I am so happy that you can come. How can I blame you for disturbing me? Ha ha ha. Master Peng is polite. I came here this time to give you a reward. These treasures are priceless. They are all prepared by the Marquis according to the princess's wishes. I just don't know if you like them. Fan Yishuan pointed to several brown wooden boxes in front of him. Su Maoyang glanced at the treasures. In addition to some official kiln porcelain, swords and weapons, and a wide variety of precious gadgets, there were also some clothes and accessories. At a glance, everything was available and very complete. It seemed that Jin Hani had put in a lot of effort for this. Of course, he would do his best to prepare the rewards given by the princess, which was in line with his considerate and sensible image. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang sneered in his heart, but his face remained calm, pretending to be surprised, and said, I am a poor man, and I have never seen such precious treasures. But the Marquis has prepared so many for me. I am really flattered. How can I not like it? Moreover, Master Fan has troubled me to send it all the way here, and I am grateful in my heart, and I dare not have any other extravagant requests. Hearing this, Fan Yishuan grinned, and a barely perceptible sneer flashed across his eyes. And then he spoke again. Master Peng, don't be so polite. You saved the princess and made great contributions, and these rewards are all deserved. Speaking of which, my servant bumped into you before and made you angry. This time I came in person to apologize to you, and I hope Master Peng will not take it to heart. Chapter 1653, The Weasel Pays New Year's Greetings to the Chicken. Su Maoyang didn't expect that he would take the initiative to apologize to her. She was shocked and looked at him warily. The man in front of her has always been arrogant and looked down on everyone. Not to mention that she was a prostitute from a brothel. He even looked down on the male favorites in the mansion. Now he suddenly humbled himself to reconcile with her, which really surprised her. If he wanted to get along well with her, because she was favored recently, it was understandable. But he was just trying to be nice to her. Su Maoyang was still very polite and said, Mr. Fan, you are too polite. I didn't know the rules that day and didn't go to pay my respects. I even bothered Mr. Fan's servant to come and pay my respects. Peng Newell was a rough man and accidentally pushed Yoshikawa down. I should apologize. Ha ha ha. Since Mr. Peng said so, does it mean that our previous grievances are all written off? Fan Yishuan laughed, seeming to be very satisfied with her attitude. Of course, it's just a small misunderstanding. Mr. Fan, don't take it to heart, Su Maoyang said respectfully. Fan Yishuan nodded. I also brought the princess's reward. It's getting late, so I won't disturb Mr. Peng's rest. As he said that, Fan Yishuan stood up, brushed his sleeves, and prepared to leave. Seeing that he was about to leave, Su Maoyang hurriedly called out to Yondan outside. Yondan, send Master Fan out. After saying that, Yondan, who was doing rough work outside, immediately put down his work and led Fan Yishuan out of the yard. When Su Maoyang saw that the other party had left, he called Shinuo, closed the door and ordered, lift these rewards to the side and check them carefully. Don't miss any of them. When Shinuo heard such an order, she was shocked and immediately understood what Su Maoyang meant. After accepting the order, she went to the side bedroom to count the gifts. Because there were too many gifts, each one was carefully checked, and it was night before she knew it. However, Shinuo searched and found nothing. She said a little discouraged, Master, I searched once, and there was nothing unusual. Su Maoyang frowned, always feeling that it was not that simple. I'll take a look myself. As she said that, Su Maoyong went to the side bedroom in person and carefully checked the items that she knew had classified. Her eyes finally fell on a pile of ornaments. She frowned slightly, picked up a sachet, and looked at it carefully. When she knew saw this, her heart was shocked and she asked, "Master, is there anything wrong with this sachet?" "Well, it's different from the other sachets. This one looks like a sachet made by a woman." Although Su Maoyong is a modern person, he has been in this world for so long that he can still distinguish between the sachets worn by men and women. This one clearly looks like a woman's sachet. She knew was still a little puzzled when she heard this. "Well, this does look like a woman's sachet. But this doesn't mean anything. A woman giving a sachet to a man is meant to express love. The master is now favored by the princess. So it's normal for the princess to give you a sachet. Of course, it's normal for the princess to give me a sachet. But what's abnormal is that these are all said by Fan Yishuan on my behalf. I have to be more careful." Su Maoyong sneered, and he already had a guess in his heart. She knew was shocked by her words, and immediately reacted. The master means that this sachet may have been tampered with by him. Su Maoyong didn't answer her, but directly opened the sachet and looked inside. She really found the word "Ro" embroidered inside. At this moment, she understood in her heart, and a sneer gradually appeared on the corner of her mouth. Fan Yishuan is smart. He mixed things into the princess's rewards. If I hadn't been cautious, I'm afraid he would have gotten away with it. The princess has so many rewards, and there are many sachets alone. Who would have thought that he would make a big fuss in one of the sachets? If Su Maoyong hadn't been careful, it would have been difficult to discern his intentions. Thinking of this, she handed the sachet to Shinua and ordered, "Take it away quietly, and don't let anyone find it." After hearing her order, Shinua was sure that there was something wrong with the sachet. He immediately took the sachet, nodded seriously, and then left the room. At this moment, Su Maoyong seemed to remember something. A cunning flashed in his eyes, and he called her again. "Wait! Come here!" Shinua saw that she still had something to tell him, so he immediately stopped and moved forward again. Su Maoyong whispered a few words in her ear. After hearing her plan, Shinua smiled and nodded in understanding. "Okay. I'll go and inform Mr. Duan now." "Well, go." Su Maoyong nodded slightly and let her go. Shinua got the order, and then he walked out of the room quickly, pretending to bring some cakes, and walked towards Duan Tianyu's yard. The next morning, Su Maoyong greeted Jean Hani, came out of Wayne Hall, and gave Duan Tianyu a look. Duan Tianyu nodded in understanding, and then called several male favorites who were about to leave. "Mr. Li, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Lei, Mr. Qin, please stay. Mr. Peng told me yesterday that she plans to hold a banquet at Lanyu Pavilion today, and wants to invite everyone to join in the fun. But she is afraid that everyone will not give her face. So she asked me to ask everyone if they can do us the honor of gathering today." Hearing that it was Peng Yuyan who was hosting the banquet, the male favorites in the mansion, who had little presents, were immediately flattered. They nodded and agreed immediately, and gave Su Maoyong a flattering smile. "Haha. Master Peng is too polite. How can we not give you face when you personally invited us? We are afraid of bothering Master Peng." "What kind of bothering is that? I just arrived at the mansion not long ago. I don't have many friends yet. I am all alone. I can't wait for you to come and have fun. Since you are willing to do me a favor, let's move to Lanyu Pavilion now. I have asked the servants to go to the kitchen to prepare the dishes, and I am waiting for you to come." Su Maoyong invited enthusiastically. The young masters who were stopped by Duan Tianyu nodded gratefully when they heard this. Seeing that everyone was happy to go, Su Maoyong couldn't help but look at Fan Yishuan, who had just come out of Wayne Palace, and invited him again. "Mr. Fan, I'm holding a banquet in the courtyard today. You can come too. I've heard that Mr. Fan has a jade-deer flute, and the sound of the flute is unique." At that time, it fascinated the princess. "I'm really curious. I wonder if I can have the good fortune to hear Mr. Fan's flute today." Fan Yishuan was not interested in the gathering between their male favorites. Not to mention that asking him to perform flute for the male favorites was simply too low in status. So he refused without thinking. "You guys get together. I'll forget it. Mr. Fan is unwilling to show his favor. Is he still holding a grudge against what happened last time?" Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and deliberately tested. Fan Yishuan's expression froze when she asked him, and he pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly. "Haha. Mr. Peng is worrying too much. Chapter 1654 Su Maoyang's Plan. Since you are worrying too much, why doesn't Mr. Fan give you a favor? What's more, Mr. Fan made a special trip for me yesterday, and I haven't thanked him yet. You won't even give me a chance to thank him. Hearing Su Maoyang's words, Fan Yishuan knew that he couldn't get rid of this favor. So he had to bite the bullet and agreed. Since Mr. Peng invited me personally, I have no choice but to obey. Yishuan, go get my Yulu Xiao. In Fan Yishuan's view, Peng Yuyan is a dying man anyway, so let him jump around for 2 more days. At this time, Yoshikawa received the order, nodded immediately, and ran towards Qingqiu Pavilion to get the Yulu Xiao. Su Maoyang saw Fan Yishuan agree to go, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Duan Tianyu and led everyone to Lanyu Pavilion. Only halfway through, Su Maoyang heard a noisy sound coming from the front. As they got closer, everyone saw that Yoshikawa, who had just run to get the jade deer flute, and Peng Nuo, the servant next to Peng Yuyan, had started arguing. As they were arguing, the two of them pushed each other with a force. Shinuo pushed Yoshikawa to the ground again. However, this time, Shinuo did not miss. She clearly used a lot of force to throw Yoshikawa to the ground, which was also revenge for the last time she was framed. When Fan Yishuan saw this scene, his eyebrows were raised and he shouted angrily, "Asshole! What are you doing?" Shinuo saw Su Maoyang and others coming over, so he retreated to the side. Yoshikawa was really hurt this time, and he was grimacing in pain. He did not forget to complain to Fan Yishuan. "Master, Peng Nuo bullied me. He rushed over and bumped into me. But instead of apologizing, he said that I bumped into her and insisted that I apologize. I was so angry that I argued with him. But I didn't expect him to hit me. Although Yoshikawa knows some kung fu, he is no match for Shinuo. When faced with Shinuo's difficulties, he has no power to fight back and can only let her bully him." Su Maoyang heard this and scolded Fan Yishuan before he could speak. "How dare you, Peng Nuo? You hit someone and hit him. You are so brave. It seems that I indulge you too much and make you more and more unruly. You hurt Yoshikawa. Why don't you apologize to Yoshikawa?" Peng Nuo was scolded by Su Maoyang, and then he looked at Yoshikawa reluctantly. "I'm sorry for the offense, but please forgive me." "Humph. You hit me, and you just say you're offended." Yoshikawa suffered such a big loss this time. It's not so easy to let it go. Besides, the other party looked reluctant, and he was angry just by looking at him. Su Maoyang saw that Yoshikawa was very angry, and hurriedly spoke up for Shinuo. "Yishuan, my servant was in a hurry to prepare food for us, so she bumped into you. I apologize to you on her behalf. After returning, I will definitely punish her." As he said, Su Maoyang took off the jade pendant on his body and handed it to Yoshikawa. "I don't have anything on me, but this jade pendant is quite valuable. I'll take it as an apology to you. I hope you won't bother with him." Duan Tianyu, who was standing aside, was shocked when he saw the jade pendant. "Brother Yin, that was given to you by the princess. It's a priceless jade pendant. How can you give such a precious thing to someone else?" "It's okay. I have a lot of jade pendants. It's okay to give 1 or 2. This time it was indeed my servant who was wrong. I can't let the servant around Master Fan suffer injustice," Su Maoyang said very generously. When the male favorites heard this, they all looked at each other in surprise, and they all sighed at Su Maoyang's kindness and generosity. He was able to lower his status and apologize to his servant for the trouble caused by his own servant, and even took out such a precious jade pendant. Such character is really rare. Of course, not only them, but even Yoshikawa was a little flattered. At this moment, holding the crystal clear jade, looking at the unique patterns on it, just touching the texture, you know that this is a valuable treasure. Realizing this, Yoshikawa's anger was like being poured down by a basin of cold water, and it was instantly extinguished. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses, and quickly refused. "Mr. Peng, your jade pendant is too precious. I really dare not accept it. You don't have to be polite to me. My servant hurt you twice. I have always felt bad. Now a small gift, to express my apology. If you are willing to forgive him and don't bother with him, just accept it." Hearing Su Maoyang say this, Jichuan was embarrassed to refuse again. In fact, in the final analysis, he was still eager to accept it. After all, Such a precious treasure is enough for him to eat for a lifetime. Then I thank Mr. Peng for the reward. As he said, Jichuan smiled and put the jade pendant in his arms. Seeing that Su Maoyang had apologized to his servant so humbly, Fan Yishuan was embarrassed to continue to pursue the matter, but just pretended to scold Jichuan a few words, and then let the matter go. Seeing that the matter was settled, Duan Tianyu shouted to everyone to walk towards Lanyu Pavilion. Before she knew it, 2 days had passed, and the princess had recovered from her injuries under the careful care of the Marquis. In order to celebrate the princess's recovery, Jean Hani specially held a banquet in the garden and arranged a program to cheer the princess up. Perhaps to please the princess, the male favorites all tried their best. Fan Yishuan, who was sitting next to Su Maoyang, kept pouring wine for Su Maoyang, talking and laughing while persuading her to drink, and seemed very enthusiastic. After a few drinks, Su Maoyang was a little drunk. Her face flushed, and her body began to stagger. No, I'm drunk. I can't drink anymore. Su Maoyang waved his hand with a tangled tongue. Mr. Peng, it seems that you can't drink much. You can't drink this much. Fan Yishuan smiled and shook his head, and looked at Jean Hani, who was sitting next to the princess, with a cold light in his eyes. Seeing this, Jean Hani immediately said to the princess, Princess, I think Mr. Peng is very drunk. Let him go back to rest. Otherwise, he will be drunk and unconscious, which will cause trouble. Mu Qingqing heard this and nodded slightly. Okay. Send someone to help him go back. After getting the princess's approval, Jean Hani ordered Yuan Bao next to him. Yuan Bao, you take Mr. Peng back to Lanyu Pavilion and serve him well. Understand? Yuan Bao clasped his fists and walked towards Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Su Maoyang immediately waved his hand. No need. Peng Nua can help me go back. Besides, Lanyu Pavilion still has Yangon and Fei Yuan sit by the Marquis. Yuan Bao should stay and serve the Marquis. As he said this, Su Maoyang stood up shakily, with the help of Shi Nua, and saluted the princess. Forget it. Peng Nua. You should serve your master well and sober him up when you go back. Jean Hani did not force him, and then gave an order. Shi Nua nodded in response, and then helped Su Maoyang out of the garden. Back to Lanyu Pavilion. Su Maoyang gave her a look. You can leave. I want to rest. Shi Nua nodded in understanding, and obediently closed the door for her. Chapter 1655 surrounding Lanyu Pavilion. Yangon and Fei Yuan outside saw Shi Nua coming out after serving Su Maoyang, and hurriedly went to greet him, asking with concern, Peng Nua, has Master Peng gone to bed? Shi Nua looked at them deeply. Yes, the master is drunk, and fell asleep as soon as he lay on the couch. Hearing this, Yan'an and Fei Yuan looked at each other meaningfully, with a hint of joy in their eyes. Then Yan'an said considerately, Peng Nua, you must be tired after serving the master tonight. Go and rest first. We are here to serve you. Nothing will go wrong. Shi Nua didn't stay this time. He pretended to be tired and yawned. Well, the master has gone to bed anyway, so there should be nothing to do. You just stay here and call me if there is anything. Seeing Shi Nua turn around and go to rest, Yan'an and Fei Yuan were relieved. They thought they would have to spend some time talking, but it was so easy. It seems that God is helping them, and everything is going exceptionally smoothly. Su Maoyang went to bed, but suddenly a terrifying roar came from the lively garden. No, there is an assassin. The roar exploded like thunder, and Mu Qingqing and the masters present were all shocked. At this time, everyone only saw a servant in green clothes stumbling over, panting and pointing in the direction of the backyard, and said breathlessly, P.S. Unfortunately, the assassins were all killed on the spot, leaving no one alive. She had sent people to investigate for so long, but there was no clue. So when she heard about the assassin, Mu Qingqing was like a frightened bird, very sensitive. The blue-clothed servant had sweat on his forehead and looked panicked. He pointed in the direction of Lanyu Pavilion and panted. I saw the assassin run into Mr. Peng's yard. I was afraid that the assassin would commit another crime, so I hurried over to report. Upon hearing this, the male favorites present all looked at each other in shock, while Jean Hani's face darkened, and he said solemnly to Mu Qingqing, Princess, the assassin ran into Lanyu Pavilion. I'm afraid it will be bad for Mr. Peng. Mu Qingqing frowned suddenly when he heard this, and his face turned pale when he thought of the consequences. He immediately shouted, Come on! Surround Lanyu Pavilion and catch the assassin immediately. and make sure to ensure Mr. Peng's safety. As soon as Mu Qingqing gave the order, a large group of guards immediately rushed towards Lanyu Pavilion. By the time Mu Qingqing and the male favorites arrived, the guards had already surrounded Su Maoyang's yard. Mu Qingqing was concerned about Peng Yuyan's safety, so he entered the yard in 2 steps. The servant and the male favorites were also curious about who was so bold as to come to the princess's mansion to assassinate her. So they followed closely and immediately filled the entire yard. Yan Dan and Fei Yuan were guarding the door of Su Maoyang's room at this time. When they saw the princess, the servant, and a large group of male favorites rushing over aggressively, they were shocked and saluted in panic. Mu Qingqing, who knew that Su Maoyang was in danger, didn't care about these etiquettes at all, and directly ordered the guards loudly, "Come on! Search for this princess. Don't let the assassin run away." The guards received the order and rushed in, ready to break into Su Maoyang's room to search for the assassin. Fei Yuan and Yan Dan were shocked when they saw this, and quickly blocked the door, saying nervously, "Princess, Master Peng has already gone to bed. It's not a good idea to rush in like this." Mu Qingqing didn't expect the 2 servants to dare to disobey her orders, and she got angry on the spot. "How dare you? This princess ordered a search for the assassin, and you dared to stop it. Don't you want to die?" Fei Yuan and Yan Dan were trembling with the princess's angry roar, and immediately knelt on the ground, cowed out in horror. "Princess, spare my life. Princess, spare my life. Humph! If you don't get out of here, this princess will really take your lives." Mu Qingqing was originally an impatient person. Her beautiful face was already full of anger, and the anger in her chest was ready to burst out at any time. Yan Dan and Fei Yuan knew the princess' temper. They were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they were shaking like sieves. But they still didn't dare to move a step to let the guards in, seeing that they were still so stubborn. Jean Hani couldn't help but explain. "Just now someone said that the assassin ran into Lanyu Pavilion. So for the safety of your master, you quickly get out of the way and let the guards catch the assassin." Yan Dan and Fei Yuan heard this. In addition to fear, they also looked very embarrassed and panicked. "I'm not trying to stop the princess from searching for the assassin." But just Yan Dan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His expression was tangled, and he couldn't even finish his words. Seeing the 2 servants' abnormal behavior, everyone present felt strange. Mu Qingqing naturally noticed something was wrong, and no longer had the patience to talk nonsense with them. He snorted coldly, "This princess thinks that you have something wrong." As she said that, she stepped forward and kicked the 2 people away with force, and then kicked the door open again and broke into the room. The guards behind Mu Qingqing also swarmed in with her to protect her safety. After seeing the strangeness of Yan Dan and Fei Yuan, the servants and male favorites, who were joining in the fun, were curious and ran in to see what was going on. Fan Yishuan already knew all this. When he saw everyone breaking into Peng Yuyan's room, his eyes flashed with excitement, and a hidden smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. He also followed the crowd in. He was looking forward to the next scene. However, when he followed the crowd into the side bedroom, the scene in front of him stunned him. At this time, Su Maoyang was still sleeping soundly on the couch. Suddenly, he heard countless footsteps coming in, and then he turned over in a daze, slowly opened his eyes, and took a look, seeing the princess and a large group of male favorites and a large group of guards all standing in her room. Su Maoyang thought she was dreaming. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. After confirming for a long time, she asked in confusion, "Princess, what are you doing?" Fan Yishuan saw that there was only Su Maoyang on his bed, and there was no woman at all. He was shocked and widened his eyes. He looked at the bed and the surroundings carefully in disbelief. His eyes almost saw through it, but he didn't find any trace of a woman. At this moment, Fan Yishuan's expectations suddenly fell into an ice cellar. The fierce coldness instantly swept over his body, making him shiver involuntarily. Chapter 1656. The body was found. No! Impossible. He had clearly asked Yan Dan and Fei Yuan to release the soul-stirring smoke while Peng Yuyan and Peng Nuo were resting, and then sent someone to knock out the maid and put her in Peng Yuyan's room. How could there be no trace of the maid? Fan Yishuan couldn't accept the fact in front of him. He kept looking around. After looking around for a long time, he didn't find anything. He was shocked to the extreme. At this moment, receiving Jean Hani's questioning eyes, Fan Yishuan was simply dumb and couldn't say anything. He didn't know why he suddenly became like this when he had arranged everything. Jean Hani saw that Fan Yishuan also looked unaware. So he looked at Su Maoyang again, and his eyes became deeper involuntarily. If there was no problem with Fan Yishuan, then there was only one possibility. That is, Peng Yuyan, who looked harmless, had seen through their intentions in advance and was prepared. I really didn't expect that Fan Yishuan was so obscure this time. But he was still discovered by him. It seems that he had underestimated this prostitute before. However, when Jean Hani was looking at Su Maoyang also raised her eyes to meet his gaze. Her dark eyes were like ink that could not be dissolved. So dark that it was bottomless. When Jean Hani met those unique eyes, a chill ran through his heart. But when he wanted to explore more from her eyes, she had already looked away and looked at the princess. Mu Qingqing saw that Yan Dan and Fei Yuan were abnormal, and thought that there was an assassin hiding in the house, who knew that there was nothing when they broke in, and Peng Yuyan was really sleeping. She couldn't help but feel relieved. At this moment, facing Su Maoyang's puzzled eyes, she explained, "An assassin just ran into your yard. So for your safety, this princess still has to send someone to search it again." Su Maoyang opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked nervously, "There is another assassin? Is the princess injured?" As she spoke, Su Maoyang got up and rushed over to check Mu Qingqing's body. Mu Qingqing was moved and waved her hand. "No, I haven't even seen the assassin yet. I just heard that the assassin was coming to you. I was afraid that you were in danger, so I rushed here. Thank you for your concern, Princess." Su Maoyang saluted gratefully. "Okay, no need to be polite. As long as you are okay." Mu Qingqing waved her hand, seeing that the maid failed to frame him. Fan Yishuan thought that he had already tampered with the reward that the princess gave to Peng Yuyan, and immediately placed all his hopes on the sachet. He said without getting discouraged, "Princess, the assassin's matter is serious, so it's better to be cautious. Since someone saw the assassin running to Lanyu Pavilion, it's safer to send someone to search it carefully." Hearing this, Duan Tianyu, who was standing next to him, sneered in his heart, staring at Fan Yishuan with some sarcasm. Peng Yuyan guessed right. He really tampered with the reward. Luckily Peng Yuyan was alert. Otherwise he would be framed by them again. Thinking of this, Duan Tianyu was looking forward to Fan Yishuan's reaction later. At this time, Su Maoyang listened to his suggestion and said very sensibly, "Yes, Master Fan is right. We should search carefully. The princess's injuries have just healed, and she must not be injured again." Mu Qingqing was indeed worried because he did not catch the assassin. Hearing this, he nodded and ordered the guards again. "Search. Don't miss a single place." The guards received the order and immediately started a large-scale search. Seeing that the guards were busy, Fan Yishuan took the initiative to step forward and said, "If we continue searching, it will probably take some time. In order not to delay the princess's rest, let's help search. More people searching is naturally a good thing." Mu Qingqing nodded and acquiesced. After getting permission, Fan Yishuan immediately called the servants to start searching. Soon they found the room where Su Maoyang piled up the rewards. Yoshikawa searched for a long time, but couldn't find the sachet he had put there before, and he was very puzzled. Seeing that Yoshikawa couldn't find the sachet, Fan Yishuan was also anxious. He originally thought that if he couldn't frame Peng Yuyan for having a tryst with the maid, he should at least frame Peng Yuyan for having a secret meeting with the maid in the mansion. Who would have thought that not only the maidservant was gone, but now even the sachet was gone? Isn't this too strange? Before, he was planning to let the princess catch him in bed. If Peng Yuyan denied it, he would let the guard search for the sachet and prove that the two had an affair. But now, all the plans have failed. Just when Fan Yishuan was in a state of panic, Su Maoyang and Duan Tianyu came in one after another. Seeing Yoshikawa rummaging through the boxes, Duan Tianyu raised a sarcastic sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Fan, your servant is really interesting. The box has been turned upside down. There is obviously no trace of the assassin. I wonder what he is still rummaging through." Fan Yishuan finally reacted after being ridiculed by Duan Tianyu. He immediately looked up at Duan Tianyu and saw that the other party was staring at him with interest. With a sneer on his mouth, he felt like he was hit by a club in his heart, and his face became very ugly. "Master Fan, you have searched all these boxes. It seems that there is no assassin. I think you should search the courtyard outside, or search the courtyards of other masters at the same time. What if the assassin has already run from my courtyard to other courtyards? Don't you think so?" Su Maoyang kindly suggested. However, Fan Yishuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood after hearing this. This Peng Yuyan really sent himself as a guard. He actually asked him to search the entire princess's mansion. Isn't this going to tire him to death? Thinking of this, Fan Yishuan met Su Maoyang's dark eyes. He found that the pair of black eyes in front of him seemed calm, but gave people a strange deterrent. After staring at each other for a long time, it made him a little creepy. Realizing this, Fan Yishuan immediately looked away, took a deep breath, and calmed his inner restlessness. At this time, Jin Hani saw that all the things he had prepared before were gone, and he frowned immediately. He felt that things were not that simple. As expected, before he could think of a countermeasure, he heard another anxious shout from outside. "Princess, it's bad. It's bad. I found Sister Jiro's body in Mingyao Lake." At this time, another servant rushed in to report. Everyone present was shocked when they heard the news suddenly, as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Jiro was the princess's personal maid, and she was loved by the princess because of her intelligence and ability. At the dinner just now, she was worried that the kitchen could not make the taste that the princess liked. So she went to the kitchen with concern, intending to prepare the sobering soup for the princess herself, who knew that she would become a corpse when she went there. This was too sudden. Mu Qingqing couldn't accept this fact after hearing it. She felt dizzy and asked in disbelief, "Tell me again. What did you find?" Chapter 1657. The princess's maid is dead. The servant felt the evil spirit emanating from the princess and trembled with fear. Finally, he could not stand the torture of her gaze and replied tremblingly, "Look! Look! See the body of Sister Jiro." Mu Qingqing listened to him spit out word by word, and took a step back in shock. He could no longer control his temper and shouted angrily, "Where is the body?" "In Mingyao Lake." The servant was scared to death and trembled when he spoke. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and lead the way," knowing that Jiro had a special status in the prince's heart. Duan Tianyu on the side hurriedly reminded. The servant was yelled at, and then he reacted, nodded quickly, turned around and ran towards Mingyao Lake. Mu Qingqing didn't believe that Jiro was dead, and had to go to confirm the body in person. So he followed without saying a word. The other people present were also confused by the series of events tonight. There was an assassin, and then Jiro was killed, one after another. It caught people off guard. However, after thinking carefully, it was found that there seemed to be some unknown connection between the two. Thinking of this, everyone's curiosity was aroused again, and they followed the servant all the way to Mingyao Lake. When they arrived at Mingyao Lake, everyone saw that Jiro's body had been fished out on the shore. She was wet all over. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were closed, as if she had no life. Duan Tianyu was still not sure, and couldn't help but step forward, stretched out his hand to feel her breath, and finally shook his head regretfully. "Princess, Jiro is dead." When Fan Yishuan heard this and saw Jiro's death, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were instantly filled with uncontrollable shock. He never thought that Jiro, who was supposed to appear on Peng Yuyan's bed, would appear here. She was supposed to be knocked unconscious, but not only died, but her body was thrown into the lake. All this happened too suddenly, which was beyond his expectations, and he was a little overwhelmed. As for Jin Hani, he pretended to be calm on the surface, but he was also shocked in his heart. At this moment, he looked up at Su Maoyang and saw a look of surprise on her face, as if she didn't know anything. So he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, because he knew that this matter must be related to her. But she disguised herself so well. It can be seen how deep this person's scheming is. When Mu Qingqing heard that she was dead, she was furious like a lion and roared with gnashing teeth. What on earth is going on? How could Jiro fall into the water? The servants and male favorites present did not expect the scene. They were all frightened and silent, and dared not say a word, for fear of implicating them, because they knew that Mu Qingqing was a person with a strange temper, and was very picky. The maid serving her rarely stayed for a month, and Jiro had been serving Mu Qingqing since she was a child. She understood her best, and was the one who liked her the most. She had a heavy weight in Mu Qingqing's heart. Now that Jiro is dead, there will be no more maids who understand her so well and serve her so well. It is needless to think that Mu Qingqing must be extremely angry. Therefore, at this critical moment, they must serve very carefully, and must not say anything wrong or anger the princess. Seeing that no one said anything at the critical moment, Mu Qingqing was furious and vented her anger at the servant who found the body. Are you deaf? Can't you hear what the princess said? The servant was frightened by her roar, and his legs softened. He knelt on the ground and cried for mercy. Princess, spare me. I don't know. I just passed by here and saw something floating in the lake. I walked closer and saw that it was Sister Jiro. So I asked someone to fish her out of the lake. And then I hurried to report to you. I don't know anything else. Although Fanny Schwan didn't know why Jiro died in the lake. He also sensed the smell of conspiracy. At this moment, he felt a little weak in his heart and hurriedly covered up. Looking at this situation, Jiro should have fallen into the lake by mistake. No one found it at the time and failed to rescue her in time. So this tragedy happened. Although he didn't send someone to kill Jiro, he sent someone to knock Jiro unconscious. Therefore, in order not to implicate himself, he still hoped to expose this matter as soon as possible. When Duan Tianyu heard this, he couldn't help but raise a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and said disapprovingly, Master Fan, I don't think so. Jiro has always been a steady person. How could she suddenly fall? Don't you think this is strange? Well, even the most steady people can be careless sometimes. Fan Yishuan was stared at by his strange eyes, and sweated on his forehead. He swallowed his saliva with guilt. Duan Tianyu heard this and laughed. Jiro was drowned inexplicably. You don't think it's strange, but you think that Jiro, who has a steady personality, was careless. Why do I feel that this is a bit of a cover-up? Fan Yishuan was shocked by the question. At this time, he received the suspicious eyes of the princess and the male favorites. His heart was beating like a drum, and he was in a panic. Master Duan's words are suspected of framing. Master Fan is just guessing and expressing his own opinions. It's not to the extent of trying to cover up the truth. Seeing that Fan Yishuan was choked and speechless, Jin Hani raised the corners of his lips and spoke slowly. Duan Tianyu knew that Jin Hani was a ruthless character. He had never been able to talk to him. Now he was choked by him and couldn't speak. He was so angry that his face turned black. Su Maoyang was very calm at this time. After looking at Jin Hani and Fan Yishuan, he suggested to the princess, Princess, Miss Jiro died suddenly. Let's ask a coroner to check Miss Jiro's body. There was an assassin in my yard just now, and Miss Jiro was killed here. Just in case, it's better to find out the cause of death. We can't let Miss Jiro die unclearly. Mu Qingqing heard this and nodded in agreement. Yes. You. Hurry up and ask the coroner to come. This princess wants to know the truth. The servant who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy was called, trembling and nodded, and immediately stood up to ask for the coroner, perhaps knowing that the princess was furious. The coroner came very quickly. When he arrived at the scene, he respectfully saluted Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing was upset and shouted directly, Don't waste time. Hurry up and check for me, whether Jiro was drowned or not. The coroner heard this, and did not dare to delay. He immediately started to check the body, and finally found a clue in the head. Princess, the real cause of her death was not drowning, but a blunt head injury, and she was beaten to death. When they heard this, everyone present was in an uproar. All of them widened their eyes in shock, and looked at each other with complicated expressions. They didn't know who was so bold as to dare to kill the most favorite personal maid beside the princess. Chapter 1658 Princess's Jade Pendant. The murderer dared to kill even the princess's people. He was too bold. Thinking of this, everyone started to whisper and speculated about the identity of the murderer. When Fan Yishuan heard that Jiro's head was injured by a blunt instrument, he was shocked and immediately cast a questioning look at Yoshikawa beside him. He had only sent someone to knock Jiro unconscious before, but he didn't ask anyone to kill her. Yoshikawa received his cannibalistic gaze, and was also scared to sweat. He shook his head innocently, indicating that he had not sent anyone to kill Jiro. Fan Yishuan was slightly relieved to know that it was not him. Although he was full of question marks, he still tried to calm himself down and warned himself not to lose his composure, because he really hadn't done such a thing. He was not afraid of his own shadow, no matter what. They couldn't put the crime of murder on his head. Thinking of this, Fan Yishuan calmed down a lot. The other male favorites present, perhaps awakened by Su Maoyang's words just now, immediately some people speculated wildly. Could Jiro be killed by the assassin who escaped into Lanyu Pavilion? Although Su Maoyang's words just now were obscure, they played a guiding role invisibly. So when everyone heard such speculation, they all felt that it made some sense and nodded in agreement. After all, Jiro was killed just after the assassin was exposed. which was indeed too coincidental. Duan Tianyu saw that everyone was thinking in the direction guided by Peng Yuyan, and he was secretly happy in his heart, but pretended to sigh with regret on the surface. But the assassin disappeared after rushing into Lanyu Pavilion. So many people searched for him, but no trace of the assassin was found. I think he has escaped. So, it's not easy to find the murderer now. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows when he saw him point this out, and took over the conversation seriously. Perhaps the assassin didn't run away at all, and it's not certain that he is in the princess's mansion. Mu Qingqing frowned when he heard such remarks, and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by this? Princess, think about it. Since the last assassination incident, you have strengthened the guards and protected the entire princess's mansion tightly. Any slight movement will not escape your eyes. But there are still assassins who appear silently. Isn't it strange? Besides, you just sent so many people to surround my Lanyu Pavilion and search for him. It is impossible that there is no clue at all. But you didn't even see the shadow of the assassin. So, I guess that this assassin is either still hiding in the mansion, or he is one of us." Su Maoyang analyzed in a deep voice. This time, before Duan Tianyu could make any comments, Ranning Xuan on the side had already reacted. "Mr. Peng means that the assassin is likely to be someone from our mansion. After he killed someone and fled to Lanyu Pavilion, he mixed in with us, so the guards couldn't find him." Right. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing and everyone present were shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect such a possibility. Yes, if the assassin is someone from the princess's mansion, he can naturally mix in with the crowd and avoid the guard's search. But in this case, everyone present is suspected. Realizing this, everyone was shocked, looking at the people around them suspiciously, and began to suspect each other. Fan Yishuan couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. "Mr. Peng, according to what you said, you suspect us of being the murderer?" Master Fan misunderstood my meaning. "I just talked about the matter, analyzed the whereabouts of the assassin, and helped the princess solve her problems. I didn't mean to insinuate anyone." Su Maoyang bowed her head humbly, not daring to make any rash remarks. Although her attitude was very humble, her words were justified, and she even pushed Mu Qingqing out as a shield, making it difficult for Fan Yishuan to continue to make things difficult. Because if he insisted on blaming Su Maoyang, wouldn't it be equivalent to blaming him for solving the princess's problems? Sure enough, after Su Maoyang said this, Mu Qingqing immediately cast a sharp look at Fan Yishuan, with anger in his tone. "If you haven't done it, are you afraid of people's suspicion?" Fan Yishuan was blamed by the princess, and hated Su Maoyang in his heart. But he had to soften his face and said, "Yes, the princess is teaching me that I am innocent, and I am not afraid of being framed. Let alone suspicion. The princess can investigate, and I will definitely cooperate." He didn't. He has done something, and you want to frame him? No way. After hearing this, Mu Qingqing took her eyes off him, turned to look at the chief guard, and ordered in a cold voice, "Search the entire princess's mansion immediately. No corner of the mansion. No one should be spared. No exception for the people present." The chief guard received the order and was about to start the search, but heard the coroner say in surprise, "Princess, I found that Miss Shiro was still holding a jade pendant tightly in her hand." As he said, the coroner took out the jade pendant with force and presented it to Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing frowned when he heard it, and immediately took 2 steps forward, took a closer look at the jade pendant, and recognized it on the spot. "Isn't this the white jade eagle pendant of this princess?" Everyone knows about the white jade eagle pendant, because this jade pendant is made of very rare jade, with very delicate patterns carved on it, and it is very expensive and precious. They, the servants of the emperor, were naturally not qualified to wear such a fine jade pendant. Only the princess had the financial resources to get such a rare treasure. However, when Fan Yishuan and Yoshikawa heard about the white jade eagle pendant, they were shocked. It was as if a thunder exploded above their heads, and their faces that pretended to be calm instantly turned blue-gray. You should know that 2 days ago, Peng Yuyan's servant knocked down Yoshikawa. In order to settle the dispute and ease the relationship, Peng Yuyan specially gave the white jade eagle pendant to Yoshikawa as an apology. Fan Yishuan coveted the preciousness of the thing at that time. After returning from Lanyu Pavilion, he took the jade pendant and kept it in the room. However, he never expected that the jade pendant that he had treasured well would appear here. Seeing this scene, Fan Yishuan was shocked. and he immediately reacted that he had been fooled by Peng Yuyin. Everything was her conspiracy. It turned out that she had been digging a pit for him to jump. Realizing this, Fan Yishuan was horrified. Cold sweat dripped down his head, and the fingers under his sleeves were trembling slightly with fear. Lu Ziyu, who saw the scene, asked curiously, "Princess, how come Jiro has such a precious jade pendant like yours?" Mu Qingqing narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Maoyang. This jade pendant was given to Peng Yuyin by this princess a few days ago. This princess also wants to know why it is in Jiro's hands. Hearing this, Duan Tianyu, who was standing next to Su Maoyang, immediately remembered. "I remember that last time Brother Yin held a banquet and invited us all to Lanyu Pavilion to play. On the way, we encountered a conflict between Peng Nua and Mr. Fan's servant. In order to ease the conflict, Brother Yin gave this jade pendant to Yoshikawa as an apology. I just don't know why it appeared in Jiro's hands." Chapter 1659. She framed me. After hearing what Duan Tianyu said, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Li, Mr. Lei, Mr. Qin and others present all remembered and nodded in agreement. Yes, last time we saw Peng Nua knock down Yoshikawa. Mr. Peng felt bad and gave this jade pendant to Yoshikawa as an apology. Logically, the jade pendant should be with Yoshikawa. How could it be? At that time, they heard that the jade pendant was a reward from the princess, so they paid special attention to it, but found that it was actually a white jade eagle pendant. They were very envious and naturally had a very deep impression. At that time, they also sighed that Peng Yuyin was broad-minded and could give such a precious treasure to others, which was rare. But who knew that Yoshikawa got such a precious treasure, but did not keep it well? But it appeared in Jiro's hands, which was really too strange. Thinking of this, everyone realized something and looked at Yoshikawa. Since the white jade eagle pendant appeared, Yoshikawa has been uneasy. Now that so many people are staring at him, he is so scared that his face is pale and sweating. Mu Qingqing found that his expression was not right, and knew that there must be something fishy. His eyes were sharp, and he shouted angrily, "Tell me the truth. Did Master Peng give you this white jade eagle pendant?" Each one was frightened to kneel on the ground by Mu Qingqing's fierce roar. He knew that even if he denied it now, it would not work, because so many male favorites were present that day, and they all saw him except Peng Yuyin's jade pendant with their own eyes. With so many witnesses here, if he told a lie, he would be dragged out by the princess and beheaded in the next second. So he had to answer honestly, "Yes, I did accept Master Peng's reward a few days ago, but I don't know why the jade pendant appeared on Jiro." "Humph. You accepted the jade pendant, but you didn't know it would appear here. Could it be that the jade pendant would grow legs and run away? Besides, it didn't run anywhere else, but it ran into Jiro's hands. Is this reasonable?" Mu Qingqing's anger rose again when he heard such a ridiculous answer. Duan Tianyu heard this and added fuel to the fire. Yes, Jiro was holding the jade pendant tightly when she was alive. It was obvious that she grabbed it from the murderer when she was struggling. The murderer might have been discovered by someone at the time. In order to cover up his crime, he had to push Jiro into the lake in a hurry. He didn't have time to deal with the body, so he didn't notice the jade pendant in Jiro's hand. He might have thought that he would salvage the body and deal with it quietly after the incident. But he didn't expect that the truth would be revealed so soon. Do you think I guessed right? Yoshikawa? Yoshikawa was accused of such a serious crime by Duan Tianyu, and he was speechless. His eyes were red with anxiety, and he immediately pointed at Su Maoyang. He shirked responsibility and said, "No, I didn't kill Jiro. It was Master Peng. It must be Master Peng. He framed me. I didn't know anything. I was wronged." Su Maoyang felt a little ridiculous when he heard this. "Each one. I know you always hate me for letting Peng Nua beat you, but you can't accuse me of killing Jiro just to get away with it. Besides, I gave you the jade pendant. There is no reason for me to take it back. Your groundless framing is really chilling. Speaking of which, I still want to have a good relationship with your master. But by doing this, won't you create a gap between me and Master Fan?" Su Maoyang's words seemed to be an explanation, but invisibly implicated Fan Yishuan. Lu Ziyu, who was standing by, heard this and suddenly realized, "Oh, I know." No wonder the assassin ran towards Lanyu Pavilion. It turned out that he wanted to frame Master Peng. Lu Ziyu and Ran Ningxuan were on the same side, and their relationship with Fan Yishuan and Jin Hani was not very good. So when he saw Yoshikawa in trouble, He naturally couldn't help but add insult to injury. Ran Xinxuan also scolded at this moment. Yichuan, you are so bold. In order to frame Master Peng, you actually killed Zhiro. Doing such a conscienceless thing. It's really abominable. I am wronged. Give me 100 courage. I dare not kill the popular person around the princess. Yoshikawa was pointed at by thousands of people. And he was so scared that he cried. And he could only kowtow. Hearing this, the others also understood. And looked at Fan Yishuan in unison. And they already had an idea in their hearts. Yoshikawa was just a servant. And he really didn't have the guts to kill Zhiro and frame Peng Yuyan. So anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this must have been Fan Yishuan's idea. Because everyone knows that Fan Yishuan had a grudge against Peng Yuyan earlier. And he probably had a grudge against him for a long time. So it's not impossible that he sent Yoshikawa to kill Zhiro and frame Peng Yuyan. Unfortunately, Yoshikawa was unlucky and was discovered. In a hurry, he didn't find the jade pendant he dropped. So he threw the body into the lake and fled towards Lanyu Pavilion. They thought they could frame Peng Yuyan. But the jade pendant would expose their identities. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. It's really true that man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Fan Yishuan became the target of public criticism for a while. When he received everyone's blaming eyes, he was so panicked that his face turned pale. He waved his hands and explained. No, I didn't. I didn't send him to kill Zhiro. Mu Qingqing saw that the truth was revealed. But he still refused to admit it. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and roared with a ferocious face. Fan Yishuan. At this critical moment, you still want to quibble. Fan Yishuan saw that the princess had identified him as the murderer, and explained in horror. Princess, it's really not me. I really didn't do it. It's clear that Peng Yuyan framed me. And I am the victim. Princess, you have to believe me. I know the position of Zhiro in your mind. How could I do these things that make you sad? Humph. In my opinion, you just want to kill Zhiro because she has a special position in my mind. You really do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. You even dare to touch the people around me. It seems that you are tired of living. Mu Qingqing gritted her teeth and snorted angrily. Fan Yishuan was frightened by her words and turned pale as paper. He knelt down quickly. Princess, I swear to you, Zhiro was not killed by me. This was all a conspiracy of Peng Yuyan. Please be careful. Master Fan, I didn't expect that you still refused to repent until now. Master Peng didn't care about you before, and tried to get along with you again and again. We saw all this, but you are so petty. It's really disappointing. Duan Tianyu shook his head in disappointment, with obvious disgust in his tone. Others also nodded in agreement, thinking that Fan Yishuan was narrow-minded and intolerant. Well, don't quibble. So many people saw your servant accept the white jade eagle pendant. And the white jade eagle pendant happened to appear in Jiro's hands. Now there is physical evidence. And it's meaningless for you to say anything. Come on. Drag Fan Yishuan and Yoshikawa out and behead them. Mu Qingqing didn't want to see Fan Yishuan's disgusting face anymore. So he ordered loudly. Chapter 1660 Jin Hani pleads for mercy. Fan Yishuan never expected that the princess would actually kill him. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. After a moment of shock, he crawled to Mu Qingqing's feet in fear, pulled her hem, and tried his best to explain. It's not me. Princess, you have to believe me. The murderer is really not me. Now that there are witnesses and evidence, Fan Yishuan can no longer find evidence to prove himself, and can only deny it. But such a denial seems too pale, and has no persuasiveness. So, in everyone's eyes, it's just a dying struggle. Mu Qingqing was already furious because of Zero's death. How could she listen to his quibbling? She kicked him away directly. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and drag him away. Fan Yishuan not only killed Zhiro, but also almost framed Peng Yuyan. Such a hateful person. Mu Qingqing really had no reason to let him go. Seeing Fan Yishuan in trouble, Jin Hani couldn't just sit back and do nothing. So she couldn't help but speak up. Princess, calm down. Although Fan Yishuan's crime is unforgivable, he is a member of the Fan family after all. If he dies like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the princess to give an explanation to the Fan family. Difficult to explain? Can the Fan family beat me to death? Mu Qingqing got even more angry when she heard this. That's not what I meant. The princess is of noble status. So naturally, she doesn't take the Fan family seriously. But the Fan family has a high status in the Fengqi Empire, and is very important in the queen's mind. Even if they don't dare to do anything to the princess on the surface, it is inevitable that they will have a gap because of this incident and do something behind the scenes. Princess, don't forget, there is still Minister Fan in the palace. Jean Hani clasped his fists respectfully and reminded solemnly. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing was shocked and her expression became serious. Mu Qingqing has always been willful. No matter what happens, she only wants to make herself happy. She rarely thinks about the consequences, let alone analyzing the pros and cons. Now that Jean Hani has made such a suggestion, she is a little shaken. Indeed, although she is not afraid of the Fan family, the status and power of the Fan family are so high that even the queen has to be tolerant, let alone her. In addition, Fan Yishuan's brother is now favored by the queen. If she kills Fan Yishuan, Minister Fan will definitely whisper in the queen's ear. At that time, she is afraid that she will be blamed. Seeing Mu Qingqing silent, Jean Hani knew that there was a chance, and quickly said, Princess, I know that Jiro's death made you very angry, but the dead cannot be resurrected. Even if Fan Yishuan is killed, Miss Jiro will not come back. Princess, why should you ruin your relationship with the Fan family for such a meaningless thing and add to your troubles? Humph! Fan Yishuan was so bold as to kill my personal maid and cause such a big disaster. If I don't kill him, I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart. Mu Qingqing said frankly that she couldn't swallow this breath. Jean Hani was not in a hurry, and patiently advised. Yes, I know that the princess is angry, but the princess has many ways to punish him. There is really no need to kill him. It's too easy to let him die. I'm afraid that he would be worse off than dead. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing raised her eyebrows and glanced at Jean Hani. Although she didn't want to spare Fan Yishuan's life, she had to admit that Jean Hani had some truth. After all, the Fan family is one of the more prestigious families among the 7 major families. Although Fan Yishuan is only a bastard, he was sent by the Fan family to form an alliance and establish a good relationship with her. Although Jiro's death made her sad, in the eyes of others, it was just a maid who died. She wanted to kill the son of the Fan family for the maid, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Fan family. The Fan family must have an opinion about her. It is not worth it to ruin the relationship with the Fan family and the queen for a maid. Moreover, with her temper, if it comes to killing, the servants in the mansion have died countless times. Isn't it because of the face of the 7 major families that she endured it? Since it has been endured for so long, it doesn't matter this time. Of course, Jean Hani is right. There are many ways to punish Fan Yishuan, not necessarily killing. Duan Tianyu saw that Mu Qingqing was shaken by the persuasion, and he was anxious in his heart. He wanted to do his best to save the princess's decision. Princess, Master Fan has caused such a big disaster. How can he be forgiven so easily? If even killing can be forgiven, then won't everyone be in chaos in the future? Before Mu Qingqing spoke, Jean Hani said first, Master Duan, I know. You and Fan Yishuan don't have a good relationship, but you can't put the princess in an unfair position because of personal grudges. Since you are a member of the princess's mansion, please put the overall situation first. Besides, you are just a male favorite now, and you are not qualified to interfere in the affairs of the emperor. Are you crossing the line by saying this? Seeing that Duan Tianyu was speechless again by Jean Hani, Su Moyang had to admit that Jean Hani was quite capable and analyzed the pros and cons of the matter in detail. No wonder the princess didn't listen to anything and insisted on listening to Jean Hani. This person is indeed not simple. Thinking of this, Su Moyang gave Duan Tianyu a calm look, indicating that he should not be impulsive. Although Jean Hani's words just now were pleading for Fan Yishuan, they were very beautiful, and he was thinking about the princess everywhere. The princess had obviously been persuaded by him, and had her own ideas. If Duan Tianyu stopped him at this critical moment, he would be suspected of vying for favor, and ignoring the princess's situation, and adding insult to injury. But Duan Tianyu was very anxious when he received Su Moyang's meaning. He didn't understand why Su Moyang could be so calm when he saw that Fan Yishuan was about to be spared the death penalty. You know, they finally got the opportunity, and planned this carefully. Is it going to fail? Unwilling. He really didn't want to. However, he found that no matter what he said, it was useless. Not only would it not make the princess change her mind, but it would also end up trapping the princess in injustice. Thinking of this, Duan Tianyu clenched his fingers in anger and hated Jin Hani to death. Seeing that they were about to get rid of Jin Hani's helpers, they were intercepted by him halfway. Damn it! Mu Qingqing listened to Jin Hani's words and glared at Duan Tianyu unhappily. As a male favorite, you are quite courageous. Do you also want me to kill you and set rules in the mansion to prevent other male favorites from getting into trouble? Duan Tianyu was so scared when he saw the princess's anger that his face turned pale. He bowed and apologized. Princess, please forgive me. I dare not say anything more. Su Maoyong saw this and apologized for his explanation. Princess, please don't blame him. During this period, I have been with Master Duan day and night, and we have a deep friendship. He couldn't stand Master Fan framing me, so he couldn't help but stand up for me. To be honest, it's all my fault. If the princess wants to blame someone, just blame me. Mu Qingqing naturally wouldn't blame her, the innocent victim, and quickly reached out to help him up. Yu Yen, you were almost framed this time. What's your fault? Don't take all the blame on yourself. Chapter 1661, Raising an Army to Question the Culprit. Brother Duan was blamed by the princess because of me. I feel really bad. Su Maoyong was too guilty to stand up. Mu Qingqing couldn't do anything with her, so she sighed helplessly and said to Duan Tianyu, who was kneeling on the ground, since you are standing up for Yu Yen, I will spare you. Get up quickly. Duan Tianyu was relieved when he heard this, and quickly stood up, feeling grateful. This time, thanks to Peng Yuyen's intercession. Otherwise the princess would have taken out her anger on him again. At this time, Mu Qingqing had comforted Su Maoyong, thinking that Fan Yishuan was still waiting for his fate. She immediately turned her head to look at the distraught Fan Yishuan, and with a sullen face, she coldly scolded, Fan Yishuan killed the maid next to this princess. The death penalty can be exempted, but the living crime cannot be escaped. He will be thrown into the dungeon and tortured. Since she couldn't take his life, she had to get rid of half of his life to relieve her hatred. After hearing that his life was saved, Fan Yishuan no longer dared to have other extravagant demands, because as long as Jin Hani was there, the servants in the dungeon dared not take too heavy a hand. With Jin Hani's ability, I believe he can be rescued in a few days. So, at the moment, he was smart and didn't struggle. Nor did he make the princess angry again. He was obediently escorted to the dungeon by the guards. Mu Qingqing was so confused by what happened tonight that he no longer had the heart to have fun. He waved his hands in annoyance. Okay, you all leave. Fong Gang, take people to deal with the body. In order to prevent such incidents from happening again, strengthen patrols in the mansion. Report any disturbance immediately. Hearing this, the chief guard Fong Gang clasped his fists and accepted the order. Yes, I obey your command. Seeing that he understood, Mu Qingqing rubbed his forehead and turned to leave. Seeing the princess leave, Jin Hani looked at Su Maoyong deeply, and then told everyone present, it's getting late. Everyone go back and rest. Seeing the farce was over, the male favorites really had no need to stay, and they all bowed and left Mingao Lake. Su Maoyong saw that everyone had left, so he naturally didn't stay for long, and hurried back to Lanyu Pavilion. As soon as he returned to Lanyu Pavilion, Su Maoyong told Shinua, let Yandon and Fei Yuan come in to see me. Shinua nodded and quickly called the two in. Yandon and Fei Yuan knew that Su Maoyong was going to call for punishment, and they were very nervous. As soon as they entered the hall, they carefully observed Su Maoyong's face. Su Maoyong looked at them and spoke after a long time. I believe you know what happened tonight without me telling you. Hearing this, Yandon and Fei Yuan were immediately frightened and sweating, and shook their heads with pale faces. New. I don't know. Seeing that they still refused to admit it, Su Maoyong grinned, grinning a sarcastic arc, and his voice was sharp and cold. Don't know? You used the soul-stirring smoke to knock Shinua unconscious, and then worked with Fan Yishuan to send Jiro to my room, and finally stood outside my door, deliberately preventing the princess from coming in, pretending that I had an affair with Jiro. If you don't know, then no one knows. If she hadn't seen through their intentions earlier, and let the demon Martin steal the white jade eagle pendant while everyone was busy in the garden, and then secretly killed Jiro and threw it into Mingao Lake, their conspiracy would have almost succeeded. Yanan and Fei Yuan were shocked when she revealed their conspiracy. They knelt on the ground and admitted their mistakes. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. I didn't mean to frame Master Peng. Master Fan forced me. Please forgive me. Master Peng. I don't think you were forced to do it. You just thought I was a prostitute from a brothel and easy to bully, Su Maoyang said at the end, and suddenly raised his voice, which scared the two of them. Fei, Yuan and Yong'an were shocked, trembling, and cowed out heavily. I absolutely don't have such thoughts. I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future, and I will never have any second thoughts. Forget it. I am of humble origin, and I don't have much influence. I dare not trouble you to serve me. Besides, you are the Marquis's people. I will send you back to the Marquis tomorrow to serve you. So as not to delay your future, Su Maoyang sighed and waved his hand resolutely, no longer thinking about keeping them. Hearing that they were going to be driven back to the Marquis, Fei Yuan and Yong'an were shocked as if they were struck by lightning, and begged for mercy and fear. Mr. Peng, please don't drive me away. I really don't dare. If I go back to the Marquis now, I will only die. This time, not only did their deeds get exposed, but they also caused Fan Yishuan to be imprisoned. The Marquis must think that they were traitors and made trouble. If they go back, how could the Marquis let them go? It's obvious that their end will be miserable. So, no matter what, they can't go back. That's right. You are no longer useful now. And you messed up this time. You have no credibility in front of the Marquis. Going back is indeed a dead end. Su Maoyang nodded after pondering. So please, Master Peng, don't chase me away. I have nowhere to go and nowhere to go. Fei Yuan and Yong'an trembled and cried in fear when they thought of the consequences of going back. Seeing them crying, Su Maoyang sneered. It's okay not to chase you away, but it depends on your performance in the future. Su Maoyang knew that if she chased them back, Jin Hani would definitely send someone else to serve them. It would be safer to keep two people who were no longer useful to Jin Hani around, because Jin Hani no longer trusted them. He would not arrange for them to do anything. The reason why she said that just now was to scare them and give them a warning. Let them know that she is their master now. If even she doesn't want them, then they are really finished. So, in their current situation, they can only survive by pleasing her and doing good things for her. I believe that as long as Yong'an and Fei Yuan are not fools, they will know what to do next. Seeing that there is still room for maneuver, Yong'an and Fei Yuan immediately promised gratefully. The slaves must behave well and serve Mr. Peng wholeheartedly. If there is any second thought, the slaves will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Okay, a man who knows the times is a hero. Since you understand this truth, I won't say much. Just remember that I am your master now, and your life is in my hands. If you want to survive, be obedient. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yes, the slaves know. Yong'an and Fei Yuan kowtowed repeatedly with gratitude. They have now offended the Marquis and Fan Yishuan, and the only backer is Peng Yuyan. They are not stupid enough to frame their backers. Chapter 1662, she actually pleaded for Fan Yishuan. Time flies, and 3 days have passed. Early in the morning of this day, Su Maoyang was still resting when he heard she knew a report that Duan Tianyu was already waiting in the hall. Seeing him disturbing her sleep so early in the morning, Su Maoyang was a little curious about what he was so anxious about. So he got up, put on his clothes, and walked quickly to the hall. Duan Tianyu was fidgeting in the hall. When he saw Su Maoyang coming out, he went to meet him and said anxiously, Brother Yin, at this critical moment, you are still sleeping. Su Maoyang was confused by what he said. Shouldn't I be sleeping at this time? Oh, didn't you hear that Fan Yishuan couldn't bear the torture last night and fainted? It is said that he was dying and almost died. So Jin Hani went to the princess to plead for him overnight. The princess has asked Fan Yishuan to return to Qingqiu Pavilion to recuperate. Duan Tianyu was so anxious that he vomited out like pouring beans. Su Maoyang was not surprised to hear this. He walked slowly to the chair and sat down, and said calmly, Isn't it normal? Fan Yishuan is not stupid. How could he really stay in the dungeon to be tortured? Besides, with Jin Hani's care, the slaves in the dungeon must cooperate in the acting. So, it's only a matter of time for Fan Yishuan to pretend to faint and come out of the dungeon. Duan Tianyu saw that his heart was as clear as a mirror, and he was even more angry. You knew that Fan Yishuan would come out soon, and you couldn't do anything to him. Why didn't you kill Fan Yishuan that night? Because they were all bastards. Their food, clothing, and accessories were all common and common things. Therefore, Peng Yuyan used the precious treasure of the white jade eagle pendant as bait, and finally planned a big drama. But in the end, he failed to kill Fan Yishuan. Just thinking about this, Duan Tianyu was furious. Originally, he was hoping to get rid of Fan Yishuan, leaving Jin Hani isolated and helpless, and then slowly bring Jin Hani down. But who knew that in the end, it was all in vain. How could he not be angry? Brother Duan, you should have been prepared before. Fan Yishuan has the support of the Fan family. It is impossible to eliminate him in one fell swoop. What's more, killing a maid for jealousy is not a big deal. Hearing this, Duan Tianyu became even more anxious. Even killing the people around the princess is not a big deal. Then what is a big deal? You know, it took us a lot of effort to frame Fan Yishuan to kill the maid. Not to mention framing other big things. Am I going to be suppressed by them for the rest of my life and never be able to turn over? Brother Duan, don't worry. As long as Brother Duan is willing to cooperate. It is actually not as difficult as you think to kill Fan Yishuan. Su Maoyang calmly comforted. Isn't this difficult? Now Fan Yishuan has come out of the dungeon. It's impossible for him to go back. Besides, after what happened that day, they have all become more vigilant. It's not easy to frame them again. Duan Tianyu looked embarrassed, frowned, and felt irritated. Su Maoyang smiled when he heard this. Who said he won't go back? Duan Tianyu was a little confused by his inexplicable smile. What do you mean by this? It means that even if Fan Yishuan comes out of the dungeon, I can send him back. Su Maoyang smiled, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Seeing Su Maoyang's confident look, Duan Tianyu rekindled some hope and asked curiously, how are you going to send him back? Since Fan Yishuan was almost beaten to death and is still dying, we, as male concubines, naturally have to visit him. Duan Tianyu never expected that Su Maoyang would actually go to see him, and his eyes widened in shock. Are you crazy? He stabbed you in the back, and you actually went to visit him. What's more, he only had some superficial injuries, and he didn't break any bones at all. You said you didn't know the truth, but you went to visit him even though you knew he was lying. Are you bored? Haha. I went to visit him because I knew he was lying. And not only me. You have to go too. Su Maoyang laughed meaningfully. Duan Tianyu had been holding a grudge against Fan Yishuan for a long time. Hearing this, he immediately rejected it. I won't go. I'm afraid that if I go, I will really lose control and beat him to death. Su Maoyang knew that he couldn't understand her approach. So she smiled and said seriously, if you want Fan Yishuan to die in the dungeon, you'd better do as I say. Duan Tianyu heard her say this, and immediately realized that the matter was not simple. After hesitating for a moment, he finally bowed to Su Maoyang. Just follow Brother Yan's orders. Su Maoyang saw that he was willing to listen to her, so he waved at him. Seeing this, Duan Tianyu immediately came forward, put his ear to listen to her specific plan. After listening to Su Maoyang's arrangement, Duan Tianyu's eyes lit up, and his depressed expression just now was swept away, and gradually jumped into a happy expression. Ha ha ha. Brother Yan still has a way. I will go to Qingqiu Pavilion now, and visit him well. The two words well were a bit heavy by Duan Tianyu, and it was obvious that there was something behind the words. Su Maoyang saw that he understood, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, go ahead. I'll be there in a moment. Duan Tianyu smiled and nodded. Okay. I'm in Qingqiu Pavilion, respectfully welcoming Brother Yan. After saying that, Duan Tianyu clasped his fists and left the hall. He disappeared soon after, and it was obvious that he couldn't wait to kill Fan Yishuan. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't delay, and stood up and called Shinua. Accompany me to Yuling Palace. Master, you want to Shinua didn't quite understand what she meant. Go to the princess and plead for Fan Yishuan. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with cunning. Shinua listened, and his face was full of question marks. Master, did I hear it wrong? You want to plead for Fan Yishuan? Her master never played by the rules. She had experienced it many times, but this time it was too ridiculous. Yes, you heard it right. Help me change clothes and wash up. Su Maoyang nodded seriously and ordered. Although Shinua couldn't guess what Su Maoyang was thinking, she knew that she must have her reasons for doing so. She then stopped talking and fetched water for her to change clothes. After she finished tidying up, Su Maoyang set out from Lanyu Pavilion and soon came to Yuling Palace. At this time, Mu Qingqing had just gotten up and was having breakfast. when she heard Su Maoyang's request to see her. She invited him to have breakfast together. Su Maoyang knew that Duan Tianyu was still waiting for her in Qingqiu Pavilion, so she didn't dare to delay and decline the princess's kindness. Thank you for your sympathy, Your Majesty. I have already had breakfast. You came here so early in the morning. What's the matter? Mu Qingqing nodded slightly and asked. Su Maoyang nodded. Last night, I heard that Master Fan couldn't stand the torture and almost died in the dungeon. He is still unconscious until now, but he keeps calling the princess's name. I couldn't bear it, so I thought of asking the princess to see him. Chapter 1663 Visit in Person. Mu Qingqing didn't expect that she came here early in the morning for this matter. She stared at her in surprise. Are you still asleep? I heard that Fan Yishuan has made things difficult for you time and time again. And this time, he used such a despicable method to frame you. You actually asked me to go see him. Are you mistaken? It is precisely because Mr. Fan has some misunderstandings about me that I want to take this opportunity to make peace with Mr. Fan and get his forgiveness. Besides, I heard that he was seriously injured and dying. As a male favorite, according to the rules, I should visit him. However, Mr. Fan will probably be unhappy to see me, and Mr. Fan is most looking forward to the princess's visit and care at this vulnerable time. So I want to ask the princess to move to Qingqiu Pavilion and go with me to see him. Su Maoyang explained. Mu Qingqing frowned and snorted speechlessly. You are so generous. People are jealous and almost killed you. But you keep pushing me to other men. Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment when she heard Mu Qingqing's coquettish scolding, and then laughed. I am not as generous as the princess imagines. I usually hope that the princess will not see other people and only favor me. However, the prince consort is right. Fan Yishuan is from the Fan family. If something happens to him, the Fan family will definitely be bad for the princess. And I can't put the princess in trouble because of my own selfish desires. For me, loving someone means thinking about her. I just don't want to embarrass the princess. When Mu Qingqing heard this, her beautiful face gradually raised a charming smile, and her amber pupils were shining. Okay, based on your words, if you love someone, you must think about her. This princess will go and see him. Su Maoyang's words obviously pleased Mu Qingqing. After that, she wiped her mouth in a good mood and stood up. Seeing that she was willing to go, Su Maoyang also smiled, walked over quickly, stretched out his hand, and supported her. Qingqiu Pavilion. Mr. Duan, my master is weak and is resting. The Marquis has specially ordered that no one should disturb him. Please go back. The white-clothed servant guarding the door of Fan Yishuan's room saw Duan Tianyu coming and hurriedly stopped him. Duan Tianyu knew Su Maoyang's plan and was determined to meet Fan Yishuan. At the moment, he did not allow the servant to stop him and pushed him away. I came to visit your master with good intentions. You, a dog slave, dared to block my way. Don't you want to live? Seeing Duan Tianyu was about to break in, the white-clothed servant rushed over anxiously, knelt in front of him, and grabbed his clothes. My master is really resting. Mr. Duan, please come another day. The master has specifically instructed that the servant dare not let you in. Yishuan and I are like brothers. I usually receive a lot of care from him. Now that he is dying, how can I ignore it? You, a dog slave, are you going to put me in this unkind and unjust situation? Get out of here. After saying that, Duan Tianyu kicked the white-clothed servant away and gave his own servant a look. His own servant nodded in understanding and immediately blocked the white-clothed servant from stopping him. Duan Tianyu then walked quickly into Fan Yishuan's room, took 2 steps at a time, and came to the side bed. At this time, Fan Yishuan was really sleeping on the couch, with his eyes closed, his face as pale as paper, and he really looked weak. But Duan Tianyu, who knew his little tricks, sneered when he saw this scene. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are pretending very well. If I didn't know your tricks, I would almost believe it. As he said that, Duan Tianyu found a seat and sat down, staring at Fan Yishuan on the couch with a smile on his face. Seeing that he had seen through his disguise, Fan Yishuan was too lazy to pretend in front of him. So he opened his eyes and glared at Duan Tianyu fiercely. He knew that he had fallen so hard this time and was almost killed by the princess. All thanks to Peng Yuyan and Duan Tianyu. If it weren't for the care of the Marquis, he would have been beaten to pieces and died. Of course, even if he was not seriously injured, he was tortured a lot in the dungeon, because in order to pretend, there must be superficial injuries. Therefore, Peng Yuyin and Duan Tianyu caused him to fall into such an embarrassing situation today. Just thinking of these two people, Fan Yishuan wanted to beat them to death. Not to mention seeing it with his own eyes. I don't welcome you in Qingqiu Pavilion. Get out now! Fan Yishuan was full of gunpowder as soon as he opened his mouth. Duan Tianyu, however, had a smile on his face, not taking his anger seriously at all, and said in a hurt tone, I heard that you were in the dungeon, and you couldn't stand the torture, and were almost beaten to death. I came to visit you with good intentions, but you drove me away just after I sat down. Isn't that too inhumane? Visit me? Bah! You came to see me laugh. Sorry. I disappoint you. I'm fine. Nothing happened. You want to torture me and kill you? No way. Hearing this, Fan Yishuan sat up from the couch angrily and spat viciously. Duan Tianyu laughed and shook his head. You are probably talking too early. You killed the princess's favorite maid. Even if you can't kill her, you can still take a layer of skin off. So, don't think that you are out of the dungeon temporarily. In my opinion, you will go back sooner or later. Humph. Now that I'm out of the dungeon, there's no way I can go back. Don't forget, I have the support of the Fan family behind me. No matter what the princess says, she will spare my life for the sake of the Fan family. If you want me to die in the dungeon, I advise you to give up this idea. Fan Yishuan snorted confidently, his tone full of contempt. Duan Tianyu heard this, a dark flash in his eyes, and retorted disdainfully, no matter how powerful your Fan family is, you are still a minister. If the princess really wants to kill you, the Fan family will not dare to complain even if they have many dissatisfactions. So, don't think that you can do whatever you want with the support of the Fan family. If the princess wants you to die, you have to die. Hearing the contempt in Duan Tianyu's tone, Fan Yishuan's anger rose again, and he said unwillingly, Humph, you are not only naive, but also stupid. Even if the princess is of noble status, she is just a straw bag. 1. She is respected because of her noble bloodline and a capable sister. But my Fan family is different. My Fan family can stand up to this day and have a place in Qingqi Empire. It relies on real strength, which can't be compared with a noble status. I believe that even if the queen wants to kill the people of the Fan family, she will have to take them into consideration. Not to mention the princess. The Fan family is the only family among the 7 major families that can be on par with the Ran family. It has a large family and a powerful position in the Qingqi Empire. Therefore, even if Fan Yishuan is a bastard, he has a sense of superiority that ordinary people don't have. He has always been arrogant in his dealings with others. Chapter 1664 Furious Mood Qingqing. What's more, the person in front of him was his male favorite, Duan Tianyu, whom he had never looked down upon. Although the Duan family was also one of the 7 major families, it could not catch up with his Fan family in any way. Moreover, Duan Tianyu's status was even lower than his. When he arrived at the princess's mansion, he only sought the position of male favorite, not even the status of a servant of the emperor. It was such a despicable and lowly person who used despicable means to make him fall. And then he thought he had won the game and came to see his joke, with a strong tone of contempt and complacency. So Fan Yishuan was inevitably furious, and spoke directly and sharply. Yes, I admit that your Fan family is extremely powerful, and even the princess is afraid of you. But don't forget that even if the princess doesn't kill you, she has plenty of ways to deal with you. You know, living a life worse than death is much more painful than death. I want to see if you will still be as stubborn as you are now. Duan Tianyu raised a gloating smile on his face, deliberately angering him. Fan Yishuan felt ridiculous when he heard this, staring at him with a look of looking at a fool. Sneering, I said you are naive, but you still don't admit it. I was thrown into the dungeon and tortured 2 days ago. Do you think I am living a life worse than death? With the order of the Marquis, who in the dungeon dares to torture me? With the support of the Fan family, who dares to really offend me? Besides, when the princess calms down, the Marquis will say a few good words for me in front of the princess, and this matter will be over. Do you think I really fell into your hands this time? Ha. Don't dream. Duan Tianyu heard this, and the smile on his face deepened. But before he could speak, an angry roar came from outside the door. No one dares to offend you. But this princess dares. Not only does this princess dare to offend you, she also dares to kill you. Mu Qingqing's roar exploded like thunder, and Fan Yishuan rolled off the bed in shock. At this time, Duan Tianyu, who was sitting on the chair, saw Mu Qingqing striding in with a sullen face, her delicate features full of anger, staring at Fan Yishuan with a frown, as if she was going to eat someone. He was delighted, stood up in awe, and quickly saluted. At this time, Mu Qingqing exuded a violent aura, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply as soon as she came in. And Fan Yishuan, who had rolled on the ground, shuddered. Fan Yishuan never dreamed that the princess would come to his Qingqiu pavilion in person. You know, he was not favored by the princess at ordinary times, and the number of times the princess came to his Qingqiu pavilion could be counted on 2 hands. In addition, the princess thought that he had murdered her most favored maid and hated him to the core. She was upset when she saw him. Why did he suddenly come to Qingqiu pavilion? However, just when Fan Yishuan was shocked and puzzled, he saw Su Maoyang walking in right after him. At this moment, Fan Yishuan suddenly realized he was tricked by Peng Yuyan and Duan Tianyu again. This was all their conspiracy, and they had planned it all in the morning. Duan Tianyu deliberately came to visit him, laughed at him, and angered him, and Peng Yuyan invited the princess to come over, saw this scene, and heard what he said just now. What a vicious method! What a cruel plot! Realizing this, Fan Yishuan was so scared that he broke out in sweat and kowtowed to Mu Qingqing to admit his mistake. Princess, please forgive me. I was so angry with Duan Tianyu that I said nonsense. Princess, please don't take it seriously. Do you really think this princess is a fool? You can't even tell the difference between your truth and nonsense. Mu Qingqing heard this and yelled with gritted teeth. Just now, when she walked outside and heard Fan Yishuan calling her a fool, she was already furious and wanted to kill someone. But in order to listen to his next words, she tried hard to suppress the urge to kill and forced herself to listen to his words. Therefore, after learning about Fan Yishuan's true thoughts, Mu Qingqing was like an angry lion. There was no reason left. There was only one thought in her mind, which was to cut Fan Yishuan into pieces. Feeling the raging anger emanating from Mu Qingqing, Fan Yishuan trembled in panic and begged for mercy. What I said just now was not my original intention. I just wanted to show off in front of Duan Tianyu and deliberately anger him. It was not my true words. Please understand? Princess. Humph. Not my true words? Then why did you lie to me and say that you were seriously injured and in danger of death? I clearly heard you speak with full energy just now. And your expression was even more. She is full of energy and doesn't look injured at all. Do you really think this princess is a fool who can be fooled? Mu Qingqing hates deception the most. Moreover, this man plays with her like a fool. How can she swallow this anger? Fan Yishuan was frightened by her roar. His body trembled like a sieve, and his face was frighteningly pale. He could only kowtow and beg for mercy. Princess, spare me. Princess, spare me. Spare me? Don't you have the support of the Fan family? Are you sure that this princess dare not kill you? Why are you asking this princess for mercy now? Mu Qingqing thought of what he said just now. He belittled her. A princess? To be worthless. But praised his Fan family to the sky. She gritted her teeth in anger. She still didn't believe that she, a princess of a country, couldn't kill a bastard of a family. Thinking of this, Mu Qingqing's eyes became fierce. A touch of cruelty flashed across her face, and she snorted coldly. This princess wants to see. If I kill you, will the Fan family ride on my head? As she said that, she yelled to the outside with a hoarse voice, and ordered, Come on! Take Fan Yishuan to the dungeon. Peel off his skin and bones, and beat him to death. Anyone who dares to plead for mercy will be beaten to death, including the son-in-law. Hearing the words, the son-in-law is no exception. Duan Tianyu knew that this time the princess might even be angry with Jinhani. At this moment, Duan Tianyu had to admit that Peng Yuyan's plan was really high. Not only did he put Fan Yishuan to death, but he also didn't forget to throw dirty water on Jinhani. In this way, the princess might blame Jinhani for ignoring her orders, secretly providing convenience for Fan Yishuan, and working together to deceive herself. Thinking of this, Duan Tianyu was amused and shouted in joy. But because the princess was here, he dared not to explode and could only hold it in. As for Fan Yishuan, he was struck by lightning and shouted in horror. Princess, spare me. I will never dare to do it again. Those are not my true words, but just angry words. Princess, please believe me. I was wronged and framed by them. Fan Yishuan had calculated everything. But he did not expect that Duan Tianyu was not here to laugh at him, but to frame him. He never expected that the princess, who had always disliked him, would actually come to visit him. He thought that with the support of the Fan family and the care of the Marquis, everything would be fine after he came out of the dungeon this time. But he didn't expect that these two jackals and tigers were waiting for him here. He hated it. Humph. If this princess believed you, you would be a fool. Come on. Drag him away quickly. Beat him up for this princess. If he is not beaten to death, you will die for him. Mu Qingqing waved his hand impatiently and gave a death order directly. Chapter 1665. You come to the bed tonight. The guards who ran and heard this, and knew that Mu Qingqing was serious and wanted to kill Fan Yishuan. So, they rushed forward without saying a word, grabbed Fan Yishuan and dragged him outside. Fan Yishuan was really scared this time, and struggled in fear. Since he knew some kung fu, he knocked down several guards in 2 or 3 moves and ran out. It seemed that he could not care so much to survive, and even dared to disobey the princess's order. Seeing this, Mu Qingqing was even more furious, and suddenly roared, "Ghost leopard! Catch him and put him in the dungeon!" He even dared to resist the princess's order. It's outrageous. After giving the order, a black shadow rushed out from nowhere, and subdued Fan Yishuan with just one move. It grabbed Fan Yishuan like a chicken and strode towards the dungeon. Afterwards, the only sounds left in the whole yard were Fan Yishuan begging for mercy and shouting in anger, almost cursing Su Maoyong and Duan Tianyu's ancestors. And of course, he called Jin Hani's name from time to time. Unfortunately, he shouted until his throat was broken, but Jin Hani was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, he was now isolated and helpless, and no one would come to help him plead for mercy. After all, the princess had issued a death order, and whoever dared to plead for mercy would be killed. So naturally no one dared to run into the muzzle of the gun. Duan Tianyu saw Fan Yishuan being dragged out of the yard, knowing that he was dead this time, and there was no possibility of turning over. He was in a good mood, with a hidden smile in his eyes. He glanced at Su Maoyong, but found that the latter's expression was calm, and it was hard to tell what she was thinking, as if she had no knowledge of the vicious plan just now, and had not participated in it. Realizing this, Duan Tianyu's heart was shocked, and some strange emotion surged up, and his eyes looking at Su Maoyong couldn't help but deepen. After these few things, he found that this Peng Yuyan was not as simple as he seemed. He seemed to not participate in any fights, but once he took action, he could put people to death. Is such a person really an ignorant person? However, just when Duan Tianyu secretly looked at Su Maoyong and analyzed what kind of person he was, Su Maoyong said to Mu Qingqing, "Princess, don't take those words just now to heart. You are not a black crystal, nor a spiritual stone, and you can't be loved by everyone. So don't get angry and make people who really like you worry." Hearing this, Mu Qingqing narrowed her eyes and stared at Su Maoyong, seeming to be curious about her true thoughts. "Do you also think that this princess is a fool?" Faced with such a sharp question, Su Maoyong knew that whether he admitted or denied it, he would offend the princess, because the princess knew what level she was at. She was indeed a waste with no knowledge and no strength, but no one likes to be called a fool, not to mention that she is a princess of noble status and proud personality. But if she denies it, it will be suspected of flattery and make people feel hypocritical. But if she does not deny it, the princess will be angry, and she will inevitably be punished. Su Maoyong knew that this question could not be answered directly, and then cleverly avoided it. The princess is a person, not a god. She has advantages and disadvantages. This is the most real princess. And if you really love someone, you have to love her all. So, no matter what the princess is, for Yen, she is just a sweetheart. Hearing such pleasing words, Mu Qingqing's anger was instantly eliminated by more than half, and a smile gradually rose on her face. "You have a mouth that is really amazing. If they were as pleasing as you, this princess would not be so angry." Su Maoyong humbly clasped his fists. Yu Yin has just entered the mansion, and he dare not compare with the young masters who have been serving the princess all year round. The princess is embarrassed by Yu Yin. "Ha ha ha. Don't be modest. You will go to the Yuling Palace tonight to serve the emperor. If you serve well, this princess will promote you to the emperor, and then you will have nothing to dare to do." Mu Qingqing was injured some time ago and had not had anyone serve him in bed. Now that she is well, the doctor ordered that she can have sex. So the first one was Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard about serving him in bed. And the surprise in her eyes was fleeting. She didn't expect this to come so quickly. And she hadn't made any preparations yet. It looks like she will make a move today. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang has already made a decision. And calmly bowed to the princess to thank her. Mu Qingqing still had something to do. So she just gave a few instructions and left. Duan Tianyu was also shocked to learn that Su Maoyang would sleep with the emperor tonight, and had the hope of becoming a servant of the emperor. Seeing that the princess had left, he went to congratulate her. Ha! Congratulations, Brother Yin. Congratulations, Brother Yin. You will soon become a servant of the emperor. I said that Brother Yin would have a day of rapid development. And it turned out to be true. Su Maoyang smiled. It hasn't happened yet. And you are too early to be happy. Don't let others hear us and laugh at us. Ha ha ha. Isn't this a matter of time? Duan will have to rely on Brother Yin for advice in the future. Duan Tianyu smiled and waved his hand. And then bowed exaggeratedly. Su Maoyang sneered in her heart when she saw him like this. She was afraid that he would be disappointed. She thought so. But she still pretended to be enthusiastic and helped him up. After these days of getting along, you and I are like brothers. Brother Duan, why should you be so polite? As long as there is something I can help with. Brother Duan, just tell me. Haha. I feel relieved with Brother Yin's words. I have made friends with you for a good reason. By the way, you have to sleep with me tonight. So I won't delay your preparations. Perform well. Duan Tianyu thought of what happened tonight. And he had an ambiguous look on his face. He winked and patted Su Maoyang's shoulder. And quickly left the yard. Seeing this, Su Maoyang shook his head helplessly, and returned to his own Lanyu pavilion. The princess ordered her to sleep with him. And exposing her identity was imminent. It seemed that tonight was the princess's deadline. And Su Maoyang had to take action. Fortunately, she had stayed in the princess's mansion for a while, and had a thorough understanding of the people in the mansion, the relationship between the 7 major families, and some of the princess's living habits and small details. It should not be difficult to pretend to be Mu Qingqing. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang summoned the heavenly demon Martin and asked, "Are you sure you can deal with the secret guard beside the princess?" Su Maoyang had seen the strength of the ghost leopard and knew that it was a very powerful super strong man. It was a bit difficult to deal with it. So she had to ask the heavenly demon Martin to help. The heavenly demon Martin rubbed his chubby claws and said confidently, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Su Maoyang saw that he was confident and nodded with satisfaction. "Okay. You are responsible for getting rid of the ghost leopard tonight. Remember not to forget to collect his blood. Although the ghost leopard must die, it cannot disappear. Otherwise it will arouse suspicion." So, Su Maoyang planned to let Black Owl pretend to be the ghost leopard. When he is needed, it is still necessary to come out and show him around. Chapter 1666, Let You Meet an Old Acquaintance. At night, Manha, the maidservant beside the princess, came to invite Su Maoyang to come over. Su Maoyang had already packed up, gave Shinua a look, and told him to bring the guqin, and then followed the maid all the way to Yuling Palace. Su Maoyang was taken to the bedroom of Yuling Palace, and Manha bowed respectfully to the figure behind the bee curtain and reported, "Princess, Master Peng is here. You can leave." A lazy voice came from behind the bee curtain, which made people feel itchy. Manha received the order and bowed and left, leaving Su Maoyang standing there alone. Su Maoyang bowed to Mu Qingqing in a proper manner. Yu Yin pays respects to the princess. No need to be polite tonight. Come in. After receiving Mu Qingqing's invitation, Su Maoyang lifted the bee curtain and walked in. At this time, Mu Qingqing was lying on the couch in a seductive manner. She was wearing very thin clothes, only a piece of underwear inside, and a white veil outside. Her snow-white skin and graceful figure were looming. It must be said that although Mu Qingqing was a straw bag, she was a rare beauty. I believe that if she was not a waste, there would be many men flocking to her. Of course, seeing the scene in front of him, Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh. It is said that Mu Qingqing is a good bitch. Seeing it today, it is really well deserved. To be able to seduce a man so coquettishly. I think only the dusty women in the brothel have such courage. No wonder her words and deeds are not accepted by the world. However, while Su Maoyang was thinking, Mu Qingqing had already stood up from the couch, walked to her, stretched out her delicate jade fingers, and rubbed Su Maoyang's cheek slowly down. Are you satisfied with what you see? Mu Qingqing has no confidence in him. But she is very proud of her figure. Because she is fully confident that she can make this man who loves her crazy for her. Su Maoyang felt her hand moving towards her chest, without avoiding or dodging, and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. And she asked, I don't know. Is the princess satisfied with my figure? Su Maoyang came here tonight without wearing a bra, so she could detect the abnormality with just a light touch. Sure enough, the next second, Mu Qingqing's face changed. You? You? How come you have breasts? Mu Qingqing widened her eyes in shock, and after being stunned for a few seconds, she suddenly retracted her hands and stared at Su Maoyang in disbelief. Su Maoyang smiled sweetly and said, as a matter of course, I am a woman. Of course I have breasts. Princess, why are you making a fuss? Knowing the truth, Mu Qingqing was like being struck by thunder, and her bones were almost shattered. She took 2 steps back in shock, shaking her head in horror. No! Impossible. How could you? How could you? The man who made her heart beat was actually a woman. I believe no one can accept this fact. Especially Mu Qingqing, who hates deception the most. You know, she believed in him so much, loved him so much. But in the end, he told her that all this was fake. So Mu Qingqing was furious on the spot and asked in shock, You? Who are you? What do you want to do? It doesn't matter who I am. I just want the princess to meet an old friend. I wonder if the princess still remembers Princess Ningfu. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly and asked lightly. When Mu Qingqing heard the words Princess Ningfu, it was as if a thunder exploded on his head. His face turned gray, and he looked overly frightened. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Mu Qingqing realized the danger and immediately turned around and ran outside. However, just as she opened her mouth and prepared to call for help, Su Maoyang had already seen through her intentions and instantly flashed in front of her. He stretched out his hand and pressed her acupuncture points, making her unable to speak or move, and she stood stiffly in place. Mu Qingqing stared at Su Maoyang with horror, cold sweat on her forehead, and it seemed that she was frightened. Su Maoyang saw that she was so frightened, and knew that she had something to hide. He raised his lips in a sarcastic arc, and his fingertips brushed across Mu Qingqing's delicate cheek, and said faintly, Princess, why are you running out so anxiously? Are you eager to see your old acquaintance? Don't worry. I know that you sisters haven't seen each other for many years, and you must miss each other very much. So I brought Princess Ningfu here specially so that you can have a good chat. Isn't Yu Yan very considerate? Mu Qingqing was stimulated by Su Maoyang's cold fingers and sinister tone, and her whole body trembled. Her eyes, full of fear, almost popped out of her eye sockets. But she couldn't move or speak, so she had to let Su Maoyang do whatever he wanted. Although it has been 4 years since the incident with Princess Ningfu, Mu Qingqing still remembers her miserable end vividly. So she was shocked when she heard the words Princess Ningfu, because she had made a lot of efforts in torturing Princess Ningfu at the beginning. Although Princess Ningfu disappeared later, and she searched the entire Fengqi Empire, but couldn't find her. She thought that a disabled person whose martial arts had been abolished, and whose body was tortured with wounds all over would not live long. Therefore, she had already believed that Mu Qingqiu had long been dead in the wilderness. But who would have thought that after so many years, she would hear the name that made her jealous and crazy again? Su Maoyang knew that Mu Qingqing was shocked, and smiled, and shouted to the outside, Peng Nua, bring my guqin in. I want to play the guqin for the princess. Hearing the signal, Shi Nua, who had been waiting outside, walked in quickly with the guqin that had been prepared. She came to the bedroom, placed the guqin in front of Su Maoyang, and then looked up at Mu Qingqing, who was terrified, with a strange smile on her lips, and greeted her kindly. Sister, long time no see. Hearing this and seeing the other party's cold smile, Mu Qingqing shuddered with fear, and felt as if a poisonous snake had crawled up her back, and a chill suddenly ran up. Su Maoyang knew that this was a feud between Shi Nua and Mu Qingqing, and he did not intend to get involved. He then said to Shi Nua, I'll leave her to you. You can do whatever you want with her. As he said that, Su Maoyang sat down behind the guqin, gently stroked the strings, and began to play. Shi Nua nodded gratefully to Su Maoyang, and then walked towards Mu Qingqing, holding a dagger, gently brushed Mu Qingqing's cheek, and couldn't help but sigh. 4 years. Time is really long. It took me 4 years to get back in front of you. Do you know how much I miss you in these 4 years? Thinking about you during the day. Thinking about you at night. And even dreaming about you. Wanting to strangle you. Stab you. And kill you. She knew I bit every word hard, revealing gnashing hatred in it. And as she said that, she swung the knife fiercely. And with a puff, it stabbed into Mu Qingqing's shoulder fiercely. However, Mu Qingqing's acupoints were pressed, and she couldn't speak. She couldn't even scream at this moment. She could only endure it. Even her slight groan was covered by the sound of the piano. Chapter 1667 The Jade Wing Palace caught fire. Seeing Mu Qingqing endure the severe pain, but unable to vent her voice, Shi Nuo felt happy, and stabbed her other shoulder again. Mu Qingqing groaned in pain again. And her beautiful face was distorted beyond recognition. Seeing Mu Qingqing's painful and hideous expression, which no longer had any beauty, Shi Nuo sneered and slapped her cheek with a dagger. Does it hurt? It only hurts after 2 stabs? At the beginning, you stabbed me more than 100 times. You are just a little bit better now. It seems that you have lived too well these years. And your body is getting more and more fragile. Shi Nuo thought of the suffering she had suffered at the hands of Mu Qingqing. And she wanted to cut her into pieces. However, it would be too easy for her to kill her like this. No matter what, Shi Nuo had to pay back all the suffering she had suffered. So, she resisted the urge to kill, leaned close to her ear, and whispered softly, Mu Qingqing, you didn't expect that I not only didn't die, but I came back alive. Not only am I alive, but I have also recovered my spiritual power and recovered my body. Even the face that was disfigured by you has become better. Do you regret not stabbing me to death with a knife at the beginning? Mu Qingqing heard her cold voice, which seemed to float out of hell, and poured into her neck. She was so frightened that she trembled uncontrollably. Her pale face had lost all color, which was even uglier than death. Seeing that she was scared by herself, Shi Nuo's smile deepened, and she gently brushed Mu Qingqing's cheek with a dagger, and murmured, you once scratched my face and ruined my appearance. At that time, I saw you smiling so happily. I also wanted to feel your happiness at that time. And I also wanted to know what it felt like to scratch someone else's face. It must be very satisfying to destroy such a beautiful face. As he said that, Shi Nuo patted her cheek with the dagger again. The cold touch and the swaying silver light frightened Mu Qingqing so much that her eyes were bloodshot. After a while, Shi Nuo smelled a smell of urine. Looking down, Mu Qingqing was actually scared to pee. Seeing this, Shi Nuo couldn't help but sneer. It seems that you are not only a straw bag, but also a coward. You are so scared before you even start. I will peel your skin and dig your bones later. What are you going to do? While sighing, Shi Nuo used the dagger to forcefully cut her cheek, only to see blood gushing out instantly where the blade passed. And soon it became a bloody big hole. Mu Qingqing felt the severe pain from her face, and her heart seemed to be pressed by an invisible big stone. She trembled her lips, and made a sound of teeth chattering. It was obvious that she was scared to death by Shi Nuo's behavior. Shi Nuo was still unwilling to give up, and waved the dagger again, carving flowers on her face. After a while, the originally beautiful face was bloody, and the original appearance could not be seen clearly. Due to the excessive pain, Mu Qingqing's face was distorted, and at this moment, only the blood and flesh were twitching, which looked very scary. Seeing that her appearance was ruined, Shi Nuo moved to other places, peeling off the skin and flesh bit by bit, stabbing her bit by bit, deliberately hanging Mu Qingqing's life and torturing her severely, until Mu Qingqing was covered in blood, bloody, and the bones were visible. Shi Nuo reluctantly ended her life. At this moment, seeing Mu Qingqing lying in a pool of blood, Shi Nuo felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes became a little moist, because she had waited for this day for 4 years. And finally she waited for it, thinking that all this was brought to her by Su Maoyong. Shi Nuo was grateful in her heart, knelt in front of Su Maoyong, kowtowed 3 times, and said with some sobs, "Thank you, Master." Su Maoyong knew the hatred in her heart and empathized with her pain, because she had also been framed and hurt. The feeling of being powerless in the face of a powerful enemy is even more painful than death, and Shi Nuo actually endured it for 4 years. It is conceivable how painful it is. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong felt a little distressed, and stood up to help her up. "There is no need to say thank you between you and me. Get up quickly and clean up here. Don't let people suspect." Shi Nuo knew that the matter was not over yet. So he nodded quickly and began to clean up the scene and deal with the bloodstains. After everything was cleaned up, Shinua walked out of Yuling Hall and waited at the door again. Manha, who was also guarding the door, saw her come out, just glanced at her, and then retracted his gaze without doubting anything, because she never thought that the princess would be skinned and boned by this seemingly weak servant beside her. It was not until late at night that a dazzling fire and a strong burning sensation suddenly came from the Yuling Palace. The dozing Manha suddenly woke up and opened her mouth in horror. Fire! 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 The fire spread very quickly. When she reacted, the entire Yuling Palace was shrouded in fire. Because it happened suddenly, Manha was frightened and incoherent for a while, and was completely dumbfounded. Seeing this, Shinua on the side immediately shouted anxiously, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and save the emperor." After being reminded by Shinua, he woke up and nodded repeatedly, and rushed in immediately. Shinua followed closely, stretched out his hand and stabbed directly into the vitals. He fell directly to the ground, and was soon covered by the flames. At this time, Shinua quickly swallowed the disguise pill that Su Maoyong had made with Manhe's blood, and changed into Manhe's appearance. He immediately rushed into the fire, and ran out with Su Maoyong, who had already disguised himself as a princess. After rushing to the yard, Shinua yelled, "Fire! Fire! Come quickly! Put out the fire!" Hearing Shinua's shout, the guards patrolling in the distance rushed over in a hurry. The sleepy maids and servants woke up when they heard such a noise, and rushed out of the room one after another. At this moment, seeing that it was Yuling Hall that was on fire, everyone was shocked and brought buckets of water to start putting out the fire. The chief guard Fong Gang, who came to rescue the princess, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the princess had been rescued. But she was a little embarrassed. But she was not seriously injured. Then he stepped forward quickly and saluted Su Maoyong. "I am late to rescue you. I hope the princess will forgive me." Su Maoyong coughed a few times and waved her hand. "It's okay." Then, she pointed to Yuling Hall with an anxious look. "Eddie Peng is still inside. You hurry to save him." Fong Gang took a look at the fire in Yuling Hall and shook his head regretfully. "Princess, the fire is too big now. If you send people in, not only will you fail to save Mr. Peng, but you will also lose your life. So does this mean that this princess has to watch Mr. Peng burn to death in there?" Su Maoyong pretended to roar in grief. Fong Gang knew that the princess especially loved Mr. Peng. Now seeing her so excited, he could only clasp his fist helplessly. With such a fire, Mr. Peng has almost no chance of survival. Please accept my condolences, Princess. Chapter 1668. Only 2 charred corpses were left. In order not to arouse other people's suspicion, Su Maoyong pretended to be unacceptable and shook his head repeatedly. "No! No! He won't die. Send someone to save him." Fong Gang saw that the princess refused to give up. Although he knew that Peng Yuyan would never survive under such a fire, he still shouted to the guards, "Hurry up and help put out the fire, and try to rescue Mr. Peng from inside." The guards received the order and joined the firefighting army. It's just that the fire was too big to be put out in a short time. So, even the male favorites and servants in the distant courtyard heard the news and rushed over. But the fire was still out of control. It seems that no one expected that Yuling Palace would catch fire. They were all shocked and stunned, and some of them couldn't react for a while. When Duan Tianyu arrived, he was shocked by the fire, thinking that Peng Yuyan was sleeping with him tonight. He had a bad feeling in his heart. He immediately grabbed a servant who was putting out the fire and asked, "Who is still trapped inside?" The servant was exhausted and panting, and replied, "Master Peng Peng is still inside." Hearing this, Duan Tianyu was like being struck by a bolt from the blue. His face turned pale as paper. After a few seconds of being stunned, he immediately ordered his servant to put out the fire. Peng Yuyan can't die now. He finally formed an alliance with Peng Yuyan and joined forces to deal with Jin Hani. He finally waited until Peng Yuyan became a servant and could help him. He must not die at this critical moment. Thinking of this, Duan Tianyu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and his whole heart was pulled up. At this time, Jin Hani learned that Peng Yuyan was still inside, and he couldn't help but frown and glanced at the anxious princess, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. However, the situation was urgent at the moment, and as a prince consort, he naturally couldn't stand idly by. And then he quickly called the people around him. "You guys go and help. After receiving the order, the servants around Jean Hani also moved. There is strength in numbers. And everyone united, and the fire was gradually brought under control. At this time, the guards finally found an opportunity to rush in and began to search for Peng Yuyin. However, the things in Yuling Hall had long been burned to ashes, so there was no one left. Therefore, after searching for a long time, the guards found 2 charred corpses. Then, the guards ran out with the charred corpse and reported to Su Maoyang. Princess, there is no sign of Master Peng in Yuling Palace. We only found 2 charred corpses that have been burned. I guess it should be Master Peng and his servant Peng Nuo. After receiving such news, Su Maoyang seemed to be hit hard and felt dizzy. She was so scared that she Nuo, who was disguised as Man He, pretended to support her. Princess, the dead cannot be resurrected. You must take care of yourself. Su Maoyang shook her head weakly, expressing her regret and remorse. I killed him. If I had known, I would not have summoned him to sleep with me tonight. I didn't know that he would even sacrifice his life to save me. Hearing this, Jean Hani suppressed his doubts, walked over quickly, and comforted. Princess, please accept my condolences. Take care of yourself. And don't let Mr. Peng down. Yes, the princess was frightened just now, so you should go back and rest first. Leave this to us. Ranning Xuan saw Jean Hani offering warmth at this time, and she was unwilling to be left behind and walked forward, carrying. Su Maoyang saw that the bodies of Mu Qingqing and Manhe had been burnt and could not be identified. There were no traces left. Even if someone suspected, there would be no clues. Only then did she feel relieved. Then she pretended to be sad and turned her face away, waving her hand. Forget it. Fan Gang, bury the master and servant. This princess is tired, and I will leave this to you. Fan Gang heard the words and immediately clasped his fists and accepted the order. Yes, I obey your order. Please rest assured, Princess, I will properly handle the body of Mr. Peng. Hearing that Su Maoyang wanted to rest, Lu Ziyu took the opportunity to invite her. Princess, now that Yuling Palace has not been burned down, it is impossible to live there. Why don't you go to my Yang garden to rest? How could Su Maoyang rest in a man's room? If Jun Haocong knew about it, it would be terrible. So she refused without thinking. No, I'll go to Mingxi Pavilion. As far as Su Maoyang knew, Mingxi Pavilion had never been inhabited and was relatively remote, so it should be relatively quiet. Although she has replaced Mu Qingqing, she is not here for fun, but to help Shinua get revenge. It is better to keep some distance from these male favorites. Lu Ziyu did not expect that the princess would rather go to the simple courtyard than to his courtyard, and frowned a little hurt. In the past, the princess liked him very much, but since Peng Yuyin came, the princess has ignored him for a long time. Now that Peng Yuyin is dead, it is the best time for him to regain favor, so he does not want to let it go. However, before he could speak, Jean Hani respected her decision, nodded slightly, and directly instructed the maids around him. Why are you still standing there? Come here quickly and help the princess to rest. The maids standing not far away, frightened by the fire, came to their senses when they heard the voice of the Marquis, and hurried forward to serve. Since Jiro, who knew the princess best, was dead, and Manhe, who usually served the princess, was also buried in the sea of fire, there were only 4 maids doing rough work in the princess's yard, so the responsibility of serving Su Maoyang fell on them. The reason why Su Maoyang kept them was because they rarely interfered with the princess's diet and daily life, and they didn't know the princess that well, so people were more at ease. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang gave Shinua a look, and she supported him, and walked towards Mingxi Pavilion. Back to Mingxi Pavilion, Su Maoyang sent away 4 maids, leaving Shinua alone in the room. Seeing that Su Maoyang successfully replaced Mu Qingqing, Shinua was still a little uneasy and asked worriedly, Master, what should we do next? After dealing with Mu Qingqing, there are still a few families who betrayed you and framed you. Of course, we should deal with them, Su Maoyang replied calmly, but Shinua felt that it was too dangerous. Master, these families are not as powerful as the families of the Maple Forest Empire. Their strength is quite terrifying. You are likely to lose your life if you deal with so many families alone. Don't forget that I am a princess now. I can use this identity to deal with them. Even if they are not afraid of me, they still have to give me some face, Su Maoyang reminded. Shinua was still a little worried. Mu Qingqing was so arrogant and domineering before. And she was also afraid of the 7 major families, and did not dare to offend them casually. So even if you replaced her identity, you can't shake the status of the 7 major families. Chapter 1669. Lining up to offer courtesy. Moreover, the elders of these families are all very powerful. Even if the master is gifted, powerful, and has endless means, it is difficult to defeat them. Shinua shook her head solemnly. She always believed in Su Maoyang's strength. But she didn't hold much hope this time, because she knew too well how powerful these families were. Su Maoyang heard this and nodded after pondering. Of course, she knew that it was not easy to overthrow several families, because, from the information Jun Haocong gave her last time, she found that the older generations of these families were all remarkable figures, many of whom had reached the peak of the innate Junlingshi, and there were even some who had reached the supreme Junlingshi. It is indeed very difficult to deal with such powerful enemies. However, in Su Maoyang's view, there is a solution to everything. Although she can't openly be an enemy of so many powerful forces with her current strength, she can do it secretly and stab them in the back. Therefore, this time, we can only outsmart them, not force them. Besides, didn't these people use despicable means to frame Shinua in the beginning? Now she is using the same method to return the favor, which can be regarded as reciprocity. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's amber pupils flashed a gleam, pulled up the corners of his lips, and whispered, "Although I can't shake their foundation, I can destroy their branches and ruin their future." Shinua was slightly stunned when he heard this, and asked with a puzzled look, "What does the master mean? What is the key to determining whether a family can go long-term, whether it can grow, and whether it has competitiveness?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and deliberately asked back. Shinua thought for a moment. "It's the strength of the younger generation." After answering this, Shinua immediately reacted, his pupils flashing. "Master, do you mean to attack the younger generation of these families?" Su Maoyang nodded approvingly. "I am not enough to deal with those old guys by myself, but I am still confident in dealing with their younger generations. Unfortunately, I can't reveal my identity, so I can't do it openly, thinking that as long as the younger generations of the Jin, Lu, Ran, and Fan families are solved, it will be a fatal blow to them. Once they lose their outstanding younger generations, their families will lose their competitiveness among the 7 major families. I believe that there is no need for Su Maoyang to take action in the future. These families will be disintegrated by other forces." Shinua was reminded by Su Maoyang and felt that the plan was feasible. What several families value most is their younger generation resources. If these highly expected geniuses are destroyed, they will definitely collapse. Thinking of the day when they would go crazy and run away, Shinua was full of expectations, and she couldn't wait. "Master, what are you going to do next?" Su Maoyang rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Next? Of course, we will take the jealous guy into the mansion. If we don't take him in, he will come to kill us." At first, Jun Haocong refused to be a male concubine with a proud face. But now, he has sent several letters to urge her to take him into the mansion as a male concubine. Slapping in the face is faster than turning against each other. There is really no way to deal with this hypocritical man. Thinking of it, Su Maoyang sighed helplessly. Shinua couldn't help laughing when she thought of the emperor's eagerness to be a male concubine. If the people of the Yunlu Dark Domain knew that their emperor, who had given up being the king of the Yunlu Dark Domain, came to be a lowly male concubine, they would be scared to death. However, just as Shinua was sighing in her heart, a voice suddenly came from outside. "This servant greets the Marquis. Get up. Has the princess gone to bed?" Jean Hani asked. "Not yet. Does the Marquis want to see the princess?" "This servant will go and inform her now." Several maids had a good impression of Jean Hani, and hurriedly helped to inform her enthusiastically. However, before the maid entered the room, Shinua opened the door and glanced at Jean Hani. Seeing that his servant was holding a food box in his hand, she probably guessed something and then performed a salute. "This servant greets the Marquis. No need to be polite. The princess was frightened today. I'll go in to see her." Jean Hani raised his hand and was about to walk inside. Seeing this, Shinua stopped him. "Sorry, Lord. The princess doesn't want to see anyone now." Jean Hani never thought that he would be turned away one day. The surprise in his eyes was fleeting, and he quickly regained his composure. Then he didn't force it, and directly asked the servant to hand the food box to Shinua. This is the calming soup and some ointment for treating burns that I asked the kitchen to prepare. You should check the princess's body carefully, and don't delay the wound. Shinua saw that he was affectionate and considerate, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If she didn't know who he was, Shinua would have been deceived by him again. However, Shinua still took the food box and nodded in response. The princess will be taken care of by the servant. Lord, don't worry. Jinhani heard this and nodded slightly, then turned around and left Mingxi Pavilion. Su Maoyang saw Shinua coming in with the food box sent by Jinhani, and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder you and Mu Qingqing are both fascinated by him. This kind of thoughtful and considerate warm man really makes people have no power to resist. Shinua pulled a sad smile. Yes, I was really blinded by greed at the beginning. However, fortunately, I can see his true face clearly. This kind of hypocritical thing is disgusting to look at. I'd better take it out and throw it away. Shinua hated Jinhani in her heart. Just thinking that this was something he prepared made her feel nauseous. However, just as Shinua was about to go out, she heard footsteps coming from outside again. Then a maid came in to report that Ran Ningxuan wanted to see her. Su Maoyang didn't expect that just after sending Jinhani away, another Ran Ningxuan came, and she felt a headache. These days, she has been in the princess's mansion, and knows a little about the grievances between them. Jinhani and Ran Ningxuan have never gotten along well, and they often compete with each other in the mansion, because both of them are the princess's favorite men. But one uses his mind to gain a firm foothold, and the other relies on the power behind him to suppress the heroes. Now that the princess has suffered such a blow, she is at a vulnerable time. Ran Ningxuan naturally does not want to give such a good opportunity to Jinhani, so she also rushes over to ask about her well-being. Go back to him and tell him that the princess has gone to bed. Su Maoyang rubbed his forehead tiredly. However, just as Su Maoyang finished speaking, Ran Ningxuan actually rushed in with a concerned smile on his face. Princess, haven't you gone to bed yet? Su Maoyang knew that Ran Ningxuan was a person with a flamboyant personality. Perhaps because of the support of the Ran family, his behavior was very bold. It seems that he is no exception when facing the princess. Before, she heard that Mu Qingqing seemed to like his straightforwardness, and because he was a member of the Ran family, she was very indulgent towards him. Chapter 1670, Who has a motive for murder? Now it seems that it is true. Su Maoyang was thinking when Ran Ningxuan came to him. He glanced at the food box in Shinua's hand, and seemed to know everything. He quickly suppressed the emotions in his eyes and said, I believe that the Marquis has already sent the tranquilizing soup, ointment and so on, so I won't bother to do anything unnecessary. I know that the princess usually has a bad sleep, and with something like tonight, I'm afraid it will be even harder for her to fall asleep. Fortunately, I found a kind of calming incense called Qiantian Qiju for the princess some time ago. It is said that this incense has a miraculous effect on helping sleep and is very precious. I believe that with the help of this Qiantian Qiju, the princess will be much more relaxed. As he said, Ran Ningxuan ordered the servant behind him. Ziqiu, hurry up and light it for the princess. Ziqiu nodded repeatedly, and quickly placed the calming incense on the table near the princess's bed, lit it gently with a fire stick, and fanned the fragrance inside with his hand. After a while, the smell came out. Su Maoyang smelled the rich fragrance, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Then she looked up and took a deep look at Ran Ningxuan. She saw that he was smiling sincerely, and there was a seductive taste in his eyebrows and eyes. Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh that this person was really a demon, and his eyes were really seductive. She had heard Yuan Tianyu say before that Ran Ningxuan was arrogant and willful. According to Su Maoyang, this person was not an easy person to deal with. At least, he put a lot of effort in pleasing the princess, and he was a good person. No wonder he was so unruly in front of the princess. But he was rarely punished. In fact, he was loved as much as Jinhani. I believe that in addition to his sexy and charming appearance, it is also inseparable from his brain. However, although Su Maoyang analyzed him in his heart, he still pretended to be satisfied and nodded. You are thoughtful this time. Smelling this fragrance, this princess is really a little sleepy. You can leave first. Ran Ningxuan thought that the princess would keep him, but she really drove him out with a lack of interest. It seems that Peng Yuyan really has some weight in the princess's heart. Seeing that the princess had no intention of keeping him, Ran Ningxuan knew that if he forced to stay, it would only anger the princess. So he had to swallow his reluctance and saluted to Su Maoyang. Then I will not disturb the princess's rest. And I will leave first. After saying that, Ran Ningxuan tactfully withdrew. Seeing that Ran Ningxuan really left, she knew it couldn't help but sigh. Although Ran Ningxuan's behavior is arrogant, I didn't expect that he is also considerate. I have heard that the calming incense is a very rare thing. He must have spent a lot of effort to get it. Su Maoyang smiled, and there was a faint cold light in his amber eyes. Ha. Considerate? You may have some misunderstanding about considerate. Hearing this, she knew that Su Maoyang had something to say, and was shocked. He asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Then, Su Maoyang pointed to the incense burner and said coldly, "The medicinal materials in the calming incense are indeed rare. But there is an extra tianchong grass. If it is tianchong grass alone, it is not harmful. But burning it with xingxia flower will produce a kind of aphrodisiac effect, which will arouse people's desire and make people addicted." Upon hearing this, she knew immediately understood. No wonder Ran Ningxuan is so favored. It turns out that he did something with this calming incense. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. I don't think he is trying to win favor, but wants Mu Qingqing's life. Shi Nua was shocked when he heard this suddenly, and he couldn't believe it. Master, Ran Ningxuan has been with Mu Qingqing for a long time, and Mu Qingqing has always treated him well. How could he kill Mu Qingqing? Because that smell not only has the effect of infatuation, but also can make people irritable, and even endanger their lives in the long run. I think Mu Qingqing's irritable personality should be caused by these calming incense. Su Maoyang ignored Shi Nua's doubts and explained to himself. Shi Nua was frightened when he heard this, and immediately turned his head to look at the incense burner on the table. Thinking of Ran Ningxuan's sincere smile just now, he was a little creepy. She really didn't expect that even Ran Ningxuan wanted to kill Mu Qingqing. Sure enough, none of the men in this mansion are good. Master, if that's the case, the person who sent someone to assassinate Mu Qingqing last time may not be Jin Hani. Ran Ningxuan is also a suspect. Thinking of the last assassination, Shi Nua suddenly had a bold guess. Su Maoyang shook his head again. Not only Ran Ningxuan, several servants are suspected. During this period, I carefully observed that except for Jin Hani, who seemed generous and decent but actually had a lot of scheming, and Ran Ningxuan, who was arrogant and willful, other servants had no real feelings for Mu Qingqing. For example, your former servant, Lu Lingfeng. I heard that he was very talented and had good kung fu. But he was born in a low family and was forced to marry you. And now he has become Mu Qingqing's man. Therefore, it is reasonable that he is strong-willed, would rather break than bend, aloof and arrogant, and cold to Mu Qingqing. After all, for an excellent and ambitious man, becoming the princess's servant should be a lifelong shame for him. Therefore, he may kill Mu Qingqing to end this shameful life. Shi Nua listened and nodded repeatedly, thinking it made sense. She knew Lu Lingfeng's character too well. When he asked her to marry herself, who was not a fool, he didn't have a good face, let alone marrying a fool Mu Qingqing. He is indeed a suspect. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't wait for her to speak, and continued. However, his brother Lu Ziyu is a completely different person, because he is basically a power villain. Speaks harshly, but is a brainless person. He can gain a foothold in the princess's mansion by flattering Ran Ningxuan. He flatters the princess just to make his life better and more comfortable. Therefore, the possibility that he sent someone to assassinate the princess is relatively small. Shi Nua nodded and took over the conversation. And that Ning Mo's Hang. He is in poor health, often claims to be sick, rarely appears in public, and should be a quiet and indifferent person. Maybe he has not joined these disputes. This is not necessarily true. That person has been claiming to be sick for many years, and has stayed out of many things. So far, I haven't even looked at him. God knows if he is really sick or just pretending. Su Maoyang snorted coldly, and it was obvious that even Ning Mo's Hang was suspicious. Shi Nua had never thought of pretending to be sick before, but after Su Maoyang mentioned it, it seemed possible. What about Qin Jian? Does he also have a motive to kill the princess? Shi Nua felt that this matter was more and more confusing, and continued to ask. Chapter 1671. Take Jun Haosong into the mansion. When Su Maoyang heard Qin Jian, he had no idea about him, and asked curiously, "How much do you know about this person?" Shi Nua recalled and answered honestly. "In fact, when I was in Fengqi Empire, He was still a child of 14 or 15 years old. I didn't pay much attention to him, so I didn't know much about him. However, during this period of time, I heard that he was a gentle and elegant person, but he was a person without talent or appearance, without any shining points, and was very mediocre. So he was not favored by Mu Qingqing. However, it was precisely because he was not favored by Mu Qingqing that he had a good relationship with people, and seemed to be able to talk to everyone. But, such a mediocre. Would a person who does nothing and is content with the status quo have the motive to kill Mu Qingqing? Su Maoyang, of course, couldn't determine who it was now. She shook her head and said, I'm not sure yet, because I don't know this person well enough. Zino nodded. I think it's even more impossible for Duan Tianyu's brother Duan Tianheng. Duan Tianyu asked the master for help because his brother was a cowardly coward. According to Duan Tianheng's character, even Jin Hani and Ranning Xuan were afraid of offending him, and he probably didn't have the courage to send someone to assassinate the princess. Su Maoyang nodded solemnly, without giving a specific answer. In her opinion, it was too early to make such a conclusion before the matter was clarified. However, since she had replaced Mu Qingqing's position, she had taken certain risks and had to be careful in the future. No matter who wants to kill Mu Qingqing, Jin Hani, Ranning Xuan and Lu Lingfeng must be dealt with. When she heard this, she knew that Su Maoyang wanted to vent her anger for her, and she clasped her fists in gratitude. Master, if you have any plans, just tell me. Well, settle Hao Tsong, and I'll go meet them. Well, you're tired today. Go down and rest. She knew it tortured Mu Qingqing tonight, and she must be exhausted. So Su Maoyang considerately let her go down. She knew is not tired. Master, go to sleep peacefully. She knew will go outside to guard. Su Maoyang had just changed her identity, and she knew it had many concerns, so it would be safer to guard it herself. As she said that, she clasped her fists and retreated. Su Maoyang knew that she was stubborn, and there was nothing he could do about her, so he had to put out the calming incense and go to bed. The next day, Su Maoyang didn't wake up until the morning light slowly opened the curtains, and the sun shone through the light mist into Mingxi Pavilion. But she didn't dare to delay, and called Fang Gang directly, and ordered seriously, I heard that Peng Yuyan has a brother who lives in Faihangju, because their families fell into poverty. They have no relatives. Now Peng Yuyan is dead, and his brother should be left alone. For the sake of Peng Yuyan saving my life, you go and bring his brother into the mansion. Fang Gang didn't expect that the princess cared so much about Peng Yuyan. Even if he died, she would accept his brother for the sake of their previous relationship. This was really beyond his expectations. Although he was shocked, he still respectfully accepted the order. Yes, subordinates, send someone to bring him into the mansion. Well, this matter is left to you. Go! Su Maoyang waved his hand. Fang Gang received the order and walked out of the hall quickly, heading straight for Faihangju. Jun Haotsong had been waiting for a long time, so this time, he came very quickly, and within an hour, he was led to Mingxi Pavilion. Princess, Master Peng is here. Fang Gang stepped forward to report. At this time, Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing when he saw Jun Haotsong with pockmarks on his face, but a proud expression, and then waved his hand. Well, you go down first. Fang Gang received the order, performed a salute, and then left the room. Su Maoyang gave a look to Shinua, who tactfully stood guard at the door, and sent away the other 4 maids. Seeing that he could talk without worry, Su Maoyang said unhappily, now that I let you enter the princess's mansion and become her male concubine, are you satisfied now? Satisfied? You actually think I am satisfied? I am the dignified emperor of Yunlu, and I abandoned my position as the king of Yunlu Dark Domain and ran to this princess's mansion to be her male concubine. Do you think I will be satisfied? Jun Haotsong wanted to kill someone when he thought of his current situation. But Su Maoyang thought he had given him a great gift. Su Maoyang felt amused when he saw him in such a mess. But he pretended to be angry and glared at him. Just be content. If I hadn't set up such a plan, it would not be easy to take you into the mansion. Not easy at all. If I didn't have this face now, I would have entered the mansion long ago, and you would have nothing to do. Jun Haotsong was very angry, seeing that he was so opposed to this identity. Su Maoyang could only suppress his smile and shook his head. Forget it. Since you don't like being a male concubine, I will let Fong Gang send you back. Just stay in the inn and wait for my good news. Jun Haosong got anxious when he heard this. You wishful thinking. You have replaced Mu Qingqing now. Surrounded by men offering their affection. I am alone in the inn. You are having fun here. You are really calculating. Hearing this, Su Maoyong knew that he was probably going to make trouble. And warned him seriously. I have to say ugly words in advance. You have to listen to my arrangements when you enter the princess's mansion. If you don't listen and ruin my business, I will divorce you immediately and let you go back to the inn. Jun Haosong was threatened by her. And he was so angry that his teeth itched. But he couldn't do anything about her. I'm really crazy. Running here to compete for favors with so many men. He never thought in his life that he would do this for a woman. He was threatened and warned by her. But he couldn't move and refused to leave. Su Maoyong is probably the only one in the world who has the ability to catch him tightly. Thinking of this, Jun Haosong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Don't worry. I'm not a person without sense of propriety. Besides, what is my status? As for being jealous of these male favorites in the mansion who are not presentable, you underestimate me too much. Jun Haosong is still very confident in his charm. Su Maoyong heard this and just sneered. I hope you can do what you say. Okay. I have sent someone to clean up Yusui Xian before. You will live there in the future. I will let Shinua take you there now. Su Maoyong arranged. Jun Haosong didn't expect that he would be driven to another place by her as soon as he entered the mansion. And he immediately refused. I won't go. You have no conscience. You sent me so far away as soon as you came. Are you afraid that I will delay your good things? Su Maoyong was helpless. You are just a male favorite now. I can't let you live in my Mingxi pavilion. What will it look like if people know? Chapter 1672. Disdain to fight for love. Why are you so embarrassed? You only favor me. So it's only natural for me to live in your Mingxi pavilion. Jun Haosong negotiated with confidence. Su Maoyong saw that he was serious even though he had pockmarks on his face. And almost laughed out loud. Do you have any shame? I only favor you. With your current appearance, do you want to be favored by everyone or what? If others knew, they would think I was crazy. Jun Haosong was even more angry when he heard her making fun of him. And his face turned black. He gritted his teeth and said, It's all because of you. You had to make me look down on you with pockmarks on my face. I shouldn't have listened to you earlier. Seeing that he was very angry, Su Maoyong couldn't help laughing, and stretched out his hand to rub his cheek in a flattering way, and coaxed him softly. Don't worry. If you go to Yusui Xian and perform well, I will summon you to sleep with me. And you can still come to meet me privately. Of course, if you behave well. If it doesn't look good, then go back and don't stay in the princess's mansion. Now he has pockmarks all over his face. His facial features are unsightly, and his angry look is a little deformed by her rubbing. But for some reason, Su Maoyong thinks he is so cute now. She rarely sees him like this. It's really rare. Su Maoyong was having a lot of fun. But Jun Haosong was so angry that he opened her hand. Waiting for you to summon me? I, the dignified Emperor Yunlu, have to wait for you to summon me to sleep with me. Are you mistaken? Su Maoyong heard his raised voice, and was so scared that she immediately covered his mouth, lowered her voice, and warned, Speak softly. Are you afraid that others don't know that you are the Emperor Yunlu? If your identity is exposed, I will make you pay. You can choose. Leave or wait for me to summon you. Su Maoyong only gave him two choices. Jun Haosong was forced to gnash his teeth by her, but his body was very honest, and there was almost no suspense. So he compromised. Summon you. Su Maoyong saw that he was obedient, so he smiled. That's good. We are here to do business. When we finish our business and leave here, you can do whatever you want. Su Maoyong used all the coercion and inducement. Jun Haosong said angrily, Humph. I just want to strangle Shinua and that old man now. If Su Maoyong hadn't been for Shinua and his frivolous master, why would he have come to Fengqi Empire? And why would he have ended up being a male concubine? Su Maoyong laughed. There's still one person missing. I have to strangle you to death. Who let Fengqi Empire touch my man? I can't swallow this anger if I don't get back at them. Hearing this, Jun Haosong glared at her unhappily. But most of the anger in his heart dissipated, thinking that he had already condescended to be a male concubine, and had done everything for her. Why was he afraid of a few male concubines who were inferior to him in everything? Besides, although he didn't like Su Maoyang being surrounded by male concubines, he didn't want her to expose her identity and face danger. So, for her safety, he had to hold it in. Forget it. I'm in your hands anyway. But before I go to Yu Suixian, you have to comfort my wounded heart. Jun Haotsong wanted to bargain, and was about to kiss her. However, before he touched Su Imoliang, he heard a report from outside. Princess, the Gao family wants to see you. Su Maoyang was startled when he heard someone coming, and pushed Jun Haotsong away reflexively. Jun Haotsong was caught off guard by the sudden slap, and stumbled back several steps. Su Maoyang held back his laughter, and shouted to the outside. Let him in. At this moment, Jun Haotsong's face was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water. He stared at the Gao family who came in, as if he wanted to stare a hole in him before he would stop, because his eyes were too sharp. The Gao family noticed it as soon as he came in, and glanced at him with some surprise. At this moment, facing the pair of eyes that seemed to want to eat people, the Gao family was startled and immediately got goosebumps. This morning he heard that the princess took a male favorite into the mansion. Could it be this ugly and ferocious man in front of him? Thinking of this, the Gao family had to sigh that the princess's preferences were becoming more and more unpredictable. Master Gao, what's the matter? Su Maoyang felt the murderous aura of Jun Haotsong and asked hurriedly. She was really afraid that Jun Haotsong would lose control and slap Master Gao to death. Princess, your birthday is in a few days. Who do you want to invite? I will list the names and invite them one by one. Master Gao was unaware and answered honestly. Su Maoyang didn't expect that Mu Qingqing's birthday would come. A hint of surprise flashed across her face, and then she nodded in understanding. The 7 major families must be invited. For others, you can invite them according to the usual rules. She had just replaced Mu Qingqing, so she was naturally not familiar with these things. Anyway, she would leave it to Master Gao to arrange. However, in this way, she would have to face the 7 major families early this time. Of course, it would be better to meet the group of monsters earlier. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can win every battle. The Gao family nodded when he heard this. Yes, I will do it right away. As he said that, the Gao family bowed and quickly retreated. He really couldn't stand the look of the male favorite. It seemed as if there was a deep hatred. What a weird man. Seeing the Gao family leave, Su Maoyang warned Jun Haotsong seriously. You just heard that there will be a birthday banquet in the mansion in a few days. Many people will be there. Don't make trouble. It will ruin the big thing. Understand? You really take yourself seriously. As for these male favorites in the mansion, I don't even bother to compete with them. It's too low of status. Jun Haotsong snorted disdainfully, with a high-handed expression, obviously not taking the men in the mansion seriously. Su Maoyang bowed gratefully after hearing this. Thank God. After saying this, Su Maoyang instructed the maid outside. Jiarui, take Master Peng to Yu Suixian and assign 2 servants to serve him. Jiarui received the order and walked in quickly, making a gesture of invitation to Jun Haotsong. Master Peng, please come this way. Jun Haotsong forced himself to suppress his anger, glared at Su Maoyang fiercely, and then left Mingxi Pavilion with a wave of his sleeves. When Shi Nua saw Emperor Zun leaving, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. But he had to go back to Yu Suixian obediently, and he was simply full of admiration for Su Maoyang. Just being able to subdue the Emperor of Yunlu, his master's ability is unmatched. Shi Nua was sighing, but unexpectedly Su Maoyang came out and ordered, follow this princess to King's Huxuan. Hearing King's Huxuan, Shi Nua was stunned for a moment. As far as she knew, King's Huxuan was Lu Lingfeng's residence. What was she going to King's Huxuan for? Chapter 1673 Go meet Lu Lingfeng. Su Maoyang saw her doubts, and opened her red lips slightly, with a meaningful smile. Since you want to deal with him, of course you have to meet him. She heard that Lu Lingfeng was well-read and talented, and although his martial arts were not top-notch, he was also very good. Su Maoyang was very curious about such a noble, cold and arrogant man who would rather break his will than yield to the princess. It's a pity that he rarely interacts with others. The number of times Su Maoyang has seen him can be counted on one hand. In addition, he has a cold personality, so Su Maoyang has not been able to say a word to him so far. And now, since she has decided to avenge Shi Nua and get rid of Jin Hani, Ran Ningxuan and Lu Lingfeng, she has to have some contact with them. It's just that Jinhani is not simple, and there is no way to bring him down in a short time. And Ranningshuan has the support of the Ran family behind him, so it is even more difficult to uproot him. Therefore, Su Maoyang must start with Lu Lingfeng, the easiest one. Xinhua listened and understood her meaning, followed her respectfully, and walked with her towards the direction of Qingju Pavilion. These days, she and Lu Lingfeng only had a quick glance and did not have much interaction. To be honest, she also wanted to visit this bitch who betrayed her. It's a pity that she can't reveal her identity now. I really don't know what his reaction would be if he knew that she was still alive in this world, or even lurking beside him. It must be very interesting. With anticipation, Xinhua and Su Maoyang soon arrived at Qingju Pavilion. Qingju Pavilion did not disgrace the word Qingju. It was really as quiet and elegant as a bamboo forest. However, as soon as they entered the yard, they felt a strong wind blowing in their faces. At the same time, the surrounding bamboo waves were undulating, and there was a slight rustling sound. At this moment, a man in green clothes was seen in the yard, holding a silver sword, leaping into the air, and the sword was like a green snake spitting out its tongue, piercing the green bamboo in the garden. His arms were waving quickly in the air, accompanied by several sharp sword lights flashing. And soon, large pieces of bamboo leaves were seen falling like raindrops, instantly covering the entire yard. Wherever the sword light passed, the rockery in the yard also broke and shattered at this moment, making a violent sound. Even the ground was left with countless deep and long sword marks, which showed how terrible the force was. Su Maoyang saw it, and couldn't help but applaud his clean and thunderous sword skills. Good dance. Hearing Su Maoyang's voice, Lu Lingfeng immediately put away his sword and turned to look over. He obviously didn't expect the princess to come to his yard. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he made no effort to hide his disgust and ordered her to leave. Princess, swords have no eyes. Please leave here to avoid hurting you. Hearing this, Su Maoyang sighed. This man was really upright and would rather break than bend. His words were sharper than the sword in his hand. However, apart from being serious and cold, this man looked very handsome. His long black hair was held up high by the jade crown, which made his straight figure like a green bamboo even taller and more upright. His face was like a sculpture, with clear edges and corners. His brown eyes, as clear and bright as lake water, were a bit sharp. He had a high nose bridge, thin and light lips, and sword-like eyebrows that flew diagonally into his temples. He was really heroic and handsome. No wonder, even though this man was cold and didn't take Mu Qingqing seriously, Mu Qingqing didn't do anything to him. It turned out that this man had a heroic spirit and temperament that other male favorites didn't have. I think Mu Qingqing was used to seeing other fawning male favorites, and he wanted to change his taste and appreciate this kind of noble character like bamboo. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's smile deepened, and he didn't seem to take his cold words to heart. This princess came to see you. Is this how you treat this princess? Speaking, Su Maoyang ignored his displeasure and walked straight inside. Seeing that she wanted to sit in the house, Lu Lingfeng frowned in dissatisfaction, took 2 steps forward, stopped her, and said coldly, I don't have anything in my house to entertain the princess. The princess will only find it boring. Please go back. Su Maoyang glanced at him sideways. Just seeing you. This princess finds it very interesting. There is no need to spend time entertaining. As he said, Su Maoyang pushed him away and walked quickly into the hall to sit down. Zino, who was following beside him, did not dare to show the hatred in his heart too obviously, but the fingers under his sleeves had already pinched blood marks, venting the hatred in his heart. Lu Lingfeng did not expect Mu Qingqing to be so shameless, and he was even more disgusted in his heart. He was a person who followed his heart and never looked at Mu Qingqing's face, and this time was no exception. Since she wanted to go in and sit, he did not stop her, and simply left her there and practiced sword by himself. Seeing Lu Lingfeng completely ignoring Su Maoyang and practicing swordplay in the yard, Xinhua was furious and said to Su Maoyang, Master, this Lu Lingfeng is too much. He left us here without paying any attention to us, while he practiced swordplay on his own. This is clearly intended to embarrass you. Su Maoyang didn't care, and chuckled. It's okay. He practices his sword, and we can take care of ourselves. Besides, although King's Huxuan is his residence, it is also the home of this princess after all. Do you need someone to take care of you in your own home? Hearing this, Shi Nuo laughed and shook her head, and couldn't help but sigh that her master got into the role so quickly. And now she looks like the owner of the princess's mansion. If you don't know, you really think she is Mu Qingqing. Since he is practicing sword, don't disturb him. Let's look around. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with darkness. And then he stood up and gave Shi Nuo a look. In Su Maoyang's view, it was just right that Lu Lingfeng ignored her, and she could visit his territory alone. For her, it was more interesting to understand his things than to understand him as a person. Shi Nuo was reminded by her, and immediately understood, nodded in understanding, and followed her to the next few rooms. It is said that Lu Lingfeng is well-read, and is a rare talent. Even Su Maoyang was amazed when he saw him today, because, as soon as he walked into his study, all four walls were hung with paintings by famous teachers. The bookshelves were also filled with various books. Even the desk was covered with a lot of calligraphy and famous paintings. It can be seen that in addition to practicing martial arts and swordsmanship, he spent his daily life on writing poems and painting, which did not disgrace his reputation as a talent. Su Maoyang saw a calligraphy on the wall, which was framed very delicately. It was obviously his favorite at first glance. Realizing this, Su Maoyang had an idea and came up with a plan, and immediately asked Shi Nuo to promise the calligraphy. Shi Nuo didn't know what she was going to do, but just honestly took down the calligraphy and handed it to her. Chapter 1674, Angry to Death Lu Lingfeng. Lu Lingfeng, who was practicing sword outside, was always paying attention to Su Maoyang's movements. The reason why he pretended to practice sword was to embarrass Su Maoyang and deliberately anger her away. But who knew that while he was practicing, there was no movement in the hall. When he looked up, he found that there was no one. Lu Lingfeng was puzzled, and then he stopped and walked into the house to find out. But before he walked into the study, he heard a loud noise from inside. He was startled, and a bad premonition suddenly came to him. And then he rushed into the study. At this time, he saw that his most precious calligraphy was thrown to the ground by Mu Qingqing, and the frame was also smashed to pieces. Lu Lingfeng's anger rushed to his forehead. His face flushed, and his expression was very ugly. Su Maoyang saw Lu Lingfeng rushing in, looking like he was going to eat someone. Obviously he valued the calligraphy on the ground very much. Knowing that she had bet right, Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and she quickly reached out to pick it up. But at this moment, her foot quietly stepped on a corner of the calligraphy and painting. So, when she picked it up, she heard a scratching sound, and the complete calligraphy and painting was instantly torn in half. Su Maoyang was shocked when she saw this, and pretended to be surprised and widened her eyes, and quickly moved her foot away from the calligraphy and painting. Oh! Bad. The calligraphy and painting is torn. At this time, Lu Lingfeng saw that his beloved calligraphy and painting was actually torn, and he was about to go crazy, and roared like a volcanic eruption. Get out of the way! Don't touch it! Before he finished speaking, he saw Lu Lingfeng rushing over, snatching the calligraphy and painting torn in half, holding it in his hand like a treasure, and his whole face turned blue with anger. He suddenly raised his head, bulged his eyes, stared at Su Maoyang. His chest heaved, panting with anger, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. Su Maoyang knew that people like him, who would rather break than bend, would always be straightforward when encountering things, and would not be smooth in dealing with things. In addition, this was something he loved very much, and Mu Qingqing was someone he always hated. Therefore, Lu Lingfeng in front of him was like a gunpowder that would explode at any time. Therefore, as long as he attacked himself, he would be charged with murdering the princess, and even the Lu family could not save him. After all, this charge was not comparable to his bad face towards the princess. So, in order to stimulate him, Su Maoyang continued to say, "It's just a painting. Another day, this princess will compensate you with one." When Lu Lingfeng heard this, he was even more angry. That calligraphy is very precious. He spent many years and made great efforts to get such a painting. How can it be compared with ordinary calligraphy and painting? But Mu Qingqing, this idiot, didn't know the treasure and actually wanted to use other calligraphy and paintings to compensate him, which was so infuriating that he vomited blood. Su Maoyang guessed it well. At this moment, Lu Lingfeng really wanted to kill someone. The hand holding the hilt of the sword had accumulated enough strength and wanted to draw it out and chop Su Maoyang at any time. But he was angry, But he hadn't lost his mind. Mu Qingqing was a princess no matter what. Although he hated her and looked down on her, her identity was there. If he really hurt her, it would be a capital crime. But he couldn't die yet. If he died, the Lu family would definitely embarrass his mother. Thinking of this, Lu Lingfeng tried for a long time before he suppressed the anger in his heart and made a gesture of invitation to Su Maoyang. I want to rest. Princess, please go back. Su Maoyang didn't expect him to be so tolerant. Logically, a person with his personality would not be tolerant. It seems that he should have a weakness. Next, he has to investigate his family background in detail. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang put away her thoughts, looked at him deeply, and then said, Okay, since you are tired, then this princess will not bother you. Manha, let's go! Although she didn't provoke him to take action and put him on death row, she at least destroyed his treasure. Seeing that he was so angry, it was also a small lesson for him. So Su Maoyang didn't intend to pester him. After all, this was just the beginning. Seeing that Lu Lingfeng was so angry, she knew and felt happy. When she heard that Su Maoyang was leaving, she nodded and followed him. After coming out of Qingzhou, Su Maoyang asked she knew in confusion. I remember that Lu Lingfeng's biological mother was of high status. And Lu Lingfeng was also quite knowledgeable and skilled in martial arts. Logically, he would not have fallen to the point of being a male concubine. But why did Lu Lingfeng marry into the princess's mansion? She knew that she was asking why he would marry her. But she didn't even know the reason. I don't know either. It seems that the head of the Lu family forced him. Su Maoyang shook her head, thinking that this matter was not that simple. No, his character is definitely not someone who would compromise. How could he be willing to give in if forced? After watching his swordsmanship today and seeing his attitude and conversation, this person's character is as sharp as a sword, and he will never compromise, unless he has any weaknesses, or has some handle in the hands of the head of the Lu family. However, when she looked at the information, she found that Lu Lingfeng's biological mother had only one son, and the others were half-siblings, and they were not close to him. If you want to talk about weaknesses, it must not be called a weakness. The only possibility is his mother. Although his mother is a concubine, she is also a lady from a famous family. Her status is not low, and she has a place in the Lu family. She is not too shabby. So, Su Maoyang was a little puzzled. What secrets did she not know? As Su Maoyang walked, she was actually a little fascinated. At this time, a clear and melodious piano sound suddenly came from the left front, interrupting her thoughts. The piano sound is like a clear spring, as if it is winding from the valley, flowing slowly, refreshing, and like a spring breeze, with the fragrance of some petals, lingering. However, only by listening carefully, you can find that there seems to be a faint sadness under the quiet and melodious piano sound. Every sound is continuous and soul-stirring. Hearing this, Su Maoyang stopped and looked in the direction of the piano sound. Only then did he find that there was a courtyard called Yuning Pavilion in front of the left. Her eyes fixed, and she became more curious. I heard that Ning Maoshang's piano music is unique. This should be Ning Maoshang's yard. She knew and nodded. Yes, it is Ning Maoshang's yard. Su Maoyang listened to the gentle and beautiful piano music and suddenly became interested. Let's go in and take a look. As he said, Su Maoyang had already walked into the Yuning Pavilion. When he got inside, Su Maoyang found that the yard was very simple and even a little deserted. The flowers, trees and bonsai are all varieties that can be seen everywhere, and they are not precious. But, although the environment is simple, it is a quiet and elegant place. Master, Ning Mo's hang is over there. She pointed to the pavilion in the distance. Chapter 1675 Distant Attitude. Su Maoyang looked in the direction of Shinua's finger, and indeed saw a man in white clothes sitting under the pavilion. He was thin and elegant, with black hair falling like a waterfall. The breeze blew. His white sleeves fluttered, and his black hair lingered, showing a bit of fairy spirit. Due to the distance, Su Maoyang could not see his specific appearance, but his noble and elegant temperament alone was enough to make people fall in love with him. At this moment, the gentle and sad piano sound slowly flowed out from his smart fingertips. Like mist but not mist. Like smoke but not smoke. As if it floated down from the sky, giving people a sense of beauty like being in a fairyland. However, What surprised Su Maoyang was that she heard a melodious and moving piano sound. But her heart was a little sour and bitter. It seems that Ning Maoshang's piano sound is full of too many complex emotions. Therefore, she couldn't help but sigh that this person could play such a touching melody, and could make people feel sad and happy with his music. It seems that the rumors are true, and his piano skills are really amazing. However, just when Su Maoyang was intoxicated by it, Ning Maoshang had finished the song, stood up, walked out of the pavilion, slowly came to Su Maoyang, performed a salute, served to see the princess. When Su Maoyang got closer, she could see the man's appearance clearly. His skin was as white as jade, and he didn't know if he was sick. But it was just like this. His face was indeed a little pale, but no matter how pale his face was, it couldn't hide the charm of his facial features. Under the slender eyebrows like willows, there was a pair of bright starlight eyes, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes away. A straight nose, lips as light as water, delicate as if carved. His long black hair falls down like a waterfall. For some reason, he looks elegant and refined with his hair down, instead of wild and messy. When paired with his snow-white neck, he looks absolutely gorgeous. After a careful look, Su Maoyang came to the conclusion that this man is a rare handsome man. His handsomeness is no less than Jin Hani. But their temperaments are different. One is gentle and elegant. The other is aloof and refined. However, just as Su Maoyang was looking at him, Ning Maoshang started to cough painfully. Seeing this, Su Maoyang frowned slightly. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. And then he quickly reached out to support him. You are already weak, so don't be so polite. Ning Maoshang felt Su Maoyang's touch, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. The complex emotions were fleeting. And then he pulled his hand away, stepped back 2 steps, and said indifferently, "Thank you for your concern, Princess. I am sick. The princess is delicate. Don't let me infect you. If something goes wrong with the princess, I can't bear the blame." Su Maoyang heard that he seemed to be thinking about himself, but his voice was cold, without any warmth, and his attitude seemed a little distant. It seems that Su Maoyang guessed correctly that Ning Maoshang had been claiming to be sick and hiding in Yuning Pavilion, mostly pretending. He just didn't want to see Mu Qingqing, and didn't want to get involved in things related to her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang almost understood it, and said nonchalantly, "This princess is blessed with great fortune. How can I be infected by you just by a few words? This princess hasn't come to see you for a long time. Won't you invite this princess to sit in the house?" This was the first time Su Maoyang had met him, so naturally, she wanted to know more about him. Ning Maoshang did not show too much dissatisfaction when he heard this. His dark eyes were full of calmness, and then he nodded gently. "Princess, please come this way." Su Maoyang looked at him deeply before walking towards the hall. "The song you played just now was quite nice. Can you play another one for me?" Su Maoyang asked for a song without any hesitation. Ning Maoshang took the order and immediately ordered the servant beside him, "Bring my piano over here." But just after he finished speaking, he started coughing again, and his whole body trembled and shook, as if it would fall apart at any time. Seeing him like this, Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. It seems that this person is docile on the surface, but in fact he is very resistant in his heart. Just because he played a piece of music, he coughed like this. He was really good at pretending. Forget it. You should take good care of your body and stop playing the piano. I will ask the imperial physician to come and see you later to see what is wrong with you. Why did you bother for so long?" Su Maoyang waved her hand and gave up listening to the piano. Ning Maoshang heard this and coughed while thanking her. "Thank you for your sympathy. The imperial physician is not needed. This is an old illness of mine. It cannot be cured. Princess, please don't waste your energy for me." "Why waste your energy? Whether it is an old illness or a new illness, it is still an illness. You must ask the imperial physician to take a look," Su Maoyang said disapprovingly. Ning Maoshang did not expect her to insist like this, and it was difficult to say anything. He slowly lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Su Maoyang felt that he was worried from the moment he saw him, although his expression was neither hot nor cold. The look in his eyes when he looked at her was a little complicated. She found that this person was even harder to see through than Lu Lingfeng. At least Lu Lingfeng had a distinct personality, and he had a clear distinction between love and hate. If he didn't like someone, he didn't like him. His dislike was all on his face. and he didn't hide it at all. However, this Ning Mo's Hang was just the opposite. He was very good at controlling his emotions. Apart from making people feel a little alienated, no one knew what he was thinking. However, she could still be sure of one thing, that this person hated Mu Qingqing so much that he would rather pretend to be sick than see her. With this understanding, Su Maoyang knew what was going on, and there was no need to stay here and watch him act. She stood up and said, "You are sick, so this princess will not disturb your rest." As she said that, Su Maoyang gave Xinhua a look and walked out of the hall quickly. Xinhua followed closely behind, curious about her opinion of Ning and Mo Shang. After leaving Yuning Pavilion, she whispered, "Master, do you think this Ning and Mo Shang has the suspicion of sending someone to assassinate Mu Qingqing?" "Of course there is suspicion, but I am more curious about another point. I heard that this Ning and Mo Shang took the initiative to marry Mu Qingqing and came to the mansion to be a male concubine. But judging from his current attitude, he doesn't seem to like Mu Qingqing." Su Maoyang was a little surprised. Why would such a man who would rather pretend to be sick than see Mu Qingqing voluntarily married to the princess's mansion? Isn't this very strange? Xinhua nodded after hearing this. It's quite strange. But he married to the princess's mansion after I left Fengqi Empire. So I don't know much about the grudge between him and Mu Qingqing. It doesn't matter. Let's wait for a while. We have time to understand. However, the most important thing right now is the birthday in 3 days. I want to meet the 7 rumored families. Su Maoyang raised the corners of his lips, revealing an expectant smile. Chapter 1676 The Emperor, who says one thing and means another. Time flies. 3 days pass. And soon it is Mu Qingqing's 20th birthday. That night, the princess's mansion was decorated with lights and colors. And it was a festive scene. There were carriages coming and going at the gate of the mansion. And a constant stream of people entered from the gate one after another and came to the garden. The garden had already set up a dinner party, and the table was full of wine, cakes and pastries. Seeing that the guests arrived one after another, the maids all served the dishes quickly, fearing that they would neglect the guests. When Suemo was cold, he just glanced at the situation at the table from a distance, and saw that the guests were already sitting together in groups of 3 or 5, talking to each other, and it was quite lively. However, after searching around, she did not see those famous geniuses, and immediately asked Xinhua next to her, "Where are those geniuses?" Su Maoyang had done her homework to attend the birthday banquet tonight. In addition to understanding the members of the family, she also looked at their portraits. With Xinhua's help, Su Maoyang basically recognized the people in the 7 major families. So after a rough glance, she found that some people were missing. "Master, those geniuses usually practice in the sect and only go home when there is something. I think they should be busy practicing," Xinhua explained. Su Maoyang sneered, obviously not believing this. Busy practicing? I think they simply looked down on Mu Qingqing and disdained to come to her birthday. Since those people were praised as geniuses, they must be a group of arrogant people. As far as she knew, several of them had reached the strength of Xiantian Junlingshi, and there were also Danzong alchemists among them. Even Su Maoyang had to admit that such strength was indeed something to be proud of. Compared with the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire, they were indeed not on the same level. Of course, among the 4 empires, the Maple Forest Empire was the weakest and had the fewest geniuses, so it naturally could not be compared with the Fengqi Empire. In addition, after such a long time, the strength of the disciples of the Cloud Tower Dark Domain and the Burning Blood Sky City must have made rapid progress. I believe that compared with the Fengqi Empire, they are probably stronger than weaker. In this comparison, the geniuses of the Maple Forest Empire are indeed not good enough. And Mu Qingqing is a straw bag, living in this era where the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon. Even if he has a noble status, he still cannot get respect from others without ability. So he is destined to be eliminated by the times. I believe that the people present today are probably here for Mu Qingwan's sake, and few of them are here to celebrate her birthday sincerely. Xinhua couldn't deny what she said, and nodded immediately. Yes, those geniuses are arrogant and don't even take other people seriously, let alone Mu Qingqing. A waste. If Mu Qingwan invited them, they would probably give them some face. But Mu Qingqing Su Maoyang nodded in understanding, without too much hesitation, and was about to walk in. But at this moment, she was attracted by a familiar figure in a corner. She paused, frowned suddenly, and asked in surprise, "Why did Jun Haotsong run to sit in the male favorite seat? Yesterday, she gave a death order, not allowing him to attend tonight's banquet." At that time, he was still arrogant and said that he was disdainful to attend such a low-level banquet, and he had no interest in tonight's banquet. Excuse me. He is now sitting among the male favorites, drinking wine leisurely, looking comfortable. What does it mean? Zino saw that the emperor not only attended the banquet, but also voluntarily sat among a group of male favorites. And she couldn't help laughing, covering her mouth and laughing secretly. And she didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the emperor's hypocrisy. Su Maoyong saw this scene, and there was nothing she could do about him. It was impossible for her to rush into the garden and drag him away. She could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. Let's see what happens later and deal with it. After saying that, she walked quickly towards the garden. However, although she said this, she secretly swore in her heart that if Jun Haotsong dared to make trouble, she would not summon him to sleep with her for a month, suffocating him to death. Zino knew Emperor Yunlu. Although Emperor Yunlu was a jealous person, he was out of control when he was jealous. But he still had a sense of propriety. He weighed the urgency and importance of things very clearly. He would never put her master in danger for his own willfulness. So, she was quite relieved about Jun Haotsong. And then she quickly followed him. At this time, the housekeeper who was waiting at the entrance of the garden saw Su Maoyong coming, and immediately announced loudly, "The princess has arrived." After the voice fell, the guests stopped greeting each other, stood up one after another, and saluted hypocritically. Su Maoyong knew what these people were thinking and didn't care about the etiquette at all. She raised her hand and motioned them to stand up. "Today is my birthday. Have fun. No need to be polite or restrained. Eat and drink." Hearing the princess say this, everyone stood up and prepared to sit down. However, at this moment, a loud announcement came from outside. "The queen has arrived." When Su Maoyong and Shi Nua heard the word queen, their eyes fixed, and they immediately looked towards the entrance. This Mu Qingwan was an old acquaintance to Su Maoyong. At the beginning, she came to the Yunlu dark domain to make trouble, not only alienating her from Jun Haotsong, but also secretly set people to frame her and hunt her down. At that time, she endured it for the sake of the Yunlu dark domain and in order not to destroy the diplomatic relations between the two countries and cause a war, and did not attack her. Now, she finally found an opportunity to sneak into the Fengqi Empire, and she must learn a lesson from her. As for Shi Nua, she gnashed her teeth with hatred, because this woman who deprived her of everything, pushed her to the bottom of the valley, and tortured her to the point that she was not a human or a ghost. But she was the motivation for her to endure humiliation for 4 years, and was the source of all her pain. Shi Nua dreamed of eating her flesh and drinking her blood. Now that he saw her again, he couldn't control his emotions, and his eyes were red with anger. Oh! Fortunately, she was now showing herself as Manha, a maid, standing behind Su Maoyong. Not too noticeable. So Mu Qingwan didn't notice her at all. So, as soon as Mu Qingwan walked into the garden, she smiled and greeted Mu Qingqing. It's Qingqing's birthday today. I'm not late. After hearing this, even if Su Maoyong didn't like this person, she still pretended to be friendly and greeted him, saying flatteringly, "Royal sister, you came at the right time. Not too early or too late. Just right. Royal sister, sit here. Tonight, you must have a drink with me." Su Maoyong enthusiastically led her to the main seat in front of the garden. Chapter 1677, Irony of Mu Qingqing. When the others saw the arrival of the queen, they all saluted in a proper manner, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Mu Qingwan seemed to be in a good mood. After being pulled to the main seat by Su Maoyong, she smiled and raised her hand, motioning everyone to stand up. "Today, I am not the protagonist, so you don't have to be so polite." After hearing what the queen said, everyone stood up and sat down again. At this time, Mu Qingwan smiled and patted Su Maoyong's hand, saying kindly, "Today I brought you a gift, but I don't know if you like it. Come on, bring it up for the princess to see." After the words fell, several big men suddenly came in carrying a huge medicine cauldron. Seeing this scene, the sharp-eyed people immediately recognized the origin of the medicine cauldron and exclaimed with envy, "Isn't this the famous 4-star holy alchemy furnace? The meteorite cauldron? Yes, it is really the meteorite cauldron. This is a treasure of great value. The 4-star holy alchemy furnace is a treasure coveted by many alchemists. Everyone present did not expect that Mu Qingwan would be so generous and give such a precious thing to Mu Qingqing. It was really surprising. One of the middle-aged men in black robes exclaimed excitedly. "Uh-huh. The queen is really thoughtful. I heard that this meteorite cauldron is very precious. If you want to buy it, it is not only a matter of money, but also a lot of thought. It is not easy to get this 4-star holy product furnace. In addition, the furnace is the rarest thing for alchemists. And alchemists are the richest profession. If it is sold to an alchemist, it will definitely be sold at a sky-high price. Therefore, although this furnace is not as good as the 5-star furnace of the alchemy family, it is also a priceless treasure." Mu Qingwan gave Mu Qingwan such a valuable meteorite cauldron, which was indeed quite generous. However, in the eyes of a group of young people, Mu Qingwan's move was a waste of natural resources. Because in their opinion, Mu Qingqing was a waste, and he could not do anything. Even if he accepted the meteorite cauldron, it would be useless. It would just be placed in the room as a decoration. And at most it would be used to show off to others, which was meaningless. Thinking of this, they were full of contempt for Mu Qingqing. Because they were young, their expressions were full of joy, and they showed everything on their faces. So when they saw Mu Qingqing, an idiot, wasting such a precious treasure, they were full of irony and regret. Of course, even Su Maoyang did not expect that Mu Qingwan actually understood her thoughts so well. And the first gift was actually a pill furnace for her. In her opinion, although the 4-star holy product was not as good as the evil blood cauldron, she would inevitably have to make pills in public sometimes. And she would not expose the evil blood cauldron to the public. So, it's okay to make do with this. Therefore, Su Maoyang didn't think twice and told the housekeeper to accept it, and then hurriedly thanked him sweetly. "Uh-huh. Such a valuable gift really makes me flattered. How can I not like it? As long as it's given by the imperial sister. I like it." If others knew that the 4-star holy alchemy furnace they envied was nothing in Su Maoyang's eyes, and he just planned to make do with it, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. At this time, Mu Qingwan was immediately amused by her words, and smiled and shook his head. You only know how to make me happy." The elders present were not surprised by Su Maoyang's flattering words, and they didn't show any expression. The younger generation, on the other hand, sneered at Su Maoyang's flattery. In their opinion, the reason why Mu Qingqing could stand up to this day was because he flattered the empress and fawned on her. He had no other ability. How could such a flattering villain not be despised? So, immediately afterwards, a woman in a pink dress deliberately teased. Since the princess has such a precious medicine cauldron, she can use it to try to make pills. Maybe she can become an alchemist. Everyone knew that Mu Qingqing was a straw bag. Not to mention alchemy, even her spiritual power was terrible. Now, after hearing this, many people laughed secretly. Su Maoyang heard this and glanced at the pink-dressed woman. He found that this person was from the Fan family, and the Fan family was a famous alchemy family with a high status. When it came to alchemy, they naturally had the most say. If Su Maoyang guessed correctly, this pink-dressed woman should be the 5th daughter of the Fan family. Now her strength has reached the level of a Pill King alchemist. Although her alchemy talent is not as good as the several geniuses in the family, she is also a good seedling worth cultivating, and still has a certain status in the family. Perhaps it is because she is an alchemist that she has always had a sense of superiority that others do not have. So she is so bold to make sarcastic remarks at this time. However, facing her sarcasm, Su Maoyang was calm, as if he didn't know that the other party was making fun of him, and answered seriously. "Ha ha ha. The queen gave such a precious treasure. Even some alchemists are not qualified to own it. This princess is reluctant to use it to make pills." The alchemist, who was not qualified to own a 4-star pill furnace in Su Maoyang's mouth, was naturally referring to the pink-dressed woman who made fun of her. As far as she knew, the 4-star and 5-star holy alchemy furnaces were too precious, and only a few geniuses in the Fan family were qualified to own them. And these geniuses naturally did not include her, a Dan Wang alchemist. Therefore, the pink-clothed woman's sarcastic remarks were purely jealous of her. So she was mean and deliberately picking on her. Sure enough, the pink-clothed woman was instantly choked by Su Maoyang's words, and her pretty face was a little red with anger. But Su Maoyang smiled innocently, as if nothing had happened. Those who didn't know thought she was just sighing casually, and didn't mean to target anyone. But Jinhani, who was sitting in the male favorite seat, looked up at Su Maoyang, and a barely perceptible ripple passed through his deep eyes. And then he lowered his head and poured himself a drink. Seeing the pink-dressed woman was choked up, a young man in a black robe sitting not far away seemed to be trying to help her out, and smiled and changed the subject. I heard that the princess has seen countless men, and the male favorites in the mansion are countless. Each of them is multi-talented and has their own merits. I wonder if I can enjoy the princess's light today and feast my eyes. The words of the black-dressed young man were quite pleasing. On the surface, he seemed to be envious and praising. But in fact, between the lines, he was just mocking Mu Qingqing as a shameless slut. Because, even if Fengqi Empire is a relatively open country, it has not reached the level where a woman plays with countless men. So, in their minds, Mu Qingqing is a shameless silver baby slut. As for the male favorites, they are even more humble people who are not presentable and difficult to talk about. The reason why the black-dressed man wanted to watch the male favorite's performance was just to see a joke. Chapter 1678, taking the initiative to perform on behalf of others. As soon as the black-clothed man finished speaking, a woman in an orange dress sitting on the other side echoed with anticipation. Yes, I've heard that the princess's male favorite has outstanding talents. Today is the princess' birthday. I wonder if he can perform 2 shows to liven up the atmosphere. We can all benefit from the princess's presence. Yes, I heard that Mr. Ning's piano skills are superb, and he has a reputation of lingering in the ears for 3 days. I never had the chance to hear him before. I wonder if I will have the honor today. The people next to the orange-clothed woman also started to stir up the atmosphere. Su Maoyang saw that many people followed suit. All of them were determined to laugh at her. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, and she raised her eyes to Ning Mozhang and said, "Since everyone wants to hear you play the piano, you can play a song." Speaking of which, Ning Mozhang really didn't want to attend a banquet like this tonight. But this was the princess's birthday, and even the queen and the 7 major families were there. It would be unreasonable for him, a male favorite, not to be present. So, in order not to be criticized, he had to sit at the table and try to reduce his presence. But who would have thought that someone would want to watch his performance? This move seemed to treat him as a young performer in a brothel. And the ridicule was mostly. Ning Mozhang was naturally very repulsive and angry about this humiliating request. However, he was of humble status and did not dare to show his anger on his face. After hearing Su Maoyang's words, he stood up respectfully and bowed, coughing and apologizing. "Princess, I am not feeling well. I am afraid that the music I played will not be up to standard. If so, it will upset the princess and the guests present. I cannot bear the responsibility for this." Although Ning Mozhang said it in a tactful way, it was still a refusal to play the piano and not want to cheer the princess up. So everyone covered their mouths and laughed secretly, and laughed at Mu Qingqing's incompetence in private. Even the male favorite looked down on her, which was really sad. Su Maoyang heard this and knew that Ning Mozhang was trying to embarrass her on purpose. It was just unexpected that he would rather risk being punished than let her lose face, which showed how much he hated her. So even Mu Qingwan's face jumped a little angry when she heard this. In her opinion, although Mu Qingqing was really not decent, she was still her sister after all. It was indeed a bit presumptuous for a little servant to be so bold as to refuse the princess's request. However, before Mu Qingwan could finish her scolding, a man in a blue robe sitting behind Ning Mozhang stood up and offered himself. "Queen, princess, since Mr. Ning is not feeling well, could you please let me play a song for him to cheer everyone up?" The blue-robed man's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. However, the next second, everyone was shocked by his pockmarked face. They really didn't expect that there was such an ugly male favorite in the princess's mansion. Seeing his face, everyone was shocked and whispered in disbelief, sighing that Mu Qingqing was getting more and more desperate, and even dared to take a man of this appearance into the mansion. How much did she need men? At the same time as being shocked, many people were laughing secretly below, and their contempt for Mu Qingqing in their hearts was out of control. Su Maoyang didn't expect Jun Haotsong to stand up at this critical moment, and frowned in shock. Originally, it would be fine if he came to watch the fun, but he was so aggressive that he threatened to perform in place of Ning Mozhang. This guy really won't stop for a moment. Shinua, who was standing aside, was also nervous by Jun Haotsong's behavior. She looked at Su Maoyang with some doubts, and whispered softly, "Why would Mr. Peng help Ning Mozhang out of trouble?" This, Su Maoyang knew that she knew it must be full of doubts. But she knew Jun Haotsong, and he was definitely not such a kind person. So she calmly comforted him. I think he is not helping people, but wants to make trouble. She knew it was stunned when she heard this. Then raised her eyes to look at Jun Haotsong, and saw that he was smiling innocently, and couldn't help shuddering. However, just as the two were whispering, Mu Qingwan didn't want to make the atmosphere too awkward. So she said, Okay, you can play a song for him. Jun Haotsong received the order, pretended to be grateful and bowed, and then said to Ning Mozhang, Mr. Ning, I heard that you have a Fenglei Qianqin. It is said that the bottom of the qin is made of the bones of the Fenglei demon tiger, and the strings are made of the tail of the double-winged black armor horse. The sound of the qin is like the sound of a ring, gentle and continuous, lingering in the air for 3 days. I am not talented, and my own qin skills are not as exquisite as Mr. Ning. So I want to borrow the Fenglei Qianqin to set off, to please the queen and the princess, so as not to make a fool of myself and lose the princess's face. Jun Haotsong's words were very pleasing. On the one hand, he helped Ning Mozhang out of trouble, and on the other hand, he humbly said that his qin skills were not good, but he wanted to please the queen and the princess, so he wanted to borrow Ning Mozhang's guqin. The request was reasonable, and it was really hard to say no. But the Fenglei Qianqin was a treasure more important to Ning Mozhang than his life. He was reluctant to play it, let alone to play it for others. Therefore, borrowing the Fenglei Qianqin was not a big deal for others. But it was extremely difficult for Ning Mozhang. Seeing Ning Mozhang hesitate and reluctant to speak, Mu Qingwan could no longer control her temper and angrily scolded. Why? I saw that you were in poor health and kindly helped you out. You didn't even want to help me with this little favor. Do you think that I and the princess are not worthy of your Fenglei Qianqin? Hearing this, Ning Mozhang knew that if he continued to struggle, Mu Qingwan would be really angry. He didn't want to play the guqin just now, but he could use illness as an excuse. But it was really unreasonable for him to be unwilling to take out the guqin now. So Ning Mozhang had to bite the bullet and reply. The queen has misunderstood. I will send someone to get it now. After he finished speaking, he gave an order to the servant beside him, and the servant quickly ran to Yuning Pavilion without delaying for a moment. Seeing Ning Mozhang compromise, Jun Haotsong saw a dark light in his eyes, and then walked out of his seat and came to the center of the garden. He was ready to perform, and waited for the servant to bring the Fenglei Qianqin. The servant's movements were also quick. After a while, he came back with the extremely precious Fenglei Qianqin and carefully placed the guqin in front of Jun Haotsong, fearing that it would be damaged. Seeing this, Jun Haotsong raised a faint sneer at the corner of his lips, then stroked the strings with both hands, tested the tone, and praised with satisfaction. It is worthy of being the Fenglei Qianqin. The tone alone is not comparable to ordinary guqins. I am lucky to play such a good guqin today. Thanks to Mr. Ning. Chapter 1679 The Dark Emperor. Hearing the compliments, Ning Mozhang was obviously extremely unhappy. But he couldn't get angry. He could only smile and reply, Mr. Peng, you're too polite. Su Maoyang saw Jun Haotsong pretending to be so pretentious and glared at him speechlessly. It's been so long since she saw him cheating people. She even forgot that he was an actor. You know, he pretended to be disabled at the beginning, but it frightened her. Now it's just playing the piano, which is a piece of cake for him. Shinu, who was standing aside, didn't know what Jun Haotsong was going to do, and was immediately curious about him. However, based on her understanding of the emperor would never lower his status to perform for this group of people. But he volunteered to stand up. There was indeed something fishy. However, just when she was confused, Jun Haotsong had already plucked the strings with his fingers and started playing, just as the sound of the zither started. Before everyone had time to enjoy it, there was a loud bang, and the strings broke. Everyone was startled by this sudden scene, and then they widened their eyes in shock, staring at Jun Haotsong in disbelief. And they were all a little unable to react. The extremely precious and rare Fenglei Qianqin was just broken by someone. This is too sudden and unexpected. Everyone was frightened, and Ning Mozhang was shocked, and his face changed drastically. He stood up suddenly, and could no longer control his anger. He shouted angrily, You actually broke my zither. The reason why Fenglei Qianqin is precious is because of its special material, which makes it extremely rare. For example, The Fonlei Demon Tiger is a powerful 6th-level monarch beast. It is not easy to hunt it. The double-winged black-armored horse runs fast and has 2 wings. You can imagine how abnormal its speed is. In order to catch it, in addition to having strong strength, you must also have good luck. Therefore, Jun Haotsong broke one of its strings, and it is basically impossible to repair it. After all, you can't always encounter a double-winged black-armored horse. And even if you encounter it, you may not be able to catch it and get its tail. This is why Ning Mozhang was so angry. At this time, Jun Haotsong looked surprised, and quickly stood up and apologized. I didn't mean it. And I don't know why the string suddenly broke. You clearly did it on purpose. Ning Mozhang was furious, and felt that his chest was full of anger, as if it was about to explode. Mr. Ning, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that your Fonlei Xianqin was of such poor quality. It broke as soon as I played it. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have dared to perform with it. Isn't this asking for trouble? Jun Haotsong said seriously, with an innocent look on his face, which made Ning Mozhang's face pale and trembling all over. It's okay that he broke his Fonlei Xianqin, but he actually blamed his qin for its poor quality. How unreasonable. Hearing this, Shi Nuo almost laughed out loud. She found that Emperor Zun was not only black-bellied, but also very poisonous. No wonder some people say that people from the same family don't enter the same door. Emperor Zun and her master are really a perfect match. Su Maoyang saw this, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She knew that Jun Haotsong's move would definitely not be a good thing. She didn't expect that he would break the Fonlei Xianqin that was so precious to others. He really wanted to make the world chaotic. I believe that Ning Mozhang, who loves the qin as his life, now even wants to kill him. However, she knew that Jun Haotsong was deliberately pitting others, but she still had to help him out on the surface, and blamed Ning Mozhang. Mohang, it's just a broken string. Is there any need to make such a fuss? Tomorrow, this princess will have someone pick the best ponytail for you to replace. Besides, Master Peng was kind enough to help you out, but you are not grateful, and you blame him for such a small matter. Isn't it too much? Since Mu Qingqing is a fool, who doesn't know poetry, songs, and singing, Su Maoyang simply carries out the name of this fool to the end. Anyway, this is also Ning Mozhang's own fault, who made him refuse to play the piano and deliberately embarrass her. It's not bad to teach him a lesson. Sure enough, Ning Mozhang was so angry that he almost fainted when he heard such ignorant words. When the others heard this, they all felt sorry for Ning Mozhang. After all, the string was broken, and it was useless to say anything now. What's more, Mr. Peng was kind-hearted and broke the strings just to help him out. For this favor, he really couldn't say anything. So, Ning Mozhang really suffered a loss this time. Okay, Manha, take this Fonlei Xianqin to the master who specializes in repairing qins to see if it can be repaired. Su Maoyang gave Shi Nuo a look and deliberately ordered. Hearing this, Ning Mozhang was so scared that his face turned pale. He immediately rushed out and pressed Fonlei Xianqin. Princess, don't worry about it. It's just a qin. I can take it back and repair it myself. Mu Qingqing was a fool. If this qin fell into her hands, who knows how bad it would be. Therefore, Ning Mozhang would rather swallow his anger than hand over the zither to Mu Qingqing. Seeing that he was so reluctant to help, Su Maoyang felt that it was just what she wanted. Without much hesitation, she said, forget it. Since you know how to solve it, I will not intervene. Carry it away. Hearing this, Ning Mozhang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately waved to the servant to carry the Fonlei Xianqin away. At this time, Jun Haotsong looked guilty, and bowed to Su Maoyang and Mu Qingwan to apologize. I am stupid. I did not please the queen and the princess, but caused trouble, ruined the queen and the princess's mood. I really deserve death. Please punish me, princess. Su Maoyang saw that he had knocked Ning Mozhang down, but he was still acting. So he took a deep breath speechlessly and said unhappily, this time it was just an accident. You were kind. It was not intentional. Don't blame yourself too much. Get up quickly and go back to sit. Su Maoyang's words were already reminding him not to make trouble again. However, Jun Haotsong had no intention of stopping, and refused to give up, saying, I feel really bad for ruining the mood of the Empress and the Princess just now. Since I can't play the piano, I will perform another show to make up for my mistake just now. Su Maoyong saw that he was still addicted to playing. And she was so angry that she gritted her teeth secretly. Who knew that before she could say no? Mooching one on the side asked first. What do you want to perform? I heard that Master Ling Feng's swordsmanship is superb. So I have always wanted to learn from Master Ling Feng. I wonder if Master Ling Feng can do me a favor and learn from me to liven up the banquet. Jun Haocong turned his head and invited Lu Lingfeng, who was sitting in the seat. Lu Lingfeng didn't expect him to find him, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then waved his hand modestly. Master Peng, you are too polite. I usually just practice to kill time, and I can't say I am superb. Chapter 1680 Emperor's Revenge. Jun Haocong obviously didn't want to let Lu Lingfeng go, and continued to invite him. Brother Lingfeng, you are too modest. I heard that even the princess was amazed by your swordsmanship. You can imagine how powerful it is. I just don't know if Brother Lingfeng would be willing to give me this face and let me learn your skills. Speaking of the princess's amazement at his swordsmanship, Jun Haocong couldn't help but look up at Su Maoyong. The deep meaning in it made Su Maoyong's heart jump, and a chill ran down his spine. Of course, not only Su Maoyong, but even she knew understood it after hearing this. No wonder Emperor Yunlu wanted to stand up to punish Ning Mozhang just now. And now, he took the initiative to invite Lu Lingfeng to compete. It turns out that the Emperor is deliberately taking revenge. He even knew that her master praised Lu Lingfeng's swordsmanship. I'm afraid he had sent people to secretly monitor her master's every move. I think he also knew that his master went to Yuning Pavilion to listen to Ning Mozhang playing the piano. Otherwise, why would he deliberately break someone's piano? So, he was obviously jealous of Ning Mozhang and Lu Lingfeng. Back then, the Emperor said that he was disdainful of competing with these male favorites, who were not presentable, saying that it was too low for his status. Unexpectedly, he was slapped in the face so soon. Sure enough, as long as it was related to her master, the Emperor could not stay out of it. Although he said disdain, his body was quite honest. Thinking of this, she knew it felt funny in her heart, and suddenly sweated for Lu Lingfeng. Her master had praised Lu Lingfeng's swordsmanship. How could the Emperor let him off easily? Thinking of this, she knew actually looked forward to it. Lu Lingfeng would spar with the Emperor of Yunlu, and he would probably die miserably. But Su Maoyan was helpless. She shouldn't have believed Jun Haocong, a tsundere who said one thing and meant another. She shouldn't have believed that he, who was jealous, vindictive, and extremely sinister, would really stand by and watch. Look, even if he is not allowed to do it openly, he can still do something behind the scenes. There is really nothing you can do about him. At this time, Lu Lingfeng was still under the cover of encouragement, not knowing that danger was approaching him step by step. So facing Jun Haocong's cordial invitation, and being stared at by the Empress and the guests, Lu Lingfeng couldn't refuse. He had to stand up and came to Jun Haocong's side, clasping his fist at him. I wonder what weapon Master Peng will use to fight with me. Jun Haocong answered without thinking. No weapons. Just fight like this. He didn't even bother to use weapons when fighting Feng Moxie. So why would he need weapons to fight a male favorite? It's a joke. Lu Lingfeng didn't expect that he would fight with him barehanded, and felt humiliated. He frowned unhappily, and said in a deep voice, Master Peng, Lu Lingfeng, never bully the weak. If my sword hurts you, the princess will not forgive me. So, you should choose a weapon. Lu Lingfeng is such a proud person. Although he is humble, he is still very confident in his swordsmanship. So he doesn't think Jun Haocong will be his opponent. Moreover, hearing that Jun Haocong wanted to fight him without a weapon, Lu Lingfeng felt that he was too arrogant and underestimated him. And he was very upset. Seeing that he insisted, Jun Haocong did not hesitate to be polite with him. Okay, since we are exchanging sword skills, I will also use a sword. After saying this, he ordered the servant to hand over a long sword and made a gesture of invitation. Brother Lingfeng, please come in. Mr. Peng, please come in first. You just entered the mansion. I won't bully a newcomer. Will I? Although Lu Lingfeng's status may not be very noble, he is also a member of the 7 major families. He has been practicing since he was a child. So he is naturally much better than Peng Yiyan's brother. Therefore, he is arrogant and disdains to bully the young prostitute in the brothel. Jun Haocong saw that he was full of confidence, and a hidden sneer flashed across his mouth. Then I will not be polite. Brother Lingfeng, Take it. As he said, Jun Haocong swung his sword fiercely, and stabbed at Lu Lingfeng fiercely. Although Lu Lingfeng was prepared, he was still startled by the sudden sharp breath, and quickly drew his sword to resist. It was only when his sword really hit Jun Haocong's sword that he suddenly realized that the opponent's seemingly easy stab actually carried a terrifying force, causing him to be knocked back several steps before he could even hold on for a second. Lu Lingfeng tried to stabilize his body, and looked at Jun Haocong opposite him with some surprise, with obvious shock flashing in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that this opponent who seemed to have no lethality could actually have such strength, which was really beyond his expectations. However, he didn't know that Jun Haocong didn't even use 1/10,000th of his strength. He couldn't resist just relying on the most primitive strength of his wrist to strike the sword. It was even more unimaginable that if Jun Haocong used spiritual power, he would probably have been wiped out just now. But Lu Lingfeng, who didn't know, felt unconvinced, and just thought that he was not prepared just now, and waved his sword again to greet him. Knowing that Jun Haocong was quite powerful, he gathered all his strength this time, and tried his best to strike back. Due to the excessive power and speed, the sword pierced through the sky, causing the air to whimper. This showed how powerful Lu Lingfeng's move was. However, just when everyone was shocked, Jun Haocong still stood there, as if he didn't take Lu Lingfeng's attack seriously. He just waved his hand casually, blocked the sword outward, and easily resisted all the power he hit. Then he gently turned his wrist, and the sword fell suddenly, leaving a blood mark on Lingfeng's wrist silently. His arm trembled in pain, and the sword in his palm actually fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the two had just started fighting, and after only 2 moves, Lu Lingfeng's sword was actually knocked off. This is too fast. Originally, everyone was not optimistic about this male favorite with pockmarks on his face, and whose identity could not be called, but who knew that Lu Lingfeng was at a disadvantage as soon as he came, causing everyone to be a little overwhelmed. After all, they had heard a little about Lu Lingfeng's swordsmanship. Even if it was not top-notch, it would never be like this, where even the sword was knocked off. Jun Haocong saw Lu Lingfeng picking up the silver sword in a somewhat embarrassed manner. He felt amused in his heart, but pretended to be grateful on the surface. "Brother Lingfeng, you don't have to let me go deliberately. I'm thick-skinned and can still bear it." Hearing this, Lu Lingfeng seemed to find a way out for himself, and actually followed his words and said, "Okay, I won't let you go this time. You better be careful." Jun Haocong felt ridiculous when he heard this, but his face remained calm, and he waved his hand and stabbed with a sword again. After experiencing the 2 moves just now, Lu Lingfeng knew that he might not be able to withstand his strength if he resisted hard, so he had to dodge to the side in an attempt to avoid his attack. Chapter 1681, Being Abused by the Emperor. However, he was too naive. Who was his opponent? It was the Emperor Yunlu, who dominated the entire 9 Netherworld. Even though Jun Haocong's sword did not use any spiritual power, and even did not use much strength, the sword power released was not something that ordinary people could resist. So there was no way for anyone to dodge, and it directly scratched Lu Lingfeng's thigh. At this time, Lu Lingfeng felt the pain from his leg, and was shocked, and had to use spiritual power to resist. However, he was an early postnatal Junlingshi. How could he be the opponent of the late Supreme Junlingshi? Such resistance was undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and there was no point. So, the next second, his other thigh was also gloriously hit, so fast that people were caught off guard. Lu Lingfeng was furious by the continuous injuries, and his face was even more embarrassed, because he used his spiritual power. But he couldn't beat the other person, who didn't use his spiritual power. Isn't this shameful? So, he forced himself to endure the pain and flew towards Jun Haocong unwillingly. Seeing this, Jun Haocong sneered in his eyes, and waved his hand a few more times without slowing down. Then everyone saw that Lu Lingfeng's pants and clothes were instantly cut several times, revealing bloody scars. Seeing that he was in a mess and embarrassed, Jun Haocong stopped immediately and deliberately provoked him. "Brother Lingfeng, you are not in good shape today. I think we should not spar with each other, so as not to hurt you again later." As he said, Jun Haocong threw the long sword to the servant beside him. When Lu Lingfeng heard such humiliating words, anger rushed to his forehead. His cheeks flushed, and he gritted his teeth and yelled, "Don't be arrogant. Watch me." Then, he rushed over fiercely, raised his arm, and swung his sword down heavily, as if he was going to split Jun Haotsong in half. Seeing that Lu Lingfeng was enraged, everyone opened their eyes wide in surprise, and their eyes followed his sharp sword, which was about to fall on the ugly male favorite. The male favorite surnamed Peng had thrown away his weapon, and was attacked by this fierce sword. I'm afraid it would be a disaster. At this moment, everyone held their breath, and their hearts seemed to be in their throats, waiting for the fatal blow. However, Jun Haotsong, who had thrown away his weapon, swept his body and rushed forward, grabbing Lu Lingfeng's wrist and tilting it outward. There was a crisp sound of click, and Lu Lingfeng groaned in pain, and his face turned pale in an instant. But Jun Haotsong didn't intend to let him go. He swept his leg again, and kicked Lu Lingfeng's lower body fiercely. At the same time, he quietly stretched his legs and parted them. With a bang, Lu Lingfeng fell to the ground. At this moment, he suddenly burst into a wail, which instantly shook the entire garden, frightening everyone present and making them change color. Jun Haotsong stopped and pretended to stare at Lu Lingfeng in surprise. "Oh, Brother Lingfeng, I'm sorry. I was in a hurry to defend against your attack just now, and I accidentally used too much force. Are you okay?" As he said, Jun Haotsong was about to step forward to help him up. Lu Lingfeng hugged his legs, grinning in pain, rolling on the ground. His pale handsome face twisted together. Very hideous. At this moment only he knew how badly his legs were injured, because he clearly heard a click and the sound of his knees cracking just now. So his legs were probably broken by this Peng Huan. He really couldn't imagine that this seemingly ordinary man, who didn't show off his skills, actually had such abnormal strength and strange skills. It was really a mistake. But now, he was about to faint from the pain, and he had no energy or mind to analyze Jun Haotsong's skills. Now seeing him coming over to help him, Lu Lingfeng screamed in fear as if he saw a ghost. "Don't touch me." Jun Haotsong saw that he was so repulsive and stopped helplessly. "Okay, I won't touch you. Then can you stand up? I see you fell hard." Because Jun Haotsong's movements were too fast just now, no one saw clearly how Lu Lingfeng was injured. They only saw Jun Haotsong lightly throw him to the ground, so they didn't know the specific injuries of Lu Lingfeng. Seeing him like this, everyone felt strange. Could a fall be so serious? Su Maoyang saw that Lu Lingfeng, who was so proud, was actually grimacing in pain. He must have been seriously injured. Of course, it was lucky that he was still alive after Jun Haotsong's attack. But she still pretended to be helpless and said, "Lingfeng, your body is too fragile. You fell and became like this. Come on. Carry him down quickly and ask a doctor to see him." Su Maoyang's words seemed to blame all the faults on Lu Lingfeng. After all, it was just a simple exchange just now. It was just a fall. But it turned out to be so serious. Except for his own fragility, no one else could be blamed. So, after hearing Su Maoyang's words, the guests at the table were whispering and laughing quietly, thinking that Lu Lingfeng became so fragile and incompetent because he indulged in sensual pleasures all day after marrying into the princess's mansion and neglected cultivation. Lu Lingfeng was furious when he heard this. He pointed at Jun Haotsong weakly and said with gnashing teeth, "It was him. He was the one who framed me." Su Maoyang frowned when he heard this and blamed him dissatisfiedly. "Lu Lingfeng, you have been embarrassing enough today. How long are you going to make trouble? I saw it clearly just now. Peng Huan gave up the sparring and even dropped his weapon when he saw you injured. It was you who insisted on rushing up and attacking him. It was reasonable for him to defend himself, even if he used more force and injured you. You deserved it. Yes, he was just sparring with you, but you took it so seriously and worked so hard. In the end, you are not as skilled as others. But you turn around and say that others framed you. Brother Lingfeng, can't you afford to lose?" At this time, a man in a purple robe at the Qin family seat smiled with a very sarcastic tone. Su Maoyang heard that the relationship between the Qin family and the Lu family has always been bad. It seems that the Qin family is happy to see Lu Lingfeng make a fool of himself. So the younger generation of the Qin family will inevitably add insult to injury and ridicule him. When everyone heard this, the smiles on their faces became even more intense, and they all pointed fingers at Lu Lingfeng. Only the people of the Lu family could not laugh, and all of them had gloomy faces, which made Lu Lingfeng extremely angry. Although Lu Lingfeng married into the princess's mansion, she was still a member of the Lu family after all, and it was his Lu family's face that was sulked. Thinking of this, the head of the Lu family frowned and roared in a low voice. Useless thing. You actually lost your manners in front of the empress and the princess. Ruixiang, hurry up and help your master down. Lu Lingfeng's servant received the order and nodded in fear. He quickly stepped forward to carry Lu Lingfeng on his back, quickly exited the garden, and headed straight for Qingju Pavilion. Chapter 1682. Go and see Lu Lingfeng. Only after seeing Lu Lingfeng being carried away did the head of the Lu family stand up and bow to Mu Qingwan and Su Maoyang to apologize. My son is incompetent, and I'm sorry to make the queen and princess laugh. However, although he said he was incompetent, he knew very well in his heart that the pockmarked male favorite in front of him was probably quite powerful. Although it was hard to tell how powerful he was at least much more powerful than Lu Lingfeng. This man was obviously a pig pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Lu Lingfeng was unlucky to fall for him. Of course, I believe that not only him, but also several other elders of the 7 major families may have seen some clues. But that man was too clever to be caught. Even if they had doubts, they could not find trouble with him. However, even if the head of the Lu family realized that Jun Haotsong's kung fu was not low, he would never have thought that he would be the emperor of Yunlu. After all, who is Emperor Yunlu? He is a well-known figure. Even their queen doesn't take him seriously. How could he come to Fengqi Empire to be a male concubine? So, they don't think about it at all. They just thought that the competition just now was just jealousy between male concubines. And this male concubine just had some tricks. At this time, Mu Qingwan saw that the head of the Lu family was full of guilt, but waved her hand indifferently and comforted him. It's just a performance. Head of the Lu family doesn't need to take it to heart. However, no one would be too happy after watching such a performance. And Mu Qingwan was no exception. Then he stood up without interest. Speaking of which, there are still things in the palace waiting for me to go back and deal with them. So I won't accompany you. Have fun. After she finished speaking, Mu Qingwan walked out of her seat. When everyone saw that she was going back to the palace, they all stood up and saluted to see her off. Now that Mu Qingwan had left, the people from the 7 major families could no longer sit still, because they had come to attend Mu Qingqing's birthday to give her face. And now that she was gone, they really had no need to stay. So many people began to make excuses to leave. Although Su Maoyang had known that Mu Qingqing was just a superficial beauty, he had never expected that she would be so useless. Obviously, no one present really took her seriously. Therefore, even if they were respectful and tolerant to her, they were just pretending for the sake of Mu Qingwan's face. It's no wonder that group of arrogant geniuses didn't want to attend her birthday party. In their eyes, a fool like Mu Qingqing is probably not even an ant. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang didn't force it. Seeing that most people had left, she announced the end of the party. It's getting late, and this princess is tired. Let's stop here today. The rest of the people seemed to be looking forward to her words, and they all stood up and saluted. Su Maoyang nodded and ordered, Master Gao, see the guests off. After that, she looked at Jun Haotsong and left the yard with the help of Shinuo. On the way back, Shinuo was surprised to hear that Mu Qingwan had given her such a big gift today. She couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that Mu Qingwan really had some true feelings for Mu Qingqing. Not only did she attend the birthday banquet in person, but she also gave her such a precious alchemy furnace. Su Maoyang chuckled when she heard this, and didn't quite agree with her statement. She doesn't really have true feelings for Mu Qingqing. She just gave her such a precious treasure because Mu Qingqing is a fool and has no ability. After all, Mu Qingqing is useless. And Mu Qingwan can just take this opportunity to show off in front of the 7 major families and shock them. Since the 7 major families are powerful and have rich backgrounds, they are a big threat to the royal family. Therefore, the royal family has to sound the alarm to the 7 major families from time to time, telling them that the royal family can give away such precious things at will, which is still very powerful. After hearing this, Shinuo understood the deep meaning of Mu Qingwan's move, and nodded with sudden realization. She had to sigh that Mu Qingwan was so cunning that even a birthday banquet was within her calculations. Then did the emperor do this today? Did she notice anything? Shinuo suddenly worried that Jun Haotsong's identity would be discovered. Su Maoyang looked calm. Even if Mu Qingwan noticed something, it would be difficult to suspect the emperor of Yunlu. This is why I insisted on letting him be a male concubine. Other identities are easily exposed if you are not careful. Only the humble identity of a male concubine makes it impossible for people to associate him with the high and mighty emperor of Yunlu. After all, it is normal for male favorites to fight and be jealous of each other. With such an identity as a cover, it is much safer than other identities. She Nua was relieved when she heard this. But when she saw that the road ahead was not the way back to Mingxi Pavilion, she immediately asked in confusion, "Master, where are you going?" Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "Lu Lingfeng broke his leg, so this princess must go to visit him." Hearing this, Shi Nua thought of Lu Lingfeng's miserable condition today, and couldn't help but smile, saying with some gloating, "Lu Lingfeng deserved to be beaten so badly today. Why should the master spend time visiting him? Let him fend for himself." Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows slightly. A sly look flashed across his eyes. Let him fend for himself. Isn't that too easy for him? At this time, shouldn't we take advantage of the situation? Add insult to injury, and rub salt into the wound? Hearing this, Shi Nua immediately understood and nodded excitedly. "Uh-huh. Master is right. It is indeed time to visit him." After saying that, the two smiled at each other and walked towards Qingju Pavilion. However, just as Su Maoyong walked into Qingju Pavilion, he saw the servant beside Lu Lingfeng stumbling out. If he hadn't stopped in time, he would have almost bumped into Su Maoyong. Seeing him so anxious, as if he was being chased by a ghost, Shi Nua frowned and scolded. "What happened? You are so reckless and reckless." Rui Xiang was frightened to see that it was the princess who came, and immediately knelt down to salute, and quickly replied, "Princess, Mr. Lu is seriously injured, and I am going to ask for a doctor for him." Although Su Maoyong said in front of everyone that he would ask for a doctor for Lu Lingfeng, he did not take action. So the doctor did not come for a long time. Rui Xiang saw that his master was seriously injured. If he was not treated in time, he might have both legs crippled. So he hurried out and planned to ask for a doctor in person. Su Maoyong nodded and said, "You don't have to go. The princess has already sent a maid to invite you. You should stay and take me to see your master." Rui Xiang was relieved when he heard that the princess had sent someone to invite him. He immediately extended his hand to lead the way. "Princess, please come this way." Chapter 1683, Adding Salt to the Wound. Su Maoyong followed Rui Xiang into Lu Lingfeng's bedroom. Seeing him lying on the couch, he was already pale and sweaty from the pain. Even his breathing seemed very weak. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He was still full of energy and arrogant 2 days ago. But now he has become like this. It really proves the saying that things change. However, Lu Lingfeng didn't faint from the pain, and can still hold on until now, which is already very impressive. You have to know that Jun Haosong is now a late-stage Supreme Jun Lingshi. He can kill a congenital Jun Lingshi with just a flick of his finger. Not to mention Lu Lingfeng, an early-stage acquired Jun Lingshi. Moreover, according to Jun Haosong's Black Belly character, he would never let him off easily, so he can hold on until now. And his willpower is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. Although she was thinking, Su Maoyong pretended to be surprised and walked forward, asking with concern, "How could you be injured so seriously? Let me see where you are injured." It must be said that Lu Lingfeng still has some backbone. Even if he is in great pain, he always maintains a trace of clarity. When he saw Su Maoyong coming over and pretending to help check the injury, he was like a frightened bird. He quickly raised his hand and rejected her approach. "No, it's just a minor injury. Princess, don't worry. I see that your face is pale with pain. How can it be a minor injury? If this injury is delayed, it will leave sequelae in the future. So, I must take a look." After saying that, Su Maoyong ignored his refusal and grabbed his calf without saying anything, insisting on seeing what was going on. And Lu Lingfeng hated Mu Qingqing in the first place. He felt disgusted when he saw her, let alone letting her touch him. So he struggled immediately. Su Maoyong insisted on checking, so the severity of the injury naturally disappeared after the pull. Lu Lingfeng was already in so much pain, and now that Su Maoyong had tormented him like this, the intense pain doubled, and he could no longer hold back and wailed. Su Maoyong was shocked when she heard this, and her expression became more solemn. "Look, you are in so much pain, but you are still holding on, and you still say it's just a minor injury. Does this look like a minor injury?" As she said this, She grabbed Lu Lingfeng's calf and pressed it just on his broken bone, causing him to gasp and wail in pain. It looks serious. Is it here? Or here? Su Maoyang deliberately moved back and forth, seemingly gentle movements, but she used great strength to press every place. When she pressed Lu Lingfeng's knee, he screamed directly. His eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Su Maoyang saw this, and of course would not allow him to die like this. She immediately took out a life-saving pill and stuffed it into his mouth, complaining, "You are already injured like this, but you still want to be strong. I think this injury must be treated with medicine." At this time, Lu Lingfeng wanted to refuse, but he had no strength. He could still say a few words, but after being beaten by Su Maoyang, he was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. He could only hug his thighs tightly. Su Maoyang saw that he was no longer able to struggle, and immediately raised his eyes, and sent a hidden look to Shinua behind him. "Go get some ointment." Shinua got the order, and immediately understood what she meant. There was a hidden smile in his eyes, and he respectfully accepted the order. "Yes, I'll go right away." However, as soon as she finished speaking, a crisp and warm male voice came from behind her. "No need. I have brought the ointment." Since Jun Haocong had taken the disguised pill, his voice and figure had changed into someone else's. So when Shinua heard this, she was obviously stunned for a moment, until she turned around and saw Jun Haocong walking in with a servant. Her eyes lit up, and she reacted immediately. At this moment, seeing the servant beside him holding the medicine bottle in his hand, Shinua couldn't help but sigh that the emperor and her master really had a tacit understanding. Her master came here to add insult to injury, and the emperor came to make things worse. Pitting people, one said after another. It was simply a perfect match. So, she came to a conclusion. No matter who you offend, don't offend her master. No matter who you make jealous, you must never make the emperor jealous. Thinking of this, Shinua, who hated Lu Lingfeng so much, actually felt a little sympathy for Lu Lingfeng. Su Maoyang saw Jun Haocong coming in, and of course she understood what he was thinking. Her eyes flickered, and she said, "You came just in time." Jun Haocong's mouth curled up slightly, and he said considerately, "I heard Brother Lingfeng today, and I feel bad. If I didn't come to see you, I'm afraid I would have trouble sleeping and eating. So, I brought the ointment specially, hoping to help Brother Lingfeng relieve the pain." Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing or crying when she heard such high-sounding words. When she was in Nansui Kingdom before, she knew that he was a good actor, but she didn't expect that his acting skills were more exquisite than before. Although she felt funny in her heart, Su Maoyang still pretended to nod seriously. "Okay, Manha, you apply the ointment to Mr. Lu." Zino knew that Su Maoyang was giving herself a chance to avenge herself, so she quickly stepped forward to take the ointment from Jun Haocong's servant and walked towards Lu Lingfeng. Lu Lingfeng was in so much pain that he was almost dying. When he heard that Manha wanted to help him apply the medicine, he waved his arms excitedly, trying to refuse. But Shinua ignored him directly, lifted up his trouser legs, and smeared the ointment on Lu Lingfeng's legs. Then the whole room was filled with Lu Lingfeng's screams like a pig being slaughtered, which made Xiangrui beside him tremble with fear. "Princess, let me apply the medicine to Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu is used to being served by me, and I'm afraid he is not used to being served by others." Xiangrui was loyal to his master, so he naturally couldn't bear to see Lu Lingfeng in such pain. He then walked up to Su Maoyang and volunteered. Su Maoyang was not happy when he heard this. His face darkened immediately and he asked, "Why? Do you dislike Manha for not being able to serve?" Xiangrui was frightened by Su Maoyang's sharp tone and waved his hands repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant." Shinua also raised his head and scolded Xiangrui. "Humph! I am the one who follows the princess and serves her. The princess asked me to apply medicine to your master, which is already a compliment to your master. Don't be ungrateful." After being scolded, Xiangrui was frightened. He was sweating coldly, and dared not speak carelessly anymore. He immediately knelt on the ground and cowed out repeatedly. Yes. Miss Manha is teaching me that I have crossed the line. I was just worried about Master Lu. I was anxious and said the wrong thing. I hope the princess and Miss Manha will not blame me. Worried about Master Lu? Are you the only one who is worried? And the princess is not? Your master is so badly injured. Of course, it will hurt to apply the medicine. You said this as if I was deliberately making trouble for your master. She knew his relentless scolding frightened Xiangrui so much that his face turned pale. Chapter 1684 Neither living nor dying. That's not what I meant. Please forgive me. Princess. Please forgive me. Xiangrui, a servant, could not stand such a lecture. He was frightened and begged for mercy. Su Maoyang was too lazy to argue with him. Forget it. For your loyalty to the master. Get up. Hearing the princess's relenting, Xiangrui wiped his cold sweat, quickly stood up and stepped aside, never daring to speak casually again. She knew it continued to apply ointment to Lu Lingfeng's sore spots. Every time he applied it, Lu Lingfeng screamed in pain. In a moment, he was tortured to a horrible state. For Lu Lingfeng, it would be fine if he fainted on the spot. But he took Su Maoyang's pills and was hanging on for life. He could not faint or die. The severe pain from his legs kept tormenting him, making him want to die. Now, he really lived up to the saying. Neither can he live nor die. Shinua was having a lot of fun. And seeing his painful expression, she felt very happy. In her opinion, Lu Lingfeng was so seriously injured this time, and he applied the ointment specially sent by the emperor. It would be difficult to cure his legs. At this time, Su Maoyang saw that Shinua had almost finished playing, so he pretended to look outside. I just asked Chenao to ask for a doctor, but I don't know where he went. Manha, go and see, and ask the doctor to come and treat his legs. Shinua certainly understood what Su Maoyang meant, nodded in understanding, and walked out quickly. Hearing that it was the princess who called, the doctor came quickly. After he carefully examined Lu Lingfeng's leg injury, his face was quite ugly, and then he shook his head regretfully. Princess, Mr. Lu's legs are afraid that I am afraid that. Doctor, feel free to say whatever you want to say. Su Maoyang raised his hand, motioning him to continue. The doctor sighed helplessly after hearing this. Alas, Mr. Lu's leg just happened to be injured at the knee, and the injury was too severe. The bones inside have been broken. Even if the bones are reconnected, it is unlikely that he can walk on the ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingfeng, who was panting in pain, seemed to have been struck by a bolt from the blue. He opened his eyes wide and shouted in fear. No! I can't live without these legs. I can't become a cripple. Doctor, save me. After hearing that he might not be able to get out of bed and walk, the arrogant and proud Lu Lingfeng was also frightened and at a loss. He was originally a martial artist. Although his spiritual power talent was not top-notch, it was also quite outstanding. Not only did he reach the early stage of the post-heavenly monarch spiritual master at a young age, but he also learned a good sword technique. How could he let all his previous efforts go to waste just because of a sparring match? If he really became disabled, how could he, who was competitive, proud and noble, live, as expected by Su Maoyang? Lu Lingfeng could not accept this blow and began to struggle on the bed, trying to reach out to grab the doctor. The doctor was helpless and could not do anything in the face of his earnest plea. He then shook his head. Mr. Lu, it's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that you are too seriously injured. It's not easy to cure you. When Lu Lingfeng heard that he was unwilling to treat himself, he turned over excitedly and wanted to get off the couch to beg him. But his legs were broken and he couldn't walk. So he accidentally rolled off the bed and fell. A scream broke out, and Lu Lingfeng's expression was already distorted, showing how much pain he was in. Shinua, who was standing beside him, even heard the sound of bones cracking. It seemed that Lu Lingfeng was more seriously injured now. He really brought disaster upon himself. Seeing him like this, Su Maoyang pretended to help him up. Lingfeng, what are you doing? Your leg is injured. This princess will always find a way to heal you. Don't worry. Jun Haotsong saw that Su Maoyang actually touched Lu Lingfeng's hand. He was jealous all of a sudden. He frowned. His eyes flashed with a sharp look. And then he also stepped forward and snatched Lu Lingfeng from Su Maoyang's hand. The princess is weak. It's not your job to take care of him. Just leave it to me. After all, this matter was caused by me. Lu Lingfeng's legs were broken, so he had no strength to stand. Now that he was supported by Jun Haotsong, he collapsed in pain and despair. Jun Haotsong was unaware until Lu Lingfeng screamed madly. Peng Huan, let me go! Let me go! He roared and struggled hard. Seeing this, Jun Haotsong's eyes flashed, and his arm deliberately slipped. causing Lu Lingfeng to fall again. Lu Lingfeng fell harder and more miserably. Even Hua Tuo would be unable to save his leg injury. Seeing Lu Lingfeng in such a miserable state, Jun Haocong not only did not feel guilty, but also severely reprimanded him. "Mr. Lu, your legs are injured, so don't move around. Let me take care of you." Xinhua saw clearly just now that the emperor was clearly supporting him on purpose, and deliberately let him struggle, and then took this opportunity to let him fall. Now he said it seriously and sincerely. Xinhua was so amused that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she admired the emperor even more. She found that when it comes to being treacherous, Emperor Zun is even more evil than her master. Lu Lingfeng fell twice in a row, and felt that he was about to fall apart in pain. But he still raised his hand with great effort, and pointed at Jun Haocong with his perseverance, panting weakly and growling with gritted teeth. "It's you? You framed me." Although Lu Lingfeng broke his legs, his brain was not broken. If he still didn't understand what was going on after being repeatedly played by Jun Haocong, he would be a fool. "Yes, I'm sorry for you. If I had known that your swordsmanship was so bad, and your body was so fragile, I wouldn't have sparred with you. It's all my fault that I made you like this." Jun Haocong didn't argue, but blamed himself with guilt. But even if he blamed himself, he didn't forget to humiliate Lu Lingfeng, and the latter was so angry that he almost fainted. Su Maoyang knew that Jun Haocong was always very venomous. Seeing him make Lu Lingfeng mad, she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then she said, "Lingfeng, this princess knows that you are upset and in a bad mood. But Master Peng didn't do it on purpose. Even if you blame him for defeating you, you can't judge him by your own standards and say that he framed you. Manha, quickly help Master Lu to the couch and let the doctor take a closer look at him. No matter what medicine you want to use, just prescribe it, no matter whether it can be cured or not. I hope the doctor will not give up easily. However, if the doctor can cure Master Lu's leg, this princess will reward him handsomely." After saying that, Su Maoyang instructed Xinhua and the doctor. Seeing that Su Maoyang insisted on letting him treat Lu Lingfeng, the doctor nodded. "Okay, then I'll take another look." Chapter 1685, deliberately provoking Jin Hani. Although it was clear that Lu Lingfeng had no chance of recovery, the princess insisted, and the doctor had no choice but to carefully check the injury again, prescribe some tonic medicine at random, and then leave. Su Maoyang was relieved to see that Lu Lingfeng was completely useless, and told Rui Xiong, who was waiting on the side, "Your master was seriously injured, unable to move, and emotionally unstable. You must serve him well. If anything goes wrong, this princess will take off your head." Su Maoyang did not kill Lu Lingfeng directly, because she knew that making a proud person disabled would be more devastating than killing him directly. Besides, according to Lu Lingfeng's unyielding character, facing such a setback, whether he could survive was a problem. So Su Maoyang didn't need to do it himself. Xiangrui, who was standing by, heard the warning and nodded in fear. "Yes, I obey you." After giving the order, Su Maoyang called Xinhua to leave. "Let's go. Master Lu is injured. We won't disturb him to rest." Xinhua replied yes, and followed Su Maoyang out of the bedroom and out of King's Huxuan together. Jun Haocong saw her leave, and naturally refused to let her go, and then quickly followed her out. "Princess, I'll take you back." Su Maoyang knew what he was thinking, and she was afraid that she would sleep in Mingxi Pavilion after sending her back, thinking that he did not discuss it with her today, and made a high-profile move, which made her nervous all night. Su Maoyang glared at him unhappily. "No need. Master Peng has been tossing all night. I think he is tired. So go back and rest." Hearing this, Jun Haocong knew that Su Maoyang was blaming him for acting rashly without consulting her. He felt amused and shamelessly stuck to her, whispering in her ear, "I helped you a lot today. Shouldn't you reward me? You act on your own and want a reward. You wish." Su Maoyang glared at him speechlessly, and turned to leave. Seeing that she wanted to leave him alone again, Jun Haocong was so angry that he gritted his teeth and could no longer indulge her. He took action directly, grabbed her arm domineeringly, and pulled hard. Su Maoyang didn't expect him to be so bold, and he was forcibly pulled into his arms by accident. "Jun Peng. Peng Huan. What are you doing?" Su Maoyang struggled in fear. "This is the princess's mansion. There are people everywhere. If someone sees this, it will probably arouse suspicion." Jun Haotsong raised a wicked smile and asked, "What do you think I'm going to do?" Su Mayan was so angry that she punched him in the chest. "Let me go quickly. If you don't behave properly, I'll beat you up." "Okay. Go to Yu Sui Xian and beat me up slowly. Not only beat me, but also scratch me. Tickle me and bite me." Jun Haotsong leaned over, and his hoarse voice instantly passed through Su Mayan's body like an electric current, making her shudder. Damn. They are already an old couple. But he is still so seductive. I really don't know who he learned this skill from. Su Mayan cursed inwardly and pushed him away. There are so many people here. Be careful not to be seen. What if they see me? I'm your male favorite. And we are that kind of relationship. What's there to hide? Jun Haotsong said it calmly. Su Mayan only reacted after hearing this. She gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. Okay. So you agreed to come in as a male concubine just to facilitate that kind of thing. No wonder Jun Haotsong was willing to lower his status and accept her arrangement so obediently. It turned out that he wanted to borrow the identity of a male concubine to be intimate with her openly. If he changed his identity, it would be difficult for him to do it to himself. After all, in order to hide his identity, he must be sneaky. But the male concubine is the princess's lover, and Mu Qingqing is a man who covets men. It is normal to do that kind of thing. Therefore, it will not be a hindrance to be intimate, and there will be less trouble. Su Mayan originally thought that letting him be a male concubine and cooperate with her in acting was wronged. Now it seems that she has been calculated by him. He was so arrogant and reluctant before, which made her feel that she owed him something. She didn't expect that he was taking advantage of her and still acting cute. This man who was as cunning as a fox really made her love and hate him. Jun Haotsong's eyes were full of smiles. And then he stretched out his hand and directly picked up Su Mayan horizontally. Su Mayan received the horrified gaze of the servant beside Jun Haotsong, and her face turned red. She protested in a low voice. "What are you doing? Don't you think you haven't made enough trouble? Put me down quickly. Since the princess doesn't want to leave, I have no choice but to carry you away." Jun Haotsong lowered his status and disguised himself as a male concubine. He even did such a shameful thing. He must get the interest back from her. Su Mayan almost cried when he heard this, and had to compromise and surrender. I'll go to your Yu Sui Xian. Isn't it okay? Put me down. I'll go by myself. It takes a distance to go to Yu Sui Xian. If he keeps holding her like this and is seen by others, what will it look like? Jun Haotsong rejected it without a second thought. No. You're walking too slowly. Su Mayan has been ignoring him for several days, and he really can't wait any longer. Su Mayan was originally ashamed and angry, but when he heard this, he was directly amused by him. You are so anxious. Are you so obsessed with me? Jun Haotsong strode forward without looking away, and couldn't stand Su Mayan's naked stare at all. After a long time, he actually hummed. At that moment, Su Mayan found that his ears were actually flushed for the first time. At this time, Jin Hani, who was standing far away and taking in this scene, suppressed the inexplicable irritability in his heart and ordered with a gloomy face, "Let's go!" Yuan Bao looked at Jin Hani with some worry. "Master, that Peng Huan who just entered the mansion. Isn't he too bold? Isn't he afraid of being seen?" Jin Hani sneered and took a deep look at the direction where Jun Haotsong went away. "He just did it on purpose for me to see. Is he afraid of being seen?" Yuan Bao opened his eyes wide in surprise when he heard this. He saw the master? Is he provoking the master? Chapter 1686, he is also a tough guy. Isn't it obvious? Jin Hani smiled and spoke lightly, but there was no smile in his eyes. He had heard that the princess went to Qingzhou Pavilion, so he had someone prepare soup and planned to visit Lu Lingfeng in Qingzhou Pavilion. But he didn't expect to see the scene before he even approached Qingzhou Pavilion. He saw it clearly just now. The man named Peng Huan saw him as soon as he came out, but he was still so presumptuous, pulling and hugging the princess. If this wasn't a deliberate provocation to him, what else could it be? Unfortunately, Peng Huan was wrong. He had no interest in Mu Qingqing, so all his provocations were in vain. Master, don't be angry. Peng Huan is just a male favorite with pockmarks all over his face. He is not as handsome as you, nor can he compare to your status in the princess's heart. The princess may be obsessed for a while. So she is. Before Yuan Bao could continue to comfort him, Jin Hani interrupted. Which eye of yours saw that I was angry? Don't guess the master's thoughts. Do your job well. After that, Jean Hani turned and left. Yuan Bao was scolded and looked confused. He muttered in a depressed voice. Your face is black and smelly. Obviously angry. Usually, Jean Hani rarely got angry with him. But today, he suddenly got so angry. Yuan Bao couldn't figure it out. What else could it be but anger? Now he really couldn't understand his own marquis more and more. Thinking of this, Yuan Bao sighed helplessly and hurriedly followed. But they didn't walk far before they saw Ranning Xuan and Lu Ziyu coming towards them. Ranning Xuan and Lu Ziyu also got the news. They heard that the princess was visiting Lu Lingfeng in King's Huchuan. So they came together and pretended to be in front of the princess. Who would have thought that before they even reached Qingzhou Pavilion, they saw Jean Hani had already returned home. Sure enough, they were still a step behind. Hey, isn't this the Marquis? It looks like the Marquis just came out of Qingzhou Pavilion? Ranning Xuan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. And she greeted him. Lu Ziyu said sarcastically. The Marquis is concerned about the safety of everyone in the mansion. This time my brother was injured. He must go to visit him. Ranning Xuan sneered twice. His tone was very sharp. Who knows if he is going to visit your brother or the princess? Jean Hani was not angry when he heard such direct words, but just reminded coldly, you don't have to pretend. The princess has left. Hearing this, Ranning Xuan and Lu Ziyu's expressions froze, and their faces darkened instantly. You knew we were coming, so you deliberately sent the princess away? Ranning Xuan asked angrily. Jean Hani smiled, his eyes full of sarcasm. I don't have this ability. Blame it if you want to. You came too late. Things like showing courtesy should be done quickly. Otherwise someone will get there first. You Ranning Xuan saw him smiling smugly, and gritted her teeth in anger. Seeing him angry, Jean Hani's smile deepened. And then he thought of something. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he took the initiative to move forward. I forgot to tell you. The princess has been intercepted by Peng Huan and went to Yu Suixian. You should go back and have a shower. Peng Huan? How is it possible? Ranning Xuan frowned in disbelief when she thought of the man's face full of pockmarks and no merits. Jean Hani smiled with a hint of meaning, and reminded, he has many tricks. Otherwise why would Ning Mozhang and Lu Lingfeng end up in such an embarrassing situation tonight? Jean Hani saw everything that happened tonight, but he didn't think that Ning Moshang's strings were so fragile that they broke when someone plucked them lightly. Nor did he think that Lu Lingfeng was so bad that he broke his legs when he fell. This was clearly Peng Huan's doing, but he didn't expect that after sending Peng Yuyan away, another Peng Huan came, and both of them were not simple and ruthless characters. At this time, seeing that Ranning Xuan and Lu Ziyu's faces were getting darker and darker, Jean Hani smiled more deeply, and then staggered and left the place. Ranning Xuan and Lu Ziyu were left standing there in a daze, and it took a while for them to react. It seems that Peng Huan is a powerful character. Lu Ziyu looked at Jean Hani's departing back, thinking of what happened tonight, and couldn't help but sigh. Ranning Xuan snorted indifferently. No matter how powerful he is still a male concubine. Last time, Peng Yuyan was so powerful, but he was still killed by Jean Hani in the end. Yes, the fire broke out in Yuling Palace last time, which was really strange. It's a pity that after investigating for so long, we didn't find any clues. I think only Jean Hani can have such meticulous means. Lu Ziyu nodded in agreement. However, this newcomer named Peng Huan was so presumptuous when he just entered the mansion. He knocked down Ning Mozhang and Lu Lingfeng as soon as he came. He must be very capable. It seems that it is better to deal with him as soon as possible. Ranning Xuan didn't expect that Peng Huan had caused so many troubles tonight. But the princess didn't blame him. Instead, she went to his yard. He really has some means. So, just in case, they still have to take the initiative. Lu Ziyu nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Yes, Master Ran is right. Well, since the princess has left, I won't go to King's Huchuan to bring bad luck. You go and check on Lu Lingfeng's specific situation on my behalf, Ranning Xuan said, and then she winked at the servant beside her. Seeing this, Hao Young immediately handed the food box in his hand to Lu Ziyu's servant. Lu Ziyu was a little curious about the injury of his third brother, and nodded happily. Yes, then I'll go first. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the servant and walked towards King's Huchuan, until Lu Ziyu faded out of sight. Ranning Xuan solemnly ordered the servant beside him. Go to Lin Huaxuan. When Ha Young heard that the master was going to Master Qin's courtyard, he immediately understood what he meant, nodded slightly, and followed respectfully. You Sui Xian, you have to promise me that you won't be so high profile next time. You must discuss it with me before you can make a move. Su Maoyang pushed his chest and refused to let him get close. After what he did tonight, everyone knew that she had a powerful male lover. If he continued to be so high profile, he might be exposed. Therefore, for his safety, Su Maoyang had to get his promise. Okay. I promise you. No matter what I do, I will discuss it with you. This is always okay. Right. Jun Haotsong said casually to eat meat. Seeing that he didn't take it seriously at all, Su Maoyang said helplessly, Lu Lingfeng is now useless. This move is equivalent to declaring war on the Lu family. It is hard to guarantee that the Lu family will not make any moves later. So, be careful in everything. Understand? In any case, Lu Lingfeng is still a relatively outstanding junior. If he is useless, it will be a big loss for the Lu family. Don't worry. Even if Lu Lingfeng dies, the Lu family will not make any moves, Jun Haotsong said firmly. What do you mean? Su Maoyang heard the hidden meaning in his words, and asked curiously. Jun Haotsong's expression flashed cunningly, and then he opened his hands and said, If you want to know, help me undress first. Chapter 1687, Participating in the Treasure Appraisal Conference. Every time I want to get information out of him, I have to sacrifice my appearance. Su Maoyang simply can't do anything with him. However, he will inevitably get a blow today, so it's worth it to get some information. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang compromised and reached out to help him take off his clothes. Seeing that she was as docile as a rabbit, Jun Haotsong could not control the evil fire in his heart. He took advantage of the situation and threw her onto the couch. Without saying a word, he leaned forward to kiss her. Su Maoyang immediately turned her head to avoid his attack and punched him. You haven't told me why yet. Seeing her curiosity, Jun Haotsong smiled mysteriously and whispered in her ear. Because Lu Lingfeng is not the son of the head of the Lu family. Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment when she heard the truth. And then she opened her eyes in surprise. If he is not the son of the head of the Lu family, whose son could he be? This has not been found out yet. At present, we only know that his father is someone else. In fact, his mother did not want to marry into the Lu family at the beginning. It is estimated that she has a lover. That person should be Lu Lingfeng's biological father, Jun Haotsong explained in a deep voice. After hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly realized. No wonder the head of the Lu family sent such an outstanding son to the princess's mansion as a male concubine. It seems that he knew the truth and didn't want to see him, so he sent him away. So, Lu Lingfeng's mother seems to be prosperous on the surface, but she is living in dire straits in the Lu family. Based on Lu Lingfeng's reaction last time, he should have known the truth. So he was worried that no one would protect his mother without him. So he forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. With this reasoning, all the previous doubts were solved. I originally wanted to destroy Lu Lingfeng, make the Lu family angry, and find something to hold against them. Now it seems that this move didn't even hurt their skin. Su Maoyang sighed with some disappointment. Don't worry. I heard that there will be a treasure appraisal conference tomorrow. No matter who you are, as long as you have treasures, you can go to the treasure pavilion to participate in the treasure appraisal conference. Exchange and auction treasures. However, those who can have treasures are all powerful people. So the treasure appraisal conference is basically attended by people from the 7 major families. I heard from He Xiao that the geniuses of the 7 major families will be present. When Su Maoyang heard about the treasure appraisal conference, his eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. Because, for those arrogant geniuses, improving their strength is the most important thing for them. So they will naturally not miss this opportunity to encounter treasures. In this way, she can start with the geniuses of these families. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was delighted, took the initiative to hug Jun Haotsong's neck, and gave him a kiss. You are so cute. In that case, let's do something more lovely. After being kissed by her, Jun Haotsong's heart was surging, and he curled his lips and immediately dropped the curtain. The red candles in the room were swaying, and it was a beautiful scene. The next morning, when the sun rose in the east, the dawnlight lifted the veil of the night and sprinkled on the earth through the mist. The streets were already bustling, because everyone was rushing to participate in the treasure appraisal conference held by the Treasure Pavilion every 6 months. You should know that the Treasure Appraisal Conference is a very famous and lively event in the Fengchi Empire. Many talented people, as long as they have some skills and some family background, will participate. Of course, those who are not qualified to exchange treasures can also join in the fun and feast their eyes. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to see treasures. The reason why everyone advocates the Treasure Appraisal Conference so much is that some people get a certain treasure by chance, but it is not very useful to them. So they will go to the Treasure Appraisal Conference to exchange with others and get the treasure they want. In this way, the Treasure Appraisal Conference has become an exchange for many wealthy and powerful people. Everyone helps each other and achieves a win-win situation, which makes the Treasure Appraisal Conference very popular in Fengchi Empire. Su Maoyang learned from Jun Haotsong that the Treasure Appraisal Conference will be held in the Treasure Pavilion today. So he got up early in the morning and packed up and prepared to go out. Jun Haotsong pestered and insisted on following. Su Maoyang had no choice but to take him with him. Fortunately, they were in a carriage and arrived at the Treasure Pavilion. If they walked, his face would attract many people's attention. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang and others had already arrived at the door of the Treasure Pavilion. When they got off the carriage, they saw groups of people walking in at the door, which was very lively. However, Su Maoyang's appearance shocked the servant who greeted the guests, because in the Treasure Pavilion, except for the common people who came to join in the fun, only those with some strength would come to participate. And Mu Qingqing was a well-known idiot who didn't know any treasures at all. Even if she recognized the treasures, it would be of no use to her, who made her a useless waste. Of course, Mu Qingqing had participated in the Treasure Appraisal Conference out of curiosity before, but because she was too ignorant, she became a laughing stock on the spot. Since then, she has no face to join in the fun. After all, Mu Qingqing would not humiliate herself in an occasion that was meaningless to her and showed her ignorance, no matter how stupid she was. So, seeing Su Maoyang appear here, not only the servants who entertained the guests, but also the people who participated in the Treasure Appraisal Conference cast surprised eyes at her. This scene was really too rare, and everyone soon started to discuss it, speculating on the purpose of Su Maoyang's visit. The servant who greeted the guests saw Su Maoyang, and was stunned for a long time before reacting, and immediately saluted the princess respectfully. "Princess, today is the Treasure Appraisal Conference, and the Treasure Pavilion does not do other business. If the princess has any needs, please come again tomorrow." The servant thought she was here to buy antiques and jewelry, and explained kindly. Su Maoyang nodded. "This princess knows that this is a Treasure Appraisal Conference, and I am here to participate in the Treasure Appraisal Conference today." Upon hearing this, the people around were shocked and immediately exploded. Princess Ninglan is actually going to participate in the Treasure Appraisal Conference. Did I hear it right? Some people were already scratching their ears in disbelief. The sun is rising from the west. She is so brave. She dares to come to such an occasion. Isn't she afraid of being laughed at as a fool again? Many people couldn't help laughing when they thought of Mu Qingqing's embarrassment at the Treasure Appraisal Conference. Who knows what she thinks? Maybe she has lost face too many times, so it doesn't matter if she loses face again. Hearing this, everyone laughed. However, they still didn't dare to say these words to each other's face. They were all whispering in private. Su Maoyang was not like Mu Qingqing. She had excellent hearing and had already heard all these ridicules. She was just too lazy to argue with this group of people. When the servant who entertained the guests heard that Su Maoyang was going to participate in the Treasure Appraisal Conference, he was also shocked and asked uncertainly, "Princess, you just said that you were going to participate in the Treasure Appraisal Conference. Did I understand it correctly?" Chapter 1688, using the Fan family as a scapegoat. Hasn't this princess made it clear enough? Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows slightly and asked in a cold voice, obviously with a bit of anger. The servant was trembling at her cold tone, and stretched out his hand in fear to lead the way. Clear, princess. Please come this way." Although Mu Qingqing was a straw bag, he was still a man of high status, and he, as a servant, couldn't afford to offend him. Su Maoyang saw that he was sensible, so he glanced at Jun Haotsong and Shi Nu, and walked in with a group of guards. The Treasure Pavilion of Fengchi Empire is very spacious. Outside is the hall, and inside is the venue for the Treasure Appraisal Conference. In the front of the venue is a giant stage, with audience seats below. On the left and right sides of the audience seats are spacious avenues for pedestrians to pass. As for the arrangement of seats, of course, the more noble the status, the closer the seat. So the front seats are basically the territory of the 7 major families, and no one dares to compete with them. However, although the families and forces with a little status dare not compete with the 7 major families, they all sit in the front seats, while those with no background sit in the back. Some ordinary people who come to join in the fun don't even have a seat. It can be seen that this treasure appraisal conference has attracted many people to watch and is very popular. As a princess now, Su Maoyong naturally cannot sit behind the 7 major families, so she walked straight to the front row. In this way, her figure was immediately exposed to the vision of the 7 major families. Many people opened their eyes wide in surprise and looked at her in disbelief, as if they didn't expect her to appear here. Some of them have already started to laugh. After all, a fool came to the treasure appraisal conference, and they could not think of anything else except embarrassment. Princess, what wind blew you here? I haven't seen the princess appear at the treasure appraisal conference for many years. I wonder why the princess is interested in coming here today. At this time, a girl sitting in the second row suddenly laughed. Su Maoyong glanced at her when he heard the voice, and immediately found that this person was Fan Kaishan, the 5th lady of the Fan family, who had ridiculed her at her birthday banquet last time. Su Maoyong did not have a good impression of her, but said calmly, "It's because I haven't been here for a long time, so I want to join in the fun." Haha. Princess, the treasure appraisal conference is a place to auction treasures. Do you also need treasures to improve your strength? Fan Saishan's words were obviously mocking Mu Qingqing, a fool, who was useless even if she bought treasures, and actually participated in such an event beyond her ability. Su Maoyong naturally understood what she said, and she curled her lips and retorted rudely on the spot. Even if this princess doesn't use it to improve her strength, she can put it in her room for viewing. Anyway, she has enough money. As long as this princess is happy, why not? Fan Kaishan was choked by her words, and her expression froze, and her face darkened. Although Fan Kaishan has a certain status in the Fan family, she can't catch up with a few geniuses, and training alchemists is very expensive, so the share she gets becomes very small. Therefore, if the Fan family really likes a treasure, it will be for a few geniuses, not for her at all. In fact, she is just here to join in the fun and serve as a foil at this treasure appraisal meeting. Therefore, although she looked down on Mu Qingqing as an idiot, she was very envious of her financial resources, which allowed her to buy what she wanted. Thinking of this, Fan Kaishan clenched her fingers in jealousy. At this time, Su Maoyong was too lazy to pay attention to her. She looked up and glanced at the first row of seats, and found that they were all full. However, since the Fan family was the first to fire at her, she would start with them. Then, she pointed to the seat in the middle and ordered the servant who led the way, "This princess will sit here." The servant had never expected that Mu Qingqing would choose this place. He looked at Fan Zijuan, who was sitting in the middle seat with trepidation, wiped his cold sweat quietly, and said with an embarrassed expression, "Princess, this seat has been taken by Mr. Fan. Can you change seats?" This Fan Zijuan is the first genius of the Fan family. It is said that he had reached the level of a mid-stage Danzong alchemist last year. He is the pride of the Qian sect and Dan Palace, and the most promising heir of the Fan family. As everyone knows, the status of an alchemist is noble, and Fan Zijuan, as a genius who has reached the level of a mid-stage Danzong alchemist at a young age, has an extraordinary status. Even many Xiantian Junling masters, and even Supreme Junling masters have to give him some face. So, when he sat here, people from other families did not dare to complain. After all, no one would be stupid enough to offend a genius alchemist. But Mu Qingqing was so brave that she dared to offend the genius that the 7 major families dared not to offend. She was really bold. In the past, they only knew that Mu Qingqing was arrogant and domineering. But no matter how arrogant and cruel she was, she would only bully those who had no power and no influence. How could she dare to confront the genius of the 7 major families? Therefore, everyone present was shocked by Mu Qingqing's bold move, staring at her in disbelief, and couldn't recover for a long time. Of course, not only the people around and the people from other families, but even Fan Zijuan himself was attracted by Mu Qingqing's words. slowly raised his eyes and glanced at her. At this time, Su Maoyang was also looking at him. And when he raised his eyes, the two of them happened to look at each other. Those were a pair of peach blossom eyes, like an ancient pond, which looked dazzling under the thick and slender eyelashes, containing infinite attraction. Under the high nose bridge were two lips as light as water, which were gently pursed at this moment, giving people a sense of indifference and distance. Although the expression was cold, the face that was flexible and gentle but not without fortitude was extremely handsome, as if it had been carefully carved, and the lines of each facial feature were just right, which was pleasing to the eye. Although this person is beautiful, Su Maoyang can see clearly that there is a hidden edge in those charming peach blossom eyes, as sharp as a knife. Looking at her sharply, except for a flash of surprise, there is only indescribable contempt. Obviously, this person does not take her seriously at all. Of course, as the pride of Qian's sect, the alchemy genius who is vying for the favor of many powerful people, naturally looks down on a straw-bag princess. The main reason why Su Maoyang came to him was that in the murder of Shinua, in addition to the betrayal of the Jin family and the Lu family, the Ran family and the Fan family, who have always supported Mu Qingwan, also made a lot of efforts. And Su Maoyang did not intend to let them go. Of course, in addition to this, she heard that the last time Junhao Song was besieged in Fengqi Empire, he almost died here. But it was the contributions of the Fan family and the Ran family. So Su Maoyang had no reason to let them go. Chapter 1689, Embarrassing Others in Public. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang frowned and scolded. Her voice was loud and full of hostility. How dare you? You actually asked this princess to change her seat. Do you think this princess should give up her seat for a minister? Su Maoyang had heard of Fan Zijuan and seen his portrait, so she was very familiar with his deeds. However, no matter how powerful he was only the son of the Fan family. In front of her, the princess, he was always a minister. This was a fact that could not be shaken by thunder. I think there is no reason for a princess in this world to give up her seat to a minister. So, it was normal for Su Maoyang to want his seat. Hearing this, the servant did not expect Mu Qingqing to be so angry in front of the 7 major families. He was frightened and his face turned pale. He knelt down and kowtowed. I was wrong. I said the wrong thing. Please forgive me. Princess, the treasure appraisal meeting is coming soon. This princess is too lazy to argue with you. Hurry up and vacate the seat here. Su Maoyang didn't have the patience to stand here and wait, so he gave a death order directly. The servant was forced into a dilemma and was sweating profusely. It's not right for him to offend the princess, nor is it right for him to offend Fan Zijuan. Both sides are big shots that he can't afford to offend. What should he do? However, just when the servant was struggling and didn't know what to do, the woman in green sitting next to Fan Zijuan suddenly spoke up. Princess Minglan, there must be a first-come first-served order. We sat down first. Isn't it a bit too much for you to do this? Su Maoyang knew about this woman in green. She was the eldest daughter of the Fan family. Her name was Fan Xinyue. She was also a famous Danzong alchemist. But she was a level weaker than Fan Zijuan. Now she has only reached the initial stage. However, such talent is already very good for everyone. Like Fan Zijuan, she is a super genius that the Fan family has high hopes for. I believe that it is precisely because of her extraordinary status that she dares to blame the princess so boldly. However, for Su Maoyang, an alchemist who has reached the level of Dan Sheng, her talent is nothing at all. Now that she dares to openly accuse herself, Su Maoyang does not intend to give her face, and directly asked sharply, since you know first come first served, do you know the etiquette between the monarch and the minister? You are a daughter of the Fan family. You don't even have an official position. Strictly speaking, you are just an ordinary person. You dare to talk to this princess like this. It seems that your Fan family doesn't take this princess seriously at all, and doesn't take my royal family seriously. You are so bold. Yu Fan Xinyue was speechless after being scolded by Su Maoyang. She widened her eyes in anger. In addition to anger, she also couldn't hide her shock, because she really didn't expect that Mu Qingqing, who had never dared to offend her, would be so bold today and dare to scold her in front of so many people. This was the first time she had seen it. However, just when Fan Xinyue was furious, Fan Zijuan next to her had already stood up and gave up his seat. Princess, calm down. It's just a seat. Since the princess wants to sit here, I will give it up. Fan Xinhua saw that her brother actually bowed to a straw bag and shouted in disbelief. Brother, are you mistaken? We came here for the treasure, not to fight for a seat. Since the princess likes it, just give it to her. Why bother to quarrel and make people laugh? Fan Zijuan was a sensible person, and he comforted her in a deep voice. But Su Maoyang heard clearly what he meant. He was just mocking himself. Attending the treasure appraisal conference, he could only grab seats and attract attention. In the end, he would only become a laughing stock and make people laugh. Fan Xinhua was not stupid, so she naturally understood. She snorted contemptuously and did not stop him. She let Fan Zijuan go to the back row and sit down. But Su Maoyang refused to let Fan Xinhua go. He stared at her intently. Why are you still sitting here? Didn't you hear what your brother said just now? Why can't I sit here? Didn't my brother give you the seat? Fan Xinhua was already in a bad mood because of Fan Zijuan's concession. When she asked this question, she was even more angry. Su Maoyang, however, looked calm, pointing at Jun Haotsong beside him. Didn't you see that this princess's male favorite is here too? You're not going to let him stand like this. What? You actually want me to give up my seat to a male favorite? Seeing a pockmarked man standing next to Mu Qingqing, Fan Xinhua exploded on the spot, and her face instantly became extremely embarrassed. What? Do you mean to look down on this princess's male favorite? Don't forget, your brother once wanted to marry into the princess's mansion and become this princess's male favorite. Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows and raised her voice sarcastically. The brother she was talking about was naturally Fan Yishuan. Seeing that Mu Qingqing was deliberately looking for trouble, and even brought up the etiquette between the monarch and his subjects, the head of the Fan family knew that this was not a solution. So he stood up and shouted at Fan Xinhua. How dare you? How can you talk to the princess? There are plenty of seats in the back. Does my Fan family still have to worry about not having seats? What a mess it is to quarrel over a small matter. Although the head of the Fan family scolded his daughter, he was very angry at Su Maoyang's words. He had always remembered Fan Yishuan's death, and Mu Qingqing's words were undoubtedly a provocation. Fan Xinhua, who was scolded by her father, was even more angry. She was the apple of the eye of the Fan family since she was born. She was rarely scolded by her father. She had always been raised by the elders in the family. When had she ever been so angry? But today, because of Mu Qingqing's appearance, she was not only scolded, but also forced to give up her seat to a male favorite. She lost so much face in front of so many people. How could she swallow this bad breath? However, her father's stern eyes could not be refuted. Even if Fan Xinhua was 100 times reluctant, she had to stand up, angrily gave up her seat, and walked to the back row. After all, the head of the Fan family is an elder who has lived for most of his life. For him, giving up his position is just a small matter, and he will not lose a piece of meat. Moreover, everyone knows that Mu Qingqing is a domineering idiot. His Fan family is a well-known family in the Fengqi Empire. If he cares about such an idiot, he will lose his status. What's more, Mu Qingqing brought an ugly and humble male lover with her, and appeared in the sight of everyone so high-profile. She made such a scene. I don't know what kind of ridicule she will be, since she is not afraid of embarrassment. What's the matter with his Fan family giving up a position? As expected, after seeing this scene, many people around began to whisper. Of course, they were just laughing at Princess Ninglan's absurdity, actually bringing an ugly monster with her like a treasure. However, Su Maoyang didn't care about the sarcastic eyes around him, and sat down with Jun Haotsong without courtesy. Chapter 1690 Exchange of Treasures. Humph. You are so shameless to be walking around with a lowly male lover and look so proud. At this time, a handsome young man in a blue brocade robe from the Lu family saw the scene and snorted with disdain. This person obviously couldn't stand Mu Qingqing's behavior. The woman in yellow sitting next to him sneered and explained. Haha. Fifth brother. Don't underestimate that male lover. You were practicing in the sect last time and didn't come to the princess's birthday banquet. You don't know how powerful that male lover is. Even Lu Lingfeng was carried by him, and his leg was broken by him. Lu Mohan knew Lu Lingfeng to some extent and knew his level. When he heard this, his face was obviously surprised. What's the background of that male lover? It seems to be the brother of a young man in a brothel. You know, the princess often holds male lover competitions in brothels. Some time ago, she took a fancy to a young man and took him back to the mansion directly. As a result, The young man was killed by her not long after. Later, the princess took the young man's brother into the palace, and she treated him like a treasure. I don't know how hungry she is to do such a thing. The woman in yellow was full of sarcasm when she heard Lu Mohan's disgust. She frowned. Lu Lingfeng has been married to the princess's mansion for many years. She indulged in sensual pleasures and wasted her good skills. She can't even beat a young man in a brothel. She is a waste and a disgrace to the Lu family. Lu Mohan hates men who depend on women the most in his life. For him, it is better to die than to marry into the princess's mansion. That's right. However, Mu Qingqing really doesn't give face to our Lu family. She actually allowed her male favorite to make things difficult for Lu Lingfeng in public, and then pushed all the faults onto Lu Lingfeng. It's obvious that she doesn't take our Lu family seriously. Although the woman in yellow had no affection for Lu Lingfeng, he was a member of the Lu family after all, and it was the Lu family that was disgraced. So she was still very dissatisfied with Mu Qingqing's behavior. The woman in white sitting on the other side of Lu Mohan seemed to be of a noble status. Hearing this, she snorted with a proud face. A straw bag dares to embarrass the Lu family. I didn't expect that. She is not very capable, but she is very courageous. Second sister is right. She is so presumptuous because she is a princess and has the support of the queen behind her. However, she only bullies lowly people like Lu Lingfeng. If she faces geniuses like the fifth brother and the second sister, she probably wouldn't dare to fart. The woman in yellow saw that Lu Mohan and Lu Lin both looked at Mu Qingqing with disgust and contempt, and immediately flattered her. Lu Lin was quite pleased with this kind of words. Although she didn't say anything, a proud arc was clearly raised at the corner of her eyes. However, while they were talking, an old man in black with gray hair and deep eye sockets had already walked onto the stage. This old man is familiar to everyone. He is the head of the Treasure Pavilion. He presided over all the previous treasure appraisal conferences. So the treasure appraisal conference is about to open. So he naturally has to say a few words. Of course, it is nothing more than those polite words. Just talking about the rules in general. After all, everyone has participated in so many treasure appraisal conferences, and they are already familiar with the rules and procedures. Everyone knows the rules of the treasure appraisal conference. No matter what treasure it is, as long as both parties agree to exchange, there is no regret. Of course, if others don't want to trade, they can't be forced. You must know that the treasure appraisal conference depends on everyone to abide by the rules to succeed today. So this time, Zhong also hopes that everyone will trade openly and sincerely, and don't have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, the qualification to participate in the treasure appraisal conference will be permanently revoked. In this treasure appraisal conference, all the treasures are auctioned and traded. It is inevitable that some people will be driven by interests and have bad intentions and do bad things. Therefore, in order to ensure everyone's safety and ensure the fairness of the transaction, the treasure appraisal conference must have a lot of rules. Okay, I have said what I should say. Let's start showing the first treasure. Who is the first to come? The old man in black was a straightforward person. After reminding, he stretched out his hand and handed the stage to the audience below. At this time, one of the young men of the Qin family stood up, walked to the stage, took out an axe from the space ring, showed it in front of everyone, and began to tell his needs. I learned gun skills, so I want to use this middle-grade fairy axe to exchange for a spear of the same level. I wonder if anyone can exchange it. Seeing that it was a middle-grade fairy weapon, everyone in the audience was a little eager to move. Fairy weapons are rare, not to mention that it is a middle-grade fairy weapon. I think the power of this axe must be amazing. If you have such a weapon, your combat effectiveness will definitely be improved. Unfortunately, although everyone was envious, they could not take out a spear of the same level, and could only watch and envy. At this time, a young man in black stood up from the Ning family and responded loudly. I'll trade with you. I got a mid-grade immortal weapon some time ago, which happened to be a spear. As he said, he took out the spear from the space ring. The spear was blood red, as if it was tossing blood mist, with a murderous intent. It was obviously a top-notch killing weapon. The young man from the Qin family took a closer look at the spear in his hand, recognized its origin, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I'll trade with you. As he said that, the young man from the Qin family put the axe on the treasure table on the stage. The young man from the Ning family also walked onto the stage quickly, and put the spear on the other end of the treasure table. At this time, the servant saw that the two sides had reached a deal. So he picked up the weapons and handed them to each other. After getting the weapons they wanted, the two young men strode off the stage. For those two people, Su Maoyang had seen their portraits and had some understanding of them, because both of them are the top geniuses of the Qin family and the Ning family. Their appearance and temperament alone are extraordinary. No wonder they can easily take out a mid-grade immortal weapon. After all, with their talents and status in the family, they are not short of resources. But they lack high-grade and suitable treasures for themselves. You must know that it is difficult to climb up after practicing to a certain level of strength. So many times, geniuses also need to rely on external things to assist themselves and increase their combat effectiveness. So the more powerful the treasure is, the more suitable the treasure is for themselves, which will obviously help their practice and combat effectiveness. This is why they value this treasure appraisal conference so much. Su Maoyang thought so. And a young man from the Ran family walked onto the stage. He was dignified and handsome, and he took out a top-grade immortal weapon, which immediately set off a climax in the audience. Chapter 1691, asking the Fan family for help. Oh my god! It's actually a top-grade immortal weapon. The Wind-Breaking Shadow Sword. This Wind-Breaking Shadow Sword is a very precious treasure. I didn't expect Ran Haoyu to be so generous and actually take out such a powerful weapon for trading. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked and sighed excitedly. Although they had long known that the Ran family was rich enough to rival a country, they were still shocked to see such a high-level weapon with their own eyes. However, this Ran Haoyu is the first genius of the Ran family and a well-known top powerhouse in the Qinyan sect. It is understandable that he has such a powerful weapon. However, no one expected that he would be so bold as to trade it. Presumably, what he wanted must be extraordinary. However, just as everyone was sighing, Lu Lin from the Lu family could not wait to stand up and shouted, "I want this sword. I will trade it with you." Everyone knows that the Lu family's swordsmanship is superb and unique. The younger generation of the Lu family is naturally deeply influenced and has extraordinary attainments in swordsmanship. This is also the reason why Lu Lingfeng's swordsmanship is good. But among the many younger generations of the Lu family, the best swordsmanship belongs to Lu Lin, the second lady of the Lu family. She has now reached the strength of a mid-stage Xiantian Junlingshi, and has talents and perceptions in swordsmanship that other geniuses do not have. Therefore, swordsmanship is her biggest advantage, and the competitiveness that makes her stand out among many geniuses. Therefore, a good sword is undoubtedly a great help to her, which can maximize her strength. Now, she has encountered the Wind-Breaking Shadow Sword, so there is no reason to miss it. Of course, she was not the only one who had such an idea. The Lu family also had such an idea. After all, swordsmanship was the most powerful trick of their Lu family. Such a rare sword weapon was perfect for their Lu family. So, when Lu Lin stood up and threatened to take the sword, the elders of the Lu family not only did not object, but also supported it. Although other families did not want to miss the Wind-Breaking Shadow Sword, their desire was not as strong as that of the Lu family. After all, they were not majoring in swordsmanship. Moreover, they knew that Ran Haoyu could take out such a good weapon, and the things he wanted to exchange must be extremely rare treasures. If they did not understand the needs of others, they would rashly stand up and agree to the exchange. At that time, they would not be able to take out what others wanted, but would lose face. So, everyone planned to wait and see before making plans. Seeing Lu Lin being so straightforward, Ran Haoyu couldn't help but raise a sarcastic sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Miss Lu, I haven't told you what I want to exchange, and you agreed. Isn't it too arbitrary?" Obviously, he looked down on the financial resources of the Lu family, and didn't think that the Lu family could give him what he wanted. Lu Lin didn't hear such contemptuous words, and immediately said firmly, "No matter what you exchange, I agree to it." She finally came across the Wind-Breaking Shadow Sword, so there was no reason to let it go. This sword, she must get it. Seeing her firm attitude, Ran Haoyu raised his eyebrows, and a beautiful smile slowly bloomed at the corner of his lips. But his tone was still disdainful. "What a big tone! If I say I want to exchange for the 9-bin Yuanling pill that can improve the speed of cultivation, can you take it out?" Hearing the words 9-bin Yuanling pill, everyone present was shocked and gasped in shock. Sure enough, Ran Haoyu could trade such a weapon of this level. And what he wanted to exchange was really not an ordinary item. You should know that this Juka Yuanling pill is a lower-level holy pill. This quality of pill has too high requirements for refining, and the consumed medicinal materials alone are priceless and extremely rare. So there are very few transactions of this kind of pill on the market, resulting in many people being unable to buy it even with money. Only alchemists who have reached the level of Danxing can refine holy pills. But there are only a few Danxing alchemists in the entire Fengqi Empire, because of their noble status, high expectations, and eccentric personality. They rarely help others refine pills. So everyone knows how precious and rare holy pills are. In addition, the medicinal materials of Juke Yuanling pill are very rare, even if Danxing alchemists are willing to help. It depends on whether they have the luck to get the medicinal materials to refine this pill. So when they heard that it was Juke Yuanling pill, several families who still held some hope all backed down. At this time, Lu Lin was also shocked by Ran Haoyu's big mouth. She was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses and said excitedly, "Ran Haoyu, your request is too much. I didn't force you to trade. How can it be said that it's too much?" Ran Haoyu curled his lips and sneered, and asked back in a sarcastic tone. Lu Lin was choked by him. Her beautiful face was dark and heavy, and she was obviously very angry. "I just said that if you can't give me what I want, it's better not to make a decision too early." As a late-stage Xiantian Jun Lingsher, Ran Haoyu didn't take Lu Lin seriously at all. After glancing at her coldly, he set his eyes on Fan Zijuan. "I heard that your master specially refined a 9-bin Yuanling pill for you 2 days ago. I wonder if it's still there." When everyone heard Ran Haoyu ask this, they instantly understood that he had already chosen a trading partner. Ran Haoyu had clearly set his eyes on Fan Zijuan's 9-bin Yuanling pill, because Fan Zijuan is a genius in the Dan Palace, and his master is a powerful Dan Sheng in the middle stage. In addition, the Fan family is a family of alchemy, and the foundation of so many years is not a joke. So it is not a problem to gather a few rare medicinal materials. The 9-bin Yuanling pill is not a difficult thing for the Fan family. Therefore, only the Fan family can meet his needs. And Ran Haoyu is a straightforward person, so he simply asked directly. Seeing him ask, Fan Zijuan looked up at him, and his cold voice was a bit arrogant. "It's still there, but I don't plan to trade with you." Hearing this, Ran Haoyu narrowed his eyes immediately. The head of the Lu family suddenly had an idea and discussed. "Mr. Fan, you are an alchemist, so you naturally don't take this wind-breaking shadow sword seriously. But my Lu family has taken a fancy to this sword. Why don't you help me? The reward will definitely satisfy you." It must be said that Fan Zijuan is a cold and arrogant person. Hearing this, he refused without even raising his eyelids. "Not interested. Mr. Fan, don't reject people from 1,000 miles away. You are an alchemist. You will not reject the 6-star holy product 7 Saint Soul Gathering Furnace. Right?" The head of the Lu family didn't mind his attitude and tempted him with a smile. Sure enough, when he heard the 7 Saint Soul Gathering Furnace, Fan Zijuan's handsome face, which had just been indifferent, suddenly raised up, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You have the 7 Saint Soul Gathering Furnace? Haha. If not, how dare I open my mouth to discuss with you?" The head of the Lu family stroked his beard and laughed. Chapter 1692. Wait. The princess wants it? When Fan Zijuan heard this, his face straightened immediately, and he examined him for a long time, and finally nodded after pondering. "Okay. As long as you can take out the 7 Saints Gathering Spirit Furnace, then this elixir will be yours." Seeing Fan Zijuan agreed, the head of the Lu family and Lu Lin were both delighted and rekindled their hope. As long as the Fan family helped, the wind-breaking shadow sword would belong to his Lu family. When everyone saw that the Fan family and the Lu family had reached an agreement, they suddenly felt that the Lu family was really determined to get the wind-breaking shadow sword. For Ran Haoyu, as long as he could get the 9-bin Yuanling pill, so that he could improve his cultivation speed and break through the bottleneck as soon as possible to advance to a more powerful realm. It didn't matter who gave the sword to, since the Lu family could help him get the elixir. Just give it to them. However, just when the 3 parties were about to complete the transaction, a lazy voice suddenly interrupted the 3 people's calculations. "Wait! The wind-breaking shadow sword is for me." As soon as these words came out, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Everyone didn't expect that someone would speak up to obstruct at this critical moment. They were shocked and all looked at Su Maoyang in unison. Seeing that the person who asked for the sword was the idiot Mu Qingqing, everyone couldn't hold back their laughter and laughed out loud. A waste like her actually wanted the wind-breaking shadow sword. Did she know what a low-grade immortal weapon was? She dared to intercept it halfway so brazenly. It was really ridiculous. Speaking of which, everyone was immersed in the treasure just now, and didn't continue to pay attention to Mu Qingqing, who knew that she didn't think being laughed at was not enough, and even wanted to show off. She was so ignorant to the extreme. Hearing that she actually wanted to buy this wind-breaking shadow sword, Lu Lin felt that she was overestimating her own abilities, and snorted rudely on the spot. Princess Ninglan, I heard that you don't know swordsmanship at all, and your spiritual power has only reached the level of a Junlingshi. Not even a postnatal Junlingshi. I guess you can't even lift a sword. What's the point of it? Didn't I just say that if you can't use it, you can take it back and put it on display for appreciation? What? Do you have any objections? Su Maoyang refuted back with confidence. In fact, she bought this sword not just to make things difficult for the Lu family, but also because she saw that top-grade immortal weapons are hard to come by. So she wanted to buy it and give it to Xinuo, because Xinuo is also a master of swordsmanship. Uh-huh. I don't have any objection. But I'm afraid that Master Ran will have an opinion. That wind-breaking shadow sword is a low-grade immortal weapon, which is not comparable to ordinary treasures. Is the princess going to trade those vases and porcelains in the mansion? Lu Lin sneered with a very disdainful tone, not hiding the contempt in it. This is the pride from a genius. Even the princess is not taken seriously at all. Everyone present heard such sarcasm and laughed secretly. Everyone knew that Princess Ninglan, as a princess of the royal family, was naturally very wealthy. As her elder sister, the empress also rewarded her with a lot of treasures. But as far as they knew, most of those treasures were useless. And there were really few decent ones. Moreover, even if it was a decent treasure, Ren Haoyu would not look down on it. After all, the Ran family was also rich and powerful, and they had never lacked treasures. Now they only lacked rare holy medicines such as Juku Yuanling pill. Mu Qingqing is a fool. She probably doesn't even know what the Juku Yuanling pill is, or what its effects are, let alone using it for trading. So what she said only showed her ignorance. Who said that I want to trade with vases and porcelain? Although I am not very powerful, I know the preciousness of the wind-breaking shadow sword. How could I insult Master Ran with those things that are not presentable? Su Maoyang was not angry at Lu Lin's humiliation. He raised his eyebrows and replied seriously. Hearing this, Fan Xinyue, who was sitting at the Fan family's seat, couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Uh-huh. Princess Ninglan, Master Ran specifically wants the 9-bin Yuanling pill from my Fan family. From what you said, is there any 9-bin Yuanling pill?" The people of the Fan family sneered when they heard this. In their opinion, Fan Zijuan's 9-bin Yuanling pill was made by the master of the Dansheng alchemist, Mu Qingqing. A straw bag? Where would he get such a high-quality pill? Therefore, there was no need to ask more questions, and everyone knew the answer. Therefore, only his Fan family is qualified to trade the wind-breaking shadow sword. Even the head of the Lu family has to lower his status to negotiate with them, not to mention Mu Qingqing. At this time, Su Maoyang was asked by Fan Xinyue, and she nodded calmly and admitted frankly, "Yes, this princess does not have the 9-bin Yuanling pill." Hearing her answer, everyone shook their heads in a ridiculous way. As if they had expected it, they found that Princess Ninglan was still as useless as before, and even more absurd and ignorant than before. However, just as everyone was secretly laughing, Su Maoyang took out a middle-level holy pill from the space ring, showed it to everyone, and said slowly, "Although this princess does not have the 9-bin Yuanling pill, fortunately there is still a Taiyin Chongling pill. I wonder if Mr. Ran is interested." As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderclap in the conference hall. Those faces that were just smiling seemed to freeze when they heard the words Taiyin Chongling pill. For a moment, the whole conference hall was silent. Everyone stared at the pill in Su Maoyang's hand in disbelief. It took a long time for them to recover. Taiyin Chongling pill is a middle-grade pill, which is one level higher than Juku Yuanling pill, and the medicinal materials of this pill are rarer than those of Juku Yuanling pill. One of them is made from the soul-devouring flower. You should know that the soul-devouring flower is the national flower of Bang country. There is only one of them. Su Maoyang relied on the spiritual field to grow more of it, and made it into a pill. Therefore, if it were other alchemists, even if they had the ability to make pills, they would not have the opportunity to encounter the soul-devouring flower and refine the Taiyin Chongling pill. It is precisely because of this that the Taiyin Chongling pill has a miraculous effect in improving talent, increasing the speed of cultivation, and breaking through bottlenecks, which is definitely not comparable to the Juke Yuanling pill. I believe that as long as Ren Haoyu is not stupid, he will choose the Taiyin Chongling pill instead of the Juke Yuanling pill. Sure enough, Ren Haoyu, who suddenly saw this scene, was instantly surprised, and his eyes were shining. It was obvious that he was very interested in the Taiyin Chongling pill. At this time, Fan Xinyu frowned in disbelief and said doubtfully, Taiyin Chongling pill? Impossible. How can you have Taiyin Chongling pill? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, glanced at her, and said in a cold tone, This princess encountered it by chance. What? Is it not allowed for this princess to have pills? Yu Fan Xinyu felt hit, and her face was still slapped. Very unhappy, because their Fan family, as an alchemy family, did not have such precious and rare elixirs. And it was ridiculous that Mu Qingqing, a straw bag, had such a rare treasure. Chapter 1693 deliberately provoking her. At this moment, not only Fan Xinyu, but also the other members of the Fan family were extremely embarrassed. After all, the middle-grade holy pills were not a joke. And as an alchemy family, they understood the value of them. So, even Fan Zijuan didn't believe that Mu Qingqing really had such a treasure. At this moment, thinking of her ignorance, he couldn't help but sneer. Coincidence? Taiyin Chongling pills are not so easy to get. Princess, have you been deceived? Why? Mr. Fan, are you doubting that this princess used fake pills to fool Mr. Ran? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at Fan Zijuan with a faint look. But his calm tone was mixed with inexplicable majesty. Fan Zijuan was stabbed by her seemingly unintentional look, and his heart trembled, and he actually surged with some inexplicable chills. However, this feeling was fleeting, as if it was an illusion. The princess misunderstood. I was just afraid that the princess would be fooled by the villain. So I kindly reminded her. Fan Zijuan quickly suppressed his inexplicable emotions and explained politely. But his face was still cold, and there was no kindness at all. Su Maoyang heard it and snorted coldly. This princess is doing business with Master Ran, and it should be Master Ran who should remind him. What does it have to do with Master Fan? Master Fan is not meddling too much. Hearing such a straightforward sarcasm, Fan Zijuan frowned immediately, obviously a little angry. At this time, Su Maoyang glanced at him coldly, then retracted his gaze and looked at Ran Haoyu on the stage. Master Ran, this princess doesn't know much about elixirs, and I don't know whether this is true or false. You should test it yourself and make a decision, so that others will not say that this princess is fooling people with fakes. Ran Haoyu naturally agreed to check the authenticity of the pills, and immediately gave a wink to the servant of the treasure appraisal meeting. The servant nodded in understanding, walked over quickly, took the pill from Su Maoyang's hand with a plate, and handed it to Ran Haoyu. Although Ran Haoyu was not an alchemist, as a genius, he still had some eyesight, so he looked at it carefully, and his excitement became even greater. He no longer hesitated and directly agreed. Okay, I'll trade with you. As he said, Ran Haoyu handed the Beefing Shadow's sword to the servant without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, everyone understood. It seemed that the Taiyin Chongling dam was indeed real. Otherwise Ran Haoyu would not be so decisive. Fan Zijuan, Fan Xinyu, Fan Kaishan and others were a little surprised to see that the two had reached a deal so quickly, and their faces suddenly darkened. Lu Lin, who was determined to get the wind-breaking Shadow's sword, saw that the treasure was about to fall into the hands of a fool, and immediately stopped it loudly. No! No trade. I was the first one to set my eyes on that sword. Ran Haoyu, how can you go back on your word? Ran Haoyu glanced at her and sneered. This treasure appraisal conference is for the highest bidder, since the princess can take out the elixir I want, and the quality is better than your 9-bin Yuanling pill. Of course, I am willing to choose the better one. If you want this sword, you can take out an elixir that is more powerful than this Taiyin Chongling pill. Yu Lu Lin was so angry that she was half dead. A 9-bin Yuanling pill was exchanged by her father with a 6-star holy product furnace. Now where can she find an elixir that is more powerful than Taiyin Chongling pill? What's more, it is estimated that even the Fan family will not be able to take it out for a while. Ran Haoyu is too arrogant and asks for too much. However, the most hateful person is Mu Qingqing. She was about to get the wind-breaking Shadow sword, but because of Mu Qingqing's interference, She missed the sword. It's really hateful. Thinking of this, Lu Lin was furious. But because Mu Qingqing was a princess, she had to suppress her anger and tried to negotiate. Princess Minglan, I took a fancy to this sword first. You have no use for it anyway. Why don't you give it to me? I am willing to exchange other treasures with you. As long as you ask, I will try my best to satisfy you. But the tone was not a negotiation, but more like an order. And the attitude was even more high-handed, without the slightest sign of begging. It was as if Su Maoyang should have given up the wind-breaking shadow to help her. Su Maoyang hated this tone and was a little unhappy. She raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "This princess doesn't lack any treasures. At present, I have set my eyes on this wind-breaking shadow sword. So no matter what treasure you bring out, this princess is unwilling to exchange it. However, if you can kneel down for this princess and learn to bark like a dog, this princess can consider giving you this sword. You don't go too far." Lu Lin didn't expect her conditions to be so excessive. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and really wanted to rush up and chop her with a sword. "Since you don't want to, don't stop us from trading." Su Maoyang snorted coldly, and then ordered the servant, "Show this wind-breaking shadow sword to this princess." The servant received the order and hurried to Su Maoyang and held up the sword. Su Maoyang picked up the sword, looked at it with satisfaction, and exclaimed with a smile, "It is indeed a rare treasure. Not bad. Peng Huan, I saw that you were good at swordsmanship last time. Even Lu Lingfeng was defeated by you. I believe that with this sword, your skills will be even better. So today, I will give you this wind-breaking shadow sword." After saying this, Su Maoyang handed the wind-breaking shadow sword to Jun Haosong, who was sitting on the side watching his woman's performance. He knew that Su Maoyang's move was to deliberately ridicule the Lu family and deliberately provoke Lu Lin. Her little thoughts could not escape his eyes. So, he cooperated very well and accepted the sword without hesitation, smiling and saying, "Thank you, princess." Sure enough, when the Lu family heard Mu Qingqing mention Lu Lingfeng, their faces suddenly darkened. After all, Lu Lingfeng's leg was broken by a lowly male lover, which was indeed a great shame for the Lu family. And Lu Lin was even more furious when she saw that Mu Qingqing would rather give such a valuable sword to a lowly male lover than trade with her. However, she wanted the wind-breaking shadow sword too much. Now the Lu family could no longer support her, and she could not produce a higher-grade elixir than the Taiyin Chonling pill. So she had to watch the sword fall into the hands of the male lover. Thinking of this, Lu Lin was very unwilling. Even though she was about to explode with anger, she still made up her mind to lower her status and said, "Okay, I will kowtow to you and bark like a dog." After that, Lu Lin knelt on the ground suddenly and barked twice. Su Maoyang did not expect that she really had such courage. In order to improve her strength and get the sword, she was willing to give up even her dignity, which did not disgrace her reputation as a genius. However, thinking about how badly Xinhua had been harmed by the Lu family, not only was she covered in scars, but she was also reduced to a female slave and tortured for 4 years. In comparison, Lu Lin's humiliation was nothing. Chapter 1694, Killing the Genius of the Lu Family. So, Su Maoyang had to vent his anger for Xinhua no matter what. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang shook his head in dissatisfaction and pretended to regret. "Alas, Miss Lu, you didn't learn the dog bark at all. You should practice more in the future and come back when you have mastered it." Lu Lin didn't expect Mu Qingqing to play tricks on her like this. The anger rushed to her head like a flood. She stood up suddenly and drew out the sword, gritting her teeth and roaring, "Mu Qingqing, you dare to play tricks on me? I will kill you." Lu Lin was a proud person after all. She could kneel down and learn to bark like a dog. Of course, that was also for the sake of the extremely rare and top-grade fairy weapon, the wind-breaking shadow sword. But Mu Qingqing not only made her lose face so much, but also refused to give her the wind-breaking shadow sword. How could the proud Lu Lin bear such humiliation? You have to know that once the anger that has been suppressed in the heart reaches the critical point, it is like a bomb, and it may explode at any time. Therefore, the enraged Lu Lin could not control her temper at all, and she had to kill Mu Qingqing with her own hands. No one in the Lu family expected that Lu Lin would suddenly lose control. When they reacted, Lu Lin had already swung her sword and stabbed Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang saw that she was finally enraged by him, and a gleam of success flashed in his eyes. But he pretended to be panicked and shouted, "Lu Lin killed someone. Ghost Leopard. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor quickly." Hearing Su Maoyang's words, the black owl who had been hiding in the dark rushed out quickly, punched Lu Lin in the heart, and heard a loud bang. The ferocious Lu Lin was knocked out before she even touched Su Maoyang's body. Black Owl has been with Jun Haocong for many years, and his strength is not weak. He is more than enough to deal with Lu Lin. In addition, the Emperor's concubine's move is obviously to kill Lu Lin, so he did not show any mercy. He used great strength as soon as he attacked, and killed her directly with one move. Sure enough, Lu Lin, who fell to the ground, struggled a few times before she died. The Lu family rushed to rescue her, but they didn't expect that the ghost leopard would be so heavy. Seeing Lu Lin being beaten to death, they were all scared and shocked to the extreme. The head of the Lu family was so angry that his face flushed, and he glared at the ghost leopard with gnashing teeth, and roared in anger, You actually killed my daughter." Black Owl stood in place, with his hands behind his back, and said a sentence coldly, "Cruel and frightening. Whoever assassinates the princess will be killed without mercy." Seeing the attitude of the ghost leopard, the others present could understand, because everyone knows that the princess has a powerful secret guard named Ghost Leopard, who is loyal to the princess and has been protecting her since Mu Qingqing was born. It is precisely because of his protection that Mu Qingqing has spent these years safely. Lu Lin was so stimulated that she lost her mind and attacked Mu Qingqing without regard for the consequences. It is not surprising that she is now killed by Ghost Leopard. After all, Ghost Leopard is the princess's secret guard. If someone assassinates the princess, he will certainly stand up to protect her. So Lu Lin deserves such a fate. Who made her so bold that she dared to assassinate the princess in public? Others think so because they are gloating and just want to watch the fun. But the Lu family was furious. Lu Lin was a genius cultivated by their Lu family with great difficulty. Only they knew how much effort, resources and money they spent. In the end, what they got in return was a cold corpse. How could the Lu family accept such a cruel reality? "Princess Mingwan, you killed my daughter. It's really too much." At this time, the head of the Lu family couldn't control his anger and roared like a volcano erupting. Su Maoyang heard this, but her face was stern and she shouted, "Lu Hani, you are so insolent. Your daughter openly tried to assassinate this princess, which is a capital crime. She deserved to be slapped to death by this princess's secret guard. No one else can be blamed. You didn't teach your daughter well, and let her get into such a big trouble. Not only did you not reflect on yourself, but you even said that this princess was too bullying. You are so bold. Is your Lu family going to rebel?" The word rebellion was bitten very hard by her, and it echoed loudly throughout the venue, which immediately shocked everyone present. They were obviously shocked by Su Maoyang's majesty. Although everyone knew that Mu Qingqing was arrogant and domineering, and had a bad personality, they had never seen her directly confront the power of the big family. So when they saw her attitude for the first time, everyone was a little surprised. However, it is understandable that the Lu family did go too far this time. The crime of assassinating the princess in public is a dead end for anyone, even if the Lu family is one of the 7 major families. Besides, the palm strike just now was made by Mu Qingqing's secret guards, who had no choice but to protect her. Strictly speaking, it was just a defensive move, not an intentional attempt to kill Lu Lin. Unfortunately, Lu Lin was no match for the ghost leopard. Once they collided, it would undoubtedly be like an egg hitting a rock, and she deserved to die. So, in this way, we can't really blame the princess for being ruthless and killing her, because everyone can see clearly that it was the daughter of the Lu family who was too presumptuous and disregarded the law, which led to her miserable end. After all, no matter how angry you are, you can't assassinate the princess as a minister. Thinking of this, the people around were disgusted with the attitude of the Lu family and pointed fingers and condemned them. The head of the Lu family saw that the Lu family had lost the hearts of the people and became the target of public criticism. His old face, which was flushed with anger, turned a little blue, and his neck had faint veins popping out, which showed that he was extremely angry. But he knew that Lu Lin's assassination of the princess was something everyone witnessed, and it was a fact that could not be covered up. Even if they stabbed the empress, their Lu family would not stand up, and they might be accused of disrespecting the princess or even treason. Lu Lin was already dead. If the Lu family was involved again, it would be more trouble than gain. Thinking of this, the head of the Liu family took a deep breath, tried to calm down his anger, suppressed his resentment, and clasped his fists and said, "Princess, what I am teaching you is that I didn't discipline my daughter strictly, which led to my daughter's lawlessness and disaster. I really deserve death. But the words I said just now that offended the princess were not my true feelings. I was just overly emotional because I couldn't accept Li Yin's death. I hope the princess will forgive me." Seeing the head of the Liu family give in, Su Maoyang's expression eased a little. Forget it. It was Liu Lin who assassinated this princess. Since she is already dead and has been punished, then this princess will forgive the villain's mistakes and spare your Liu family. I won't bother with you. Chapter 1695. I'm afraid she's just a straw bag pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Su Maoyang is a person who knows when to stop. Now that she has killed the most valued genius of the Liu family, it has already dealt a heavy blow to the Liu family. If she continues to be aggressive, the Liu family will definitely tear their faces off with her and make things worse. As the saying goes, a dog will jump over the wall when it is desperate. Su Maoyang is not stupid enough to force this dog to the edge now. But when the Liu family heard what Su Maoyang said, they were still furious, but they couldn't do anything about her, who made her a princess. And they were ministers. In addition, there were so many people watching, and I don't know how many people hoped that something would happen to the Liu family. They must not let anyone catch them and accuse them of treason. Therefore, the head of the Liu family had to hold his fist in gratitude and said, "Thank you, princess, for not punishing me." Jun Haotsong, who was standing by, couldn't help but laugh when he saw that the Liu family members all had dark faces and were grateful for Su Maoyang's forgiveness. His eyes looking at Su Maoyang became more and more gentle unconsciously. His woman was still as black-bellied as ever. She had clearly planned to kill the other family's proud daughter, causing the Liu family to suffer heavy losses. But she pretended to be a victim and generously forgave the Liu family, making the Liu family speechless and unable to speak out. It was really a high-level method, although it was very bad and insidious. I don't know why. He just damn likes it. At this time, Su Maoyang was fighting with the Liu family, and did not notice Jun Haotsong's hot gaze. Seeing that the Liu family was furious but helpless, she was in a good mood, but pretended to be frightened and ordered Shinua. Alas, after such a scene today, this princess is still frightened. Help me return home quickly. Shinua received the order, trying to suppress a smile in her heart, and immediately stepped forward to support her. Su Maoyang stood up and quickly left the venue under the murderous gaze of the Liu family. Princess Mansion, Wayne Hall. Master! Master! The princess and Mr. Peng are back. At this time, Yuan Bao rushed into the study in a hurry to report. Jean Hani, who was practicing calligraphy, heard it without raising his head, but just replied lightly, "If they are back, they are back. Why make such a fuss?" Mu Qingqing usually brought herself to any occasion. This time, she would rather bring a lowly male favorite than him, which was clearly intended to embarrass him. So, even he didn't notice that there was a bit of resentment in his mouth. Yuan Bao reported excitedly, "Master, I heard that something big happened at the treasure appraisal conference. Liu Lin, the second daughter of the Liu family, died at the conference." Suddenly hearing such news, Jean Hani's hand holding the brush suddenly paused, then raised his head and frowned. "Liu Lin died? How is it possible? Is your news reliable?" Liu Lin is a genius of the Liu family. Her strength has reached the middle stage of the Xiantian Jun Lingshi, and she has extraordinary attainments in swordsmanship. The Liu family has always cultivated her as the greatest hope of the Liu family. How could she die just like that? And died so suddenly? So, Jean Hani had to doubt the authenticity of the news. Yuan Bao nodded solemnly. "It's as reliable as it can be. I heard that the whole capital has spread it. Everyone also saw the Liu family send Liu Lin's body back to the Liu mansion with their own eyes. It can't be false." Hearing this, Jean Hani's face flashed with obvious surprise, and continued to ask, "How did she die?" When talking about the cause of death, Yuan Bao's expression was even more exaggerated. "I heard that it was the ghost leopard next to the princess who killed him. Why would the princess provoke the genius of the Liu family?" Jean Hani couldn't figure it out. "I heard that Liu Lin and the princess both liked a top-grade fairy weapon, and the princess intervened and forced the weapon to be bought. Liu Lin was unwilling and wanted to negotiate with the princess, but the princess deliberately made things difficult for her and angered her. Lu Lin couldn't control herself and tried to assassinate the princess. So she was killed by the ghost leopard. Yuan Bao explained the news he had heard from outside. When Jin Hani heard this, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes, and he frowned more tightly unconsciously. Yuan Bao saw that his master was silent and could not figure out his thoughts. He said with some doubt, "Master, the princess is getting more and more ridiculous now. For the sword, she actually killed the genius of the Lu family. This has offended the Lu family." Jin Hani sneered when he heard this, and a dark flash of his beautiful black eyes flashed. "I think she is not getting more and more ridiculous, but she intends to attack the Lu family." Although Mu Qingqing was ridiculous, she did not dare to offend the 7 major families easily. However, she knew that the genius of the Lu family had set her eyes on the weapon, and she still interfered. "I am afraid that there is a suspicion of deliberate action. Besides, although Lu Lin is proud and cannot tolerate humiliation by others, she is not a brainless person. It must be that she was stimulated to a certain extent, so she was impulsive to kill. First, Lu Lingfeng broke his leg and became a disabled person. And now Lu Lin was killed and the genius fell. Although it was not the princess who took the initiative. For some reason, Jin Hani always felt that there was some connection between them. And even someone was controlling the development of the situation behind the scenes. Yuan Mao was shocked by his statement and sighed in disbelief. The princess is a fool. How could she think of such things? Fool? Have you heard of a fool who made people disabled? Have you heard of a fool who killed a genius and got away with it? When Jin Hani heard that Mu Qingqing and Peng Huan had returned to the mansion, he knew that the Lu family had not done anything to her at all. Otherwise, according to the Lu family's temperament, they would have complained to the empress and asked Mu Qingqing to pay with blood. How could they be so generous as to let her go back? Yuan Bao was asked this question by him and opened his eyes wide in surprise. What does the master mean? I'm afraid that this is a fool who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. Jin Hani narrowed his eyes and leaked a cold light, obviously doubting Mu Qingqing. Hearing this, Yuan Bao was immediately frightened and his face turned pale. Thinking of Lu Lingfeng and what happened today, he found that the princess was really as the master said. Not simple. If she really pretended to be a pig and eat the tiger, it would be a bit scary, because she had pretended so well before, and she had endured it for so many years. What kind of mentality could she have? Master, even if the princess did it on purpose, why did she want to deal with the Lu family? Yuan Bao was still a little puzzled. Jin Hani also didn't know the reason, and shook his head solemnly. No matter what the reason, from now on, you are forbidden to enter and leave Lu Lingfeng's yard. Judging from the princess's attitude in the past 2 days, it seems that she doesn't like him very much. In order to be on the safe side, he should have less contact with the people of the Lu family, so as not to be implicated and unable to get away. After all, Lu Lingfeng is already useless and is weak now. If something happens, she is likely to put the blame on him. So, it's better for him to be more careful. Yuan Bao knew that his master was smart and had foresight no matter what happened. Now he heard his order, and there was a reason for it. So he agreed without thinking. Yes. Slave obeys. Chapter 1696. Is it a coincidence or a conspiracy? Seeing Yuan Bao take orders and retreat, Jin Hani raised his eyes and looked towards the direction of Mingxi Pavilion outside the window. A hint of ambiguous sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. After a long time, he couldn't help but murmur, Mu Qingqing, I underestimated you. At this time, Su Maoyang, as soon as he returned to Mingxi Pavilion, called the guard Fang Gang to ask about the situation in the mansion. Because since the assassination incident, Su Maoyang replaced Mu Qingqing. She arranged Fang Gang to monitor every move in the mansion and wanted to grasp everyone's movements. Although she has now overthrown Lu Lingfeng, Jin Hani is still fine and has nothing to do. And she knows that it is not so easy to get rid of this deep-minded son-in-law. However, even if it is not easy, Su Maoyang does not intend to let go of any of these 2 men who colluded with family forces to betray Xinhua and frame Xinhua. Because she thought of Xinua's perverted torture and cruelty here. And Jun Haotsong and his subordinates were also besieged and killed and injured here. She, who has always been extremely protective of her shortcomings, could not restrain her anger. She had heard from He Xiao before that Mu Qingwan and Feng Emosia secretly colluded and took the initiative to use Tianling Spring as bait to invite Jun Haotsong to Fengxi Empire for a deal. Who knew that when Jun Haotsong arrived at the territory of Fengxi Empire, Mu Qingwan suddenly changed her mind and asked Jun Haotsong to marry her before handing over Tianling Spring. Jun Haotsong naturally refused. So Mu Qingwan pretended to agree to let him enter the forbidden area, but secretly set up an ambush, intending to catch him in the trap. Jun Haotsong and his subordinates were besieged by several families of Fengqi Empire and the forces of Fentianjin. During the battle, He Xiao and his men lost several brothers in order to cover Jun Haotsong's departure. Those brothers were Jun Haotsong's right-hand men and were loyal to him. Su Maoyong knew that even though they were in a master-servant relationship with Jun Haotsong, Jun Haotsong did not treat them as servants, because these people protected and assisted him all the way, and went through life and death for him. They must have accumulated extremely deep feelings. But because of her, they died in Fengqi Empire. Su Maoyong felt guilty, and had to avenge them no matter what. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong's expression turned colder, and he asked seriously, "Report their movements?" Fong Gang knew that Mu Qingqing suspected the male favorites and servants in the mansion, and he understood and reported. In the past 2 days, only Master Ran went to Lin Huaxuan. The other servants and male favorites stayed in their own courtyards and rarely went out. Master Lu's condition became more and more serious. Today, a doctor was invited to treat him. The doctor said that he was in danger. When Shi Nua heard that Lu Lingfeng was in danger, a sneer flashed in his eyes, and he felt very happy. At the beginning, he helped the Lu family to frame him, making her a prisoner of Mu Qingqing. She was tortured to the point that she looked like neither a human nor a ghost. Now he has ended up like this. It is really retribution. When Su Maoyong heard this, his focus was not on Lu Lingfeng. He suddenly frowned and asked in confusion, "Lin Huaxuan? Isn't that Qin Yian's courtyard?" Fong Gang nodded. "Yes, it is Mr. Qin's courtyard. Why did Ranning Xuan go to Lin Huaxuan?" Su Maoyong felt a little strange. She had heard that Qin Yian was a mediocre person, with no talent or appearance, doing nothing, and not very strong, with a low presence in the princess's mansion. And how could Ranning Xuan, who was arrogant and domineering, go to Qin Jian's courtyard? "I heard that Master Qin caught a cold and was not feeling well these 2 days. I think Master Ran should have gone to visit him," Fong Gang explained. Su Maoyong frowned and asked, "Only Ranning Xuan? Didn't others go to visit?" "No. Others may not know, because I just ran into the servant who came back from outside to get medicine for Master Qin. And then I learned that Master Qin caught a cold." Hearing this, Su Maoyong felt something was wrong. According to Ranning Xuan's personality, he should look down on Qin Jian, and it is unlikely that they have a good relationship. Moreover, Lu Lingfeng lost both legs and was in critical condition, but he did not visit him. Instead, he went to visit Qin Jian, who was just infected with a cold. Isn't this very strange? Su Maoyong does not believe that there is any sincere brotherhood between male favorites. So, if it is not a good relationship, then there must be other reasons. However, Su Maoyong has not paid much attention to this person before. It seems that she has to pay attention to this Qin Jian. Thinking about it, Su Maoyong has already made a plan in her mind and waved to Fong Gang. "Okay, this princess knows. You can leave. Continue to observe their every move, and report to this princess at any time if there is any abnormality." Fong Gang heard the words, clasped his fists and accepted the order. "Yes, I will leave." After that, he quickly left Mingxi Pavilion. At this time, Shi Nua also noticed Su Mo Liang's abnormality. After seeing Fong Gang leave, he asked carefully, "Master, is there anything wrong?" Jun Haotsong had already seen through Su Mo Liang's thoughts, and sighed dissatisfiedly. "It seems that you are going to Lin Huaxuan to hook up with men again." Su Mo Liang knew that he didn't like her contact with the male favorites in the mansion, and glared at him unhappily. "What do you mean by hooking up? Can you not say it so harshly? You go to see other men, and you still want me to say nice things. Do you have a conscience?" Jun Haotsong was very angry. Su Mo Liang was too lazy to care about this jealous person, and ignored him directly, and ordered Shi Nua, "Go and check now. Which pharmacy did Qin Jian's servant get the medicine from? And it's best to get the prescription." Hearing this, Shi Nua knew that Su Mo Liang should be suspicious of this Mr. Qin, and immediately nodded in understanding and turned to leave the yard. Shi Nua was quite quick. Within 2 hours, she hurried back to report, "Master, I got Qin Jian's prescription." After a careful look, It is indeed a prescription for treating colds. Shi Nua handed the prescription to Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong unfolded the prescription and looked through it carefully. She really didn't find anything unusual. But halfway through, her eyes stopped at a certain place, and she couldn't help but murmured, "There is Tianchong grass here?" Hearing Tianchong grass, Shi Nua nodded. Yes, this herb has the effect of dispelling cold and dampness. However, halfway through, Shi Nua suddenly came to her senses and opened her eyes wide. Ranning Xuan sent the calming incense. She remembered that last time Ranning Xuan specially sent the calming incense to Su Maoyong. The master said that Ranning Xuan had ulterior motives and added Tianchong grass to the calming incense. Burning it with the original herbs would produce a fascinating effect and even endanger life. Now, I see this medicinal ingredient in Qin Jian's prescription. Is it a coincidence or a conspiracy? Chapter 1697 Visiting Qin Jian. Su Maoyong naturally thought of this, and a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Since he has caught a cold, this princess must go to visit him anyway. Shi Nua heard this and nodded in understanding. Do you want to ask the doctor to come? Don't alarm the snake first. We don't know what kind of person Qin Jian is, and what he is thinking. Let's observe first. Su Maoyong shook her head and rejected Shi Nua's proposal. Then she remembered something and asked, when you were in Fengqi Empire, what was the Qin family's position? The Qin family has always been a neutral faction. They didn't clearly support me or Mu Qingwan. Shi Nua recalled. Su Maoyong smiled. Ha. He is a smart one. Before the dust settles, he will not stand on any side. For a family as big as his, no matter which side comes to power, they will have to win him over. It is really not worth taking risks. Well, as far as I know, the people of the Qin family are relatively low-key and introverted. And they are very cunning. Shi Nua nodded. Su Maoyong seemed to be a little interested when he heard it, and then stood up and ordered, let's go and meet that Qin Jian. Jun Haocong was not at ease to let her go to the man's residence alone. So he stood up and said shamelessly, as a male favorite, if the servant is sick, of course I have to visit him to show my concern. Su Maoyong saw that he used the identity of a male favorite very well, and couldn't help laughing. I think you like this identity of a male favorite. You might as well stay and be a male favorite. It really suits you. After that, Su Maoyong suppressed her smile and walked out of the hall quickly. Shi Nua also covered her mouth and chuckled, and followed. Jun Haocong was so angry that his face turned black when he heard her mocking him again. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the urge to strangle Su Maoyong to death, and walked towards Lin Huaxuan. Lin Huaxuan was a bit remote, and they walked for a long time before reaching the gate of the yard. Su Maoyong walked in and found that the surrounding environment was even more simple and desolate than the residence of the male favorite. It can be seen that Qin Jian is very unpopular in the mansion, and his status may not be as good as that of a male favorite. However, it is understandable that a person with no talent, no appearance, and no shining points cannot be favored by the princess. However, there is one thing that Su Maoyong did not expect. I heard that this Mr. Qin has a very good relationship with people in the mansion. It is rare that he has never had a conflict with anyone in the mansion in these years. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong has already arrived at the door of the hall. At this time, the two servants guarding the door were shocked to see Su Maoyong suddenly appear here, and rubbed their eyes in disbelief, because their master was not favored. The princess rarely talked to their master, let alone came to Lin Huaxuan. Therefore, the scene in front of them was really beyond their expectations. After a while, they reacted and knelt down to salute. Slave! 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 See the princess. Perhaps because they were too surprised, they stuttered. Su Maoyong raised his hand indifferently. Where is your master? Oh, the master is in the backyard. I will go to call him, one of the servants said, and ran to the backyard quickly. The servant who stayed behind quickly extended his hand to invite Su Maoyong and Jun Haocong into the hall. Princess, please come this way. Qin Jian came very quickly. Not long after Su Maoyong and Jun Haocong sat down in the hall, they saw him hurriedly walked in from outside, and saluted Su Maoyong respectfully. I am here to see the princess. Su Maoyong looked him up and down, then stood up, personally went forward, and helped him up. I heard that you caught a cold, so don't be polite to this princess today. Please get up quickly. Qin Jian didn't seem to have talked about the princess being so kind. The surprise in his eyes was fleeting. And then he calmly accepted Su Maoyang's kindness. Stood up and thanked. Thank you for your understanding, Princess. At this time, he looked calm, and there was no sign of anything. If Su Maoyang hadn't been careful, it would have been difficult to catch his emotional changes just now. I heard from Fong Gang that you were ill, so I came to see you. If you are seriously ill, it is best to ask a doctor to see you, so as not to delay your health. Su Maoyang pretended to be concerned and comforted. Thank you for your concern, Princess. Actually, I am fine. I just need to take 2 doses of medicine. But Princess, if you come here late at night and catch a cold, I will feel bad, Qin Jian said considerately, as if their relationship has always been so close. Hearing this, looking at his face with a gentle smile, Su Maoyang had to admit that this man's affinity is really extraordinary. Don't worry about me. I am in good health. Not as fragile as you said. Su Maoyang smiled and waved his hand. Although Jun Haotsong knew that Su Maoyang was acting and everything was fake, he still didn't like to see her asking about other men's well-being, and immediately interrupted. Just now, the princess and I were worried about you, and now we are relieved to see that you are fine. Princess, it's getting late. Young Master Qin is not feeling well. Let's not disturb him from resting. Su Maoyang was furious when she saw him leaving right after he sat down, but she couldn't say anything since he was so stiff. Fortunately, she had basically figured out what was going on, so there was no need to stay. So she followed his words and said, Well, seeing that you are fine, this princess is relieved. Have a good rest and remember to take medicine on time. If you need anything, just tell the housekeeper. Okay. Qin Jian bowed respectfully again, with all the etiquette. But people didn't feel a sense of distance. Instead, they were warmed by the smile on his face. Yes, thanks to the princess's kindness, I will take good care of myself and won't let the princess worry. Hearing this, Jun Haotsong stood up first, walked to Su Maoyang's side, smiled and stretched out his hand, making a gesture of invitation. Princess, I will take you back. Su Maoyang glared at Jun Haotsong quietly and walked out of the hall. Su Maoyang didn't start to complain until he returned to Mingxi Pavilion. I just said a few words to him, but you couldn't sit still. I really shouldn't have taken you into the mansion in the first place. Humph. You figured out his background, but you still don't want to leave. What? Do you still want to stay there and talk to him privately? Jun Haotsong snorted coldly, his tone sour. Su Maoyang didn't expect that Jun Haotsong had seen through her thoughts long ago, and raised her eyebrows in surprise. She just deliberately supported Qin Jian just now, just to see his background. But she didn't expect that a simple action could not escape Jun Haotsong's eyes. When she heard this, she immediately knew that there was something fishy about this matter, and asked curiously, Master, is Qin Jian a useless, mediocre person? Chapter 1698 Her Plan. The spiritual power of Qin Jian is indeed not that good, even inferior to Mu Qingqing. However, when I supported him, I felt a thick layer of calluses on his palms, which was caused by long-term martial arts training. Su Maoyang pondered and answered, but there was a gleam in his eyes. Besides, his aura is not weak, so it stands to reason that this person's kung fu should be very strong. Therefore, I speculate that Qin Jian must not be as simple as he seems, and he may have taken a pill to conceal his strength. Su Maoyang had taken this kind of pill before, so he was very familiar with the effects and symptoms of this kind of pill. She widened her eyes in surprise when she heard this. So, this Qin Jian is a pig pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? But what is the purpose of his disguise? Is he doing this deliberately because he hates Mu Qingqing and deliberately alienates her? Jun Haotsong directly rejected her guess when he heard this. No, he is not alienating Mu Qingqing. I heard that he had tried his best to curry favor with Mu Qingqing, but Mu Qingqing didn't want to pay attention to him. In order to please Mu Qingqing, he even learned all her preferences and habits. Since he wanted to get close to Mu Qingqing, why would he hide his strength? He could have shown his talents to attract Mu Qingqing? She was even more confused. At this time, Su Maoyang seemed to have his own ideas, and analyzed in a deep voice. I heard that although Qin Jian is not a legitimate son, he is also the son of a legitimate mother, and his status is not low. According to common sense, the Qin family will not marry him to the princess's mansion. Shinua is not stupid. After hearing this, he immediately reacted. Master means that he deliberately concealed his strength in order to smoothly enter the princess's mansion? Well, if he was really strong, how could the Qin family be so stupid as to let him become the princess's servant? Therefore, only if the child is not worth cultivating, the family will be willing to give up and give Mu Qingqing the chance. Su Maoyang nodded after pondering. Could it be that he really loves the princess and wants to be by her side? So he has wronged himself to this extent? Xinhuo asked back in disbelief. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, stared at her with burning eyes, and lowered his voice involuntarily. Of course, in addition to true love, there is another possibility. That is, he entered the princess's mansion just to kill the princess. Hearing this, Xinhuo was obviously startled, and his mind became more confused. What about Ningmo's hang? Isn't he also suspected of murder? Su Maoyang smiled with his lips curled, obviously thinking about it. Remember the assassins who assassinated Mu Qingqing last time? Each of them was powerful and extraordinary. It was obviously someone's dead men. Ningmo's hang is a bastard and has no status in the Ning family. It is not easy to train so many dead men. But for Qin Jian, it is much simpler. Isn't it? Xinhuo was shocked by her saying this, and immediately felt that Qin Jian was also suspected. The master is still thoughtful and observes every detail. Xinhuo is ashamed of himself. Xinhuo clasped his fists and admired Su Maoyang. There is no evidence now, and everything is just speculation, so I can't give a definite answer. However, the only thing that is certain is that Qin Jian is not a simple person. We should be more careful about him, and don't let him ruin our plans. Su Maoyang warned seriously. Xinhuo understood her concerns and clasped her fists respectfully. Yes, Xinhuo understands. By the way, tomorrow you ask the kitchen to prepare a dinner, and call the servants and male favorites in the mansion to have a meal together. Su Maoyang seemed to have a plan and gave a direct order. Xinhuo knew that Su Maoyang would not prepare a dinner for no reason, and immediately understood that she might make a move. She raised her lips and nodded meaningfully. Yes, Xinhuo will arrange it immediately. The next day, in the evening, Su Maoyang held a banquet in the garden again. Seeing that the servants and male favorites were almost there, she smiled and said, I think everyone should know. Yesterday, this princess got a top-grade fairy weapon from brother Yingxuan, which was not easy. Of course, it was all thanks to Yingxuan's brother who reluctantly gave up his love, so that this princess had such a rare opportunity. So, Yingxuan, next time you see your brother, please help this princess thank him. Ran Yingxuan wanted to curry favor with Mu Qingqing. Hearing her say that, he was immediately delighted. Princess, what are you talking about? It is an honor for our Ren family that the princess likes our treasure. Haha. You really know how to please this princess. By the way, I used the tranquilizing incense you sent me last time, and it is really extraordinary. Not only do I sleep well now, but I am also much more energetic. Tell me what you want, and I will reward you today. Su Maoyang was in a good mood, and he wanted to reward Ran Yingxuan, which immediately made Ran Yingxuan flattered. It is my duty to share the princess's worries, and I dare not ask for credit. Ran Yingxuan didn't dare to really ask for a reward, and pretended to refuse. Su Maoyang thought he was just being polite, so she looked at Jin Hani next to her and ordered loudly. Since Yingxuan doesn't want anything in particular, then you can help me pick some nice gifts and send them to him. Jin Hani nodded slightly after hearing the order. Don't worry, princess. Just let me prepare the reward. Well, I always trust you to do things. Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction and praised. Hearing this, everyone else secretly envied Ran Yingxuan for having a powerful brother, and also envied him for being so favored and always getting a lot of benefits from the princess. On the other hand, it is not easy for them to get a compliment from the princess. However, Qin Jian, who was sitting below, saw this scene and slowly lowered his head to hide the sneer on his lips. The next morning, Su Maoyang woke up and called Xinhuo to serve him. He also asked about what happened last night. Did Jin Hani deliver the reward as I ordered? Xinhuo smiled and nodded, with some expectation in his tone. Well, how dare he not deliver the master's order? He had already sent someone to deliver it last night, and He Xiao was also ready, just waiting for the master's order. Su Maoyang heard this, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips, and he nodded slightly. Well, go call Fan Gang. Xinhuo was a little impatient. and turned around and ran out after receiving the order. After a while, Fong Gang came to Su Maoyang in 2 steps, clasped his fists and saluted. I am here to see the princess. What do you want me to do? At this time, Su Maoyang was sitting in the main seat with an angry face. He waved his hand and immediately swept the porcelain plates and teacups on the table to the ground, smashing them to pieces with a sound of porcelain. This scene shocked Fong Gang's heart. But before he could ask, he heard the princess roaring angrily. Humph! You bastard servant! How can you be so bad? My meteorite cauldron was stolen, and you didn't even notice it. Chapter 1699. Something is wrong. Fong Gang was shocked to hear that the meteorite cauldron was stolen, and his eyes widened. Princess, the meteorite cauldron is a treasure given by the queen. Who has the guts to steal something given by the queen? Did the princess forget where she put it? Asshole! You also know that it is a gift from the queen. This princess treasures it very much. How could I leave it anywhere? It is obvious that someone has set their sights on the meteorite cauldron and stole it from this princess. Usually, this princess asks you to patrol more. Where have you been patrolling? You don't even know that someone broke into the princess's mansion and stole the treasure. What's the point of this princess raising you? Su Maoyang was extremely angry and slammed his palm on the table, making a loud noise. Fong Gang was frightened by her anger and trembled. He apologized repeatedly. Princess, calm down. I have indeed strengthened the patrol, whether it is day or night. There are 3 layers of protection inside and outside. If there is a thief breaking in, it is impossible that there is no movement. As the saying goes, it is difficult to prevent thieves at home. But it is difficult to prevent thieves at home. I guess. Could it be? Fong Gang's words undoubtedly hit Su Maoyang's heart, making her eyes dim slightly, raising her eyebrows, and deliberately persuading her. You mean, the one who stole the meteorite cauldron was someone in the mansion? I'm just guessing. Fong Gang certainly couldn't give a definite answer, and hurriedly explained with a fist. Okay. If that's the case, then you will immediately lead people to search the entire princess's mansion. And don't let anyone, anywhere, go. This princess wants to see who is so bold that he actually stole this princess's head. Su Maoyang snorted angrily and gave the order, as if he would not give up until the thief was found. Fong Gang received the order, clasped his fists and accepted it, then quickly walked out of the hall and summoned the guards to search. It must be said that Fong Gang's execution ability is still very strong. Within an hour, the matter had a clue. He hurried in to report. Princess, I just found the meteoric sun cauldron in Master Rant's room. I wonder how the princess will deal with it. Su Maoyang stood up angrily when he heard this. Okay. I didn't expect that there was really a thief in the princess's mansion. As a servant, he actually did such a sneaky thing, which is really outrageous. Fong Gang, lead the way quickly. This princess must peel off a layer of skin. Seeing that the princess was furious, Fong Gang had to lead the way carefully. At this time, Su Maoyang went straight to Raningshuan's yard, while the other servants and male favorites were panicked by such a large-scale search. They couldn't understand who would be so bold as to steal the meteoric sun cauldron. Therefore, after learning that Fong Gang had found the meteorite cauldron from Raningshuan's house, everyone in the mansion was shocked. No one expected that Raningshuan would do such a thing. At this time, Yuan Bao, who had received the news, rushed in from outside and reported, Master, the meteorite cauldron was found. It was found in Raningshuan's house. The princess just got the news and has now gone to Liangshuan. Hearing this news, Jean Hani's expression froze, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have noticed something, and immediately ordered seriously, Quick! Send someone to the Jean family immediately, and be sure to invite my father over. Whether I can escape this time depends on him. Yuan Bao rarely saw the Marquis so serious, and his face turned pale with fear, and he nodded repeatedly. I'll go right away. Yuan Bao is not stupid. Hearing Jean Hani's tone, he knew that something was wrong and he couldn't delay. So he turned around and ran away. Sure enough, as soon as Yuan Bao left, Fong Gang came with his guards. My lord, the princess invites you. Please go to Liangshuan with me. Fong Gang stepped forward and clasped his fists, making a gesture of invitation. Although he was polite, his attitude was very tough. Jean Hani knew that he would be in trouble today. Fortunately, he noticed something was wrong in advance and asked Yuan Bao to invite people. I think that with the support of the Jean family, Mu Qingqing would not dare to do anything to him. Thinking of this, Jinhani calmed down a lot, nodded slightly, and took the initiative to step out of the hall. Let's go! At this time, there were already many people standing in Liangxuan. In addition to the guards who were searching, other servants and male favorites in the mansion came to join in the fun. To put it bluntly, they came to see the joke, because Ranningsuan was arrogant in the mansion, but was deeply loved by the princess. There were many people who hated him and envied him, now that they heard that he had actually stolen the treasure given by the empress. Everyone was gloating, and they all lamented that Ranningsuan relied on her outstanding appearance and the support of the Ran family to be arrogant and do such a ridiculous thing. And she was becoming more and more lawless. Ranningsuan, who was kneeling on the ground and was scared half to death, was full of grievances and injustices. At this moment, receiving the angry gaze of the princess, a chill ran through his spine, and he kept explaining, Princess, I was really wronged. How could I steal the meteorite cauldron when I was fine? Besides, I knew that it was a reward from the empress, and I would not dare to do it even if I had 100 courage. Humph. Wronged? If it wasn't you, how could this princess's space ring be here with you? Su Maoyang snorted angrily, not believing his sophistry. Princess, you have to believe me. I was framed. That box was all the reward sent by the Marquis on behalf of the princess last night. I didn't even have time to take a closer look, and I didn't know that this kind of thing would happen. So all this is the Marquis's conspiracy. He deliberately framed me. Ranningsuan is not stupid. After seeing the guard search out the space ring containing the meteorite sun cauldron, he understood what was going on. Jinhani just sent the gift last night, and someone found the princess's treasure in the pile of gifts early this morning. What else could it be except that he framed him? And he and Jinhani have always been at odds. This time it is very likely that Jinhani was jealous of him for pleasing the princess and deliberately framed him. Humph. Ranningsuan, stop slandering me. You said I framed you, and I said you framed me. As soon as Ranningsuan finished speaking, Jinhani strode in and retorted with confidence. Ranningsuan hated Jinhani to the extreme because of this matter. Now seeing him suddenly appear, his emotions were stimulated all of a sudden, and he gritted his teeth and yelled, Jinhani, you are so vicious. You actually mixed the meteorite cauldron into the reward and wanted to put me to death. You have no evidence. Don't slander me. Jinhani narrowed his eyes, his face also full of anger. Ranningsuan saw that he was still trying to quibble, and immediately pointed to Fong Gang. Guard Fong, tell him where you found the space ring. It was in the box sent by the prince consort. Fong Gang answered honestly. Chapter 1700 Let them kill each other. Hearing such a definite answer, Jinhani's face became even darker. However, he had expected this before he came. Since the princess wanted to frame him, there must be definite evidence. Now that the guards found the space ring containing the meteorite cauldron in the reward he sent, it is indeed not easy to clear his suspicion. Of course, he was not a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. Mu Qingqing had accused him of such a serious crime, and he would not easily compromise. He snorted coldly and refuted with confidence. Even if the ring was found in the box I sent, it does not mean that I put it in. What if you put it there on purpose to frame me? Bah! I'm not that stupid. Putting the princess's treasure in my reward will only make me feel troubled. If I really wanted to frame you, why would I have to sacrifice myself? What if the princess believed you? I would be in trouble. Ranningsuan was so angry that she trembled and spit fiercely at Jinhani's shameless sophistry. Jinhani glanced at her coldly. You need to be careful to get rich. You are relying on the support of the Ran family, and you are sure that the princess dare not touch you. So you plan to give it a try. It is not impossible. Although Jinhani knew that this was Mu Qingqing's conspiracy, he could not accuse her in person. After all, he had no evidence, and the reward in the box was indeed prepared by himself. And Mu Qingqing did not intervene at all. Moreover, Mu Qingqing always doted on Ranningsuan and had no motive to frame her. Therefore, even if he said it, no one would believe it. If things went wrong, he would be accused of framing the princess. Therefore, in this situation, he had no choice but to put the crime of stealing the meteoric sun cauldron on Ranningsuan. At this time, Su Maoyang saw the two quarreling, both saying that they were framed, and each had their own reasons. He was even more upset and shouted angrily, Okay, no matter who framed who, the meteoric sun cauldron would not appear here for no reason. So one of you must have stolen the meteoric sun cauldron. As for who it is, let the prison interrogate. Come on. Throw these two people into the dungeon and torture them severely. If you can't get the truth out, let this princess punish you severely. When Raningshuan heard the severe punishment, her heart skipped a beat, and she cowed out in fear and begged for mercy. Princess, I was really framed by the Marquis. I didn't steal the meteorite cauldron. Please, princess. Please investigate and clear my name. Jean Honey was shocked when he heard that he was going to be interrogated. He didn't expect that Mu Qingqing's methods were so good that she actually used Raningshuan to frame him, causing the two of them to completely tear each other apart and kill each other. She also threw both of them into the dungeon to be tortured, and refused to let either of them go. What a cruel method. Thinking of this, Jean Honey raised his eyes, and glanced at Su Maoyong, who was sitting in the main seat of the hall. Seeing that the other party was full of anger, but his eyes were cold, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Is this really the Mu Qingqing who loves him, is obsessed with him, and is controlled by him? Obviously, the woman in front of him has exceeded his expectations and is beyond his control. Was it that the previous infatuation was fake and lied to him? Or is Mu Qingqing still jealous of him for pleading for Fan Yishuan? However, no matter what the reason was, Jean Hani suffered a big blow. You know, he used to have a very important position in Mu Qingqing's mind. Now she wants to torture him without saying a word. Such a gap is really unacceptable to him. Thinking of this, Jean Hani unconsciously clenched his hands. However, Mu Qingqing was determined to deal with him, and Raningshuan insisted that he was framed, and the guards did find the meteorite cauldron in the box he sent. So no matter what he said now, he had no persuasiveness. So, he knew that in this situation, he could only wait for his father to come forward to have a chance of winning. However, just when Jean Hani was thinking about it, Fong Gang had already captured him. My lord, I'm sorry. Jean Hani was a proud man, and he would never let anyone take him away. He immediately broke free from his restraints. No, I can walk by myself. After that, Jean Hani followed several guards to the dungeon. The other guards grabbed Raningshuan and took her away by force. Seeing that the two had left, Su Maoyong shouted to Fong Gang, just in case, before finding out the truth, immediately seal off the entire princess's mansion, and do not allow anyone to enter or leave. She had finally sent the two to the dungeon, and she would not allow anyone to tip off and disrupt her plan. After all, she was planning to let the two die in the dungeon. However, Su Maoyong still underestimated Jean Hani's means. It turned out that when the incident was exposed, he had the foresight to send someone to invite the head of the Jean family. So, within an hour, the head of the Jean family came to the door in person. The other party came with such a fierce force that Su Maoyong had to meet him in the hall of Mingxi Pavilion. Princess, I heard that you suspected that my son stole the meteoric sun cauldron and framed Raningshuan, and put him in prison. The head of the Jean family came straight to the point and talked about Jean Hani. Su Maoyong didn't beat around the bush and admitted frankly, yes, my guards found the meteoric cauldron among the gifts he prepared for Raningshuan. Many people witnessed this. I can't be partial. I have to put the two of them in jail for questioning. Hearing her admitting, the face of the head of the Jean family became even uglier. Princess, you have lived with my son for so many years. You should know his temper best. How could he risk stealing the meteoric cauldron awarded by the queen? Isn't this ridiculous? Humph. I trusted him so much before. Didn't he plead for Fan Yishuan to deceive me? I used to act too intuitively and made many mistakes. So this time, I don't believe anyone. I only believe in evidence. Su Maoyong refused without hesitation. Seeing that Su Maoyong was stubborn and refused to listen to advice, the head of the Jean family was furious. But he tried to remain calm and said, Princess, this is obviously a frame-up by Raningshuan. My son is a consort, and was also named a marquis. Raningshuan has always been jealous of him, and has often made things difficult for him. This time, she deliberately put the meteorite cauldron in the reward with the princess's reward. It is obvious that she wants to put my son to death, so that he can take the position of a consort. What the head of the Jean family said is right. It is precisely because both of them are suspected that this princess has also imprisoned Raningshuan for interrogation. She has never favored any party. Su Maoyong answered honestly. The head of the Jean family was choked by her, and his face turned black with anger. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said in a tough manner, Princess, although my son is suspected of stealing the sun-drenching cauldron, no one saw him put the sun-drenching cauldron into the gift. So there is no way to prove that he did it. But the princess put my son in jail, which means that he was convicted of the crime and sentenced him to death.